walk away.
So, Dennis, when are you back in the car?
Good question. I think in like 2 hours.
Right.
Yeah, so I go back in. And then we have one of our drivers is not that keen on driving at night. So then he's going to sit out till tomorrow morning. And then it's going to be the three of us circling through the night. But the good thing is, I mean, I don't know if you noticed last night at 10:30 last night, I wanted to go to bed, but it's still daylight out.
Yeah, like, welcome to Europe.
And down in Florida,
Northern
it's like
Europe.
8:30, it's lights out. And here, it's, 11 o'clock, it's still daylight out.
All of my American friends say the same. They find it freaky to be still light.
It is, it's weird.
11 o'clock.
Yeah, for me, it's weird.
You're in Europe at the perfect time because it's midsummer.
Yeah.
It's downhill from here into the dark nights of winter,
yes.
which is what you guys don't get.
Yeah.
Dennis, thanks for calling in and seeing us.
Guys.
Please, I'm sure if you're in 2 hours, you're going to be thinking about getting some sleep next time. But pop back and see us.
I'll check back in the morning. I'm right. Hospitality for us is right above you guys, so it's just a swing by.
Brilliant.
Yeah, so
Brilliant.
it's easy to come in.
Perfect.
Right.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Thank you.
Pop in and see you later, Dennis. Great to hear your insight rather than just our speculation as to the scent of barbecues. And I didn't really consider eyes stinging off chemicals in wood pallets burning, Johnny.
Yeah, and when you've
you
got
learn something every time.
When you've got a race helmet on, that must be absolutely horrendous
Yeah.
because your visor
You can't
down.
rub your eyes,
you
can
can't. You've got driving gloves on, fireproof gloves. You've got balaclava around your eyes, and you're probably blinking, thinking, "Can this clear now, please?" But what you want to do is naturally just rub your eyes, and that's impossible.
Yeah.
Horrible situation.
Yeah, it is. It's bizarre. I never even thought of that. I thought the romantic side of things. You're driving around.
The scent of burgers.
What sort of sausage is that I can smell?
And campfires,
Yeah.
that lovely smell, that homely feeling. No, it's just chemicals in the eyes. Oh dear. Paul Trussell's back.
Yeah, just correcting one thing that I whispered in your ear whilst that Lamborghini stop was happening. A little bit longer than 10 seconds delay. It was 14 seconds delay on
Even
what would
so.
be a normal pit stop. So kind of gives you an idea of what you can do though whilst you're doing a pit stop with the rules of the way they work. The team that really gained under that last cycle of pit stops was the number 29 Lant Motorsport Audi R8 LMS, which is now in the hands of Kelvin van der Linde, and he has leapt up the order board to 6th place, I think. He's fallen down again now. Right, yes, that will be an end of lap effect. So Kelvin van der Linde, having pitted the number 29 car out of 9th place, next time around is going to be back to 9th place as the Glickenhaus number 705 is going to leapfrog ahead of him with Felipe Fernandez-Laza at the wheel. I think the other news from the pits was an engine change going on the GT VW Golf, the all-female crewed VW Golf, which did have engine warning lights, oil warning lights and water temperature warning lights on after just an hour of the race, and so they look like they're contemplating having an engine change. And work going on as well on the number 30 Fricadelli Racing Team Porsche, and that is another car that is falling down the order now. Been in the pits for some 23 minutes. The number 30 car was in 20th place after it had problems earlier on. That's the less well-favoured, if you will, of the Fricadelli cars. Robert Brennauer, Alex Muller, Klaus Abelen and Thomas Preining, the drivers of the 30 car, but that car falling down further and further the order in the pit lane at the moment.
So it's the all-girl crew doing the engine change, guys.
So this is the Jasmine Preissig, Carrie Schreiner and Ronja Assmann Golf. Just the three drivers in the race for the number 89 Volkswagen. And an awful lot of work required then to get that
I
new
wonder if they're
engine in
actually,
the car.
I was wondering, it is a new engine, isn't it? Yeah, they are. I was wondering for a minute whether they were trying to fix the original one, but it's not. It's a new engine going in.
On the pallet.
That's a baptism of fire, isn't it?
Well, I have a feeling they will have done this before.
Yeah, they've probably practiced this, but you know, work in motor racing, they said. It's really, really cool and glamorous, they said. Yeah, stay up all night and put an engine in a Golf.
True. But the point is, they're trying to get to the finish at the end of the day, and won't that be a great achievement? If the car's still running at the end, the 29, Kelvin van der Linde car getting back up and running after a code 60 much more quickly than the Mercedes that it was racing. So Kelvin van der Linde, and I reckon, was that the Maxi Book number 3 car? Yes, I think it was. And the number 3 and the 29 were circulating in that order. Meanwhile, Adam Christodoulou will be already mentally preparing for his stint in the number 2 Dirk Muller-driven Black Falcon car. But Adam yet to do a stint, and telling us earlier on that it would be fully dark before he got on board that car. Well, we are now after 9:30, and we're inside the last 18 hours of this race, by the way. That ticked by at half past the hour. Remember, this race not starting on the hour, but 3:30 this afternoon.
Yeah, and in the typical way that you count these things, looking at the number of laps completed, 40 laps of the race completed, a quarter of the way in, multiply 40 times 4. I'll leave you a pause whilst you do that in your heads. Neither of my 2 colleagues can do it. It's 160.
We don't have to, Paul. We've got you.
Yeah, but I said to Martin Haven earlier on, I try and encourage others.
Why? We've got you. It's like having a dog and barking yourself.
What did you say the sum was?
So 4 times 40 will be 160.
I thought you said 49.
Okay. 4 times 40.
I wasn't listening.
See, we weren't
That's
even
the main
listening,
problem.
so we're going to do mental arithmetic. We're not even
160, Paul.
Yeah.
So exactly. So it's as I say, we're a quarter of the way through the race. We've done 40 laps. Therefore, we could do 160 laps.
Don't see why not.
As a simple kind of rule of thumb, how far we could go. And if we do 160 laps, that will be a new record for the Nürburgring 24 hours.
Excellent. There's every chance we're not going to get any weather like we've had in the past.
Well, the weather is calm, and the official weather forecast was calm. Great way to describe the weather. And we've had our fair share of code 6s and slow zones out on the circuit in the first 6 hours. So it's not as if we're kind of making a big demand that we should go through the rest of the race in totally green conditions. So the distance record is kind of within range, but if we do it, it'll only be by a lap.
It's a pretty crazy race by any standards, but we've had a particularly crazy period there. We've almost left ourselves without any BMWs, for instance.
Well,
and the good news is we haven't quite lost the Manda. The mechanics are looking towards repairing it for it to do the final lap tomorrow.
I wouldn't expect anything else, and it is that kind of a race. You do your very best to get to the finish under whatever conditions you can manage.
So let's hope the Foxtail will make a showing. Of course, unfortunate that incident, and like you've just said, Paul, we've had mucho incidento, and there's every chance that can continue. It's the nature of the place, isn't it? The incident packed to the finish, considering we've only just had just over 6 hours of racing, and with just under 18 hours to go, we have in no way seen the last of anything with intervention vehicles.
Got to get through the
slowing
night.
up the leader. Is that the leader, or is that the number 1?
Yeah, that's the 911
The
car.
911, yeah, it is the leader. The yellow and green rather than the green and yellow, who does make his way by.
I'm still trying to work out, Paul. Kelvin van der Linde was bottled up behind a Mercedes going through clearly a code 60, and he saw the green flag. The Mercedes driver did not. So there was an overtake with the 29 getting in front of, I think, was the number 3. Don't say Black Falcon anywhere on the back of that car.
That's definitely a Black Falcon car.
Yeah,
Whether it's either the number 3 or the number 2.
Well, Maxi Book is still being shown ahead of Kelvin van der Linde. That's the confusing thing. It might be that he got back past again, of course, down the Dottinger Earth.
I think that's the only explanation. But he certainly, I think that is the Black Falcon Mercedes that you caught him.
Number 3.
Yeah, and they were battling for 10th place on the road.
1.4 seconds is the gap. So, yes, they've actually flipped around again, quite incredibly. That's definitely one for me to keep my eyes on then. Obviously, the focus at the moment is on the race leader, Kevin Escht, coming now into Tiergarten and Hohenrhein for the 41st time and leading by 19.3 seconds over Dirk Muller in one of the other Black Falcon Mercedes. That's the orange and black car that led for a long period of time at the start of the race when Mauro Engel was driving it, you may remember. But steadily and surely, the 911 Porsche reeled that car in, managed to overtake it with two wheels on the grass, heading towards the left-hander at Antonius Bucher, and that 911 Porsche has stayed in front ever since.
Just going back to Joe's point about BMWs, in SP9, the highest placed BMW is actually the Falcon Motorsports car, the number 33 BMW, which is in 18th place overall. But there is only one other BMW in the SP9 class still running. So out of the, how many was it, 6 BMWs we had in the SP9 entry, actually it might have been 7 with the last generation car as well. The number 50 car, which has also lost an engine, but apparently that car might be seen again before the end of the race, the number 50 car in the garage with a broken engine. But there's only one other BMW still running, and that's the number 100 Valkenhorst Motorsport car, which is down in 25th place overall. So a lot of the pundits, myself amongst them, coming into this race saying that BMW were amongst the favourites, but as I say, 2 cars in the top 25 with a quarter of the race gone doesn't bode terribly well.
No.
So that was based on them winning the qualifying race, the previous qualifying race, wasn't it? But then we've also had speculation as to the other manufacturers maybe sandbagging, for want of a better term.
Well, yes, I mean it was clear. I mean it wasn't just on the basis of them winning the qualifying race, but it was the way that they could drive away from everybody else in the qualifying race.
Yeah.
Since then, we've learned, probably from somebody who shouldn't be named, that the Porsches were running overweight in that race, and so rather than, I mean, the organisers obviously found out because that's what organisers are paid to do, and so that's why this 20 kilos has been slammed onto the Porsches, because they were running at a higher weight than they could have done during the qualifying race. So it's kind of just giving them back the handicap that they gave themselves.
We know the BMW is a strong car, though, because in this calendar year, it won the Spa 24. Now, OK, those cars were running to a different set of balance of performance regulations, but actually Valkenhorst won that race last July.
Yep. Rover
Racing, second place in that race last July. So things have altered, I agree. We're now in Germany, and these are balance performance rules specifically for this race.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's different. As there's an Aston Martin sideways on the run down towards Brightshire. I think that was the 36 car, Joe.
I think it
that
was
a little bit scary. The car is completely at 90 degrees to the direction of travel and almost blocking the track there. Whereabouts did we say that
the
was,
run down
Johnny?
to Brightshire. That's the leader as well.
It's Christian
It's
Gebhardt. Christian Gebhardt in the Aston Martin, Johnny.
Is it not Goodwin still?
No, it's Christian Gebhardt now.
Okay.
Christian, I did mean to ask Chris about this actually. As far as I know, Christian Gebhardt is a full-time journalist. I think he's more in the character of kind of Mark Hales, for those of you who remember Mark Hales of a long time ago, who was a motoring journalist but also a pretty good racing driver as well, or Marcus Pye. But Christian Gebhardt writes for Sport Auto magazine, which is, if you can work it out, the German version of Autosport. And he is the third driver in that crew. But, I mean, was in a very strange place. I mean, that wasn't a mechanical breakdown type of place to be in. That was
I'll tell you where that was.
Some sort, as they, yes, go on.
Well, the drop down towards Brightshire involves a very tricky, and you can easily forget it. I'm not saying this is what Christian Gebhardt did, but I do on the simulator, frankly. You come down to a very tight left-hand hairpin where you've got to slow. It looked like he got through that, no problem. But then on the exit of the next right-hander, where Brightshire Village itself comes into view, the car had pitched right and was broadside to then those coming through that blind right-hander. The next sequence of corners then take you over the road bridge and start the climb up towards the carousel.
Basically, that's Wehrsifen, which used to be one of the slowest corners on the Nordschleife.
Wehrsifen is the left-hand bit, is it?
I think they both are.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We've got an absolutely stonking battle for third and fourth. Hornadel in the number 48. That's the Manfilter liveried car. Oh, and we've got the car off. It's Matt Campbell. Matt Campbell has gone off to driver's right, and that's the run down to Is that towards Arenberg, or is that
Schwedenkreuz, isn't it? It's Schwedenkreuz, the left-hander, before Arenberg, the right-hander. Campbell in the wall, because he had to go one side of an intervention vehicle. The 48 car going left of Christian Hohenadel. Campbell still on the road, we should point out. It's just that he rattled down the Armco with an Audi intervention vehicle blocking his path.
Johnny, I was just about to mention he'd been glued to the rear end of that number 48 Mercedes, and in the 31, that's the Fricadelli Porsche. He was absolutely glued and has been for most of the lap. They've then come upon an intervention vehicle over a blind brow, and this is all what the Nordschleife can throw at you. Absolute, it's the green hell for a reason, and Matt Campbell just had to take to driver's right around the right-hand side of the intervention vehicle. However, the intervention vehicle just happened to be on the extreme right of the track.
Yeah.
So he had to go down the gap, which is a car's width of grass between the intervention vehicle and the Armco. Now, he looked like he scuffed the Armco.
He did.
It depends on how hard he's hit that. That looked like a scuff rather than a direct hit.
I would be very surprised if he's got away with that one.
Absolutely.
I mean, at that kind of a speed. I mean, it's 160 miles an hour going down to Schwedenkreuz. And, you know, you don't go up against a barrier and then just keep going. But,
Matt Campbell does.
You were, I mean, you were right to highlight the battle, Joe, because Christian Hohenadel driving very well, but trying to keep that Porsche behind him. And just behind him is Felipe Fernandez in the Glickenhaus, number 705. So it's a three-way battle that's going on there.
A huge accident on the Dottinger Höhe as cars are scattered left and right into the barrier. This has happened moments ago. It looks like the 135 car is involved in this incident, together with, not sure on the other car, but there is debris all across the road, and intervention vehicles that have already been deployed, I think, for other incidents are now attending the scene.
135 is a class leader, would you believe? It's the V6 class leader, Roberto Falcon at the wheel of the Team Matol Racing car. That's a Porsche Cayman. It was a Porsche Cayman. As I say, that's the 135. And which was the other one?
We haven't cited
get
that.
it.
Can't tell right now.
I didn't hear a number there. But it's not just the two cars, though, Johnny. There's so much debris from what has clearly been cars that have bounced off the barriers. And
the 135, Paul, was in the air. It looks like the scene of an aircraft accident. The debris, the field of debris is hundreds of meters.
And it's very difficult for the drivers to pick a way through. I don't like this. This is potential for a red flag incident here, because they're not going to be able to clear the track.
I'm afraid
without that.
It was cars going into a yellow flag area because an intervention vehicle's towing a stricken car into the lay-by, which is on the right-hand side and used for the paid-for laps around
tourist laps.
The tourist laps is and then in the ever-increasing gloom, the yellow flag clearly has not been spotted by the driver of the Porsche 135, and it is basically slammed into the back of a near stationary car. They're all slowing down for a code 60, which covers this recovery work, and the Porsche driver just has not reacted to initially a yellow flag that's shown before a code 60, then double waved yellows, and then it should be into the code 60 itself. But obviously medical crews will need to be on the scene ASAP. They are there now. That's the 38 Nissan GTR, which has no rear right corner left on that. Josh Burden is shown as the driver, and that looks like Josh standing now the safe side of the barrier, holding his helmet, holding his hands device, and having had a discussion with the marshals. Without a doubt, Josh Burden will be taken to the medical centre to make sure that he is not suffering from any concussion. But the young man from Hobart, Tasmania, first driver to clamber out of his car, but there's obviously now concern of the driver of number 135.
I think there's a third car involved there, Johnny, because the front end of that car looks damaged, as does the rear end. The 135 is at the rear end of that car, but it's what had stopped that car.
Well, I think that the 135's gone in the back of the Nissan and then clattered into the barrier after that. But you're right. I mean, the 135 is pitched into a barrel roll right after impact, and the Nissan steering into the left-hand barrier, but it's all going into a code 60 as one of the cars is recovered to the tourist lap lay-by, and the 135 just has not reacted to the yellow flags.
And of course, we've still got cars barreling into that slow zone and trying to get the speed off. Marshall's in the track, kicking chunks of carbon fibre and plastic to either side.
Yeah, I mean, every bit of debris that you can get out of the way makes it easier for the cars coming through. Even if they're coming through at 60 kilometres an hour, it's still, they have to pick their way through there, and so easy to pick up punctures in that kind of a situation.
It's going to be a bit of a clear-up, boys.
The Nismo was in the top 20 in the overall positions as well. Josh Burden, he was 18th, I think, when that happened. Now, obviously, falling down the field.
Daniel Schwervelt, as you said, Paul, at the wheel of car 135.
No, it was Roberto Falcon.
Okay, I'm looking again at an out-of-date timing screen. Yes, apologies for that. It's about 5 laps old.
Yeah, 135 Roberto Falcon in the Cayman.
You did say that.
And as I say, another class leader was leading V6 at the time.
Now, just before this incident on the Dottinger Hall, we had that slight incident in relative terms to the Matt Campbell Porsche, car 31, where he scuffed the barrier, avoiding an intervention vehicle. He's now dropped to 5th, and it's the Scuderia Glickenhaus 705 that's moved ahead into 4th, and it's the Glickenhaus right on the tail now of the Hohenadel Mercedes in 3rd. So that Glickenhaus is doing fantastically well.
Yes, it is,
Now up to 4th place overall. We've still got the question of whether or not the number 31 Fricadelli Porsche has been injured by that scuff with the barrier. And
well, Campbell's dropped
5
seconds back. No, he actually dropped further back, hasn't he? Because of he was battling with the Mercedes of Christian Hohenadel, number 48, and
he stayed out of the pit lane anyway. Went past
true.
The pit lane
Yeah.
entrance.
So it was obviously reported to the Fricadelli Racing team, I'm fine to continue. Josh Burden now doing some stretches, probably feeling the pain of that rear shunt into the code 60. So just making sure that his back is okay, no doubt. And has had a conversation with the marshals already, but just a matter of course will be to take both drivers to the medical centre, and the rescue units are now arriving on the scene, by the way. This code 60 is going to ripple further and further back down the Dottinger Höhe now. It might even actually start at the beginning of that straight.
I think
yellow
that
flags
would
are being waved there now at the blind right-hander, and the code 60 is at the next marshal post further down. So all of the Dottinger Höhe, is that Hohenadel being overtaken by Felipe Fernandez-Larza.
Correct, that's a change for 3rd place now because of the pit stop because of Matt Campbell's, not pit stop, but because of Matt Campbell's little rumble along the edge of the barrier.
Actually, Campbell's not dropped that far back, because if that's the scrap for 3rd, are you talking 5.5 seconds?
Yeah, at the end of the lap, he was 5.1 seconds behind. So electing not to come into the pits. No, the car feels fine, says Matty, and carries on his way.
Nearly contact between the 3rd and the 4th place cars down at the Dunlop hairpin. There's also the Hoffa BMW, which was a spinner early on in the piece, you might remember, trying desperately to stay out of the way of this mighty fight between a spaceship, Glickenhaus, which is awesome down the long straight, and actually is able to pull away from the Mercedes out of the Michael Schumacher S, but then under braking, it looks like the Mercedes is more stable and can find all that time back again. But the Felipe Fernandez-Larza driven SCG 003C now starting to stretch its legs through the Hatzenbach Bogen and disappearing up the road as they head towards the Wiedol chicane. Meanwhile, it is a Friday night on the M25 at the Dottinger Höhe because of all this traffic going through the speed limited section of the long straight. You can get back up to racing speed in time for Hohenrhein, I'd say, but then it's leaping back on the brakes for everyone to steer through that chicane and head across the line to complete the lap.
Do you know what I reckon, Johnny? I reckon that the number 48 man filter Mercedes is the only one that realises this is a 24-hour race. Because remember in the early stages when Lance David Arnold was driving it, we were saying, oh, he's losing places, he's losing places. It was only because he didn't want to get involved in any of this battling that was going on up at the front. And that's very similar mentality being shown there from Christian Hohenadel. Yes, he did nudge the Glickenhaus a little bit, but it seemed to me that it was very much more Christian thinking, oh, wait a minute, no, I can't do anything too silly here. I've got another, 17 and a half hours to go. No need to throw it away just now. And the way that this race has been run, and I suppose in a way a penalty that we've been paying for having so many classes is, as a result of it, you've got a lot of class leaders who are pushing on very hard indeed, and they've got to keep their eyes both in the mirrors at fast cars coming past them, and they want to push on as well to try and make sure they don't lose ground.
That's cracking discipline though, Paul, because when you stay disciplined like we've just seen Hohenadel do, you kind of feel a little bit insecure then. If the cars in front of you are edging away, even with 17 and a half hours to go, you've got to tell yourself, he's crew chief, he's team manager's got to be telling him,
let him go,
just stick with the lap time, let him go, don't get dragged into it. 17 and a half hours to go. But then the insecurity comes in, oh really, I should really push, I don't want to let him lose sight of him, and it's that's why we love this sport, isn't it? Because it's got so many layers to it.
Huge amount of fluid has had to be mopped up on the Dottinger Höhe as well, so the quick dry is going down. I think the good news is that Roberto Falcon is out of the car and into the rescue unit now, and will be taken obviously to the on-site medical centre and to possibly a nearby hospital as well. But any news we get about the Argentinian driver, we will bring that to you. But good to see that Josh Burden was at least out of the KCMG Nissan GTR very quickly indeed. The safety cell in that SB9 car holding up to a huge crash on the Dottinger Höhe. Meanwhile, Pierre Caffer in the number 4 Audi getting very close indeed to Marcus Winkelhock, who's all over the grass on the exit at Arenberg, plunging down the hill now down into the foxhole. And Caffer and Winkelhock for 6th and 7th positions. Winkelhock somehow hanging on to that place, but Pierre Caffer's ready to pounce over the rise and into Adenauer Forest. This will be lap 43 for these two Audi R8 LMSs then. Again, closing up on the braking as the crowd showing no signs of dissipating back to the campsite. We're nearing the top of another hour. It is very nearly 10 o'clock on Saturday night here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. You're tuned to RS1 and RS3, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. And we are live from the Aston Martin Racing Lounge, bringing you this coverage of the 47th edition of the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. We're in sound and vision as well at www.radio-show.co.uk. Joe Bradley and Johnny Palmer, together with Paul Truswell, with this live action. You cannot take your eyes off this for the moment, but we will for a brief spell to bring you our latest Hyundai race update. Here's the 10th hour. The 911 Kevin Estre Porsche leads the way on lap 43 and has a lead of 9 seconds. That's the Manthey Porsche. Has a lead of 9 seconds over the Dirk Muller driven number 2 Mercedes of Black Falcon. Third position, and going very strongly indeed, is the number 705 Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus SCG 003C. Thomas Much is, no, he's not, it's Felipe Fernandez Larser, I beg your pardon, switching over to that driver at the last pit stop. Christian Hohenadel in 4th position in the number 48 Mercedes, which is the Man Filter HTP prepared car. 5th position, despite, we thought, quite a lot of damage after rattling down the barrier, young Aussie driver Matt Campbell still keeping things on the straight and narrow for Fricadelli Racing in the number 31 911. In 6th place and 7th place, having a good battle, the two Audis. Marcus Winkelhock in car 14 for Car Collection, and Pierre Caffer in the number 4 Phoenix Audi is 7th place. 8th position is Jelmer Berman in the number 6 Black Falcon Mercedes AMG. 9th place is Kelvin van der Linde in the 29 Team Lant Audi. And in 10th position, it is Maxi Boog in the number 3. That's another Black Falcon Mercedes, rounding out the top 10. And here's Joe Bradley with the class leaders.
Thanks, Johnny. Let's have a look at the classes. The SPX class has only got one car in it, and that car's currently got itself onto the overall podium in 3rd place. I'm, of course, talking about car 705, the Glickenhaus SCG 003C, to give it its full title, in its swan song event, currently leading SPX and 3rd overall. SP8 is being led by the rent-to-drive Familiar Racing Porsche, car 49, currently in 30th overall. SP8T, a little bit further down. Paul, where's SP8T?
Aston Martin.
Where have we got that? It's the 36. Christian Gebhardt's at the wheel of the AMR Performance Aston. 36, 51st overall. SP7, we spoke to Dennis Trebbing out of the SP7 class. He's not leading it though. That's being led by number 62. That's 27th overall. It's the Muldner Motorsport Porsche. Mark J. Thomas at the wheel. SP4 is being led by the BMW E90. Daniel Neerman is at the wheel of the car 325 in 117th overall. SP4T is the Porsche Cayman 718. Alexander Muller at the wheel of car 159. He's in 108th place overall. TCR is the domain of the Honda Civic, Team Castrol Honda Racing. Cedric Tutts at the wheel of car 172 in 48th place overall. And SP3 is down there. Toyota, the GT86 Toyota of TMG United, is car 115, and that's in 93rd place overall. SP3T is the Subaru WRX of the Subaru Technica International. Takuto Iguchi at the wheel of the 88 car in 40th place. SP6 is the Porsche Cayman GT4, the Schmickler Performance car 80 in 44th place overall. And SP10 is the Mercedes GT4 Black Falcon Team Identica. Tristan Vidas is in car 70 and he is 35th overall. And that is our class rundown, Johnny.
Excellent. So that's the Hyundai race update for this hour. The performance of Hyundai N. Feel the feeling. By the way, we've added another fabulous Andy Blackmore designed t-shirt to our Radio Show Limited store, inspired by the challenge of the Nürburgring. It's available from the start of the race, so clearly now available for quite some time, over 6 hours. And you can click on the store button at www.radio-show.co.uk for all the details on how to get hold of that. Another fabulous Andy Blackmore designed t-shirt. Link in with Radio Show Limited. We're live from the Aston Martin Racing Lounge. This is the Nürburgring 24 hours on RS1 and RS3 with Johnny Palmer, Joe Bradley and Paul Truswell, and also Chris Goodwin waiting in the wings to squeeze into the booth.
Excellent.
So we'll have a word with Chris in a moment or two.
Yeah, because I think of all the class leaders that Joe was just going through there, the Aston Martin was the only one that had stayed in its class lead.
That's unbelievable.
Especially after Christian Gebhardt managed to swing it 90 degrees to the direction it should have been travelling in, or maybe 270 degrees. You don't know how often he spun, but he was certainly pointing sideways across the track at Verseifen, but managed to get it pointing back in the right direction since then, and has since resumed. And SP8T, where is he now? Yes, he's on his way back towards this side of the circuit, and in overall positions is in overall positions, the Aston Martin is in 51st place. So I just need to scroll down a little bit there to get to 51st place. Just looking who else is still going in SP8T. It's actually a 1-2 for Aston Martin and SP8T, because Peter Kate, remember we had Darren Turner up here earlier on.
Yeah.
That car sorry, the 37 was the Alex Brundle car, isn't it? The 37 is the Alex Brundle car that lost 20 minutes having the gearbox freed up. But once that was done, Alex said the car was running very well. And since then, it has been running really well. Peter Kate in second place in SV8T. So it's a whisper it, Aston Martin 1-2 in SV8T at the moment.
And the Darren Turner, the DT car, is that 36, which is shared with Christian Gebhardt and Chris Goodwin. So that's the story of SB8. Where's the next nearest car in that category? It's the Toyota GR Supra, which has just this minute come into the pit lane. But that's on lap 37.
It's just coming at the end of its 38th lap.
Yeah.
And Peter Kate is already 2/3 of the way around his 38th lap. So comfortably ahead. Distance time. In fact, it's about 8 minutes is the gap, so very nearly a lap on the second place car. Sorry, the third place car. Peter Kate is second in the class.
So 8 minutes between Kate's car and the Supra that's just pitted.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that looks very promising for Aston Martin Racing at this stage, with a mere 17 and a bit hours still to go.
Update on the Matt Campbell Porsche, the Fricadelli Porsche car 31, who did smack the barrier. He's dropped back another second. He's now, the gap between himself and the Hohenadel Mercedes is just out to 6.3 seconds last time through. Hohenadel now dropping away from the Glickenhaus. Just under 2 seconds the gap between the Glickenhaus in third and Hohenhadel's Mercedes car 48 in fourth. Yeah. So still a battle raging there, I would say, for that final step of the overall podium.
Yes, it's a difficult one to judge because there's a lap's worth of difference in their pit stop cycling. So the Glickenhaus comes in a lap earlier, and that elevates all the cars behind a place. But then, of course, it gets it back when the other cars come in after their next lap. So there's only one lap of difference between them. But with a lap being 8.5 minutes, it can make a difference as to how the end of the race comes into sight. So you need at some point to start looking to the end of the race. This is too early.
Are you already back timing, Paul?
Well, I do it anyway from the start of the race these days, but
he does it from the start of the week.
But the point is, there's no point in doing it because you don't actually know how many slow zones we're going to have and how many laps we're going to do in the race, because I mean, at the moment our lap times are in the 9 minutes 50s, very nearly 10 minutes a lap, with them having to pick their way through the mess on the Dottinger Hoa. So the lap times are very much slower, so we're heading away from that magical 160 lap mark. But if they can get it tidied up and we start going more quickly again, then we'll be pulling the 160 laps back into range. What I mean is, it's difficult at this point to say how far the race is going to go. What you don't want to be is on the wrong lap when you're getting up towards the end of the race, although it is worth reminding everybody, or telling you if you've never done the Nürburgring 24 hours before, this race is slightly different from most other 24-hour races because it finishes at 24 hours. So at 24 hours, the flag goes out, and whoever happens to be coming past takes it. And if the leader is halfway around the lap, whatever, he just takes the flag when he comes round, and everybody who's ahead of him, who finishes the race after 24 hours, takes the checkered flag at that point, even though they'll end up being completing a lap less than the race leader.
Ollie and Ollie World, he agrees with everyone that this race has been outstanding so far. He's a little concerned that come 12 hours to go, we might not have many cars left. Yes, it's kind of felt a bit like that, hasn't it?
Well,
Chris Goodwin ready?
It was ever thus. This is that kind of a race where attrition plays a proper role, you know, we don't like to see big accidents, but it does mean that when you're competing in this race, you've got to be very careful to make sure you get it to the flag and you don't think it's a 10-lap sprint. Chris Goodwin with us now in the commentary booth. Leading the class, it's not too shabby, is it?
Hi, Paul. Yeah, no, it's going really well. Talking about 10-lap sprints, that's what you used to watch me do, isn't it?
Yeah,
that was a while ago, wasn't it?
It was a long time ago, yeah. Been doing this a long time.
Chris, I can't believe your car is still in the lead, because the last time I saw it, it was broadside down the run into Breitscheid, and Christian Gebhardt clearly had a bit of a moment. However, he recovered it, and you are still there.
Okay.
And it's a 1-2 for Aston
That's
Martin.
come as a surprise to you. You didn't know.
I didn't know that, but Christian's excellent at skidding cars around here. He drives here all the time in the fastest road cars on the planet. That's his job.
He is a full-time journalist, though, isn't
Yeah,
he?
yeah, and he does all of the what do they call it?
Track tests.
The track tests. He sets the benchmark laps.
In Sport Auto magazine.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. So he's incredibly quick in fast road cars on road tyres. So he's well used to being sideways.
I'll plug Sport Auto magazine.
He's the
'cause
right guy for that.
You won't have seen this then, with
There you
Jens
go.
Klingmann flying around the corner to be presented with double wave yellows,
Oh.
and that's your car.
Hi, Christian. What
This
are you
was a
doing
long time. This was a good sort of 20 minutes ago,
Yeah,
possibly.
yeah.
And we said that's another class leader in grief, because there have been so many in the race so far. But yes, part broadside, but I think he kept it at the barrier. Amazingly
Yeah,
enough.
he looks like he has done. It's quite slippery at that point, and the road does drop away from you. So,
Yeah.
listen, this is an epic race. You know, we were first and second at the end of the first lap, and then we saw Darren in the pit lane. He didn't even complete the second lap. He came into the pits through the back door. So anything could happen, and you definitely don't want to get carried away with yourself thinking that you're doing well, because what are we? A quarter of the way through.
in, yeah, that's just over 6 hours into the race. Because you were saying to me earlier in the week, Chris, you feel you deserve a good result in this race. Your first time here, you got to within an hour, you said, of getting to the end.
Yes, that was the very early 90s. Just for anyone that has never heard of me, I used to be a racing driver. And I disappeared and became a professional test driver for the last 20 years.
But still harboured this thought that you should have been a racing driver.
Well, now I've joined Aston Martin. So I joined Aston Martin a year and a half ago to develop the new Valkyrie car, the whole family of cars that Aston Martin are developing with Red Bull Racing. And so it's kind of been a rebirth of my racing as well, because I'm currently racing in my own team, Garage 59, in the Blancpain Endurance Series. And we're doing very well in that. We've had 3 podiums in that. And also VLN is something that's very, very important to Aston Martin Racing. David King particularly sees the value in proving products out here. So I've been doing a fair bit out here in this last few months. And here we are. This is the culmination of that. But yeah, no, first time I was here was when I was actually a young racing driver, and I raced a factory Saab 9000, which was, you know, kind of a big unit. And yeah, we were, I think, leading our class with about an hour to go, and the car got destroyed on the straight, planed off, and that was a bit of a awkward end.
Yes, you'd far rather finish when it's still daylight the night before, rather than have to go right the way through the night, wouldn't you? Yeah. Let's gloss over the rest of the 24s, because leading the class with an hour to go is a good way to think about the Nürburgring.
Yeah, well, it's the project of a lifetime, and it's the car of a lifetime for a lot of very lucky people around the world to own and buy. I think the expectation, and it's an understatement, I can say, the expectation is it's the McLaren F1 of this century, and that car set, a new level for everything. Exclusivity, performance, the whole driving experience, etc.
Because you've driven a McLaren F1.
Well,
because you're so old. I mean, because you've had so much experience.
Well, my time at McLaren started over 20 years ago.
Yes.
With Gordon and
Yes.
F1, and I raced
Yes.
the F1 GTR.
Yes.
So the opportunity to now have my final chapter of my test driving career with Adrian Newey.
Final chapter.
Yeah, if I keep driving like this. To finish up with Adrian Newey, Aston Martin, some absolutely incredible projects, because we have the Valkyrie, we have a track-only version of that, we have 003, the Valhalla, as it's been named, as another related project. There's a Le Mans race car now that was announced last week. It's just all happening, all mega projects that are absolutely my niche.
And you know more about it, probably, than anybody.
Well, this type of product is what I've been working on for 20 years.
Yeah.
So the development and making, tuning and developing high performance sports cars that are purely driver focused, high performance, great handling, proper British sports car kind of.
So you mentioned the McLaren F1, which went to Le Mans, never done a 24-hour race before.
Yeah.
Everybody said, oh, it won't possibly last for 24 hours. And then in 2020, 21, we're going to have an Aston Martin going to Le Mans that's never been before. Do you see my train of thought here?
Why not? It's lovely, isn't it? It's just fantastic. It's what people want to see. It's just an amazing story. And there'll be incredible cars to look at and listen to.
Yeah.
It will be a breath of fresh air. You know, arguably some categories in racing have become a little bit samey. Fantastic as they are, and what everyone's doing is really amazing. But sometimes a step change is great. I can tell you, I've had a step change in my career. Joined a different company, doing completely different product and all the rest of it, and it's fantastic. And I think the world is going to love seeing those cars racing at Le Mans.
Do you know what? It will make a very good book.
I can't write.
Oh, yes, you can. Come on, you've got it in the...
You can write, Paul.
You've got it... Well, no, I was thinking because, again, people may have never heard of Chris Goodwin. If not, why not? Chris's father, Tony Goodwin, has written, to my mind, one of the most... I wouldn't say it's the best, but it's certainly one of the most refreshing motor racing books. It's called Doctor on the Grid. If you haven't Googled it already, get onto Amazon and it'll be sold out in no time. No, seriously, it's a good book. And you told, because I told you to pass on my congratulations to him that it was a good book. You did tell me that you were thinking about doing one yourself.
Yeah, my father's actually pushed me to do that, because actually there's a lot of things I've done that no one really knows about, because most of them aren't in the public domain.
Exactly as your father did as well, because he had a secret racing career. And how he funded it, I have no idea. But I'm sure there are people in the Kent area who are very much more healthy as a result of his ministrations.
He was a doctor.
He was a doctor, yes. That's why the book is called Doctor on the Grid.
Yeah,
it's not some soap opera.
He had some brilliant stories from racing here. And
Yes.
this is one of the reasons why I love being here. You know, he raced here in the 60s and 70s when it was absolutely brutal. This is crazy enough. I love this. This is really like a video game. It's just mad. But back in the 60s and 70s, there was not even any Armco when he first raced here. You know, can you imagine that? Okay, the cars were different, racing was different, it's a bit less aggressive competitiveness.
I was going to say, you couldn't afford to be as aggressive as you are now, could you?
No, because you'd be dead. Because the cars were made of tin and,
Yes.
But he saw, he was witness to a lot of great history, when some of the absolutely fantastic Porsche Ferrari battles were going on here with those big sports prototypes and stuff. So it sparked things like that era sparked my imagination. And just going back to what you were saying about Valkyrie and the race program we've got in front of us at Le Mans, I think that's just going to spark people's excitement and imagination like nothing else. Those cars are just going to look mega. People are going to have posters of those cars on their walls. Kids are going to love that, And
Absolutely. And so where does that fit in with your driving career as a racing driver? Are you going to do Le Mans again?
Do you know what? I kind of would love to, but I am 52. I am, as a result of being 52 years of age, I have got a massive amount of experience in terms of developing cars like that.
But you're very sensible as well.
But ultimately, I'd say racing a sports prototype, but LMP1 spec car is probably a young man's game. Having said that, I have driven that car in the simulator, and it's mega. So it wouldn't take much to persuade me. Maybe it would be nice to have a vets class.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
But presumably, not just a simulator, you will get to drive the real thing in the next 14, 15 months?
Well, all of the cars are related. My focus is on delivering the road car first of all. So the road-going Valkyrie is the first of the projects, Project 001.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be driving that actually any minute now. So I've got to just get through this weekend in one piece.
You are 52, I can confirm.
Yeah, exactly.
My website agrees with that.
I stopped lying about my age a long time ago. The Valkyrie test program, because it's such a complex car, it's got complex aerodynamics, suspension, is active suspension, active damping, active aerodynamics. There's a huge amount of complexity that we pulled together using the Red Bull Racing simulator and the entire vehicle science team there, which has been an absolute pleasure. I mean, they set the bar very, very well. Adrian sets the bar very, very high in terms of his expectations.
And do you actually have those conversations with Adrian where you say, oh, well, the aero balance isn't quite what I need a bit more of this or a bit more, and Adrian's going, okay, looks at his slide rule and then pours a little bit more rear downforce into the car.
His famous slide rule and drawing board. Yeah, I think the cynical observers have already started to say, well, Adrian, he'll be bored soon and he won't be involved in that car and he'll be on to the next thing. And actually, that's not the case. So a typical day would be, I would be at Red Bull first thing in the morning, be driving the simulator. It's an absolutely relentless day. The productivity of the days there on this project demonstrate why they're so good at Formula One. They're absolutely on it. There's like a whole run sheet you never deviate from. You're allowed out of the simulator for a quick cup of coffee mid-morning, then lunchtime. That's it. You're in it, going.
And I can tell you absolutely hate it.
I love it. It's the best thing. I love it more than racing. And but at the end of the day, we go back for a debrief. There are about 15 geniuses in the room, all specialists in their individual area of the car, and Adrian will be there, and he'll be there later than I will, going around just making sure. So it really is interesting to see the enthusiasm for someone that's achieved so much going into this thing. And I know that he's just got the same or more to crack this Le Mans sports car thing.
One thing you have to tell to whoever it is who makes these decisions, the car must not be red, white and black. You can do anything else to it, but it mustn't be red, white and black, because red, white and black cars have been going around Le Mans for so long now, whether they've got Toyota on the side or whether they've had Audi on the side or whether they've... Red, white and black has been the colour. And I just want... I almost said our Aston, the Aston, to be a different colour.
Yeah, well, it sounds as if there will be more than one.
Good. The Astons.
Yeah.
Just
and
give one thing away.
And I don't, well, I think it makes sense for that category, right? That category has surely got to survive on not just having two factory cars and that's it. It's got to be more and more, isn't it? So I think it'd be really cool to see some green ones.
Yeah.
Sterling green, cool. Like the cars out here.
Absolutely.
The business, don't they?
Yeah, well, it couldn't be nothing else, surely, for Aston Martin.
Well, there's obviously commercial considerations.
The colour that matches your top, that's the colours that we see on the Vantage AMRs.
Yeah, you can see those coming, can't you?
It could be that. I mean, there's a big picture of the Valkyrie, the 002,
yeah.
at the back of the room.
Yeah, that's
see
the
that
yellow,
isn't it? The yellowy green.
Yeah.
So we know Aston for season 2021. Toyota have committed as well after the announcements about hypercar last year. There is talk about a former employer of yours, McLaren, one day joining the hypercar rules as well.
Glickenhaus.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking for British fans who might have lost faith with Le Mans as far as LMP1 is concerned, to have Aston and McLaren fighting each other, that would be great one day, wouldn't it?
Well, I think that's the kind of scene that then you'd immediately capture the imagination of a lot of the OEMs, and they'd want to be part of it. It would be the cool party to be at.
I'm looking forward to it. I think this is a real watershed moment. I know we've got another season of the WEC as we know it from 1920, and a good meeting at Silverstone to look forward to, a fantastic meeting at Silverstone to look forward to, because ELMS and WEC on the same card at the end of August and the beginning of September, and then this very different season of 4-hour, 6-hour, 8-hour races, plus the 1,000 miles at Sebring, and then the 24 hours to end the year. But after that, I mean, the world of endurance racing could just explode.
No, it's exciting. I'm more interested in it personally than I ever have been, for sure. But don't forget, all of this is still happening. I mean, don't forget the scene we're here.
Of course.
This is amazing.
And you've still got a motor race to participate in, haven't you?
I do,
yeah. And there's only 3 of you in the car now, isn't there? Because we were talking about the fact that there's you, Chris Goodwin, there's Christian Gebhardt. If you'd have had another Chris in the car, Darren would have just got too confused, wouldn't he? I mean, that was why you didn't have Chris Harris in the car.
We were going to change Darren's name as well.
Yeah, Darren would have had to be called Chris as well.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, seriously, from the point of view of running the 24 hours with 3 of you only in the car, I mean, you've had the time to come up here and chat with us, but it gives you less rest time, whatever you do.
Well, I'm old, but I'm fit. There you go.
So it's not a problem.
Keeps you young.
Do you
No,
actually?
it's great.
Because in
no problem.
a couple of years ago, we had a GT3 Aston here, and that was run as a 3-driver team. And people have said to me, with 3 drivers, you're actually more focused.
Yeah, you know, swings and roundabouts really. Look, it would have been great for Chris to have been here. I've been sharing a GT3 car with him in Blancpain now. This is our 2nd season. We've had great success. We have a massively fun time together as well. I've never enjoyed my motor racing ever as much as I do when I'm in my race weekends with Alex West and Chris Harris. This year in the Garage 59 Aston Martin Vantage. Last year it was with the other lot. But it's a shame he's not here. That said, I've not really been a Top Gear fan since the 80s when I was on it. You might remember with that horrendous year of Formula First racing.
Yes.
But I watched Chris's first episode of his new make-up show on the weekend just gone. I thought it was great. I thought it was really, really good. So he needs to focus on that.
I'm not criticising his decision to focus on that, and I'm not even suggesting that just because his name was Chris, you didn't want him in the car. But the fact that you were only a 3-driver team, as a result of him not being here, you didn't immediately go out and search for another 4th driver. You were quite happy to do it as a 3-driver.
Yeah. No, it's fine. All the more fun for us. And I get to wear his overalls as well.
Oh, really?
Which I have. Yeah.
Chris, thank you ever so much for popping into our little corner of the Aston Martin Racing Lounge. Realise you need a bit of rest now as well before you go back in the car, so we'll allow you to get some food on board. But great to see you here, and also, I'm, as I say, very excited about the future hypercar Valkyrie. Great stuff. Thank you, Chris. We will give you obviously an update very shortly of how the race sits, because that still bubbles along nicely at nearly 10:30
but
local time.
Whilst Chris has been sitting there, he has actually lost the class lead, so we distracted him off the sufficiently there. But it's still an Aston Martin that leads.
Not personally though, Paul, in fairness. You've been a bit harsh on poor Chris there. He didn't lose the class lead, did he? He made he parked up.
Christian Gebhardt has lost the class lead, and the class lead has now gone to Peter Kate in the 37 Aston Martin. So the other Aston is now at the top of the list for SP8T, 67th overall in the rankings, and say Christian Gebhardt 2nd in the SP8T rankings, and the Toyota number 90 with Uwe Klein now at the wheel is 3rd in SP8T.
The number 171 Hyundai, the Hyundai Velociter, is back to 2nd in class, and the 170, which was crashed, I'm being told, is back in the paddock now, and the team are just assessing the damage. I'm sure if they can, they will get that car back out on the track. So more updates coming from Hyundai.
Yes, Andreas Goulden was at the wheel of that crash 170, you may remember. Timo Scheide was in the BMW, and the two connected into Brunchen, which is a very fast part of the track, as are many portions of the Nordschleife. And that car looking done, I have to say. So much damage on the front left corner, but it might be that you can put another strut in one of these TCR cars relatively easily if they're modular design, and as long as the roll cage safety cell is still intact, then maybe there is a hope of getting that Hyundai back out on track. That would be an awesome effort. The TCR category with 9 cars in total, and they hang on a minute, only be 4 entries in TCR, so it is 4th place right now. So there's still a chance of a podium for the 170 car in the TCR class if it can get back out again.
Talking of Hyundai, there's the number 160 having a bit of a 360 spin.
Oh.
And that car resuming. Not sure where that is in class, but the 160. That was earlier, was it? Was it? No, it was dark there. Didn't have replay on our screens. That was looking like in a very well lit place. I tell you what though, now that darkness is pretty much well upon us, got a bit of cloud cover, so that the sky is actually getting dark. it really accentuates the blue lights. I've been in a police chase out there,
Yeah,
isn't
it
it?
is. Well, it's not far off that at
Mickey
times.
Hetherington says it's not giving me flashbacks.
Of your former career. Well, yes. You tend to talk about that virtually every day. It doesn't need a blue light to trigger you off.
Johnny, that's the only reason I joined the police.
What, so you can have a blue
So I
light
can
at the top
chase
of your
people with
car?
a blue light gun.
Fair enough.
Having
Dirk
got-
Muller,
I'll tell you, that's more for the middle of the night story, I think.
the second place car coming into pit lane, Kevin
And
Estra going round again.
Exactly, this is early, Johnny, so a significant pit stop here. What have we got? 7 laps on the stint for Dirk Muller. Kevin Estra sort of 7 laps on his stint as well, but he should be staying out for 8, I would suggest.
Yeah.
So a not quite scheduled pit stop, unless somebody, and bear in mind what I said earlier on about Renault Dufour running this car, he has worked out that the pace is so slow with that slow zone on the Dottinger Hoa, because of course losing time at 60 kilometers an hour on the Dottinger Hoa is much slower than losing time anywhere else on the circuit, because the speed differential is so much more different. And I wouldn't be surprised if Renault has, because okay, I'm a fan of his, and he will have worked this out as to whether they can do their pit stop, which will be a shorter pit stop because it's after 7 laps, not 8, and get out again without losing as much time as the Kevin Estra Porsche has done. And I spoke to a Porsche engineer last year before this race to talk about this very scenario, and we did say if you get a significantly slow zone, then it is worth coming in at the end of 7 laps rather than 8. So I won't say it's unscheduled, I'll say it's a rescheduled stop that Renault may well have put in place for this one. Incidentally, you remember you were saying about Bernd Schneider's last win here in 2016. At that point, it wasn't Renault Dufour who was running the car. Renault was actually running the HTP car, which was overtaken on the last lap. Christian Hernadel, I'm not sure if you were here that year.
I was, yeah.
Christian Hernadel got overtaken just going out onto the Grand Prix loop on the very last lap. Renault's car was the Hernadel car, and the Black Falcon car was being run by the engineer that's now swapped places because they've just reverted to the opposite teams.
Yeah.
So you pinch my engineer, I'll pinch yours, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, Dirk Muller is still in the car. So Adam Christodoulou has no doubt now gone at least down into the garage to see what's going on, and will be ready to get into that car next time it comes in.
Yes, I think 2016 was the first time I remembered that this sort of annual head explosion from a certain John Hindhaugh, although, well, biannually now, or double annually, because it happens at Le Mans and at the Nürburgring 24. But it's already happened in this race, frankly. But we had that fight on the final lap in 16. We had 2017 where it was hailing on 2 miles of the track and completely dry on the other part. And Lance Motorsport just threw tyres at it, realised they were the wrong ones, but they turned out to be the right ones and won the race. And then 2018 was when we had a red flag for hours and hours, and then a 2.5-hour dash to the finish. When Fred Makabicki went round the outside of somebody at the first corner.
That was round Mauro Engel in the Black Falcon Mercedes.
It was.
And the race, everybody said, should never have been restarted anyway because the rain was still pelting down when they did the restart. We were overlooking the start-finish line, and I mean and we were 2 stories up. The cloud of spray that came up from the cars as they did the finish. Yeah, but we have seen some memorable Nürburgring 24 hours, and we're watching one already 7 hours in that's promising to be just as exciting.
And they're all for different reasons, aren't they?
Yeah.
This one's going to be remembered for carnage.
Yeah.
It's the only thing that I can bring to mind at
But
the
this
moment.
race, still for me, more than anyone, just has the most amount of variables and the most amount of different types of scripts that can just be written out of nowhere.
Even Le Mans, Johnny, there's certainly in recent years there's been an element of eventuality and inevitability. You come here and you really, that saying of anything can happen and it probably will.
Yeah.
That is so true for this place. You cannot I wouldn't put any money anywhere near. I mean, I was going with a 31 Fricadelli car.
Yes.
But that's just like
Which is
putting a
second
lottery
right
ticket
now.
on, isn't it? Yeah, that's the pit stop phase. He's doing well.
I'd still take that if that was your shout before the race. Second place.
I'm
pretty good.
I'm sticking with it.
But I mean that's got something to do with 21 different classes in this race compared to a week ago 4 at Le Mans, although very heavily subscribed classes, we must say. No dispute at all about 34 GT cars in Le Mans being true entertainment, but this is just something else for me. The level of darkness, the changeable weather that we've had in previous years, although that doesn't seem to be likely in 2019, but you've got all sorts of different speed differentials. You've got an incredibly tight, twisty, bumpy track, and you just never know what is round the next corner, as was proven by the sideways Aston Martin for Jens Klingmann at the wheel of his BMW. And Philip Eng making a good point to me yesterday that one of the reasons why teams run with 4 drivers is to just give everybody enough time off before they've got to again turn the brain on to 100%, and that level of concentration is required for every single lap of an 8-lap stint, or possibly even a 16-lap stint if you're doubling. So you give the other 3 drivers as long off as possible to try and get some rest. But how on earth you turn your brain off after being at the wheel of one of these SP9 cars for a couple of hours is just
I don't think you can immediately, Johnny.
Yeah.
I think there's a wind down process, isn't it?
Yeah.
Normally I'd be pounding the pit lane with a race like this, but at the Nürburgring we don't have the radio frequencies to be able to do that. So I have to be stuck in this air-conditioned Splendor with you instead. But
Coffee on tap.
You do, you get the driver out of the car, and even the ones that are really affable and friendly and want to talk to you straight away, some you have to give a few minutes.
Yeah.
You can really see how physical their driver's been, their stint has been. But you can tell their eyes are wide open, they're still wide awake, and it's, I would imagine, very tricky to wind down after a stint in time to get enough rest before you get back in the car and have to do it all again.
That was a driver change on the Black Falcon Mercedes number 2. Adam Christodoulou has taken it over. He was due in the car anyway in a lap's time, so it was a double stint from Dirk Muller, double stints all the way down the line so far from the Black Falcon team driving the number 2. And as opposed to the 911, where I think Kevin Estre has just done the first double stint of the race for the 911. Up until that point, the 911 was doing single stints. So Kevin Estre, the first double stinter, having started the car, they cycled through each driver for 1 stint each, and now Kevin's done a double.
Was that generally against the grain, though, compared to other cars around, with the exception of possibly the one car also from the same team? Yeah,
the 2 Manthey cars, I think they have done this before, where they put one driver in the car for 1 stint for the first cycle through, and then they go to double stints. So at least every driver gets a turn. On the other hand, as we saw with Adam, you can be amazingly relaxed for the first 6 hours of the race if you're only going to get in the car after 7 hours.
True.
So, and we were saying, hearing from Chris Goodwin, it's not actually hugely stressful to have a 3-driver team at the Nürburgring. You wouldn't want any less than 3, but it does keep the drivers a bit more focused, because with 4 drivers in the team, you easily can have 6 hours off, and then you have to kind of dial yourself back into driving again after 6 hours. And you know how addictive driving around the Nürburgring can become.
Yes, from personal experience and also from knowing other people who I think have got a problem, frankly.
I'm not. Yeah, there's therapists out there. Other therapists are available. A little bit different getting addicted to it when your backside is a couple of inches from the ground. A bit different to being in a simulator.
On a computer game.
In a computer game. Talking of computer games, my mate Darren Wood is out there, and I've been trying to read this
racing,
out.
he's
not racing.
watching.
No, he's out there drinking beer. I hope representing us drinking beer, Johnny. Darren Wood and Matt are out there. Matt are out there drinking beer. I've been trying. I did. I forgot Matt's name.
Anyway, his name's Matt.
I met him yesterday, and he was introduced to me as Matt, so
Matt
I can't
Riddles.
help you.
Matt Riddles. It was over there. It was
On the tip of your tongue?
Yes, I've been trying to read this out, but there's been so much happening. Darren says, please pass on my genuine thanks, and this is Darren being genuine, mind, to John and Eve and the rest of the team. The first year we came here, and they have been coming here a long time. The first year we came here, we had no clue didn't use the word no clue there. He didn't use the word no. He had no clue what was going on at the end of the race. RLM has done wonders for the English-speaking world and for VLM. Thanks, Darren.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
kind of what,
I'll take that as a compliment to me as well, because I've done a few VLN races here and there. But yeah, the Radio Show Limited network being able to bring you season 3 now of VLN coverage. We started that in 2017. And there are still many races to look forward to in VLN, 6 in total, with also a 6-hour race. They're predominantly 4-hour races, but the 6-hour VLN race is still to come this year as well. And as I think I mentioned earlier on, VLN 4, which is the next one on the calendar, on a slightly tweaked track. They still do the full Nordschleife, but a different version of the Grand Prix track. The next round is due Saturday the 13th of July. So right after our coverage of the 24 hours of Portimao, which is the first weekend of July. That's the next prevented race, and we'll then be on VLN duty 7 days later.
the 170 Hyundai is being repaired, and that's good news. They are repairing it, and we'll get an update from James when that car is ready to be sent back out. I mean, obviously they're out of contention completely now, but
well, sort of, but as I say, there are only 4 cars in the TCR class, so all it needs is a drama for another one of the TCR cars up ahead, and you could still sneak a podium out of the most unlikely of positions.
Leader in, Paul?
Yeah, leader in the pits, that's Kevin Estre, and he will almost certainly be handing the car over now to someone else. Michael Christensen on the rotation, but who's to say they're going to go with the rotation. Adam Christodoulou coming up towards the end of the Dottinger Hoa at the moment, and when he gets there, we'll have a good indication of whether he's able to take the lead or not. In theory, he should, because his pit stop will have been quicker than this pit stop is for Kevin Estre to hand the car over. So I'm expecting Adam Christodoulou to move back into the lead, and when he does so, then he will become, or it will be, the 4th change of lead in the race thus far. Had so many changes of lead in the race, but nevertheless there has been the number 2 Mercedes, the number 1 Porsche, the number 911 Porsche have all led this race.
And normally in a pit stop, guys, when you see the bonnet go up, it causes my instinct is to be concerned. However, because of the statutory time that they have to stay in the pits, they take time in replenishing fluids and cleaning.
They need to get on with it though, because if they don't get on their way within the next 10 seconds, in fact the next 10 seconds or so, they have to get underway. And Christodoulou coming through Tiergarten now, and so he'll be coming through. He will take the lead of the race because the Porsche is not yet underway. So Christodoulou across the start-finish line into the lead. The Porsche coming up 3 minutes 25-26. It'll be over the line in 3 minutes 30. And so the gap, I would say, as they go through the Grand Prix loop will probably be about 10 seconds, with the Mercedes ahead of the Manthey Racing Porsche.
We'll see that when they click by the first of our sectors,
which is down at the Dunlop curve.
Also into the pits was the number 31 Porsche. Matt Campbell stays in the car, and Pierre Caffer and the number 4 Audi also into the pits. So Christodoulou passing all 3 cars that were in front of him.
And behind that, we've got we will have, I should say, the Glickenhaus coming in, if it's not already done so. I think it has actually already had its pit stop, hasn't it? Number 705, because it's now in the hands of Frank Maillot.
Yeah.
Now, he's managed to squeeze 8 laps out of this stint, partly because of that long code 60 on the Dottinger Hoa. Remember at the beginning of the race, Joe, you and I were talking about whether you would get to stretch another lap out of the car. The slippery little Glickenhaus is obviously on 8.8 laps per. That becomes, sorry, it's
full lap of fuel.
Yeah, so sorry, they've done 8 laps on the last one. They're doing 9 laps on this one.
Right.
So the 8 becomes 9.
Yeah, so and think your point is a great one, Paul, about the speed differential between top speed at racing speed down the Dottinger Her compared to 60 k's. You're going to buy yourself back an awful lot of fuel in that regard.
Exactly. I mean, if you because you'll basically you can slip it into neutral, throw an anchor out of the front of the car, and hook yourself onto the bumper of the car in front, and not use any fuel at all.
Precisely. I'm sure many are doing that. So Frank Mayer that was his 6th pit stop of the race, as we have had for the race leaders. 47 laps completed now for the 2 of Christodoulou, Black Falcon Mercedes, and the 911 Porsche of Michael Christensen.
But remember, the first pit stop for the Glickenhaus was a lap early, so they've now kind of got that lap back as a result of what they'd done earlier on.
So that they started with 6 rather than 7 for a lot of the other cars.
Yes, exactly.
Fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they've got that lap back that they came in earlier on in the earlier cycle through the pit stops. The gap between Christodoulou and Christensen. So we've now John would love this. We've now got 2 drivers with CHR as their initials at the front of the field. So Christensen against Christodoulou. The gap between them is 7 seconds.
I'm going to step away briefly because we've got another guest to bring into the studio, but the Dottinger Her stretch appears now to be clear. So the code 60 could well have been lifted from that area towards the end of the lap. Armco barrier needing to be repaired both on the left and the right side approaches to Tiergarten. There's also an issue at Galgenkopf, which has been dealt with now, because all of that is clear once again.
I think that was all part of the slow down, because they did.
Galgenkopf's the right-hander, isn't it?
Yeah, they didn't want to have people coming around the Galgenkopf corner at full pelt and then slowing down, so they put the yellow in before Galgenkopf as well. So that has been removed, and we'll be able to see in about 6 or 7 minutes when we get some lap times what kind of lap times they're now capable of doing, because we should be back now to some proper lap times down in the low 8 minutes 20s.
And we've got another guest, Paul, David Drinkwater. David, thanks for popping in, mate. You're out in the 91 Volkswagen Golf. You will be able to confirm for us GT or GT or GT tyres.
Well, it does depend who you speak to.
I know, exactly. Exactly. I've heard you say GT.
Yeah, GT is fine.
All right, well, let's call it the GT Golf then, eh? 4th in class at the moment, you told me.
Yeah, we're doing okay, I think. The Cup car is a little bit slower than the TCRs and the Subaru in class, but we're steady at the moment, so it's great.
All right, we've had absolute carnage there. I'm sure you saw it.
I was out in it.
So you were out in that. So when you came through the debris field.
Just before the Dotting Ho, when it was that second driver was out after me, but before that was the Manta and the BMW
All right.
and the Hyundai. So it was that chaos.
Tell us about. Give us your list of. Give us your tale of carnage.
I don't know. I think there was so much. I think at one point there was 4 code 60s on one lap. So I think the difficulty is as a slower car you need to concede, and also the GT3 cars are a pace and are trying to keep that lap pace and keep them up in the front of the field. So it's a difficult trade-off, and for me it's concede the place nice and easy, let them go through, and then for us lap times aren't so important. It's more about keeping going and getting to the end.
David, you're a familiar name to our listeners in the 24H series. You've raced with Ricky Coomer, and whenever I see you guys racing, I always think, wherever I am, I always think, yeah, I'd like to do that. I'd like to, because I could do that. When I come here, David, you're welcome, mate. And that's the reason why. This place, and I know you've striven a lot, you've put a lot of work in, and you've spent a lot of cash as well to get the permits, to get the licensing, to get the qualification done, to actually do this race. What was the driving passion to want to do that here?
Again, I think it's exactly what you said, because you want to do it. And I think on Thursday night was my first couple of laps in the dark, which was a damp track. So that was eyes wide open. It was like rabbit in a headlight. It took a lot to get used to. Instead of having a day qualifying before, they have day qualifying after, which I found a little strange. But yeah, that sim was just.
So that's interesting. So you come here, and the first practice you get is in the dark.
Yeah. Well, you've
got experience from the qualifying race.
Yeah, from the VLN races, but it's only daylight running.
Of course, yeah.
I couldn't make the qualifying race, which does run into the dark, but that was my first experience, so I went out fourth. So the guys had gone as it was going from light to dark. But yeah, it was very interesting.
Do you think they've got it right, David? You've been racing a few years now. All right, mainly in the UK, and you've done, like I said, 24h series on the international scene. Do you think they've got it right here with the way that you have to be licensed, you have to go through all sorts of processes? Did I hear that you've got to do some sim work as well before you even get on the track?
You have to do the e-learning course,
right,
as well as...
Is that like a classroom session?
Yes, classroom session.
Right.
You can do it, it's online now, so
all right.
You can do it online, which talks about the flags, the intervention vehicles, gives you the videos, and it runs you through tests. You have to get 100% across the, I think it's 5 tests.
Right, so there's zero tolerance.
Yeah, zero tolerance. So you have to be able to get everything correct. But I so heartily agree that, going through the permit, getting the permit B, and then still have to do 3 VLN races to get the permit A is definitely...
You think they've got it right?
Absolutely.
See, when I started racing, mate, I bought a trailer and a tranny van and a Formula Ford, and I sent away for a licence, and they sent me a licence, and I could turn up and race. They didn't have any odds. And also with the qualification process and, the level of incompetence, this place doesn't take any prisoners, if you have any level of incompetence.
I think it's a very difficult place, especially in the dark. It's a whole different animal to when you're out in the day. So definitely as a person, if you're new to it or new to VLN, doing the permits and going through that actual procedure is definitely the way to go. It's just so difficult around here. Managing the traffic is not too bad for me.
You're in a class of car where you haven't just got to look forward, you've got to be looking in the mirrors as well.
You do spend an awful lot of your time looking in the mirror and judging where you are in the corners and where the GT3 cars and faster cars are coming through. So you need to know where you are on the track whilst looking in the mirror.
And is there an etiquette?
You just concede. When you're in a slower class, you see the GT3 guys, you don't want to hold them up. Likewise, you don't want to be held up yourself. So quick, easy it is to lift off the accelerator, just let them through, and then just tuck them behind. You have to be very, very careful.
So do you practice when you're in your class of car? And what is the 91? Let me just clarify that, the SP3T. When you're in a class of car that isn't the fastest car here, you're not the slowest class here. Do you practice running offline, and do you go through that kind of? Because coming from a conventional circuit where you have to optimise every braking area, every turning point, but here you must have to practice where the optimum line is offline, where not to go, where to place the car to allow the traffic by.
Correct. You need to know where you are on the track at all times. When you're looking at
what's coming next.
Yeah, what's coming next, and where you are in the braking. It was difficult in the stint I was in. It was just as the sun was going down, so you had it in your face, and then at another point you'd have it in the rear mirror, in the side mirrors.
Oh, wow!
So you couldn't see what was coming up behind you.
That's the romantic stint, dear. That's the romantic stint.
It was, well, very difficult because you're not sure whether, because the GT3 cars come up so fast.
Yeah.
Ridiculously fast. You look 1 minute, there's nothing there. You blink, and they're right on top of you. So you just have to be very careful.
You're fourth in class. I'll not keep you any longer. You're fourth in class. At this point of the race, with what have we got, 16 and a half hours to go, are you even thinking about the finish? I'm sure you're not.
Just the aim is to get to the end, I think. Where we finish, so be it. I don't think we're too fussed. It's a difficult class we're in. The Golf Cup cars just haven't got the pace of the TCR cars.
Right.
So the TCR cars that don't want to run in the TCR class with I think it's Dunlop tyres, drop into this class and then they can run whatever tyre they want. So I say, to get to the end and just see what happens.
Yeah. Mate, it's great to see you.
Yeah,
thanks for
likewise.
popping in. Do pop back. I know the next time you're in the car, and out of the car I should say, you're probably going to get some sleep. So I'll forgive you, but come and see us in the morning after you've had another run.
Yeah, we'll do.
And best of luck. We're rooting for you. David Drinkwater, I'll let you go, David. Thanks very much for popping in, mate. Really appreciate it. Thanks again, Dave. Fourth in class in the 91, and it's GT tyres.
I think we kind of settled on that some time ago. Nice to see David Drinkwater up here, and another driver. They've been doing single stints in the GT tyres car, David Drinkwater's car, so they're quite happy for David to come up here, knowing that there's going to be another driver in the car, then another one, and then David will be back in. But by my reckoning, it'll still be properly dark, although you might get the sunrise. Sunrise is fairly early in the morning. I did write it down, but I've lost that piece of paper now. About 5:30, I think the sun was up pretty early anyway, because we are as close as you can get pretty much to the shortest night of the year. And we have another change of shift, because rather than well, I've just got a different shape next to me now, which prevents me from seeing the screen to my right in a different way.
Shift shapers.
Exactly. But Christodoulou ahead of Christensen, first and second.
That's not going to confuse me at all, is it?
Well, just stick with it, Martin. Stick with it. You did very well last time, so just keep going. The two crews then, first and second, separated by 10 seconds, and that separation, just, I don't know how much you've been paying attention as you've been stepping away. I know you've been keeping tabs on what's been going on, but that change of lead to have the Black Falcon Mercedes in ahead of the Porsche was achieved by virtue of the Black Falcon team bringing in whoever was in the car before, Dirk Muller, a lap early in order to get a shorter pit stop, in order to get a track position, which they now have, and they now have a 10-second lead. But the car will have to come in for its next pit stop a lap early. But the team deciding to bring it in a lap early because of the shorter loss of pit time, whilst the big accident was cleared up on the Dottinger Höhe.
I like the way that you can still have a pit stop strategy, even though there is a fixed minimum time based on how much fuel you're taking. If you take less fuel, then you have a shorter minimum time, and so there is still mental arithmetic and juggling to be done at every stage.
Yes, I mean there is always a plan A, but there is always a series of circumstances when we will move to plan B. Yeah. And as you may know, I've been trying to talk to a lot of engineers and understand how they do these things, and they will always rather have a big chart which says, this is our plan. If these circumstances happen, we will do this. If these circumstances happen, we will do that. Yep. And so that all your decisions have been made beforehand. What you don't want to do is somebody to say, oh my goodness, there's been an accident on Dottinger Höhe, what should we do?
What shall we do? Oh, I hadn't thought of that happening.
Because when you make a decision on the pit wall, it's always a bad decision.
Or when I make a decision in the commentary chair, it's usually a bad decision.
Not at all. Just don't lose that piece of paper.
Yes. Off you go, and I'll do the classes.
No, you've got to throw.
No, it's early yet anyway.
It is early, yes.
You've been
You've got a minute. You've got a minute.
We got a minute to go.
To build up to that.
So I bumped into Mauro Engel just as I was out enjoying the fresh air and the sunset, and he was saying that their plan is to double stint the drivers all the way through, because he says otherwise you're only in the car for an hour, which isn't very much, and then you're in the car again in another 2.5 hours, you're back in there, and you never get any time off. He said the race just goes on forever. If you're in for 2 hours, it's barely any longer mentally than 1 hour, but then you get 6 hours off. And so the driver remains much fresher, they reckon, by perversely spending more time in the car in each stint,
because he gets a longer rest period.
Much more rest off.
Yeah, I agree absolutely, and indeed I wouldn't be at all surprised to see some triple stints happening or 2.5 stints happening if again the circumstances dictate that would be a possibility.
Now I know that you've got a million different analysis stats. Are we ahead or behind the crash/retirement curve at the moment? What I'm leading to is, because it's so clear and warm and perfect conditions, is the race faster, and therefore are we crashing more cars out?
I think there are certainly more delays. We've had more incidents than we would normally have because of everybody pushing on very hard indeed.
We are at 7:30 local time. There are 16.5 hours to go. It is
11 o'clock. It's 11 o'clock local time.
Oh, yeah, 11 o'clock local time. You see, I'm reading the wrong screen twice.
We've had 7.5 hours.
It is 11 o'clock local time. It is time for our hourly update.
Well, as ever, before we get into the class rundown, just for my benefit, because I've only just arrived in the studio, let's catch up with the overall standings. Still leading is the number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes, Adam Christodoulou at the wheel. In second place, the 911 Porsche. And these two have been duking it out right from the beginning of the race. Manthey Racing's Michael Christensen in second place. Maxi Goertz is third. In the number 48 Mercedes, that's the Man Filters car, the bright yellow-green crocodile car. In fourth place overall and first in SPX is car number 705, and that's Frank Meyer again at the wheel of the Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus SCG. In fifth position overall is the number 31 Porsche Fricadelli Racing. Matt Campbell drives that, and he is ahead of sixth place Marcel Fessler, who is now in the Team Car Collection number 14 Audi. The number 4 Audi that was in the top 3 at the end of the third hour. Frank Stippler drives that Team Phoenix car. He's in 7th. In 8th place is the number 12 Manthey Racing Porsche, and that's Dennis Olsen at the wheel. In 9th place, number 29, that's the Land Motorsport Audi R8, and Christopher Mies drives that. And in 10th place, car number 3, Mercedes team at Black Falcon, and that is driven by Maxi Book. So that's the top 10. We'll get to the rest of the front runners a little shortly. However, in the classes that we cover on the odd hours, and there are many of those in the race, in V3T, 94th overall is car 718, the Porsche 718. That is still leading its class. It will come as no surprise to you to learn, because it is the only car in its class. Michael Kirker is at the wheel of that car. In V2T, I'm looking in the wrong direction, car number 162, Yutaka Seki, is back at the wheel of the Manhella Racing BMW F30. That still leads from the 148 car, which is the Rahel Frey crewed GT Tyres Audi. 102, 102nd position is that, oh no, that's the V2 class, not V2T. V2T. Moving on down to V4, moving on up to V4, that is Philip Kowalski at the wheel of the E90 BMW 325i, run by Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport, car number 150. They're in 95th place overall. In V6, our leader is the Black Falcon Team Techstar Porsche Carrera, Alexandra Akimenov. 133 is the car number, 68th place overall. In the Cup 5 class, that is Team Avia Sorg Rennsport, BMW 240i, and Inga, now that Hansestra, there's a name I haven't come across before, car 247, and that is in 53rd place overall. Closest rival in that class, a mere 27.5 seconds back, and on a 25-kilometre lap, that is all but nose to tail. In the KTM crossbow class, Teichmann Racing's number 111 car, still the class leader, and Reinhard Körfler at the wheel. That car's now in the top 40, up to 38th place overall. And in Class AT, Team Care for Climate, the Porsche GT3 Cup car, it's number 320. The last time I did this 3 hours ago, it was their landed gentry driver who was Titles driver who was at the wheel, not much of whose name fits on the screen.
Thomas,
and it is Thomas von Lerwitz of Menard.
Very good.
Yeah, von Lerwitz of Menard.
Yes.
That's like me mangling languages there. Because von is of,
yeah,
and of is von, so yeah, anyway, there we go. So it's Thomas at the wheel.
2 titles, you see. He has a German title and a British title.
Ooh. Very good.
Can I give you a little update on the 36 Aston?
Joe Bradley, give me a 36 Aston update.
Yeah, it's had some front suspension repairs. That's the Aston that we saw at 90 degrees of the direction of travel. That's had right front suspension damage, and that's been repaired. It's about to go on track. In fact, that might already be out.
Ooh, excellent. My little Aston update is the 35 I saw on the flatbed many hours ago, but you're up to speed with that.
And a little inquiry that Paul gave me, what's happening at the Flansgarten. There is a slow zone, and it's between Fransgarten and Schwalbenschwanz. The speed is, I should say, there's a green flag as we go through the right-hander of Schwalbenschwanz. So I'm not sure. I haven't got a static car there, Paul, for you.
Well, that was kind of my question. If you could see...
Right. I've got an intervention vehicle showing.
Right.
But no car.
Right.
Stationary.
Might just be some debris on the circuit, I suppose.
Tidying up and towing away, yes.
But more significant than that, while we're in the hourly update, the number 2 Mercedes of Adam Christodoulou has came into the pits, and not only into the pits, it's been wheeled backwards into the garage, and there's some sort of repair going on in the car. Yeah. I'm not sure whether he's been subject to some damage, but the bonnet of the car is up. They're in the engine compartment.
Oh, that's really not good. They were gaffering the splitter on, but a man's just run his hand across his throat.
Yes, in that international gesticulation of "it's finished."
That wasn't the F word I was thinking of, but that's a much more broadcastable F word. Adam is still in the car. One of the crew members has opened the passenger door and is leaning in. Dirk Muller hasn't even been in this car, has he?
Yeah,
He did the double before Adam got in, did he? Okay.
Yeah, they've all driven it. Now, I just wonder if that sign across the throat was to say, no, turn the engine off, we need to do something else, or whether it is something
Well, the man
something
who made
more
the
serious.
gesture has taken his helmet off and is now over at a workbench packing stuff away, and mechanics are taking their helmets off.
And the bonnet's down.
And the bonnet is down, and the wheels are not on it.
I think it's done.
Whatever it is, I mean, Adam is still in the car, but whatever it is, it has the look of being terminal. Yes.
This is the pole position car, remember?
He just slammed his hand on the steering wheel in frustration. Maro Engel has given him the bad news, and Maro does not have a "don't worry mate, it's all right" look on his face. He has a "we're going to bed early, it's only 11 o'clock and we're already out of the race." The number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes is done, and the TV crew from the broadcasters are waiting to chat to him. That is very bad news indeed. Number 2 car's being pushed right to the back of the garage. That's not a work zone, that's a dead drop zone.
Yes, that's very frustrating for Adam Christodoulou, and I think he knew when he brought the car into the pits that all was not well with that car. He'd only been out in it for 3 laps. Remember, Dirk Muller had brought it in a lap early on the previous one, and I was giving credit to the team for having pulled a fast, clever action. They were, but it was enough of an inspection there to decide that the car wasn't going to be able to restart. It didn't take very long. It wasn't one of those decisions where they plugged lots of laptops in. It was just looking at the mechanics and thinking, oh dear, there's a big bit sticking out the side of the engine here.
Well, the wheel was off, and actually all the examination wasn't under the bonnet, it was inside the left wheel arch. And even after they'd looked under the bonnet, they're still looking inside the left wheel arch. Now, I don't think that's because there's a conrod sticking out there. Well, there's certainly a steering arm there that's just dangling down, but there was no question, as you say, no laptop required. And in a modern car, I always say, if it's got all its wheels and it's not on fire, it's electronics. I think for once, this is not an electronics glitch. I think this is something clattery, clattery, bang, mechanical.
Alan Prosser has tweeted collecting the number 50. You know,
because they were looking down, it looked like they were gaffering up the left front corner.
The number, sorry, what did the message say again, Joe?
It just says collecting the number 50.
Yeah,
the
number 50 has been out with a broken engine for the whole of the race. I mean, it was out after the first hour. So I suspect that's that's something entirely...
It's a screenshot of something in the dark. You enlarge that. It looks as though there may have been contact. And there was contact at the first corner. And is that the Z4?
That's the Aston.
It's an Aston.
Number 50, yes.
All right, so it was the left front corner that struck the Aston in the door as the Aston driver turned in, and Adam had dived down the inside. And so I'm afraid that is the end of that for the car.
As I say, it's not number 50.
Sorry, it's not the number
No,
50.
can't
No,
be.
No,
it's the white Aston, Paul.
White and orange or white and red?
The Pro Sport car.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yes.
So 51 then, because they were 50 and 51, weren't they? Either way, contact in the first corner in the Haug hook.
68 and 76 are the two Pro Sport.
Ah,
You're just
okay.
making up numbers, aren't you, Martin?
He said 50. I knew that.
Well, I don't know where 50 has come into this, but
well, from the screen grab we've got, is that maybe not a 5 and a 0, but a 6 and an 8?
Well,
If you think that's the Pro Speed Aston. Either way, we'll try and get a little bit more information on that.
I would suggest yes.
What it does mean, though, is we've only got one crew at the top of the table, and that is Michael Christensen in Porsche number 911.
And
Maxi Gertz in second now.
yes, but 2.5 minutes down the road, whereas what we had was a 10-second battle for the lead.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. I mean, even if that was a steering arm drop down, that's not a race finishing.
No, clearly
that's
there was
just something to fix.
Clearly there was something else very major. It can't have been just an oil cooler or just a radiator, but it happened in the first corner. So I'm assuming he must have come around the Grand Prix loop and back into the pit lane, or the steering wasn't badly damaged, and he's gone out onto the Grand Prix loop and it's basically cooked the engine.
We're speculating, so
we are,
don't know. But anyway, it has meant for Manthey Racing very good news indeed. And as you say, Martin, Michael Christensen now leads the way in the 911 car, with Maxi Gertz in second place, leading the challenge for Mercedes. And then Frank Maio with the Glickenhaus in third place. And that's now a proper third place. Previously, when he was in third place, I was always saying, well, he's not in third place for a long time because he's got his pit stop a little bit earlier. But because Felipe Fernandez-Laza managed to get use the 8 laps of his stint to be able to
do an 8-lap stint
to get onto the same schedule as everybody else. He's now back on the same schedule as everybody else. So Frank Maio in a proper third place, and then in fourth place is the Fricadelli Porsche, which Matt Campbell. Did you see Matt Campbell driving the car down the side of the barrier for about 100 yards?
Blimey, they're built Ford tough, aren't they?
Well, yes, the barriers and the Porsche, it would seem.
Well, the Porsche, I was thinking particularly.
Avoiding an intervention vehicle that was on the track, which Matt just seemed to miss whilst he was trying to go past a Mercedes at the time. Scraped it down the barriers, but still going strongly in fourth place.
I've got another contender for what the Christodoulou Merc hit, the number 90 Supra.
Okay, could be.
Is it white?
I don't know. Again, Andy Blackmore, shoddy work. He's had a whole week since Le Mans to detail 170 odd cars, and
which changed it between Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, exactly so. May not be a bad shout. May not be a bad. Oh, in fact, I tell you what. Shall we see where the number 90 Supra is and how many positions it's lost, and whether it's back in the garage?
Tell me who's in it, because Maurizio is a pseudonym for Mr. Toyota, who is the CEO of Toyota, the head of Toyota driving that car.
There is no Toyota in the pit lane, and there are a lot of cars in the pits, a lot of which we know about that won't be going any further.
While you look for that, Martin, I can tell Paul that the slow zone has now disappeared from Planscott.
Excellent.
Yeah,
okay.
The track is basically green now, isn't it?
Yeah.
All the way around.
So Uwe Klein was on an outlap. Is on an outlap. Work out when he was last
That's
seen.
always a really dangerous time for a non-pro driver. Think back, a whole week ago. Tracy Crone running into the back of a very slow car down the Mulsanne Straight on an outlap because he was busy checking things and not necessarily looking out the window in front.
So Graham Goodwin's just texted me that it was the Supra as well, so that's winning the vote so far.
I think that sounds like a good shout.
Sorry, the number, the Supra, did you say?
Yeah, 60 rather
Sorry, I thought you said
60
Subaru.
rather than
Yeah, number 90 is the Supra.
That's 90
yes.
rather than
Yeah,
50.
so
rather.
Did you find out who was driving it?
Yes, it was in the hands of Uwe Klein.
Right.
So not Maurizio or Toyota, but Uwe Klein was driving it. But he brought the car into the back of the garage, and although it's not showing as being in the pit lane on the list of cars that is in the pits, because it's coming through the back entrance of the pits, it is in there at the moment. Last time across the start-finish line was some 15 minutes ago now.
So
it's
had
definitely
he
stuck.
gone the long way round, he should have been back by now.
Yeah,
And
so
he's
a
not
clash
come home for tea.
between the Christodoulou Mercedes and the number 90 Toyota Gazoo Racing Supra, and sadly for Adam, who'd been up here earlier on, he gets just 3 laps of his 24 hours of the Nürburgring. I wouldn't say he was boasting, but he was commenting that he'd only done 3 laps up until now. But he's going to be able to go home from the Nürburgring. He's done 6 laps, and he'll be very disappointed at that.
Yeah.
So Porsche leads, Mercedes second, Glickenhaus third. Then we've got the Porsche from the Fricadelli team with Matt Campbell, as I say, star of the race so far for keeping that one on the road. 5th place is the Audi from the car collection team, Marcel Fessler at the wheel of that car number 14. 6th is Frank Stippler in his Audi, that's the Phoenix Audi, and then 7th is the best of the remaining Black Falcon Mercedes, because that's the number 6. Who would have guessed that that would be the best of the Black Falcon Mercedes, with the problems for the number 3 Maxi Boot car earlier on. Gabriele Piana is 7th in the Black Falcon Mercedes, and 8th is another Audi, the Lant Audi, and that's in the hands of Christopher Mies. Now, Lant with the 29 car and Car Collection with the number 14 car are driving this race, Martin, with just 6 drivers. The two teams.
Across the 2 cars?
Across 2 cars, they've only got 6 drivers. So, although they're driving it as 2 teams of 4, they're going to have to share, because
2 of those 4s in each car are the same 2.
There is only one René Rast. We know a song about that. And there's only one Christopher Haase as well.
Yes.
So
you would think the quicker they get into double stinting, the better those guys will like it, because they'll have more time in each of the cars, but more rest between each.
Well, no, because if you if you switch between cars, then you have to have 2 hours rest, full stop. If you get out of one car, get into another car, you have to have a 2-hour gap. If you drive for more than 2 hours, then you have to have a 2-hour break.
Yes.
But if you drive for less than 2 hours, then you don't have to have a 2-hour break if you get back into the same car.
If you stay in the same car,
yeah.
Yes. I knew there was a minimum mandatory break, and I was just about to say, but, Paul, what is the minimum mandatory? But I didn't know about changing cars. So if they swap cars, the other guys need to be double stinting or have their other 2 drivers.
Yeah. What I'll do now,
it's going to be a long night for them, though.
Whilst you're telling us about other things, I'll just have a little look and see how much they're driving. Each of them have done in each of the cars so far, because that will be interesting to know.
Pit stop for Manthey Racing's number 12 car. Dennis Olsen stays in, and he has just left the pit lane. He's in 16th place, ahead of the KCMG Nissan of Alexander Imperator. Oh no, that's not 39, that's not Imperatore, that's Liberati. So the 39 car is Edoardo Liberati, the Roman. That car was driven earlier by Mathieu Vazevier, Christa Jons and Nico Menzel, son of Christian Menzel. The number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes, as we've seen, is in the pits. It's still shown as 23rd, but obviously it will plummet off the leaderboard.
I just want to thank the collective, Martin. I've just updated Twitter. I'm just going through Twitter, and literally there are too many people to thank for shouting at us that it was the Supra. We eventually got there, but thanks everybody. You got there a lot quicker than we did.
Well, that's because they're busy rewinding their video, and we can't do that because it's not our video. So we're trying to work that out. Christian Imperatori, who was completely confused me because he's 2 spots above Liberati, is driving the Falcon Motorsport BMW. He is at the wheel of that car, and in fact he's in front of Dennis Olsen, 15th place. Olsen is in 16th place. So just having a little look up and down the leaderboard, the gap between second, Maxi Goertz, and third, the Glickenhaus, and that's Frank Mayer, is a whopping 2.05 seconds, so nothing whatsoever. And in traffic, obviously, that will go up and down. The gap between Frank Stippler's 6th place Audi and Marcel Fassler's 5th place Audi, the number 14 car, leading the number 4 car, that gap has now stretched out to just a fraction over 9 seconds, but again, it's almost visual. Further back, Jan Seyfarth in the Mercedes in 10th place is just 2 seconds behind Maxi Buch in the number 3 Mercedes, so that's another close battle. And
Being made aware, Martin, of the lap times that the Glickenhaus is putting in.
Frank Mayer is now half a second behind Maxi Goertz, a 9:03 on the last lap.
Which means that there is
in the dark in traffic.
But it means there is still slow zones out there, because they'd be down in the 8:45s somewhere. So Frank Mayer now up to second, ahead of Maxi Goertz then in the Mercedes. And I'm guessing that is to do with safety zones rather than anything else. But certainly the way he's got ahead very rapidly there. They were nose to tail, weren't they, at the last sector?
Very close. A lap ago was 6 seconds, and 2 seconds rather. And then
here they come, in fact, across the start-finish line. Look out the back window there. They go past us and down into the Haug-Hoek once again.
And so that looks like a slipstream by the Glickenhaus, actually down the Dottinger Höhe, getting ahead of the Mercedes. We've seen so many times how the Glickenhaus is very quick in a straight line, and how it's just I mean, there was still in daylight, he pulled up behind 2 Mercedes that were battling. One was Nico Bastian, don't remember the other one. Pulled out, drove by them both and drove away.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, there he is. Well, yes, it was done on the Dottinger Höhe, as you said, Martin. And quite easily it looked in the straight line. The story between the car collection drivers and the Land drivers. So far, Christopher Mies has not driven in the car collection car, number 14. Christopher Haase, not Mies. Christopher Haase has not driven in the number 14 car collection car, and Rene Rast hasn't driven in the number 29 car, so there's been no Rast for the Land.
Oh, I see that. That's very good.
It's a bit subtle, that one,
That's
wasn't it?
very good.
So
for this time of night.
It'll only get worse, Martin. 23 minutes past 11 here in Germany. So I suspect that's going to be their strategy, if you will, for the rest of the race, where rather than having it as 2 4-driver teams and having to work things out more complicated, they'll keep it as 2 3-driver teams, and then if and when one car breaks down, then either Christopher Haase or Rene Rast will be able to switch over to the other car.
And take up some of the slack. This is a sort of TWR 4-driver Jaguar policy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Going back to our relative youth.
That was driven by budget, though.
Oh, yes, yes.
On Tom's, or best use of his resources, as Tom would say.
Yes.
Both of the Fricadelli cars are still running, Joe.
Yes.
The number 30 car is in the pits. So,
and the number 31 car, which was my choice.
I do mention that as your favourite car. Yeah.
Hang a minute.
He's at the 4th.
Do they
Matt
know
Campbell.
they've got the curse of your €1 attached to the
Kept that
car?
quiet. That's why they're still in 4th.
That's
why they're still there after all of this.
Over the public airwaves now.
I've been doing it since Thursday.
Okay.
So the 2 leading cars from Manthey and Fricadelli are in 1st and 4th, and then each of them have a delayed car. Manthey with a delayed car in 11th place, and then the number 30 car, which was delayed with a suspension problem, wasn't it? I think.
That's a very good question.
I'm trying to remember what the delay. Somebody will remember what the delay was for the number 30 car.
Answers on a tweet, please. That's the modern version of the postcard. They are in 63rd place, to answer your question.
Yes.
Well, not to answer the question you just asked, but to
answer the question I was asking myself.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, me too.
So
I started scrolling while you were talking, so that's how I found it.
Yes, and just trying to work out where they are in terms of laps behind. They've done 45 laps, so it's 6 laps behind the race leaders. Yeah. So they must have lost a long time in the pits. I'm trying to think what they were doing in the pits. I'm sure it was front suspension that had been damaged in the number 30 car.
That does sound familiar, but I don't have anything written down on my piece of paper, so I cannot confirm or deny. Slightly worryingly, Maxi Gertz in the number 48 Mercedes, they've got flashing blue lights at the top of the windscreen, which is never, I suppose it gets the attention of drivers, because any driver in any car, if flashing blue lights come up behind you, you get that sick feeling in the stomach and pay attention, don't you? I think that's a universal.
It is, except when you're in Germany.
Do they not use blue lights in the police cars?
Well, they do, yes, but you don't worry about it, because you're just going at whatever speed you're going anyway.
They do have speed limits. They have a lot of speed limits.
Yes, so there are. And
they carry
won't
guns
go
in
into the history of. Having lived in Germany, I've inevitably driven in Germany and inevitably have had blue flashing lights in the rearview mirror at one point. But these blue flashing lights this year are slightly different from in previous years because of the Lumi-rank system, which shows you the number and the position. That is also the blue flashing light. So rather than having a separate blue flashing light, which just flashes blue, the Lumi-rank system flashes blue as well as telling you who's in the car, as well as telling you its driving position. Right, so it's a real multi-function piece of equipment.
And I think the choice of blue, as you said, Martin, is quite instinctive, isn't it? It grabs your attention. I think that's why the emergency services use blue. It's something to do with the recognition in your retina.
Well, and yellow and red are used for other things. Yellow being for service vehicles and red for emergency vehicles.
I got very, very excited just a moment or two ago because I noticed on the ticker screen Streetek has lifted the pit lane. I thought, oh, but it says number 94, so it's not the Manti yet.
No, I think that's Robin Streetek.
In the Opel Astra. So that car is back on track. I think it was just a brief pit stop. So we'll wait to see just how much rebuilding the Manta needs. I don't know if somebody's sort of driven back to base to go and get a couple of conrods and a set of bearings, but it does.
Yeah. It's just got crash damage.
Oh, it was crash damage.
Yeah, it was crash damage.
Oh, right. Okay, so it's going to be walking wounded with a bit of blood.
Their aim is to get the car out to do the final lap at least. I'm sure they'll do the final
which you're allowed to do.
Yeah. Why not? Why ever not?
Bit of a complaint about our Hyundai N Feel the Feeling hourly updates is that apparently all What's-It breaks loose when we do one. So
yes,
we need to.
I have noticed that pattern, Martin.
Yeah. Does it happen when you do them or only when I do them?
No, it's happened when anyone's done them.
It's just because it's been an action-packed race.
Yes.
When you do them, you always say which car is in the lead of the Cup X class, and it's always been the 111 Teichmann Racing crossbow, because it's a class 4 crossbows, although we call it Cup X, even though we should call it Cup Cross. But it's the Cup X for crossbows. They have been given the black flag, which is a compulsory call into the pits, because there are noise restrictions on the crossbow class, and the 111 would seem to be too loud.
And
so
in fact, Race Control have summoned them to the clerk of the course.
So they've got to come into the pits, and it being a black flag, it's something that they have to come in and fix. So that car it's got a huge lead in the crossbow class. I think it's about 4 laps ahead.
22 minutes, 25 and a half seconds.
Yes, which is about 4 laps.
Yeah, it is.
There is a column that should show me laps, but it's not doing, which is annoying me, but I can't do anything about it at this stage. Curses. So the 111 is going to have to make a pit stop and have that rectified.
Now, being in Germany, there should be no confusion about this, but there's 2 subsequent messages, 111 and 777, both being summoned to the clerk of the course. Now, because Germans put a strike through a 7 to differentiate it from a 1, we're assuming that they are actually calling the Ford Mustang to the clerk of the course as well, which is 777, as well as the 111.
KON24 reports that the number 30, the Fricadelli Porsche, was in the pits for repair to the power steering.
Where's my pen? I'm writing that down.
So thank you for that.
Okay, I'm yes. Now, steering.
The number 31, the other Fricadelli car with Matt Campbell still at the wheel, he's the driver that had that scrunch down the arm core. It's clearly had no effect other than scraping the pin off the outer wings and the door, because he's just put in some very, very quick laps.
That was a proper Code Brown moment. There
wasn't
there
it?
was
Yeah.
absolutely no way that was standard operating practice.
A quote from Maro Engel regarding the damage to the Black Falcon Mercedes says that Adam Christodoulou had coming together with another car, broke a steering arm, and it needs a long time to repair. But the implication is not that the car is retired, it's merely that it is being repaired. So that car may yet reappear, although it may well be that Black Falcon say, look, we're going to lose half an hour repairing it, we're not going to be able to catch that back, so what is the point at this point in the race?
What we could see in anybody who's ever fixed their own car, what we could see in the wheel arch was the ball joint and the rod that would go into the steering link in the upright and the steering arm. So,
but they will have
should be quick to replace. So I'm wondering then whether they were looking further in and spotted damage on the rack.
Yeah,
and that would not be repairable really. Joe's going to have to press a button that I can't read. So it might be that there was a knock-on effect and it's damaged the rack or cracked the rack or something, and that would be more of it. From our contacts in the Hyundai camp, they point out that the 171 Veloster, which is back out with Mark Bassang on in the car with new front brakes, is the car next on the entry list, car 172, is driven by Marcus Österreich, former single-seater racer, truck champion. Joe, quickly turn that screen back on. And he's the father of Moritz Österreich. So Marcus is leading the TCR class. Moritz in the 171 Veloster that was leading the TCR class is trying to catch up. We are looking under a car which is having, it's one of the TGR cars, not sure which. Now do you think this might be the number 60 Supra that we're looking underneath?
It is white.
Having lots.
They are Toyota Gazoo mechanics.
Yeah, having lots of work done to front suspension and mountings. Oh, go on, side, 56.
It's a complete reboot.
It's 56. It almost looks like it's engine out.
So it's not the 90 that we think
connected
with the number 2 Mercedes.
However, it is a clearly very much delayed number 50. Oh, it's on my page. It's the Toyota Lexus LC in SP Pro, and Matsui-san was at the wheel of that car. They are in 60th position currently.
The only car in SP Pro having its own class to kind of deal with the fact that the Lexus LC, although it does have a homologated GT3 version now, that isn't it.
Not as map. So the 56 car, so Takemitsu Matsui was the man who brought it in. And that car, I can't tell from my screen how long it's. Can I? Let me scroll across and see if I can tell. No, I don't think I can. 46 laps completed, so it's 6 laps behind the leaders.
It's been in the pits for 35 minutes and 25 seconds, and counting, obviously.
Yeah. Well, there is ground-up restoration going on underneath that car. The delayed number 1 Porsche, Fred Makovici, bringing it into the pit lane this time without a puncture, which is what delayed it the last time, or the first time he was driving a car. Are we now on the 3rd cycle through on their drivers?
No, that's still. This is still the 2nd cycle for Makovici and crew.
So did they? Because they did single stints at the beginning. Did they double then with Patrick Pilet?
Yes.
Okay, so now they're into doubles, so now they're starting to rest the drivers up a little bit.
Yeah, so apparently Pilet was the first driver to do a double, and now Fred Makovici has to do a double just because Pilet did.
Yes.
As it were. So that car, as a result of that pit stop, will lose that position to the Conrad Lamborghini number 7, which has already gone past.
Yep.
And that's in the hands of it's in the hands of Michele Di Martino at the moment. So Michele Di Martino heading on his way.
I was very glad to see that when that car came in for that rear wing to be refitted or fitted again, a new rear wing to be fitted, the Franz Conrad was, as ever, right in there going, no, not that bolt, that bolt, that bolt, and that bolt. He seems to know more about the cars that he runs, and always has, than his mechanics do.
Yes.
Fastest last time by was the Matt Campbell Porsche, but very close to that was the Glickenhaus. Did an 8:23. It's just gone through again, I think. No, 8:25.
8:25, yeah. Matt Campbell, 8:22.9.
Quicker than the Porsche, the 911 Porsche ahead of it, and quicker than the Goetz-driven 48 Merc behind it. So it's strong second place in that car.
Yeah, I mean, Frank Maillot, very quick indeed. A couple of years ago was when the Glickenhaus Trophy was awarded to, or the Glickenhaus Trophy was founded for to commemorate the fact that the Glickenhaus had set pole position in 2017, and it was a Frank Maillot time. And I have a feeling from memory that it was a Frank Maillot lap during the race as well, which was the fastest lap of the race. Can't remember that for sure, but I have a feeling that was the case in 2017. The fastest lap of this year's race at 8 minutes 19.6 is just over 2 seconds shy of what Nick Tandy managed in last year's race. But conditions set to stay dry for the rest of the race. No reason why it might not be possible to set another quick lap if the traffic through the night continues to allow it.
Or early hours of the morning, just as we get into the blue light before dawn. So as you said, dawn, daybreak officially, sunrise 5:20 a.m. Central European Standard Time, summertime. But by around, well, not long after 4 a.m, the roseate fingers will be starting to make their presence felt across the sky. And that's when track is cool, but survivable, and the air is coolest, and the engine gets the freshest breathing, and the drivers start to be able to see a little bit better as well. So
it's golden several hours.
That could be
in the summer, isn't it?
Yeah, it could be our witching hour for sure. Somewhere between 4 and 6 could see more quick laps than we have seen up until now. And of course, there will be fewer cars than there were earlier on when that quick lap was set. Of course, one of the fewer might be Frank Maillot in the Glickenhaus, but we'll cross that particular bridge when we get to it, or if we should get to it.
Just this lap, just looking for where Michael Christensen is. He's just heading off up towards the Michael Schumacher S to go on to the Nordschleife for the 7th lap of the stint that he's currently on. So this lap plus another one should see him right for before he comes in. It should be just a routine extra fuel and another set of tyres for the Manthey Porsche though.
How many laps until the 31 Fricadelli Porsche comes in?
He's got another 2 laps to do at the end of the one he's on at the moment.
Okay, because he's only done 5 stops, so is the number 4 Audi only done 5 stops compared to 6 of the leaders.
And he's going to probably get out that car as well, Paul, isn't he, Matt Campbell?
Yes, he is, yeah. I'm interested why those...
No.
Pit stop numbers are right. Okay.
No, ignore me. I'm confusing my pit numbers with my laps numbers of this stint. So in fact, they are. Yeah, they'll come in a lap after the top 3.
Yeah, they've both done. No. They've both done 6.
Yes, because they're all in their 7th
six stops so far.
Yes, I'm getting my columns confused. That's what it was.
Easy done.
Yes, and it's not even bedtime yet.
The only car that has done an extra stop out of the top 20 is the car in 20th place, the number 11 Glockenspiegel team Monschau Ferrari, which has done 1 extra stop.
Well, and the number 1 car, but that was for a puncture. So that's not...
no, but it didn't do an extra stop. It just did a very slow lap. So the reason it fell so far back was because of a very slow lap back into the pits with Fred Macavici driving it very gently.
Problem on our screen now is that we have a column that says number of stints, and that and the number 14 car now show 8 stints. So presumably that clicks every time it comes.
That's because he's now on an out lap, having just done a stop.
Yeah.
The number 14 car being one of the cars that came in early on its initial pit stop, so did a stint of just 6 laps on its first stint, and thereafter it's done 8 lap stint, so it comes in a lap early.
Number 5 Audi as well, showing that it is on its 8th stint. As you also said, the number 11 Ferrari, the Wochenspiegel car.
Great to see Marcel Fassler up to speed as well in the 14 Audi. Remember, just last weekend, that huge shunt in the Corvette, I was all worried, didn't he?
Yes.
Clearly fit as the proverbial butcher's dog.
Not least worried him, I think, actually, who was fairly stiff afterwards. But,
yes.
But track physios can do quite amazing things to the human body. So I'm sure he's had an awful lot of time on the table being beaten to a pulp.
And let's not forget
back again.
that car's progress, Martin. That car missed out on qualifying to start at 29th. Now it's fluctuating between 11th and inside the top 10, 7th, 11th, the way that we cycled through the pit stop. So that we mentioned that car when we were trying to choose who were going to be our favourites going into the weekend. That was another one with a cracking driver lineup. Just read the names on that 14 Audi. It's Marcus Winkelhock, Christoph Haase, Marcel Fassler and René Rast. Where's the weak link there, Mart?
Well, actually Christopher Haase, because he hasn't done any work on that car at all yet.
It's not exactly weak.
Yeah, then...
No, he's driving the other car that he and René Rast are both in for Team Car Collection. So, as Paul was saying, looks like René Rast, having started or having done stints in the 14, is possibly staying in that one, and Christopher Haase is possibly staying in the other one. But again, a la Tom Walkinshaw, should one retire, then you've got another bullet in the chamber that you can immediately transfer across to further bolster up the driving strength. So we'll wait and see.
And I think that's been the kind of strategy they offer. Having read an interview from René Rast earlier in the week, he regarded having two cars to drive merely as giving himself two chances of winning the race. As perhaps somebody like Adam Christodoulou would wish if there was another car that he could hop into. But anyway, I think as a strategy it is not a bad one, and it is clearly possible for three drivers to do the race alone. If the two cars happen to go very well, you end up with the possibility of driving both cars. If you want to be credited as the winner, you do have to do 15 laps. So there is a regulation that says if you've got a driver who hasn't driven and he doesn't drive, then you have to say that to the organisers he's not going to drive, or he has to do 15 laps. You can't do something in between.
Am I seeing Maxi Goetz pulling back onto the tail of the Glickenhaus? Is that 1.7?
It's 1.7 between Maxi Goetz and Mayer, so Mayer's lost some ground somewhere.
Slightly more relevantly, Christodoulou leaves the pits, Christodoulou has entered the pits. So Christodoulou has gone around the Grand Prix circuit.
Really?
Unless my tracker is a long way out. 23:43.
Yeah, no, Christodoulou has just crossed the start-finish line.
Ah, so they have repaired it.
So they have repaired the steering rack, whichever bits and bobs needed. And there's a slow zone as well at Klostertal. So new slow zone at Klostertal. Should we flick across to the DUFA and find out who has...
premature assessment on the damage on the number 2 Mercedes.
Well, it was probably switch it off, get out of the car, you might as well have a drink and a wee because this is going to be a while. So at Klostertal we've got a 120 zone, and who is not moving? What speed is 008 doing? He's moving. What speed is 171 doing? He's moving. 48. No, stop it. Don't follow that. No, don't do that.
What are you seeing, Martin? You're not actually seeing anything there.
No, I know. I'm trying to find which car has stopped, and it's 49.
That is the rent-a-drive Familiar Racing Porsche, which was leading the SP8 class.
Yes.
Last time I looked.
In 30th place overall, you're right.
Yeah.
So that's Jörg Viskirchen who is at the wheel.
I think it's at an off. I think there's debris. Whereabouts on the track is it off, Mark?
We're at Klostertal. We're just going through a code 60 zone with Maxi Goetz, and there is a little bit of a debris field.
Back there. Just as I looked up, there was
so
debris strewn.
In fact, there's quite a long code 60. We've now gone past the second marshal's post with the code 60 board on.
It's even harder to distinguish where on the track we are in the dark.
Well, we've now gone through Klostertal, and we are on the tight right-hander heading up to the carousel as we go green on the run down to the carousel. So
one of the cars that is in that...
Oh, there's another car off, car 157.
Yeah, Okay, 7:05 is in there as well. Have you said that already?
No.
I didn't think you had.
49.
I was trying to chase it down, but 7:05 is in the area of the
Glickenhaus. Wow.
yeah, is in the area where the Code 60 has happened. But what I don't know is whether it's just going slowly, and the reason that my alarms are picking it up is because it's just going slowly, or whether it has actually been one of those that stops. You have the live tracker.
I have 49 stopped at just on the exit of Class Total.
Yes.
And then 157 was on the long right-hander before the Parabolica Caracciola, and that now seems to have got going again.
We've got.
So who was 157? Did you get to that pace before?
Yes, 157 is the privately entered V4 BMW, and it is currently in the hands.
Started moving again. So
Of Simon Sargmeister.
now I saw that name on the entry list, and I wondered whether that was any relative of Franz Sagmeister, legendary bobsled brakeman, but possibly not.
Another slow zone appears between Brunchen and Flansgarten. Can't
Yes,
see any
so
cars
it has.
static.
And can you find the Glickenhaus on your
Yes, I've got
tracker?
him. Yeah,
And is he
he
moving
is. Yes,
along
he is.
nicely? Right,
Yes.
okay. So
He
it's-
is just coming through Schwabenschwanz.
okay, because it is a long sector, and it takes a long time to get through that sector anyway,
He's
but...
about to clear the sector, Paul.
Okay.
Keep an eye out.
So Frank Meyer then, second place in the Glickenhaus, but with Maxi Goetz's Mercedes now very close to the tail of the Glickenhaus, or much closer to the tail of the Glickenhaus, possibly as a result of the way that it goes through the Code 60s. The pair of them now on the Döttinger Hohe. Yeah, it's not separated by very much at all, are they?
No.
3 seconds.
Pit stop just now for the number 3 Mercedes. Maxi Buch has handed over to Lucas Stolz. That was just a couple of minutes ago. And as you said, Joe, Code 60 at Flansgarten and at Brunchen, and there is a yellow zone from Hocheichen.
So we've got the 49 showing at Klostertal.
Yeah.
So that car losing ground and dropping away from that class lead. I still can't locate any car that is stationary.
No, agreed.
At Brunchen and Flansgarten, and we had a little bit of a slow zone, some sort of yellow flag at Hatzenbach.
Both the second and third place cars in the pits now. Frank Maillot comes in with the Glickenhaus number 705. Also into the pits comes Maxi Goetz with the Van Filter Mercedes. And immediately Matt Campbell goes through and takes second place now. A little cheer from my right, and Mr. Bradley, looking forward to his fricadella later on, his beef burgers and meatballs. And so Matt Campbell, unfortunately for him, he will be into the pits at the end of this lap, but he does get a lap of glory in second place, whilst the 2 cars that were ahead of him make their routine pit stops. This lap will also be the in lap for the race leader, Michael Christensen, who... Where is he on the circuit? He's heading up towards Arenberg at the moment. Yeah,
heading out into Sector 3, first sector in the forests.
I think he's through Sector 3, isn't he? Sector 4?
He hasn't got time for Sector 3 yet.
1, 2, 3. He's got a sector, so he's in Sector 4 now, which is the shortish sector heading up towards Arenberg.
I'm showing him just entering Exmuller, so he's going that downhill stretch.
Because he's got a problem with his transponder, hasn't he? Because we had this with the 911 earlier on. Were you here? I don't think you were here at this point.
So what, does it jump from sector to sector without moving in between times?
Yes, and in fact, because the timing screen shifts the positions based on what happens in the sector times, we actually had a new leader on the board, and Johnny and Joe, who was then sitting there, we were getting very panicky because the 911 had just gone missing.
Leader's gone.
But
No,
it
he
was,
hasn't. Yes, he has. No, he hasn't.
Exactly, yes. And I think that is what has happened again, because he's gone through and set a time for Sector 5, but set a speed for Sector 5, but he hasn't set a time for Sector 5.
Well, that's clever if you can do it. Wholesale pit stops. We've spoken about Frank Meyer bringing in the Glickenhaus, Maxi Goertz bringing in the number 48 Mercedes, the number 6 Mercedes on pit road as well. Christopher Mies has brought in the Team Land Audi, the number 29 car, and Jan Seyfarth in the Get Speed Performance number 16 Mercedes, also on pit road. So top 3 are Christensen, Campbell and Stippler now. They stay out for this lap only. Joe?
We've got a car stopped. It's the number 126. That's the Volkswagen Golf. It's in the SP3 class. It's the MSC Zinzig.
Is that at Kittelbacher Höhe?
That is at Floodplatz.
Okay, we've
That's
got
that run towards Floodplatz.
got a new slow zone then at Kittelbacher Höhe.
Oh, another one.
Yep.
Well, Kittelbacher Höhe and Floodplatz are not that far apart.
It's a slow zone before the code 60 or the double yellows, presumably. They just stretched it back a bit. In the same way that they did back up towards Schwalbenstrand when they had that big problem on the Dottinger Höhe.
So 126, still showing.
Okay, all going green again now. So Hatzenbach green, Hockheiken green, Kittelbacher Höhe green as well. Maxi Goertz has left the pits. The Glickenhaus has got, which the Simonsons in?
Andreas
Simonson. So he has taken over that. Chris Mies, Jan Seyfarth, still their car. Don't know whether there are driver changes. Their car's yet to leave. We're looking at the Vodafone other networks are available number 16 Mercedes.
Yes, that should be a driver change for the number 16 and also for the Land car number 29.
Yep.
Although Gabriele Piana could well be staying at the wheel of the number 6. In comes the Lamborghini on schedule. This is the Conrad car number 7 in 9th place.
Yep. And that was Michele Di Martino brought it in. So is that a double stint? Is he
it
staying in?
It should be, yes, because Mappelli did a double stint before Martino. We're just trying to work out in the number 6 Piana will probably stay in, and number 29 they'll probably keep Haase, won't they? So they'll cycle between Haase. Van der Linde, interestingly, only did a single stint when he was in the number 29. So he
Were they all doing doubles?
Well, Christopher Haase before him did a double, and Christopher Mies after him did a double, but Kelvin only did a single.
And the answer is Piana has left the pits, so unless they've forgotten to change over the name, he is still in the number 6 car. So Gabriele Piana takes out that car. Our SP3T leader is in. That's the number 88 Subaru WRX STI in 35th position. And that is 88. Haven't found him on the list yet. That is Carlo Van Dam. I wasn't sure if it was Carlo Van Dam. It is Carlo Van Dam at the wheel of that car. So there may be a driver change there. We'll have to wait and see. Renger van der Zande has taken out the number 16 car, taking over from Jan Seyfarth. And code 60 being introduced at Klostertal, where we had... Okay. 2 consecutive messages, track clear at Klostertal at 136, and then code 60 at 134 and at 136 at Klostertal. So the track may be clear of possibly car debris, but might need a bit more flatbedding, muck clearing up.
Yes, it's quite often that they kind of upgrade yellow flag zones into code 60s. Or downgrade them, depending on how you look at it, but sometimes the way the signals get sent through, that doesn't always make its way logically into the timing screen.
Quite a long slow zone all the way through Klostertal, then you go green just before you turn right, heading down towards the carousel.
And that reflected in the overall lap times, which are once again way over 9 minutes, 9 minutes 20s and thereabouts, certainly the late teens and into the 9 minutes 20s. The race leader, Michael Christensen, though, is now in the pits. This should be a routine service for the 911, the number 911, the leading car. Michael Christensen should stay behind the wheel.
Well, driver's door hasn't opened yet, so I'll go with that, definitely. Passenger door was for changing of bottles and topping up of things.
And a new set of tyres.
Brand new shiny tyres going on.
Michelin tyres being used by most of the SP9 class, not all, but most. And away to our right, we now have...
Not quite yet, because he found the sweetie pot before he sat down.
Well, I think that's why he chose to sit on the right.
Yeah.
But
he's brought it worryingly close to you and I, though, Paul, which will bring radio silence.
So, I'm very strict on sweets during races, ever since one year, which I will tell you about.
The sweetie offence.
No. It was dear old Simon Taylor who brought us a whole bottle of bottled sweets, and it didn't really work at all.
Okay.
So,
were there's extra strong.
Anyway, so also in the pits is the Rooster Royo Mercedes, as you said, Martin, the car from the Get Speed Performance team, and that is also receiving a normal. It's Reninger van der Zande, I reckon, getting into the number 16 car.
Correct.
Before it is his turn.
Phil Ellis brought the number 18 car in. Is he due to get out? Didn't really look like that was happening.
I think he stayed in the car as well.
I think he did too.
Time.
Carlo Van Dam brought that STI into the pits, but there was a driver change with our SP3T leader, and it's now Tim Schrick who's at the wheel, so they're working back through their rotation.
The 911 car still at the pit.
Yes, it is. I can see it from here.
And that's okay. It's still got about probably another 20 or 30 seconds to wait there. They are extremely long when you're sitting there with nothing else to do.
Well, and also when you take your eye off it and then you look at something else, and you look back at the screen, oh, he's still there, is that right? Because you've by that time lost track of the fact that it's not a 35-second stop.
No, the stops incidentally are about 3.5 minutes. So 3 minutes 30 seconds the pit stop time for an 8-lap stint. Not an 8-minute lap, all laps are about 8 minutes, but for an 8-lap stint, then your stop is 3.5 minutes, and the 911 has now been in the pits for 3.5 minutes, so should be on its way. It's gone.
Our other leader is in, Matt Campbell. He has just brought the 31 car onto pit road, so as the 911 goes out, the 31 911 comes in, and that leaves Frank Stippler to finish this lap as he comes in. I think he's currently second on the road, but will drop back again when he makes his stop.
Stippler now in the pit lane, and that will allow Frank Mayer at the wheel of the Glickenhaus number 705 to retake second place, and also Maxi Goertz to retake third place. So that battle which we were observing before, which was second and third places, will recommence. The two of them separate by nothing at all. Maxi Goertz still right on the tail of the Glickenhaus.
Marcel Fessler is in sixth place, and he's about a minute behind that battle and 4 minutes behind the leader, so half a lap. So will he stay in sixth position, or will he get to move? No, he won't get to move up, will he? Can't have been that much of a difference.
No, he will stay sixth through the pit stop. In fact, he might even get pushed down to seventh, because the Audi number 14 will re-inherit the positions with Marcel Fessler. That's the only car that is really on a skewed strategy. Not quite sure. I think they had a puncture out of sync earlier on in the race, the number 14 car collection car, and so they bounce up and fall back more than most do through the pit stop cycle.
We're approaching rapidly the midnight hour, which means we'll have time for an update in just a wee moment's time. It also means that we will have just 15 hours to go. We're live from the Aston Martin Racing Lounge. Paul Trustwell, Martin Haven and me, John Hindhaugh, on RS1 and RS3, two of our 3 full-time channels on the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and in sound and vision at www.radio-show.co.uk. And it's now midnight here, Central European time.
Midnight CET, 8.5 hours of the 24 hours of the Nürburgring have already been completed by our surviving drivers, and there has been quite a rate of attrition. Maybe actually at the bottom of the hour we might go through those that are halt, lame and probably out. However, we will run through our running order. It's midnight, so let's start with the overall order. Michael Christensen has just stopped in the number 911 Porsche. He leads the race ahead of the number 705 Glickenhaus, with Maxi Gertz in 3rd place in the number 48 Mercedes. This order is slightly jumbled because we're in the middle of a sequence of pit stops. 4th is Mathieu Jaminet in the number 31 Porsche. In 5th position, number 4 Audi. Frank Stippler at the wheel ahead of a similar car of Marcel Fessler, who is in the number 14 car in 6th position. Giorgio Piano, it's not Giorgio, is it? Gabriele Piano, thank you, in 7th place in the number 6 Mercedes. Number 29 Audi, Christopher Mies, is in 8th position. And in 9th place overall, Dennis Olsen in the number 12 Porsche, ahead of Lucas Stoltz in number 3 Mercedes, who rounds out the top 10, and still our top 15 cars are on the lead lap. Again, because of pit stops, that may become more rather than fewer as the stop sequence continues. So that's SP9. All those cars are in SP9, with the exception of the SPX leader, which is Andreas Simonsen in the Glickenhaus, which currently lies right at the moment in 4th place overall. It leads the one car SPX class. In SP8, our leader is Frank Schmickler in the GT Tyre Motorsport Audi R8, and that is car number 148. That's in 36th overall. SP8T, oh, there it is, Peter Kate in the AMR Performance Centre Aston Martin Vantage GT. Car number 37 lies in 56th position overall. In SP7, the leader is Sebastian von Gartzen, very familiar name to Nürburgring fans, in the Milner Motorsport Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. That's car number 62, and that is just off page on the timing screens, in 25th place overall. That's SP7. In SP4, the class leader is way down in 114th place. It's car number 325. This is a BMW 325i. Hans-Joachim Legemann is the driver. The SP4T class leader is Marco van Ramshorst in a Porsche Cayman 718 GTS, car number 159. He's just outside the Sentry, position 103. The TCR class leader is Marcus Österreich for Castrol Honda in the Honda Civic, car number 172, and that leads from car number 171, which is the Hyundai Veloster, driven in part by his son. They are 44th place overall, the Honda crew. That's the TCR leader. Leading in SP3 is the TMG Toyota GT86, car number 115. Alexander Fielenbach drives that car there in 88th place overall, with a 7-minute 30 advantage, which for that car has got to be a 2-lap and change advantage, hasn't it? You would think. No, not a lap. No, you're right. What am I talking about? SP3T, it's still very early, I'll get a hang of this. Tim Schrick in the STI WRX STI, car number 88, that's in 36th place overall. He has just taken that car over 2 laps ago. The SP6 class leader is Akin Vava, and he's in the Schmickler Performance Porsche Cayman Club Sports. That's a GT4 spec car, car number 80. That's in 46th place overall. And then we get down to our GT4 class SP10. And that is being led by Tristan Vidas, car number 70. Black Falcon Team Identica's GT4 Mercedes AMG. That car in 31st place overall with a 2-minute advantage. Biggest class lead of all is in V2T, where the leading car, the BMW F30, car number 162, which is still in 100th position, has an hour and 4 minutes over its class rival. And that's a not inconsiderable advantage at this don't snort at this stage.
It's only about 8 laps.
I know, one clang in the barriers, it can take you all of that just to get the car back to the pits on the flatbed.
So we're live from the Aston Martin Racing Lounge, Nürburgring, 24 hours, 2019. John Hindhaugh, Martin Haven, and about to get a guest. He's got a headset, Martin. All right, sit down. Has several headsets. This is a man who brings his own headset. Only one of them he can talk.
John,
how are you feeling?
Hope you're being looked after in here.
Oh, brilliantly so.
Good.
This is doing it in style, David, I tell you that. Back where it all began, of course.
Yeah, so I think it's a much better place, isn't it?
We're loving it. We can see a bit of action out the window. Yeah. It's all good. Being well looked after, having a chat with the guests. We've had a little crowd around here. David, for those that don't know, is the man at the head of Aston Martin. Are you president now of Aston Martin Racing?
I am, yes.
Oh,
yeah.
Excellent.
Sounds impressive.
It does sound impressive. I've known you for long enough, though. Same bloke. You are the same bloke, thank goodness.
Same job, same bloke.
Give us a little summary of what's been happening with not only the two Works GT4 cars, but with some of the other Aston Martin charges. It's been a bit of a mixed bag early on.
It has, yeah. It was quite a stressful start to the race, actually, with minor issues with both the new GT4s in the SP8T class. But amazingly, the car that spent a couple of laps in the garage early on is now leading the class, such as the...
It's the vagaries of this place, isn't it? It really, really is.
Yeah.
You never know what's going to happen. What about the customer cars? We saw both of the new GT4 customer cars, sorry Martin, the Pro Speed cars. I always want to call them Pro Sport because we've got a Pro Sport as well. Both of them having problems within a couple of laps of each other.
Yeah, I'm not too close to how they're doing actually. I think they're running okay now, and showing some good pace and looking great out on the track. So yeah, it was all a bit stressful for all the Aston Martins early on.
How important, David, is it to get these cars, more than 60 built of the GT3 and GT4 versions of the new Vantage? How important is it to get the specification right, and how long was that process before you put them into customers' hands?
Well, I think the cars underwent a fairly thorough development program with Aston Martin Racing, and they're being well supported out in the field. But we're learning. You learn all the time. It's the first year of competition, halfway through the first year of competition, and we've got cars all around the world now, and we're finding out bits and pieces and improving the breed as we go.
The data that comes in from those cars, whether they're competing in Asia, Europe, or America now as well, do you guys collate all that and make that available, or is that very much, oh no, that's, this is John Hindhaugh's team, I'm not going to pass this on?
No. I mean, the job of Aston Martin Racing is to make sure that updates and changes and setup information gets shared amongst the customer teams, particularly the official partner teams that we appoint. They are effectively work-supported teams, and it's in our interest to make sure that they do the best possible job. That's why you see us placing our works drivers with many of those teams often, because it's good for them, it's good for us.
It's a tremendous effort to get a couple of GT4 cars here. A lot of people asking on Twitter using the hashtag N24RSL, when are we going to see Aston Martin challenging at the front of the field with a full house GT3 and SP9 car? You've got a new car, of course.
You know how much I want that to happen, John, and it was just not. It was too early in the car's life to do it properly this year without diverting attention away from other important things. So we'll be working on a plan for how we could do that next year, maybe with some partner teams coming as well.
Oh, really?
There's certainly a lot of interest in bringing GT3s here from some serious partner teams, yeah.
I take it you don't have to bend people's arms to come and do this race. It has a certain cachet, but it's a big challenge for anybody to come here, even a works team.
It is, and it's an expensive business as well. It's a 24-hour race takes all of your life out of a car.
It's a season of racing in one event, effectively.
Yeah, and all of the partner teams, they run as businesses, and we're not a company, we're not a big global OEM that can afford to pour cash into our customer teams. We try and support them as best as we can with deals on parts and technical support and drivers and some PR and marketing. But it's we're reliant on those teams wanting to run an Aston Martin. For the thrill of running an Aston Martin as well.
Why not?
They need to treat it like a business, and they need a car that can kick results.
But like Ferrari, for customer racers, for drivers who want to go racing, it has got a big cachet as well. Racing in an Aston Martin is something just a little bit special. And so you've definitely got that on your side.
Anytime you sit in any Aston Martin, it's a little bit special. It's a sense of occasion.
I agree. However, you know very well that GT3 is a really competitive market. There's a dozen manufacturers offering GT3 cars for sale, and so we can't be complacent that our brand alone will overlook the kind of business practicalities of the cost of running a race team. So we need to make sure that we are competitive and providing the right level of customer support.
Listen, sorry, before John moves on, question mark over the 35 car, exactly what was the issue? Just for me, because I was on air when it stopped dramatically and not possibly when there was a post-mortem result.
So I'm not going to beat about the bush with PR or anything like that. The engine shit itself. I mean, the engine.
Right.
That's a technical term to your listener. So a failure in the engine.
For the first time in 14 years of racing the old V8 engine here on the Nordschleife, we had an engine failure in its last outing, which is...
Well, that's absolutely the way cars are. Oh, you're getting rid of me, are you? I see the way it is.
You can't mention that even in your road car, can you?
No.
You take it to get a part exchange valuation and something will break on the way back. You know it will.
It's like when you take an elderly animal to the vets, they're looking at you going, we both know what's going on here, don't we?
But it did have a new heart for this race, had a
really?
Yeah. So it's so disappointing for the guys, Tony and David in particular come from New Zealand and California to come and race with us, and I just feel so like we've let them down, and that's and Jürgen and Marco as well. We've let them down, and that's just really disappointing.
And what will happen to those cars now then? Will they be replaced by new cars at the Aston Martin Experience here at the Technical Centre and the Experience Centre here at the Nürburgring? Because I don't know whether people know, you and I've talked about this before, David, but basically you can come here and do I won't call it a track day because the Nürburgring Nordschleife isn't, but you can do a track day road car experience all the way up to getting your permit and indeed coming and racing with Aston Martin, and you guys look after all the logistics.
We can do that, and in fact we put Martin Brundle through that process very recently. So he got his...
and he was quite good.
He was very good. But no, the two GT4s we're racing here in SP18 belongs to the Performance Centre. So those cars now will go on and be available to suitably qualified customers who want to come and race them here. And we'll put Martin and Alex Grundle in one of those cars in a VLN race later this season for a father and son special.
That's very good. Can't wait. We'll be covering that, of course, on RS1 in sound and vision. And what happens to the old GT8 now then? Because I've got a bit of an affinity with that car. That's the one we took the quarter, was it?
I'll tell you offline the customer who's lined up for that car.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh, it's already got somebody's name on it. I was too slow again. Too slow. But that is the one that we raced at quarter, is it?
Yes, yeah. And it's still in great condition.
Oh, it's a fabulous car.
His engine, but we'll find a new one.
Well, John said it was fine when he left it.
What? Hey, listen, I'm not taking any of the blame.
I
for
reckon
that.
you must have buzzed the engine actually.
Oh, hang on a second. It went to Spa after I did it. It was nothing to do with me. It's a busy time for Aston Martin cars and for Aston Martin racing. You've got your work cut out. Last Friday, ACO regulations, new LMP 2020 regs, you up against Toyota, Glickenhaus, possibly a couple of others as well. How does that affect what you're doing here? Does it affect what you're doing here in terms of resources?
No, it doesn't. We need to be careful that we don't bite off more than we can chew, but it'd be different people doing. At the core of what we do, our motorsport is about racing cars that look like our road cars. That's why the whole GT3, GT4, GTE program with Advantage is so important. That will remain the case. But the opportunity to take the company back to the ability to win Le Mans outright, hopefully, with the Valkyrie is too good an opportunity to turn down. It's something that would be crazy if we didn't have that ambition to repeat the success of 59.
And it's a happy coincidence that in parallel with you developing a road hypercar, there is the opportunity then appearing on the horizon for hypercars to go and race at Le Mans.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just a coincidence. We worked hard to realise that opportunity and to encourage that solution.
Yeah, no, certainly. But my thinking there was that you have a hypercar on the books. There's a dozen other manufacturers who would love to race at the front end of the Le Mans field who don't. So particularly for Aston Martin, although yes, you've been working with the ACO to try and create this and make it happen for WEC and for Le Mans, you do at least have something on this, in the pipeline that is absolutely appropriate for the class.
We do. The stars seem to have aligned.
Yeah.
So let's see. Yeah.
There was a slight deep breath, but there's got to be, hasn't there, when you're launching kind of into the unknown there.
Andy Palmer, the man at the head of the whole of Aston Martin cars, said in the interview on Friday that we did after the announcement, he said, I'm pitching this as David versus Goliath, and I'm turning around to him and went, well, that's you.
Yes.
It's this David versus the might of anybody else who comes in.
It'll be Goliath, Sam, as a starter.
Well, that's the start. That is the starting point. David, when do we think we'll get a definitive set of regulations to work to? Because we've had a situation whereby we've had a year, really. A year ago it was announced, things have been finessed, but it's not look like that. Wheels have got to be this size, and that's clearly quite key to people like you who've only got 14 months to get the car on the track.
We've got enough information to crack on with confidence. Yeah, there's a few little bits and pieces that are being finalised, such as you saw the front-wheel drive deployment speeds, for example.
Yeah.
But there's enough confidence that we know the process that will get to finalise those details, that we can crack on and design the car.
And does it help that you've already got that? You're not starting from, I was going to say clean sheet of paper, it's not that, but you're not saying to Marek Reichman or Adrian Newey or anybody, right, okay, there's the regulations, mate, crack on. You've actually got something as a basis here because you've already been working on Valkyrie.
Yes, and the regulations have, they have been tailored to some extent to the cars that
exist in the real world.
Yeah, yes. So we've had an opportunity through a good process with the technical working groups, with the FIA and the ACO, to tailor the regs to meet what we're building. So yeah.
It seemed from the announcement on Friday that they were trying to create as broad a church as possible, with the possibility of purebred race engines or road-based race engines, prototype chassis or road car chassis, and not necessarily in isolation. So you could start with a road car chassis and a racing engine, or go full race bred, or go development of a full race road car. So I'm assuming then that the technical box is necessarily, or they're trying to keep it as sort of free-ranging as possible, and then try and work with what shows up, rather than defining and then going out and saying, right, here are the set regs, and everything must fit into a very tight.
Yeah, well, I think you know, if you set the power and the weight and the aero efficiency targets, then you get to a certain performance plus or minus a couple of seconds, and then
then you massage.
Then the BOP process, my faith in it took a slight knock last weekend, but I'm a believer in the process working in principle.
Yeah.
And we trust and rely on that process to equal everything out, give everyone a fair chance.
Come back to this race in a second, but there is one more thing I want to ask you about LMP1 2020. Customer cars. Aston Martin, we've talked about how Aston Martin's a great brand. There must have already been people knocking at your door. Are you going to make customer cars available? Have you got interest? Have you got hard orders for them?
We haven't gone out canvassing for hard orders yet, but there is interest, yes, certainly. A top-level race team who would want to run the car as a customer-supported entry, I think it's exactly the sort of thing we will be considering. Maybe not in year one, but
yes.
year two and beyond.
And would you race against your customers as a factory team? It's a difficult one, that, isn't it, David?
Well, yeah, we have done in the past.
Yeah, true.
I mean, it's don't know quite how that will work yet,
but you wouldn't be disappointed if in year two, in the 2021-2022 season, if there was a couple of works cars and maybe 3 or 4 customer cars on the grid for the WEC. That's exactly what you want, isn't it?
Absolutely delighted to see 6 or 8 Valkyries racing at Le Mans, yeah.
And will it still be called a Valkyrie in the race car version?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. I like that.
And it'll still have a V12 engine, and it'll still sound glorious down the Mustang straight.
Well, Andy said that, and I okay. So it's definitely going to have a V12 engine.
It's definitely going to have a V12 engine.
Okay, fine. I've seen people that have poo-pooed that, and I said, well, Andy Palmer said it, and David didn't sort of.
I do wish he'd stop saying that. Sort of face, no.
That's part of the attraction of it, part of the thrill of it. You remember when we used to run the V12 engines
in the prototypes,
Lola-based prototypes,
yes.
And the things were sounded incredible,
and looked stunning as well. And a return to that sort of glorious-looking and sounding vehicle will not be disappointing for anybody.
No, good. Let's bring you back to the here and now. Sorry, Paul. No, all right, let's bring you back to the here and now. We're not, well, we're still, 3 hours away from half distance. What's the plan from here? Just keep on filling it, tiring it and sending it?
Well, I've as long as nothing's happened while I've been talking to you, we're lapping a third up on the second place car in SP8T, so it's just a case of staying out of trouble.
In fact, we are currently having a slew of SP8T pit stops. Peter's just come in.
So Pete should be changing to Alex Brundle now.
Single stinting all the time for your drivers?
No, that was the first double stint with Peter just then. So,
Iron Man.
So
coming in for a cup of tea. Cup of Tregothnan for Peter Kate.
So Alex will just go and do his first double stint now, and we'll just try and keep it steady through the night, stay out of, it's been carnage this race,
hasn't it though? Yeah, it's like it's been raining non-stop since the beginning.
Well, it's not as normally as bad as this when it rains, to be quite honest. What it goes to prove, I think, David, is just how hard this race is, and when you're running on a full dry track all the time, how much stress you're putting on cars and drivers.
Imagine if Eduardo was trying to control
no. Let's
but every year the cars get faster, the cars get more reliable, the drivers get faster and more reliable. And we talked earlier in the race about how the smaller, slower classes are no longer here because the outright pace of most of the field is so extreme, and inevitably, particularly when conditions are good and really fast, the accidents are faster.
That's very true. And as it gets smoother, it's happened at Le Mans over the years, hasn't it? Where the track gets more like a race track. You set up means there's less need for compromise in terms of how much suspension height you're running and all of that. And then when it does go, it goes and it's gone. And you're not getting, even if you've got the reflexes of a cat on energy drink, which all of your drivers have, then there's no getting it back. Talk about the drivers and then we'll let you go. Recommend the catering in by the way, it's very good. Whoever sorted that out, genius. Tell me about the driver setup. You lost Chris Harris because he was a bit busy in his day job filming for Top Gear, so there was a little bit of a jiggery pokery, but not much. How do you feel the balance of the two cars is going at the moment?
It's great. I mean, the drivers are loving it, having just 3 per car because they get more seat time. They might not be saying that tomorrow morning, but it's, you know.
Don't let drivers have too much time off. They just get into mischief.
It's a lovely balance, you know, to have Jamie Chadwick in a car with the experience of a Nordschleife specialist like Peter Kate and a young, you know, a good young pro like Alex Brundle as well.
He's fitted in very well.
He has. He's been super quick, and he's just keen to do a good job. And he's fairly new to. It's his first 24-hour race, but he's doing a super job.
He was very, very focused today when I was down in the pits just before the race, and I kind of felt that I'd disturbed him a bit, and I didn't want to talk to him too much because he was right in the zone there. It's not as if it's like he's just jumped out of an LMP2 car at Le Mans and he's like, well, you know, it's only a GT car. He was right in the zone. That's impressive, isn't it?
And I think it helps raise everybody's game when somebody like Darren Turner comes and drives the other car, because Darren's done everything in sports car racing, and he's here because he wants to be, because he's loving it, taking it seriously, and in the other car and doing a good job for the team.
Just before I've just got one question to ask, and it goes back to the new Le Mans car. What's your time scale for getting the first car on track with such a tight calendar? I know there's been a lot of sim work done and that sort of stuff.
I'm not going to talk about the details at the moment. We're a little bit early to, we're going to take it in steps. We haven't announced who the partners are that we're working with yet, for example, and we need to get that done. And then we'll start talking about timescales. But we've got a plan that works. So
you've got to be at the prologue at Barcelona or wherever it is a year come next month, haven't you? So it's a bit squeaky.
Well aware of that.
So that was. I'm sure it's on your wall planner, isn't it?
The understatement in those 4 words.
Well aware of that. So that was the advantage. You asked that. There you go.
Just going back to drivers. Just a word about Jamie. I mean, just fantastic. She's doing her second 24-hour race with us at the age of just 21. She's leading the W Series. She's got a contract with Williams Formula One, and she's here, pitting herself against some of the best drivers in the world on the toughest track in the world, and doing a really, really solid job as well.
Amazing what she has achieved. The first time I met her was at a Aston Martin customer winter test at Monte Blanco, which would have been 15, maybe 16 when that was. I can't remember, but it's only 3 or 4 years ago.
Yep.
And the extraordinary amount of career development and personal development that she's gone through in such a compact time, it's very impressive, David.
For people who say, she's just racing against women, she's
not here.
The women she's racing against are bloody good, but here she's racing 600 men as well. So.
And it's the variety. I mean, that's an F3 car in the W Series, and whatever anybody thinks about that, you've still got to drive the car, you've still got to get it to the finish, and she's leading that championship. Then she can jump into a GT car. She's been racing, very, very competitively in GT, and that's not an easy thing for any young driver, is it?
No, and she's being so early into racing here. She, whatever else happens in her career, she's got 30 years of racing here ahead of her.
Yeah, that's true enough. That's very true.
My son is 16, and all his focus this year was on his GCSEs. He didn't also win the British GT Championship the same year, and that's what Jamie did.
Yeah, true.
So, while doing her GCSEs, and she's at Cheltenham Ladies College, so she wasn't doing the easy boards, and she was not doing the easy exams either. So that just gives you an idea of the amount of dedication she puts into life, the racing universe, and everything.
What was it on that? What was it then that Aston Martin Racing identified in the young driver Jamie Chadwick that made you think we need to keep an eye on her?
Well, I mean, I need to be careful. There's an awful lot of people claiming credit for Jamie's success at the moment.
Well, you know what they say, don't you? That success has many parents and failure is an orphan.
Indeed. I use that one quite often myself. But Johnny Adam did some driver coaching with her.
Good bloke, have on board.
Darren Turner told me 3 years ago that he and Johnny thought she was one of the most talented young drivers they'd ever worked with. She drove with Beach Dean in British GT in 2016, did a super job there, and we've kept in close contact with her ever since and gave her the opportunities here. Supported her as best as we can, and we put her on a contract this year as a junior works driver. So it's, you know, she's the one that's been there, kept in touch. She's never pushy, but she keeps in touch. She follows through on her commitments. She respects everybody. She learns. She listens and learns, and just such a bright, well-adjusted young woman she really is.
Absolutely. And again, when you think she's 19, I know what I was like. I'm still gauche at more than 19, but she is. You know, the first time I met her in British GT, I think, really, you're 16. Blimey.
Blimey,
Talk
Charlie.
about a mature head on young shoulders and fast with it.
That was what struck me the first time I interviewed her.
Learns fast. When she came in here after her first in, or in the lounge, after her first in last year, she was just so wired with excitement at the whole experience, and just sort of freeform downloading all these things that have happened to her in her first stint in the 24 hours. It was very entertaining to chat to her after that.
What really struck me was, after I interviewed her at that Aston Martin customer day at Monte Blanco, turn the mic off, she asked me how I thought she'd done, how I thought she'd answered the questions, would there be anything else that I would have advised her to do differently. You don't get that every day.
No.
You really do. And I thought, ooh, you're bright as a button. You are bright as a button. And she has been, and fair play, more power to her elbow. David,
just shout out to one other W Series driver, actually, Alice Powell.
Alice Powell,
who has done a 24-hour race with Aston Martin a few years back at Silverstone. Done a few other bits with us. Really pleased that her career is getting a second win. She's been bloody quick in the W Series, and it's great to see the British girls going well there as well.
And actually, like Jamie, I mean, she came in from sport. Jamie plays field hockey as well. Alice Powell actually tried out for British Skeleton after the last Olympic Games. So she's the same, you know, the same competitive instinct and the same multi-sport sort of background. And I think, you know, they always say, coaches, you know, what sport should my child do? As every sport, as many sports as they possibly can. And it's the same when you're driving a racing car or a road car of any kind on a racetrack. Every day's a learning day, and the more they learn, the better an asset they're going to be.
What you have to do now, David? More of the same? Or do you get some sleep now that you're president?
No, don't sleep. No. Get through the night. It'll be sunrise soon.
Well, there's only 15 hours to go.
I love it.
30.
David King, thank you very much indeed for joining us. You know you're welcome up here anytime, and thanks again for hosting us this weekend.
Pleasure.
David King, the president of Aston Martin Racing. Thank you for all of the questions that came in, and got most of them into David there.
And just to confirm, actually, as he said, Alex Brundle did leave the pits in the SP8T leading number 37 Aston Martin. So that Vantage currently running in 55th place, and it's got a 2-lap advantage on the Speedline BMW that's second, and not far behind that actually is the TGR Supra, the number 90 car that had that incident earlier on with the number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes. And just to bring that back up, Ricky Christodoulou left the pit lane.
That'd be Adam Christodoulou.
Adam, said that twice now, but is a long...
So he hasn't gone home, having only done 6 laps, as Paul suggested earlier.
No.
Maybe.
No, I'm now trying to find him on my screen. Paul has a better system for isolating a single car. He's got better eyes than me.
What I can't do is tell you how long the pit stop was, because Adam came into the pits through the wrong entrance to the pit lane, which doesn't trigger the pit timer, unfortunately, but he is on his way again.
We did say we were going to talk about cars that were retired at the bottom of the hour.
Yeah, we're nearly at the top of the hour.
Yeah, I know. Well, when you get David in, it's too easy.
I know.
Thank you very much for all the tweets for that. You know, some of the questions that you posed, you know, David was quite clear there that he wasn't going to answer specifics about the LMP1 car. So asking some of those would have been pointless and a bit rude, to be honest. So I hope you'll appreciate why we didn't do that.
Well,
but also,
there is time for that to develop, isn't there?
Listen,
You know?
if I know anything about Aston Martin, and we've already had some chats about this offline, as the saying goes, there'll be plenty of time for us to get behind the scenes with Aston Martin. We did it before. If you remember, if you're a regular listener, we were given unprecedented access to the new Vantage, the road car and the race car, to the point where we had content ready to go at the instant that those cars were unveiled, both the road car and the race car, because we were given advance access to it. And we're working out to do some special programs for that as well, and you'll hear about that in due course.
And we were also able, of course, John, to talk to somebody who's driven the Valkyrie and who is in, once he's finished developing the road car, he's going to be in a position to start driving the racing car as well. So, you know, when we had Chris Goodwin up earlier on.
Right, let's rattle through some of those retirements, most of which are BMWs, it would appear.
Yeah, they're actually in the top 40. There are currently three BMWs actually, because 77 car is now up into 38th place. So, and actually the best of the BMWs is either Roman Dumas or Peter Dumbrake, depending on whether Roman has changed teams.
Yes.
Which is the 33 car. That's the Falcon Motorsport BMW, which is in 16th place.
And they've done a cracking job.
I barely dare say it doesn't seem to have hit anything yet.
No, right. You take a step out and we'll get Peter in to have a sit down. You can go and grab yourself a quick beverage whilst Paul runs through a few.
Nice soup, if you will.
Oh, yes. Soup. Bit of soup. Bit of Tregothan tea, I would have thought, as Peter Kate. First double stint of the night for the Aston Martin GT4 Works team. Once again, Peter Kate showing his Iron Man credentials. How are you feeling after that double stint, Peter?
I'm feeling great.
Hot and sweaty?
Well, a little bit. We've got echo, which is mega. But yeah, I mean, you can tell we did all our preparation in the cool conditions, because now the cool's out there, you know, the sun's gone down and the car's just coming to its own. It's awesome. If you can avoid all the crashes. I heard you talking about BMWs. I guess I saw quite a few of them meet their end. So
what is it about this race this year? Martin said you'd think it had been raining for the first 6 hours, the amount of cars that have fallen out. There's been an inordinate amount of mistakes which have led to very, very nasty looking crashes.
Yeah, I think the conditions are so good, John. People are driving fast and hard, and then the margins for error are very small.
Yeah.
And what you're getting is GT3s, who it's obviously a very hard race at the front. They don't want to lose even a half a second. So you'll get a BMW, as I saw. I think I can play you my video later of this one at the Mutt Curve. The guy half committed, the GT3 half committed, and they both ended up hitting each other. And then somebody else spun on that oil, and that's three cars in one very unnecessary manoeuvre that probably would have cost him half a second. But
and that's that calculation, that mental calculation you've got to do at every point of every lap of the race to say, is it worth it at that point?
Right. I mean, it's a long way to go, right? We've still got hours and hours of this.
15 hours still to go.
Yeah.
I saw racing in that first 3 hours. Well, the pass for the lead, and don't get me wrong, Kevin Estre, I mean, must have huge ones. 2 wheels, half the car on the grass at VMAX down the Dottinger Hall after 5 hours.
Yeah, it's probably the least slippery part, actually, at the moment.
More grip on the grass.
After all of that accident I saw, yeah. But, no, I mean, seriously, it's there is a huge speed differential, and we've just got to be wise to it. We've got a fantastic system in the Vantage, the GT4. It's got a rear camera with radar, and the radar actually tells us if the car behind is closing or not closing.
Brilliant.
And then it tells you which side it's going. I mean, I would say that should be mandatory.
You get that on road cars nowadays, don't you? Even just down to the little lights that flash on the mirrors if somebody's coming up there. Corvette have had something similar in GTE for a very, very long time. And, you know, you don't see their drivers very often make... Well, OK, last weekend, poor Marcel got nerfed out the race. But you don't often see those guys make mistakes. It helps, and anything that helps in these conditions has got to be worth having.
That's right, and people will say, well, the cost, you can't mandate that. But look at the cost of not having one. We've seen it. How many cars are now in the wall?
Yeah.
So I think it's worth it. I really do.
How much is the track surface changes? There's been a bit of resurfacing again this year from last year, and it looks as though a lot of the little micro issues with the track, the bumpiness of the track has disappeared. And is that again? Is that a factor?
You're absolutely right. So there are some curves where there were big bumps that have disappeared, but oddly, where the resurfacing stops, they've created some. So over the top of Hoak, for example, the resurfacing kind of just stops near the crest, and you haven't quite finished the corner, so you get a bit of a wiggle over the top.
Nice.
But to your original
that
question,
gets your attention.
Well, it does, yeah, and most people watching, I guess, but that's why they stand there. But you know, when you talk about evolution of the track, we've done all of our work in much cooler conditions to set the car up, and as the track got cool this evening, it really came to its own, the car. But back in the middle of the day, it was pretty hard. I don't know if it's hard for everyone, but it was very kind of greasy because the resurfacing gives a lot of grip, and that then overheats the tyre, and the tyre just squirms, you know. So we've got some work to do on hot conditions, but you know, we didn't expect it. Tomorrow will be interesting with that hot temperature.
And is that going to be adjusting tyre pressures? Is there anything you do in terms of how many compounds you've got to slick tyres?
We have got a couple of good compounds to try. We've run the harder tyre in the day to try to minimise the overheating of the tyre surface, and that seemed to work quite well. But I would suspect if we were developing the car further, if we had time this weekend, we'd go to an even harder compound.
Oh, really?
Actually. Yeah. I think both of the
in the
compounds
heat
are
of the
probably
day?
a little bit on the sticky side for this temperatures. Yeah. Not at night, end of the day.
No, right, okay. Right, double stint just done. You look exceptionally fresh.
I haven't had my cup of tea yet, it's waiting for me.
Never underestimate the restorative effect of a good cup of English Tregothnan tea.
Absolutely.
What do you do after that? Are you able to sleep? Or do you...
Well, we've only got 3 in our car, so it's a pretty short sleep. It'll be 3 hours, and then back in another double stint. I specially requested the dawn stint, but with the delays we had right at the beginning, I think I may be a little late on that. But
right.
Never mind. I mean,
why did you ask for that, Peter?
I just love it. I love it. There's a lot of special things about 24-hour racing, as you well know, which is why you do it. But here, there's so much of the crowd that you can see, and there's so much of the bacon that they're frying and the bonfires that they've kept going all night, and all the things that they're doing. And I think it's almost you share it with them more than anywhere else, because you see it all, and they've stayed up all night, and the conditions, and they're in the wild.
Very close to the track.
They really are, and they know a lot. And I see every lap, somebody waving a Union Jack at one particular corner, and it's every lap. And I think they must have the app to know when I'm coming, or any of the British cars maybe, but it's
and a rotor, because clearly it's not one blow.
It's fabulous. Well, if it is, that's even more impressive. I should go and shake his hand or her hand, but it's impressive. But the dawn stint, it's just the sun comes up and the car is still running well because it's cool, but you start to see more, so you can spot your braking a little bit better. We've unfortunately lost our LEDs on the front.
Oh no!
So we're driving, one, I would say, normal road car lights, which is okay, but it's not ideal. So the dawn will be quite a blessing for us. And we're running P1 in class right now, which at the beginning of the race we wouldn't have expected, but there's been lots of attrition, so things have reversed, and we just want to protect that now, really, and see where we are when the sun comes up.
I often choose to do the early shifts when we're doing overnights for the broadcast, because I either like to finish just at that time or be coming on at just at that time, because I like to see the racetrack come back to life again. And particularly somewhere at Le Mans, people do drift away and the grandstand's empty, but then you start to see them coming back in again, and that's a really nice feeling to see the track sort of coming back into its natural habitat.
Yeah, I agree. And also, I think the attrition of the night, you tend to somehow get a very quiet part in the morning. It's probably an illusion, but cars seem more spaced from each other. There's maybe the crazies have given up and
or fallen out.
Yeah, and you just seem to have more fun at that point. But we always tend to mentally divide the race by, the first bit is into the night and through the night, and then when the sun comes up, you kind of regroup and think, okay, what's the strategy? What do we want to try and achieve now? Protect it, go for, a higher position or what? So I think that's another reason why that dawn stint's important, because that's when you kind of decide what your final strategy is going to be.
Absolutely. Go and get yourself a nice
Fabulous.
cup of Tryggvason. I love the new overalls as well.
Thank you. Yeah, they're a bit damp, but sorry about the damp headphones.
We'll let them dry a bit. We'll just hang them outside. Peter
Great to
Kate,
talk
thanks
to
for
you guys.
joining us.
Thanks for all you
Keep
do.
it good. Peter Kate joining us there from Aston Martin, just out of the double stint, first driver to do so. We'll swap that chair out, don't worry, Peter. That one can sit over there, and we'll bring in, we have the tea chair appropriately enough. Paul Trustwell, you were going to tell us about some retirements that we think we have.
I thought Martin was going to do that, but he sneaked out. We can do that.
He's gone. You told him there was soup. As soon as you mentioned that, that's it. He's gone.
He was never to be seen again. We'll start with the obvious BMW, I suppose. The number 50 Z4 GT3, which we haven't seen since 2 hours into the race. Now, you did tell us that they weren't going to let that car go as simply as that, John. But,
yes, I think that might be a bit long now.
We are 10 hours into the race now, so they've had 8 hours to do something with it, and they haven't managed to do anything just yet. The Schubert BMW, their number 40 car, the BMW M2 out of the SP8T class, that's long since gone.
Yeah, that was in the paddock a long time ago, not being worked on.
The number 98 BMW, Mikkel Jensen was driving the M6 GT3. That car suffered from some suspension damage, and it seems that is terminal. The Pixel Team Adrenaline Porsche number 131, Carlos Arimon, that was involved in an accident. That's out of the race. That's out of the V6 class. 99 Rover Racing BMW M6, John Edwards. That car, another suspension damage to that car, and it's playing no further part. I think you spoke, I didn't hear everything you were talking to David King about, but the number 35 Aston Martin, Hans-Jürgen Kroner, actually came up to me and asked me if I had any video of it. And I said he was talking to the wrong man if he wanted video. Anyway, he was at the wheel of the number 35 Aston Martin, which blew its engine up. This is the GT8 Aston that blew its engine up. So that's a retirement. The number 161 Renault Megane, Axel Jan, that's the rent-to-drive Familia Renault Megane. That car is in the V2T class, it's out. I've got a feeling
another engine, that was spectacular.
That was an engine. The Dodge Viper we haven't seen for a long time, and I think that is probably going to be retired as well, because when I say a long time, again, I'm meaning around about 7 hours. So
quite a long time.
So just a bit longer than the WEC race then.
Yes.
Missing.
So that's the Viper from the AT class. Another BMW is the 42 BMW, the Schnitzer BMW. So the two BMWs that were going to confuse me between the Schubert and Schnitzer, well, we lost them both. The 42 car has out of the race.
What was the cause of demise of 42 in the end?
It stopped out on the circuit.
That was the 42 that had the accident with the Hyundai, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Yes, that's right. And the Hyundai is the next car on the list.
That was the
170.
Yeah.
The i30N car.
So I do take notice of what's going on when I'm not necessarily.
I am well aware of that, John. And I'm very pleased that you do take notice. It's always nice to know that someone's listening.
Oh, there's a few people listening.
None taken.
No, not you, Martin. Sometimes when you're having soup, you don't listen.
I hark back to a conversation barely a week ago at Le Mans, Paul. I'm looking forward to the night, Martin, where I say something and you ask me a question immediately afterwards that means you hadn't listened to the thing I just said. Carry on.
The Lexus RCF number 20, that was pushed behind the barrier, remember, after coming together with the barrier. The number 85 VW Golf from the MSC Simsig team, from the SP4T class. The Opel Manta Foxtail car, number 122.
That car is still being worked on in the pit lane, in the pit box, in the garage.
I'm not going to put a cross out, I'm going to put a big question mark.
Yes, I mean all of these that could possibly apply to. The 134 Porsche's Cayman S car. Jang Han Choi was the last driver at the wheel of that car. Team Avia Zorg Renshaw car, and that hasn't been seen for 4 hours. Where else have we got? BMW from the Classic Cup cars, number 238. I think is probably a retirement. The KCMG Nissan, number 38, Josh Burden, of course, involved in that shocking accident with the 135 Matol Racing Porsche Cayman. Roberto Falcon's retired, so that's 135 and 138 both out of the race. Another of the Hyundais, the i30 Fastback.
138?
No, number 160.
No, 135 and 138, you said. I haven't got a 138.
Right, sorry, I meant 135 and 38.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
Right,
Yes.
I'm like Raymondo. I've got my pen poised and I'm rushing down. Okay,
Yes.
sorry, carry on.
So 135, 38. 160, the Hyundai Fastback, the i30
Yes.
Fastback. Frank Enxler was driving that, and that's been out for 3.5 hours now.
Right.
The 86 Toyota GT86 is probably a retirement. And the last one in this particular list, which I'm pretty sure of, is the 777 Ford Mustang GT, which we had a request for the driver to go to race control, but nothing else came up. But anyway, so that's the 777. So that is a list of about, what, 20 I've just given you?
Yeah.
10, 15, yes, 22 cars that we are pretty sure aren't going to take any further part in the race.
Now, whilst I have your attention, Andrew Mather has tweeted in using the hashtag N24RSL to at RSL_studio and asks for the number 73 Ginetta in SP10. We haven't mentioned it. Now, certainly haven't mentioned it for quite a while. Is that car still running? How's it getting on? As it hasn't caught our attention by falling off the track. Really.
No, it did get a mention early on, and I can't quite remember why I mentioned it now, but it was doing something. It's running in class SP10. It's 6th in class. Colin White is currently the driver of it.
Get in, Colin.
And it's sort of still going all right, really.
Right. Okay. All good. It's Alan Prosser said the Manta is not only being worked on, but the last time I saw it on the telly, it had the FEV Cupra team working on it as well. It's all hands to the pumps there then for the fan favourite. Meantime, the number 1 Porsche, having fought its way back into the top dozen, Fred Makovecki has brought the mainly green Grello car into the pit lane. It's been wheeled along on its dollies. That's standard operational practice. Once you've got the fuel in, there's more time in the mandatory pit stop than you're actually going to take.
And a clarification of the rules, I'm not quite sure if it's a change or not, I have to say, is that you can put fuel in while it's on the dollies.
Right.
Which, as I say, I think that is a change, because normally you have to have it down on all 4 wheels, but I think if it's up on the jacks, it can be fueled.
A long, long, long trail of fluid has been dropped on the circuit.
Massive slow zone. It actually looks like nighttime roadworks with the right-hand lane closed off. Where are we? This is just coming. Is this just coming up to Brunchen?
That is Brunchen.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you were absolutely spot on there.
But it's not notified.
Oh no! It's not.
It's not yet.
It's
down into Caracciolo Carousel.
Yeah.
So
parabolic, surely.
Parabolic Caracciolo. So this is from Klostertal all the way up there. That's where we had a long code 60 before. It is clearly also still a code 60, but it's definitely not identified as such anywhere in our systems. According to the GPS Alga, it is green all the way around, and according to the official timing, it is green all the way around as well.
Not the case.
Whereas clearly, according to the Mark 1 human eyeball for the use of, it is not. Richard Leitz took over the number 1 Porsche. He has left the pits.
Meantime, Indy Donchi has brought the Rinaldi Run Wochenspiegel number 22 car in from 21st position. That car. It's about to go a couple of laps down on this pit stop rotation.
It's one incident away from being on page 1, where the other car is in 19th place, the number 11.
Yeah, good point.
With half as many problems, obviously.
Okay. I was just talking to a couple of drivers earlier on about the blue lights. You can see the blue light quite clearly from the onboard pictures, particularly on the Mercedes-Benz, just where it is. It's reflecting across the whole of the windscreen. I hope the driver's not saying that, because it'd be tremendously off-putting. Talking to a couple of drivers of GT4 and below cars, you can't see the blue light. The headlights are too bright now.
You know, and there is that, isn't there? Definitely. I think possibly it's as much for flag marshals as for anything else. Right in front of Maxi Goetz is a Porsche, and right in front of the Porsche is a Glickenhaus, and that's just because we are in a three-way battle for second, covered by
3 cars.
2/3 of a second?
Yeah, if that.
3/4 of a second, possibly. Yeah, we've got the 3 cars, second, third, and fourth, nose to tail.
So that is the Glickenhaus 705 in second. They're about, these three about 3 minutes away from the overall leader at the moment, and that's not going to help me talk, because that's a qualifying list.
Yeah, those three have been together for about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
So I think the slow zones, I say they help. They kind of make it very difficult for a car to get away, because when you come into a slow zone, you come into a yellow flag zone first.
Yeah.
And what happens in a yellow flag zone is you're not allowed to overtake. So if there's a slower car in the yellow flag zone already, you can't overtake it even if you want to go fast. There's no speed limit in the yellow flag zone, but you can't overtake it. So inevitably you have to slow down a little bit more, and that enables the car behind to catch you up again. So the presence of a slow zone, even though it is not a real safety car, does prevent you from being able to get away.
Well, the Glickenhaus is super quick down the Dottinger Hall. Last race for that number 705 car. New car coming for next year. It's Andreas Simonsen in second place in that. Matthew Jaminet, Jam in the 31, the Fricadelli red and white Porsche. And then behind that, it'll be Maxi Goetz, isn't it? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Just one correction, when we were talking about lists of retirements, I didn't mention the number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes, because I thought we decided it might come out again.
It did, and went back in again, didn't it?
And it hasn't. It's now been officially retired.
Which seems like an awful lot for a steering arm.
Yeah.
Or even a rack, but yes, you know, that's the way it is. Unfortunately, they've already dropped to 96th position. 49 laps completed. The leader is on lap
61.
62.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
So that's 2 hours, 3 hours back, nearly.
So Adam Christodoulou completed 50 and is going to complete no more, or that car is going to complete no more. So that's another addition to the retirement list, or a car for you to cross out, however you deal with retirements.
Did you mention in that list the number 38 Nismo GTR?
Yes, that Josh Burden crashed as
yeah,
well.
KC Motor Group have just tweeted their race ended with an unfortunate crash. Josh Burden slowing down for a code 60 when hit from behind by a car that wasn't really paying attention. They just said they didn't notice. Yeah. 250 kilometres an hour was how fast the car was going when it ran into them. Josh is okay, they said, which is most important. The picture of the car, and I'll retweet
and actually,
this.
Paul Lim, who is the boss of the KCMG Motorsport team, here for the first time. So, yeah, it's not really a great omen, I'm afraid, for the team.
Which means they've got to come back again.
But the good news is both drivers came out of this okay. And if you haven't seen video, it will be on YouTube, and it is a big accident. And again, you know, we talk about how reliable the cars are, how safe the cars are, how strongly these things are built. And you know, if you curse the FIA for everything else, and occasionally we do have need to, the pushing on endlessly of the safety standards is absolutely worth its weight in gold, because two drivers there who 20 years ago would both died on the scene, I think, in an accident of that ferocity.
Battle for second place, just heading up towards the Schwedenkreuz.
I'd like to direct the attention of the Court Malud to the battle for fifth place. Frank Stippler's number 4 Audi, ahead of the number 6 Mercedes by the massive margin, John, of
Nothing at all.
0.59 seconds.
Yes, nothing at all.
Furthermore, behind there, Your Honour, the battle for 7th place, which is the 16 Mercedes and the 29 Audi, that's a 4-second margin, so that's one car catching up in traffic. The battle for 11th place, which is the number 14 Christopher Haase-driven car collection Audi, ahead of the number 18 Mercedes, and that is a 2.5-second margin as well. So absolutely the battle for second is the closest in the top 20, but it's not the only one going on in the top 20 that's slightly more than a game of chess.
And now forced at the moment for those guys as they head out onto the far side of the circuit from the start-finish line, and they are getting a bit of traffic now as they head onto the far side of the hill, and then as they come down, they've got a Golf in it.
Some poor soul in a Golf who's chasing a Clio, probably from position, and the GT3 battle just whistles by his left ear.
Yeah, this is the battle for second place we're talking about. This is the Glickenhaus 705, Andres Simonsen, and then Mathieu Jaminet in the 31 Fricadelli car, and a watching brief being held at the moment by Maximilian Maxi Goetz in the number 48 Mercedes.
Yeah, Maxi's keeping at least 2 car lengths off the back of the Porsche.
Yes.
Just for confidence sake.
Just in case.
Yeah.
Dropping down to the bridge at the bottom of the hill where you used to be able to get. Can you still get on there for
Yeah,
tourists?
the road's there on the right. We've just gone past it.
But you can't, because there's no barrier there which will take your ring card. So if it's they use it for track days, and they use it for getting the cars down to Ardenau when they have a display in Ardenau. But if you want to take part in a tourist lap, you can't get on there.
You're listening to live coverage of the Nürburgring 24 hours. We're live on RS1 and RS3, 2 of the 3 full-time channels from the Radio Show Limited network, and in sound and vision on the website www.radio-show.co.uk. You want to drop us a line here in the Aston Martin Racing Lounge, use Twitter. It's the easiest way to do it, at RSL_studio, hashtag N24RSL. We are now at 1 o'clock in the morning, 14 and a half hours to go. The battle for second place is halted for a wee moment by a track vehicle, so that gives us the opportunity for our hourly update.
So, hourly update, let's just take a quick look at our top 10 leaderboard. The 911 Porsche, Michael Christensen is at the wheel, ahead by 2 minutes 40 seconds. The three-way battle for second place, the Glickenhaus number 705, the 31 Porsche and the 48 Mercedes. Fifth position is the number 4 Audi, and that is ahead of the number 6 Mercedes by fully 0.3 of a second now. That gap has halved from 0.6. Seventh place is the number 16 Mercedes. That's 20 seconds behind that battle, and 3 seconds behind the 7th place car is the number 29 Audi. In 9th place is the number 7 Lamborghini, first time in the top 10 for that car, and rounding out the top 10 is the number 14 Audi. We'll get to the rest of that battle later on. Most recent hourly update for, 1 o'clock, so that's an odd number. So V3T, our class leader, now we've lost him. Yes, car 718, it is still the Porsche 718, 94th place overall for Ralph Sensen at the wheel of that car in V2T. Karl Struber is driving the Manheller Racing BMW F30. Car number 162 is in 97th place overall. In V4, the Christopher Marg-driven Adrenaline Motorsport BMW E90 325i, that's car number 150. So there is a change of leader in that class. I think it was car number no, that's a different class. So it may actually still be the same car. 150, Christopher Mag. 1 minute 21 ahead of their closest class rivals. That's 90th place overall, that car. So that's a close class battle. And that is the V4 leader in V6 to move up the speed ladder. Vasily Silinov in the Black Falcon Team Techstar Porsche Carrera, car number 133. He's in 61st place overall with an 11-minute advantage over his closest rivals. So that will be a lap and a half. In the Cup Class 5, the FK Performance Motorsport BMW 240i of Christian Kenort, currently in car number 235. That's 45th overall. In the KTM class, I've lost that, there we go. KTM Crossbow Teichmann Racing's car number 112 with Runa Vatne at the wheel in 57th position overall with a 32 nearly minute lead over their class rivals, and at their lap times, that's over 3 laps, just over 3 laps ahead of their rivals. In Class AT, the leader is Thomas von Lewis of Menard, car number 320, 30th overall in the Team Care for Climate Porsche GT3 Cup 2. And his advantage in class, is he the only car in the AT class? He is the only car in Class AT. So his advantage over his close rivals is 12 months at the very least.
Hello to Darren Waite, who's tweeted in using the hashtag N24RSL. He says you can get onto the Brightside Bridge for a tourist forum. There is a barrier there for a ring card now. So apparently, the question is, do they only charge you half a lap?
Yeah, I don't know how that works in that case. I was here earlier this year, and I could only get on halfway down the Dottinger Hoa.
The usual spot, yeah.
Well, it wasn't where I originally got on when. But you used to be able to do half of that, and they used to check when you came on. But that was all done by a man with a punch
ticket
card.
Punch, yeah, exactly.
Whereas nowadays it's all done with electronics and sensors and things.
Yeah, that was also when it was probably about €6 for a lap instead of 36 or 40.
I will say it was a number of Deutschmarks to go round.
Really?
That's when he came on the bus and the man had the ticket machine where he turned the handle, it put the ticket out for him. Yeah, I missed those days as well.
Glickenhaus into the pit lane from that battle. That means that Matthew Jaminet in the 31 Fricasselli goes back up to second.
Maxi Gertz will be back up to third because he's
in
pits as well.
On time, Paul, are you happy with those two, 7:05 and 48?
Yes, that's on schedule for them. And the Porsche will go for an extra lap on its tank full of fuel because of the way that has panned out. Mathieu Jaminet then will go a little bit longer.
As will our leader, Michael Christensen, because he's done 7 laps in the stint.
Yeah.
More gaffer tape going on to the green and yellow Man Filter 48 Mercedes. That's
left
in with
front
Maxi Gertz.
splitter.
Yeah, as opposed to the back splitter.
No, left front.
Left front. Yeah.
I mentioned this earlier on, I think when Johnny was there, that Man Filter car has been driven, I'll say, and I don't mean this derogatively at all, cautiously. Remember at the start of the race, Lance David Arnold kind of lost a little bit of ground. There was a stage a little bit later on in the race when the car was in the hands of Christian Hohenadel, where he kept well out of a battle that was going on. Maxi Gertz there, you said it yourself a few minutes ago.
It was a camera car.
Was just leaving a little bit of a gap, and just the way that car is driven, I said earlier on, it seems to be the only car in the race that's being driven as if it's a 24-hour race, whereas all the others think it's a sprint.
Yeah.
And,
last chance final at the Formula Ford Festival.
Despite, as you were saying, John, that little bit of gaffer tape on it, I think it has been, compared to others, reasonably well looked after.
How is the Huracan going? Michael Lyons is in that car. I saw it on the grid today, and I've I can't think we've mentioned it, the number 7 car.
Yeah, no.
It's in the top 10.
Yeah, it's had a new rear wing put on
Yes,
it, but that
that
was done whilst it was in for a normal pit stop.
All right.
Just took an extra 14 seconds on what it would normally have to do.
And that's predominantly the only time you've mentioned it, right?
Well, no, I've mentioned it because it's been going very rapidly as well. It's just to correct one thing. It's not Michael Lyons at the wheel at the moment. I think it's Marco Mappelli.
Well, he is in
No,
that
it's
team.
Di Martino, isn't it?
Sorry,
Mario
Di Martino. Yeah, it's Di Martino.
No, yeah, Michael Lyons is one of the drivers, definitely. Yes.
I saw the name on the roof panel.
Now
I was walking down the
and
pits.
again, that's a little bit like the Manfilter's car. That's been softly catchy monkey because, you know, it's just risen gently up the top 20 and now into, where is it, 9th place, as other cars around it have lost their way a little.
A minute further back is Christopher Haase in the number 14 Audi. In fact, as we say that Lamborghini comes into the pit lane.
What do we know about the number 19 Lexus, Paul? The team manager's been summoned to race control. Dominic Farnbach is at the wheel of the car. Is there anything that has alerted you to its presence?
No, that was the car that we had some doubts about because it had, we thought it might have been involved in an incident on the circuit, but then we managed to tie that one down to the number 20 car.
An errant report on the ticket.
Yeah, something like that. But since then, Dominic Farnbacher has been keeping his nose reasonably clean. He is, one lap behind the race leader. Yeah, so he's 1 lap behind the leader.
Just gone 2 down, actually, after his most recent stop, I think.
Right.
Yeah. Shown currently, well, on my machine, which is nothing like yours, shown currently on 60 laps to 62 completed of the leader.
Yes, but he'll complete 61 laps before the leader completes 63.
Gotcha.
So he's 1 lap behind, 1 lap plus. And you tend to say 1 lap for anything between 1 and 2 laps behind.
Paul, Adrian Gordon's answered the question about coming on at Brightside Bridge, the cafe entrance, as it's called. Says it went live again last year. The electronic system is better, and it only charges half a lap, and not a whole one.
Is that because you only get half a lap?
Yeah, because you have to come off on the dot to get home.
Yeah.
So it's still €30 for a lap.
Imagine if you paid your half a lap and you've come on in your queue of Mitsubishi Evos, and some heavily laden Audi estate comes whistling past and leaves you for dead. You think, well, that wasn't worth the money, was it?
Particularly not when a
redhead reading the broadsheets.
A redhead with pigtails is sitting in the back reading a full-size broadsheet newspaper as it storms by.
Indeed.
A very Q car Audi that was. That was a fun day.
It was indeed. Leaders in. So this is the end of a double stint for Michael Christensen, Paul. Think your computer will tell you. So Mathieu Jaminet will follow him in half a lap's time.
Yes, he should do.
And Frank Schlipper will follow him in as well in very short order because they're not far apart at all. I tell a lie, they're 2 minutes apart. In fact, Frank Schlipper in number 4 Audi, not that close behind. So 911 is receiving a driver change and a yellow, green and red helmet. That is Lawrence Van Tor, is it? Getting in. I don't think it's Earl Bamber's helmet. I think in sequence it should be Van Tor next.
Into the 911 result.
Yes,
now. Yes,
exactly.
that's right.
So double stint from Christensen, following a double stint from Estra. Brake change and fresh tyres for Van Tor. So rear discs and pads going on. Now, whether they're doing the rears first and then the fronts, or whether they have done the fronts and have now moved to the rears, can't tell because the cameras, I think, picked it up halfway through, although Lanzarote Camel, the king of rewinding and screen capturing everything in sports car racing, indeed,
Alan Prosser,
may well have further evidence even before I finish this slightly long-winded sentence.
He's excellent at doing that.
Yeah.
Apparently, you get on the track halfway around. I'm learning so much tonight. If you have a season card, It's sometimes it's better to get on there and beat the traffic, even though you only get the half lap. It's very good, like that. Steve Tenney, can you explain a bit about the weight penalty that was given to Porsche and why they got it? And was the Mercedes also penalised? 20 kilos the Porsche got.
Yes, 20 kilos. And this was a balance of performance adjustment between qualifying and this morning's.
So nothing to do with any previous race or anything like that, other than the performance therein?
Yeah, I mean, it was. They have all the data, and the race organisers have the right to do it. So I said this morning's race warm-up. Of course, it was yesterday morning now, because we're now on Sunday.
Oh, happy birthday, Bradley.
It was a 20 kilo penalty for the Porsches, the 2019 Porsches, a 10 kilo penalty for the Mercedes, 10 kilograms less for the Lamborghini Huracan, and 10 kilograms less for the BMW M6s. And there was also some minor adjustments to the amount of fuel that is allowed to be put into the cars as well, but that was relatively minor.
Matteo Giamini in from second place in the 31 Fricadelli Porsche. Number 911 is in the pits. Its sister car, the delayed number 1, would appear to be the cause of the code 60 at Schwalbenstrand.
Oh no.
It appears to be stationary. There is a code 60 at Schwalbenstrand, and the number 1 car, according to my GPS Alga, is the one that is not moving.
Richard Leeds in that car, Martin, as the 911 rejoins with Lawrence Vantour.
Well, now, according to our timing screen, he's completed Sector 5, but not Sector 6. Does that tally in with who's got the multifarious sector map? That might be about right, but he's still not moving on the GPS tracker, so that might be a major issue.
Ooh, Monday to Thursday.
Lawrence Vantour has left the pits in 911 as we saw the change going on.
And they've already done their first front brake change in the 911.
They changed it at the last stint, did they? Okay, very good. Yeah. So how many hours have we done?
10. How many hours is 10 hours?
So at 9 hours they changed the front, at 10 hours they changed the rears.
So they're going to have to do the fronts again at some point.
And you would think possibly the rears as well. I don't know, but yeah. If you change them at 10 hours, it suggests that they won't do 14 further.
Yeah, the issue being that the number of daylight hours after half distance is more than the number of daylight hours before half distance. Yeah. And brakes tend to wear out more quickly in daylight hours, just because it gets hotter.
I was going to say, is that a chemical reaction, or just because you're driving a bit faster?
No, it's temperature because
driving a bit faster.
Air temperature tends to
Number
be...
one is facing the wrong way at Schwalbenstrand.
Yeah, good spot, Martin. That's bounced.
It's blocking half the road, in fairness, and the car's only doing 60 kilometres an hour.
Good. I mean, it's a good spot on the app. You did well.
I don't know if that has hit the barriers or just possibly been tagged into or tagged itself into a spin, avoiding something.
I think it's been in the barriers, if I'm honest, because they had a snatch vehicle there.
There's a black BMW in a garage. It comes as no surprise to find that there's a car in a garage that's a BMW.
Oh, now we're hearing front discs and pad were not changed at the last stop.
Oh.
Well, we'll have to find out.
Alan Prosser is clearly not just listening, as he is always not just listening. He's also videoing. So Frank Stippler out in the number 4, Team Phoenix Audi. That was the car that was in third. Matteo Giamini stays in the 31 Fricadelli Racing Porsche. That was in second and still is. But Lawrence Vantour new in at Manthey Racing in the 911 that is our race leader.
Flat tyre for number 1.
Aha.
That's what I'm hearing. And
second flat tyre for that car, because that had a puncture earlier on.
Rear, yeah.
And was followed by a very slow lap in when Makovici was driving.
And the 705 team manager to go to office number 3.
Office number 3?
Yes. But this is not room 101.
Well, that's been retired, obviously, because it's a BMW room. 101, never mind. Moving on, so I don't, yes, room number 3. That's quite an esoteric demand, isn't it, really? Christopher Mees came in the number 76 car. Did he? Where are they now? Where's that car gone to? Am I being blind? Where's that?
Which one are you
Oh,
looking for?
way down, 43rd place in the Aston Martin Vantage GT4.
Did the 911 ever get any penalty for the pass under yellows?
None that I was made aware of, but inevitably there's a lot of messages coming through, and I'm not going to read all of them, but nothing that I was aware of, and certainly nothing which hampered its progress, because its pit stops have been monotonously reliable, and the lap times have been very consistent as well, so far as Code 60 areas have allowed him to be. Just to go back to your Aston Martin that you were talking about, Martin.
Yeah.
Aston Martin.
It's not Christopher Mees, is
which
it?
one? Which
It's
one was it?
another Mees.
Which Aston Martin are you trying to talk about?
I've lost him. He was down at 96. 76.
It's getting
Right.
late.
96 is not an Aston
No,
Martin.
76.
76 is the Alexander Mees.
Alexander Mees.
That's why I'm getting confused.
Yeah,
Okay.
SB10.
So Alex Mees at the wheel of the 76 Pro Sport Performance car is, I think, running reasonably okay.
Right.
Yeah, but currently in the pits,
Right.
and I wasn't quite sure how long he had been in for.
Yes, okay. I haven't got him in the pit, so he must come in through the back entrance.
Oh, no, not. Where's he? He's gone now. Yeah.
I think the number one might have lost a left rear wing there.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
rather careless.
Yeah. Alan Pross is on it already. Hang on, let's have a look at the enhanced
Porsche
shot.
endurance races shedding wheels. I thought that we stopped doing that before the 90s.
No, sorry. Wheel's still there. Can't see as it's got much damage on the left side. So that's the
total write-off on the right. Yes.
the side to take the picture from when it goes in the advertisement.
One careful owner and then
Barely
the
raced or rallied.
Mathieu Jaminet giving chase. The gap to the leader, 2 minutes 10 seconds. So that's remained pretty stable. It was just about 2 minutes before the pit stops. So Lawrence Van Toor taking over. Brake change on the rear of that car. It's come down to 2 minutes 10. Gap from second to third is out to 11 seconds. So Raffaele Marcello in the 48 Mercedes. That's a phrase I've said an awful lot. Maybe it's just the way his stints align. 11 seconds behind Mathieu Jaminet. But Marcello has got company from behind because the Glickenhaus is just half a second behind.
Oh, that's going to be interesting.
And I say just, I actually mean 0.642, so just a little bit over half a second behind. So wherever Marcello is on the road, and that is the bridge at Adenau, so too is the Glickenhaus. And who's driving that? That is Thomas Mutsch.
New news on the number one.
New news.
The car was driving back with a flat tyre and then spun. Driver is out of the car for now.
Giving it a darn good kick.
He's gone to find a branch.
There's plenty around to do a John Cleese clockwork moment.
And Alan E. Jones has tweeted using the hashtag N24RSL. The 911 had the front discs changed a few stops ago, and it did come up that the yellow flag was NFA, no further action.
Okay. Slight mistiness out there. Kind of expected that. There's been a lot of rain earlier in the week. Very hot and dry day today, but all of that water from the ground and the trees, not all of it, but quite a lot of it has been evaporated. Temperature inversion as the air cools quicker than the ground, and so that's where you get your evening mist from.
Also quite a lot of wood smoke out there as well, which
Yeah.
doesn't
It
help because
doesn't hurt, does it? No.
It provides things for the water crystals to crystallise onto. Raffaele Marcello hasn't been driving the number 48 car as much as Maxi Gotts has. So although he may seem to have been at the wheel a long time, Martin, it's Maxi Gotts who's done the greatest part of driving in that car.
Well pointed out that Marcello took over from Maxi Kurtz at the last pit stop, I think, basically.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
okay, so Marciello is now catching up with Gertz.
3 battles in the top 10 where the gap between cars is less than 5 seconds. The Glickenhaus is 0.2 of a second now behind Marcello in the battle for 3rd. The gap from 6th to 7th, Nico Bastian in the number 6 Mercedes and Dries van Tor in the number 4 Audi. That's a whole 1.1 seconds now, out from 0.6, so that's happened in traffic. And the gap 9th to 10th, which is number 16. Is that Renger van der Zande in the Mercedes?
It was.
And number 29, which is that René Rast chap. He's in 10th place in the Audi, and he is half a second back. So in our top 10, 3 position battles. The biggest gap is now out over a second. Oh no, it's come back down under a second. It's gone from 1.1 back down to 0.9 of a second. So again, underlining what we've been saying right from the beginning, that not only are the cars getting more reliable and the track is clearly very fast, but the pace of the race is absolutely ridiculous. In the pits too is Lovejoy, Peter Dumbreck in the Falcon Motorsports.
Why did he choose that as his Twitter handle?
He loves Lovejoy. So his Twitter handle is Lovejoy.
Yeah.
He watches old episodes of Lovejoy on YouTube, obviously not on VHS, but VHS copies on a daily basis. He is an absolute Lovejoy freak.
Don't quite know how to follow that.
No, no, there is
that's
no
twice
following
you've been.
that.
That's twice you've been rather nonplussed.
It's yes.
Moving on.
Right. Completely lost my train
Second
of thought now.
non-segue of the evening.
Yeah, well, it's twice. That's what H to B. Yeah, there.
Station ident, and then we'll come back to Paul.
Yeah, and you've been right twice today already. We are live from the Aston Martin Lounge in Sound and Vision 2. A lot of people asking us about the blue flashing light on the Mercedes and whether we can do anything about it. We can't, I'm afraid.
Call the cops. Oh, hang on.
No, we can't. We're not in control of the pictures, and I don't even think they can do anything about it. It's there, and it's not going to get turned off. We do have a audio-only stream. If you're finding that difficult, I can understand that there will be people for whom that constant flashing isn't good for them.
Just for periods when I'm on air, particularly when Joe Bradley and I coincide, is there a pictures-only stream, just in case?
No.
No.
No, you have to have the sound. You
That's
can have
fingers
it with
in your
or
ears
without
going
the
la,
pictures.
la, la.
Well, exactly so.
The point I was trying to get to a moment ago.
All right, you've remembered.
Because
I'll let you get it out.
Martin was saying how good the pace was, and it is good, but there's still slow zones out there on the circuit.
Yep.
So we've still got lap times coming in. Well, they're now drifting into the 9 minute area, out laps from the 2 first and second, so we can't really look at those lap times, but behind that the Raffaele Marciello time, as fast as he's been in this stint, 8 minutes 45, which is still 20 seconds slower than it ought to be going if there was a completely green circuit. So I have a feeling that because we've had so much slow running, that this 149 laps that I was hoping we might get to is now going to be out of reach, which is a shame because the weather conditions are rarely this good for the Nürburgring 24 hours, and the weather was going to be kind to us, but I don't think the slow zones have been.
A number of people, including 73 Falcon 44 Racing, commenting on how distracting and potentially problematical that blue flashing light on the Mercedes, the man filter car in particular.
Clearly not, because it's running in third.
This is
well, no, it's distracting for people watching, and
Oh.
with the flash rate, it can be very disturbing. We do have that audio-only feed if you want to turn the pictures off. RS3 or RS1, both of those channels are carrying it. If you go to www.radio-show.co.uk and have a look at the radio player, just press play and then select channel RS1 or RS3, and you will get exactly the same sound as you would do, except without the distraction of pictures.
This stop for the Glickenhaus is not a scheduled stop.
No, they've got problems with the left headlamp.
Yeah, so presumably they've hit something with it, would be my guess.
Now,
whether it's another car.
Very early on, they ran into the back of somebody with that left corner.
Oh, yes.
But it now looks as though bits have vibrated loose and they've been called in. Room 3 Remember they were summoned to room 3 a few minutes ago? I'm assuming it's been a bit of a monopod with only one working light, and they've now brought it in and said, I would prefer you to have 2 working lights, and by I would prefer, you will have 2
why
working
wouldn't you just swap
lights.
the whole nose cone?
Because the nose cone doesn't include the light pod.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
The,
Why would you just swap the wing?
Well,
because they've got quick fasters on them.
Yeah, well, they
they're
are
having to
getting
do a
to that
pair.
stage. It is a prototype with various different body panels, and so there are various different body panels that will need to come off clearly. The left-hand wing, they're also disassembling the right side, which does have, well, it has a light unit in it, but since it's not powered at the moment, I don't know if it's a working light unit.
Does it come off with them?
Car's going back into the garage. This is the car that was in 3rd position. What had it done? 2 laps, Paul, since its fuel stop. It had just got itself back a couple of stops ago into sync with everybody else on fuel.
It was ring as high as 2nd at one stage.
yes, he was, and so it is getting longer and longer in the pits.
And it has been pushed back into the pit garage now. More people can work on it there. This is not going to be right. This is not going to be the work of a moment, because they're going to have to take off part of the crash box.
I'm assuming this is not lights.
No, it is lights, because they didn't come off with the fenders. So,
but why would you take the right-hand side off if you only needed to replace the left? I think this is more than just lights.
I think it's accident damage.
Dominic
Farnbacher out of the car.
I don't think it's recent either, that accident damage. I don't think it's recent enough. It's a long time.
I see. No, the whole front end's got to come out to replace 2 lights. They can't replace the lights individually. That's a bit of a design flaw, isn't it?
Well, I was talking to guys earlier on today, after in free practice, Ivan Muller's WTCR car needed a gearbox change because it had left the collecting area to drive the pit lane for free practice, and he went up through the gears, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 5th again.
Oops.
So they had to put a new transmission in, and that took fully 20 minutes. And I was talking to Gordon Shin, he went, oh, does it? Right. The Audi, changing the transmission, that's an engine out job. And that's not 20 minutes. I don't care how good your mechanics are. I now want to go down to SCG to find out exactly what I'm...
well, you've got 10 minutes.
I'm going to do that. I'm going to go down
not that
and see
far
if we
away
can
from us,
find out.
actually.
No, they're not. I need a garage number, but I'm going to go and find out, because otherwise we really are having a stab in the dark.
Well, so are they, if they haven't got any lights, of course. That's half the problem. Garage number will be... list again. Too many bits of paper here.
705's garage is 17. Yes, it's 3/4 of the way down.
Take a chocolate bar for sustenance.
Another car with problems is the number 100, one of the very few BMWs that hasn't had a problem.
It has now.
He's got a problem somewhere out on the circuit.
Jon Schmidstad at the wheel. He was going along very nicely, and then it just expired. Is that somebody having a moment ahead of him? Yes, it is. Oh no, he slipped on something on the track. Yeah. There's another car in front of him, and he's had a complete 360 and hit the barriers right at the end. And it was another BMW, I think, A46 maybe. But that car slowed down a wee bit. Somebody clearly having an issue ahead of him.
There were clearly yellow boards out, which are the equivalent to yellow flags at night time, and he slowed down to take account of that, but then the car suddenly got away from him, so one assumes an engine failure for the car in front. The difficulty with situations like that, you know that whatever happened, it will happen to the car behind you as well. And that was, who was in the 100 at the time? It was Jon Schmidstad, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He said. And he was down in 22nd place. But despite being down in 22nd place, was the leading BMW.
Right.
having not really had any particular problems, was still, though, a couple of laps off the lead lap.
Was he really the leading BMW? What happened to Peter Dumbreck's car?
The 44 and 33.
33, 17th.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah. Yes.
Steph Dusseldorf behind the wheel of that car. Sorry, it took me longer to find it than I should really have. Raffaele Marciello in the 48 car, sitting in 3rd position, coming up behind one of the remaining Nissans. It's not a battle for position as he waits for green flags. It's another coned off area, and this is going to be for the 100 BMW, which maybe not. Green boards going out there, and Raffaele remembers to put his headlights on. That blue light is very, very distracting on the onboard camera, and I would suggest if you have any problems with flashing lights that you don't watch that. That really isn't conducive to good health at all. And I'm only hoping the driver's not seeing as much as that as we are from the onboard, because a very intricate front panel is being coaxed off the car. And it's taking quite a lot to do it. They're also having a look at one of the oil coolers or water coolers at the front as well. Now, whether that is the actual cause of the problem, or whether they're still trying to get this headlamp unit on the left-hand side sorted, and they feel it's easier to take the whole front, effectively like the front clip on that car. This seems to be an awful lot of work, Paul, just to change a headlight.
Well, yeah,
no,
that's
they're doing a radiator.
Kind of,
it's a radiator.
Yes, kind of go with what Martin was saying, that it was more than just a headlight, but whatever broke the headlight, I think might have just broken something else. I'm not saying the headlight didn't need replacing, and that wasn't the reason they brought him in.
Well, that might have caught the attention of the officials. I say that, and now, no, they haven't. They haven't changed the radiators. They've got a bit of tape blanking on the, which I presume is the water radiator, or one of the water radiators. All sorts of helpful information being passed in to that car at the moment, which has dropped. It was Thomas Much, wasn't it, who
he brought it in,
brought that car in. I couldn't see who was sitting in the car. Jörn Schmidt-Stade for Volkenhorst Motorsport is back underway. Slippery surface flags out. He's back underway behind one of the Opel tow cars. Opel now owned by the Peugeot Citroën Group. Oh, flashing lights. Not good for your eyes at this time of night. I just wonder what actually happened with that car, the Volkenhorst car. It's not BMW's race though, is it, Paul?
I mean, you and I have both been doing this race long enough that leading BMWs or challenging BMWs tend to fall apart in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
And that's not falling apart, that's not a mechanical issue. Very often they just happen to be crashed in the middle of the night.
Claudia Hurtgen was having a good run one year and had a smash down the Dottinger hole.
Absolutely, and we can think of if we try hard enough, we can think of several of them where that used to be the tradition somehow, that there would be a problem in the middle of the night or at some stage. But the fact that these all went down as early as they did, I just find very, very surprising. And you know, it can't be anything to do with preparation or the car itself or the fact that they had a weight break. I think it's just purely one of those things that goes to explain a lot of the things in these conditions. Sheer bad luck.
Headlights are both now back in operation on the Glickenhaus. I wonder if there was a wire that got caught somewhere, because they seem to unfasten various pieces of the infrastructure of that car. And I'm not sure still that they're actually happy about this. Righty tighty, lefty loosey, remember. Yeah, no, maybe. Having a look at one of the inner wheel arch guards as well on the right front. Struggling to find the right torque drive to fasten up the front end of the car. Well, this is a problem when you're doing non-planned maintenance. Now I think they're going back to work on that car. 13 hours and 52 minutes still to go. Now we've added another fabulous Andy Blackmore designed t-shirt to our Radio Show Limited shop. It's inspired by the challenge of this place, the Green Hell. It's now available, made available at the start of the race. You go to www.radio-show.co.uk and click on the store button, which is on the right hand side of the full desktop version, just above all the TV and partners, TV and radio partners. Each of the shirts are made individually, so sizing requirements can be discussed with our friends at Full Torque Gear, and they'll ship around the world as well, and there's even a 10% discount if you get in before the end of this race. Use the discount code MOBILE1RSL for that, MOBILE1RSL, and you'll get a bit of discount there too, because that's the sort of people we are. This Falcon Horse BMW is going to have to be towed a long way. Oh, I think they maybe bump started that. Toad started it, because they've now unfastened the tow hitch, and Jon Schmidstadter is being instructed by the safety marshal on to what to do next, Paul.
It looks like he's going to be able to get going again. What we didn't quite find out was what the car was up ahead of him, which had dropped the fluid on which the BMW later spun. But there's certainly been a large number of the information over here will give me a clue as to which car that was that had ground to a halt.
And while Paul's doing that, Drew Austin's asked, sorry, not Drew Austin. Let me go back down. Gert Van Kamp says, anyone know what's going on with the number 1 Porsche? Looks like it's not moving anymore. Puncture for that car, and then a incident that left it sideways across the track just before the carousel. That was a wee while ago now. Patrick Pele was at the wheel. Martin Haven has returned from his sojourn into the evening warmth.
Into the garage of SCG, actually, yes, it's lovely. It's nice to be able to go outside at whatever o'clock in the morning, 1:30 in the morning, A, without a coat on, and B, without a coat on, because it's warm and not hosing it down with rain. So got to the team. The unfortunate problem of coming in through the back of the garage, which we can do rather than from the front end, is you're in the way, but it's a result of accident damage, so lots of front end bits and pieces needing changing. So it wasn't just lights, the car has run into something, and they weren't entirely sure what. Didn't get who got out of the car?
Thomas Much.
Yeah, didn't get to a driver in a race suit, so wasn't sure. They weren't sure what he'd hit. Whether he is or not, I'm not entirely certain.
I tell you what, though, I bet they've learned something.
Yeah, the Glickenhaus is a one-off project and it works extremely well. But to be a potential customer car, well, potential customer car even, it needs serviceability.
Yeah.
Oh, Valkenhorst 100 hasn't moved since I left then, has it?
No, it has. It got towed.
It's a different bit of grass, that.
And then they unfastened.
How could I not have noticed?
Well, it's a lot wider. Then they unhitched it, and I thought they'd got it going again, but I think they're pushing it back. Yeah, they are. They're pushing it back into a service road.
They're pushing it in not the right direction, aren't they?
They've towed it to a service road, and it's being left there at the moment. Jon Schmidstadter will have to get on the telephone. Sorry, I gave the wrong discount code, by the way, for the T-shirts. It's Mobile1RLM. Mobile1RLM is the discount code. My apologies. I will offer only this. Oh, now the 245's in there as well. So can we put that forward then, Your Honour, as a possible for the dropping of oil on which the Valkenhorst car fell off?
Ah, is that what happened to it? Right, okay. You've seen replays.
It's certainly better than any other offer we've had, because you did suggest it was a BMW, and the T45 is one of the Classic Cup 5 BMWs.
I was going to say, all we saw was a door, but you just knew that was a BMW anyway.
Obviously, 2 BMWs, one falling off and the other one's oil. So, obviously, Martin,
Thomas,
it has been one of those races.
If there's a car off, it's a BMW, and if it isn't, it's a BMW.
What have BMW done to... Do you think, deciding to knock Le Mans on the head has angered the racing gods? Because they are getting it from all angles and all classes.
Properly not BMW's weekend,
yes.
is it? They didn't fare at all well in TCR either.
Well, they weren't in TCR.
Yeah.
Yet.
The 245,
don't do that to me.
The 245 was 5th in the Classic Cup 5 class before that problem for it, and yes, it wasn't.
Yeah, because 240 has led that class from the first hourly update.
Well, that's in the supplementary regs, isn't it? As it's the title of the class.
Yeah, it's title named after. Like in the same way that Jan Seyfarth didn't race either in the Seyfarth Audi R8 Cup or indeed here in an Audi R8.
Well, there was a Seyfarth in that Audi Seyfarth Cup.
Ah.
At least the first race it was. It was dead last, but...
Did he survive it? The Glickenhaus back on track, and Thomas Mutch at the wheel of the car again. Still leading in SPX. Good news.
Oh.
Bad news, no longer in the top 3, but in the top 13. John?
I'm indebted to Oz Freak, although I got it roughly the same time. Porsche Motorsport let us know, number 1, retired from the race. The defending champion car. After an accident, the repair of the car is not possible. Richard Leeds is fine.
1 kick in the teeth is one thing. 2 kick in the teeth, not at this race. That's it. Done, dusted. It would be possible to repair it in the 13 hours they've got left, presumably, unless it had been in a conflagration, but totally not worth their time.
245, sorry, the leading car at 240 hasn't always been in the lead. In fact, it's only just taken over the lead. So just to put that one to right, 235 was in the lead of the class before. The FK Performance Motors car, Christian Connert, was at the wheel of it. Oscar Sandberg in the 240 has only just taken over. So as ever, there is a good battle going on in the M240i Racing Cup class.
So number 1, Red Cross of Doom, 2 crashes. Is the explanation. Number 2, Red Cross of Doom, clash with backmarker traffic and steering damage.
What is this?
It's a sort of Edding Pentel kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah. It doesn't have a rhyming name.
Uniball of Ennui?
It's not that. No, it's not the purple Pentel of mild disappointment, which is what we use in Crevented races, because you never actually retire. You're just mildly disappointed.
Well, somebody's just asked that. If you get towed back to the pits, can you rejoin? Yes, you can.
If it'll run, you can run it. Hence the Manta. If they can actually get it to clatter around for another 25 kilometres, they will do that.
Oh yeah.
Well, so all they have to do is to get it into a state, and what I'm trying to say is the marshals will bring it back, or the service vehicles will bring it back to the garage and enable them to work on it.
Can I offer you a battle out on the circuit?
Do, sir.
For 5th position.
Yep.
And Dries Van Toor is closing down in his Audi on the Mercedes of
Nico Bastian. Yeah, he's still
Nico
on the tail of
Bastian,
Nico Bastian.
See,
has
BS
been
could be Basseng.
Yeah.
Not in a Merc.
And Rene Rast is right on the tail of Van der Zander as well. The number 16
that's
gets
for 8th
speed
position.
performance.
Well, also sorry, Paul.
No, that's all right.
The Bastian battle, it's not a 2-car battle, it's actually a 3-car battle, because Lucas Stolz in the number 3 Mercedes is only 3 seconds behind Renger van der Zander. So Bastian van der Zander and Stolz, Mercedes out in Mercedes, that's 5th, 6th, 7th. And as you say, René Rast is right behind the number 16 Mercedes, and right behind means within a second of. Yeah. So it is a good jam-packed top 10. Outside the top 10, not so many close battles, although the number 11 Ferrari is 0.4 of a second behind the number 39 Nissan, and that's for 14th place. So that is a very close battle indeed. Who's in the 39 Nissan?
Christian Menzel?
Christian Menzel, yes it is. No, Nico Menzel. Christian Menzel's
yes.
not driving that one. He's
on.
driving the other one
Yes.
that in fact he's not driving any longer because it's no longer drivable. That was the Joshua Burden car that got heavily shunted from behind. Contrary to reports you may have read earlier, definitely the Porsche definitely hit the KCMG Nissan definitely very hard from behind, not the other way around.
Jeremy's just tweeted in and said, what's the link to the shirts for sale as they're shipped to the USA? No, don't have to ship them to the USA. We have a USA outlet.
Hand carried.
I could do, yes. Let me tweet that back to you. Stand by.
Yeah.
That's something we can do. And there is a link at radiolemans.com as well, Jeremy, but stand by.
And I'm assuming that the new Andy Blackmore design is a black T-shirt with large wise letters that celebrated the N24 going, "You're doing what now?" Or possibly a blue and white quartered rounder with BMW 9 Danker. Paul?
Just to confirm about the number 100 BMW and the Racing Cup BMW we saw, it was number 245, but it was at Arenberg where the initial incident was, and then it was towed on up from there, I think probably up to the top of Adenauer Forst, which is the bit after Arenberg.
Just before 10 minutes, just on 10 minutes before 2 in the morning, and can't afford to be drifting off here, particularly if you're in one of the top cars. Dries Van Toor, younger brother of Lawrence, right now on the tailpipes of the number 6 Mercedes, right ahead of the Black Fulton car with a little bit of space on the track, and when he has that, he does break away just a tiny bit, but as soon as there's traffic, it appears Dries can close in, and he doesn't get bothered by the traffic quite so much, heading down to the bridge at Breitscheid. The cafe entrance, as I've found out they call that, halfway around, and heck of a party going on the driver's right there.
Now, am I right in thinking that cafe is owned by Sabine Schmidt's family? That cafe and the little hotel-y bit beside it? I was always of the impression that that was the case, which is how she ended up being quite so involved with the Nordschleife. But answers on a postcard, please, obviously via Twitter to at @RSL_studio, hashtag N24RSL.
Sabine's mum definitely ran a hotel stroke guest house that I think McLaren always used to stay at for the Formula One, so I think it might have been closer to the F1 end of the track than that, but I stand to be corrected, I don't mind. But you're absolutely right, Sabina and her sister actually, who is also a pretty tidy driver, used to borrow the family BMW, mum's BMW, and over a little while they started to improve the car to the point where
using tyres and barriers and things.
Well, no, actually improved by swapping out the brakes, putting on adjustable suspension, and then getting a set of very extreme track rubber for the track days and the opportunities to drive around the Nordschleife. And Sabina
at what stage did Mum decide that it was unusable and undrivable, hand it over?
In fairness, Sabina said, my mum wasn't really, that much into the technical side of cars and engineering. And her and her sister were. And it came to a head one day when Mum had tried to take the car, had managed to get the car down to a hairdresser's appointment, and it had rained halfway there. And the car was pretty much on slicks and set up very stiffly. And a rather agitated Sabina's mum
Phone from
called
a
the
ditch.
house and said, "There's something wrong with the car, Sabina. Could barely keep it on the road." "What? You're out in the car in this weather?" "Yeah, I had to go for my hairdresser's appointment." "Ah, we'll come and pick you up."
Yeah, we'll come and pick you out of the ditch. Second
No,
place
she have
car.
got it there, in fairness.
Second place car in TCR has come and gone. It's the Hyundai i30N Velostar, and that car, Mark Bassang, has handed over to. Well, it still says Bassang, but there was a driver walking away from the car as it left.
Which one's
So
this?
either 171. So either Bassang is hogging the steering wheel and refusing to get out and has gone
Seems
back out
reasonable.
again, or the timing has not quite caught up. That car's second in TCR. Go ahead.
I've got Moritz Osterreich in it at the moment.
Okay,
Just
so
answer the question.
my timing screen hasn't changed. I did think that it would be unlikely that somebody would be right by the car, fully suited, in the pit lane, and then be turned away. So Moritz Osterreich and his father is driving the car that leads the class. Yes, now it's caught up. Bassang to Osterreich, very good. And the car that leads in TCR is
The Honda Civic
Yeah.
number 172, which is no longer Marcus Osterreich,
No.
is now Dominic Fugel doing the driving there. So father will be able to presumably get
Watch
Moritz's cocoa ready, or whatever it is he needs before he goes to bed.
But they're in different cars and in different teams,
so
racing for different manufacturers.
Yeah, they're
So he'll put something in his cocoa to slow him
Yes,
down,
maybe,
undoubtedly.
No, they just give him the cocoa and he'll fall asleep. Hello to Rodrigo Zarate from R24 RSL. Dries Van Toor still hanging on to the back of the Mercedes as they head into the slow zone again, and that is for what? Yellow light almost.
There's somebody's been in the fence. There's been a very big accident.
Listen.
Oh no, it's not. No, it's where the Masters post was behind.
It's Tiergarten again. It's Tiergarten again. Right hand side. Was that the
It
other
was a-
KCMG car?
It was no. It was
The
more
remaining
blue
car?
than that. It was a blue BMW.
Are there any blue BMWs
Are there
left,
any
Mark?
BMWs? Well, only Lovejoys.
There's,
No, that's not. That wasn't that colour blue.
No, it wasn't. It's still going.
And there's lots of BMW
Yes.
235, 240Es
Right,
highs
the-
still going.
The Menzel Nissan hasn't come through yet.
Oh, don't.
The 39 car in 17th position, and that is still in the penultimate sector. So it was the round rear lights that
Yeah.
almost certainly says GTR to me. Fleeting glimpse from an onboard shot, but I'm fairly certain that was the car.
TCR leader, by the way, in the pits, Paul. Fugelstrasse.
Thank you, Vladdy. Vladdy Kulov reminds me the Sabine Schmidt's place is the Piston Klauser. Of course it is. Which
Oh,
is
is
the
it?
other side.
Okay.
Yeah. He's in Bulgaria.
39 would appear to be the car that stopped.
Yes,
Yes, as I said.
Yeah.
It was due 2 minutes ago, so yeah, it should have. Its last time around was at 10:13. We're now at 10:26, so
So
a
that's
13-minute lap in prospect.
That's been parked pretty heavily then in Tiergarten on driver's right.
And as you said, it was Nico Menzel at the wheel of it.
It's been a race of considerable attrition. How many starters did we actually have at the beginning?
154.
Oh, 54, right.
René Rast in the battle for 8th place, right up behind Renger van der Zande, almost ran into the back of him out of Haug's Hook. Very, very close battle indeed. The Mercedes just kept its nose in front of the Audi, but they were 1600ths apart at the line, and they were minus something apart out of Haug's Hook, because there was definitely an overlap as René Rast overshot. Renger van der Zande's Audi, by the way, is 0.2 behind Nico Bastian's Mercedes, and they have left Lucas Stoltz absolutely for dead. He was about 4 seconds back. He's now 14 seconds behind them. So I don't know quite. Maybe they got by. No, maybe they did get by the scene of the incident at Tiergarten just before it happened. Maybe they didn't.
I'm learning so much this evening. We mentioned that Sabine Schmidt's family owned the Piston Clouser, and I think the cafe up on that side as well, it's effectively the same place. The cafe at the bridge was given to the chap who used to check the tickets at the bridge entrance. It was gifted to us, which made him redundant, but he gained the cafe as thanks. There's pictures inside of it being built. Have the burger mit Pommes, sehr gut, says Adrian Gordon. We're learning.
Right, you can't eat a bad Wurst mit Pommes, especially if you have mayonnaise in this country.
Burger mit Pommes.
Oh, I'll go with burger.
Schnitzel. I'm saying schnitzel.
TCR Honda still in the pit lane, and that's 43rd place. 44th place car, the Fricadelli Porsche number 30, is in the pit lane as well. Has that been in a long while? I'm full of questions and shy on answers.
Yes, I'm sorry to be shy on answers.
No, I'm
because
shy
of the
on
way
answers.
Yes, okay. The way that Vega timing went past midnight has caused us some difficulties because they changed the format of the time as they did so, which means that calculating pit stop times has become rather more difficult than it should be. I can only tell you what the time was when it comes out. That's
okay, Paul.
The best way.
Thank you very much indeed. We're live in the Aston Martin lounge. Martin Haven is about to take his leave. Thank you, Martin. See you later on in the morning or earlier in the morning. Johnny Palmer is revving up on the jack stands, as it were, at the moment, waiting to have the lollipop pulled away and jump in here. We're about to get to 2 o'clock in the morning. You're tuned to live coverage of the Nürburgring 24 hours on RS1 and RS3. We're live from the Aston Martin Racing Lounge. So here's how it stands with 13.5 hours still to go. At the top of the shop, it is the number 911, Lawrence Vantour, leading now by 2 minutes and 12 seconds over the Porsche of Mathieu Jaminet. That is Manthey from Fricadelli Porsche. The first non-Porsche is the Mercedes number 48. That's the Man Filter car in third position, another 13 seconds further back. And then it's the first of the Audis. Christopher Haase, the 14 car, is minute 42 back down the road. But only 2.5 seconds ahead of the number 6 Mercedes-Benz, and the top 6 made up by Dries Vantour, out on the track at the same time as his older brother. That number 4 Audi is just 0.9 of a second behind that battle ahead of it. So 3 cars in fairly close contention there. Martin's taken the list away again, hasn't he? With the oh no, he hasn't. This is an even hour. So SP9 we've talked about. SPX will still be the Glickenhaus, I presume. Yes, it is. Even though that car's been in the pits for a wee while. A couple of laps lost there. SP8 and SP8T. So SP8 first of all is the Audi R8 LMS BE. That is bigger engine for Rahel Frey and the GT tyres. Motorsport by Racing. The 148 car is in its class the leader, but 33rd overall. 8T is the Aston Martin Vantage AMR GT3, and that is the AMR Performance Centre entered car. Alex Brundle back behind the wheel of the number 37, 51st position, and only 8 laps off the lead. SP7, and that car is the 911 GT3 Cup of Müllner Motorsports. Sebastian von Gartzen driving it at the moment. He's 22nd overall, has about a 2.5 second lead, sorry, 2.5 minute lead back to second place. SP4, And the leader there is the BMW E90 325i, just the one car in that class, but they're still going round. 113th for the number 325, Sebastian Sherman behind the wheel. SP4T, that is, thank you Paul, Franco Arcidiacone. First time I've had to say that one, sorry. Franco, the 159 car is in 101st position and has nearly 5 minutes of a lead. TCR leader is the Honda Civic of Team Castrol Honda Racing, Marcus Österreich behind the wheel of that car, 172, 41st overall with a 6.5 minutes plus lead. SP3 is, what was it? Oh, there we are. It is the Toyota GT86 of TMG United. That's the Toyota Motorsport Adrien Brucius driven Toyota. And that is the only car in that class, actually, the 115 car. No, it's not. It's just a very long way ahead, says Paul. Thank you. That is the number 115 car, and that is 83rd in class. SP3T Subaru. It's been there for a very long time. STI Hideki Yamauchi driving the Subaru WRX in 35th position overall. SP6 is next, and that is the Porsche Carrera Black Falcon Team Techstar. Vasily Selivanov is the driver there of the 133 car in 64th position. Oh, sorry, if I done them the wrong way around. Oh, that was the V6, my apologies. SP6, thank you, Paul, is the Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport, the Schmickler performance car. That's Claudius Karsch leading that 42nd position for the 80 car. And finally, GT4 SP10 Black Falcon Team Identica. They've been in that lead of that. Now inside the top 30, 27th position for the number 70. And that Mercedes AMG GT4 has 3 minutes and 47 seconds. On the rest of the field, it's been another bad hour for BMW with yet another retirement. And the, well, it's gone behind the wall anyway, that BMW, which was the 90, was that the last of the 98 cars back out again? Anyway, slipped on some oil and welled off. No, it wasn't, it was the 100 car, get it right in a moment, sorry. And we think that went off on the oil of the 325 BMW, which was ahead of it, or 245 the car rather, that was ahead of it. And that car towed to safety, but is yet to rejoin. So with 13 hours and 24 minutes to go, still plenty of racing to come, and we'll have it all for you live in sound and vision from the Nürburgring. And it's a very good morning to Paul Trustwell, who's still sitting to my left, and Johnny Palmer, who joins in on the right-hand side. How are you feeling, JP?
I'm all right. Yeah, very good, very fresh. And looking forward to sunrise, because I'm here till 5 o'clock, so it'll certainly start to be getting light at that sort of time.
You get that shift that Peter Kate likes, he was talking about earlier on, the dawn shift.
Yes, yes, although 5 o'clock's probably still before official sunrise. I
tell you what, there was light in the sky at 10 past 4 this morning. Yesterday morning.
What are you doing up at 10 past 4 this morning?
Getting your coffee ready.
Oh, okay. For a half 6 call.
This morning?
Of course I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, don't want my efforts to go unrewarded.
That's a 2-hour coffee, is it?
Listen, you can't. You know,
you can't rush these things.
It's not. I don't just do instant for you. You know, I've got to get the right bean blend.
Sunrise 5:22.
Right? Okay. Well, it'll be a race to get to sleep before 5:22, but I'm sure it'll be very light in the sky, and 1 or 2 sleepy heads peeking out of tents even at that time.
I think so.
And 1 or 2 sleepy heads maybe creeping into tents at that time as well, because the night is young yet. I know it's just coming up for 10 past 2, but the stereos won't be shut down for a good few hours yet.
Hello to Andrew Mather. He took delivery of his new midweek motorsport mug from Full Torque Gear this week. Now, I'd like to give some early customer feedback. It's bigger than expected, but the perfect caffeine retention and distribution device for events such as these. 5 stars out of 5. And to Drayton Knowles, fantastic name. Hello, Drayton. Watching from the Bahamas. It sounds like fun living here, but there's an extreme lack of motorsports. I'll be taking notes for my sim race at the Nürburgring later this week. Hashtag N24RSL at RSL Studio. Here's the pass. Oh, the Land car is hit. René Rast tried to get up the inside of the Mercedes, right ahead of him, coming out of a slow zone there. And that is the Mercedes that he's battling with for 7th position, and there was considerable contact to the right front of the Land Audi R8 there. There was a car in the barriers on the left-hand side, which is why there was assistance out there, but that all seemed a bit unnecessary, Johnny Palmer.
Yeah, that was Adenauer Forest, wasn't it? Bottom of the foxhole, and there's a car off on the right-hand side.
There's the green board.
Yeah, as soon as you see it, you can get going again, but very, very slow to react was Renger van der Zande for whatever reason.
Unusual for Renger. He's normally like a rat up a drain pipe.
Precisely. Or a rat down the foxhole.
Well, indeed.
But,
is that your one, Johnny?
No, you go ahead.
I'll think that.
So now heading down into the left-hand hairpin, which is so tricky, particularly in full darkness. That's on the approach to the Breitscheid area. So Versiphen is the left-hander, and Breitscheid now over the bridge, and that lay-by that you've been talking about so much, the extra area you can get on for a tourist lap. So still no overtake, despite some contact between the 16 Mercedes and the number 29 Land Audi. I think both will stand up to that punishment, just about.
You'd like to think so, wouldn't you?
Well, I mainly base that on the fact that the Porsche's incredibly strong after Matty Campbell rattled down the barrier at Schwedenkreuz, and that 31 car is still in 2nd place. We feared the worst for that Fricadelli Porsche. It's doing very nicely. A couple of minutes back, I'll admit, from the race leader, Laurent Vantor, in the 911. But Porsche, Mercedes, Audi not out of this yet for a podium. Need a little bit of disaster to strike for a couple of cars ahead, but Dries Van Todd and the next best manufacturer would be Lamborghini in 10th position, with BMW. Well, we've talked about dramas for the 100 car, and the only one left now on the lead screen, which contains the top 20 cars, is the 33 Falcon Motorsports BMW of Stef Dusseldorp.
And let's not forget the drama for the 29 car as well in that last hour. The KCMG Nissan in the barriers. Oh, and another very close moment for Renger van der Zande. 2 wheels on the dirt there as he's trying to make a gap between himself and René Rast out in the darkness. This is starting to get a little worrying now for these two. There's clearly some frustrations in here, and that Mercedes under Renger van der Zande doesn't look the most comfortable. He gets 3 wide, and then the Porsche that he is trying to pass. How close was he to the barrier? He's scraping the bottom of the car down the curb as well. It was the 320 Porsche that he went by there, one of the Cup class cars. My goodness, that was very, very close indeed.
Class leader in alternative fuels as well, the AT.
Yes, of course it is.
Yeah, that's the car that started on the front row of Group 2 many hours ago, and this thing got started at 3:30, so that car obviously keen not to lose any time either.
The problem that car does have, Johnny, is that the driver ID is not working in it, because Thomas van Lovers van Meenar has always been in the car, according to
we saw him get out at least once.
Well,
in 320?
Yes.
I've got Alex Duffner driving down.
Have you? Okay, so it's
Axel Duffner.
Axel Duffner, yeah, and he's been in that car before as well, so I've seen that.
Right, okay, that's purely on the other feed that we're not getting a driver change on it. Most of the driver changes are working, but that one isn't.
Okay.
Van der Zande down the inside of the blue number.
Phoenix Audi.
It was the Phoenix Audi. Sorry, I started the sentence and then wondered whether Renger was going to get through the Kleiner carousel. He's now coming back round onto
the Dottinger and he's pulled out maybe 8, 10, 12 cars lengths on Rene Rast, but he's had to take risks to do it, Johnny.
Yeah, well, I really don't like to see grassy moments, although I think actually there's a fair bit of grip around some of those. Yes, we had rain earlier on in the week, but we've had some hot conditions since then, and the grass, the turf has had chance to dry out, as was proven by Kevin Est earlier on in the race. Two wheels on the grass to take the race lead. Didn't seem to affect the Mercedes grip levels on the run up towards the carousel when it had to slip by the Care for Climate Porsche. Sparks kicking up into the face of Rene Rast. They're heading for Hohenrhein and the end of the lap once again.
And under braking, Rene Rast really closes in. Renger van der Zande throws a handful of dirt at the chasing Audi Sports Team Land machine by putting his right-hand tyres right over the block paving. Quick question from Spaced God. Did the Glickenhaus rejoin? Yes, he did. Out on the track now, still showing us Thomas Munch behind the wheel. Dropped down to 18th position and lost
16.5 minutes in the pit.
So 2 laps then, yeah, after battling at the sharp end of the field.
It's a shame. 18th position, still class leader because it's the only SPX car in the field, but really they were wanting to fight with the SP9s as much as possible and well up there. So not quite reaching half distance before the first reliability issue hit. However, they'll continue on because that's a very fast car.
Well, exactly so. Felipe Larza quoted as saying after the problem that Thomas Much had a collision, but they're not going to give up. They're carrying on pushing.
Right, so it wasn't reliability. It was a crash damage.
Yes.
Which forced that car into the pits and to be repaired. Laurent Vantour not very far away from the end of this lap, which will be lap 70. And there's still just a little bit less than 2 minutes now between the two Porsches. So Mathieu Jaminet able to take a few seconds out of Vantour the last time around. And yeah, it's touch and go on this lap actually. I think they're again catching bits of traffic here and there. Those Porsches very tight indeed between Renger van der Zande and Rene Rast as they head for the hats and back one more time.
An extraordinary tweet coming in from FEV Racing, who are running a Cupra here this weekend. They are helping rebuild the 122 Manta Foxtail. We may get more flappage before the end of the race. Nearly there, almost there, is what has been tweeted out by that team.
Yes, we did get messages earlier on that FEV were involved in that. And news from the BMW 240i Racing Cup car, the number 245 car, on which the number 100 slipped off. It was water apparently rather than oil.
Right.
Because of failed radiator. The 245 car is at Metzgersfeld, and the team are going to go out there and have a look and see if they can do anything about it or not. Richard Lietz's comment on the accident that put out the number 1 Manthey Porsche described it as a typical Nordschleife accident, and there was another car involved. He's okay, but the car is out of the race. Ricard saying if you don't attack then you'll be slow, and if you're pushing hard there can always be something that happens. So that's the quote from Ricard Lieps after the retirement of the number 1.
Still this battle rages on, Johnny Palmer, and still Renger van der Zande going into a double yellow zone has not been able to shake Rene Rast. There's a bit of overlap going on here, and Rast almost goes through. He'll have to give that back into the 60 zone. Oh, was there another little touch there as well? This is all getting a wee bit fractious. We've seen this kind of thing before, and it may not end well. These are two very, very experienced drivers. Porsche has been in, one of the Cayman has been in the wall, and there's another car involved as well. There's the green board. Off these two go again. All kinds of rubbish, dirt and detritus on the track. Out in the darkness, a bit like the front row of a rugby scrum. What goes on out in the darkness, no one talks about. They are down to, where is that?
Adenauer Forest again.
Yes, it is coming to the top of the foxhole.
For Metzgersfeld, which is the double left-hander.
Yes, just out of the foxhole, yeah, correct.
So first left-hander, second left-hander much tighter, flashing in the lights again from René Rast. Interestingly though, they'd already been through a yellow flag area at Arenberg, which has only come out in the last couple of minutes, and I'm not sure which cars were involved down there, whereas the one at the bottom of the foxhole looks like a much more permanent issue with the code 60 in place, as you say.
The 245, Tobias Kirsch reporting, hit the wall quite hard in that incident with the 100, and it's still at Metzgerfeld with the front left tyre missing.
Right, not at Metzgersfeld, but just before that, Adenauer Forest. I would agree with that. Yeah, Metzgersfeld looking clear, but I'm puzzled by this Arenberg incident, which is the right-hander just before the road bridge. Still just covered by yellows, and then the code 60 a bit further around.
Jackie's asking, having tweeted an N24 RSL, what's the monotone sound coming out of the cars? I can hear it on board, usually doing the braking. We don't have the on-board sounds here. We don't get a TV effects for you, but I would guess it's the electric systems coming back online. Most of these cars, the GT3 cars particularly, the alternator disengages effectively when you're on full power, so as not to take any power from the engine. And when you lift off, there's a sort of clutch arrangement, and it fires back in again to get the electrical systems back online or to charge the battery. So I'm guessing that's what. If it's the kind of thing that when they lift off, it goes like that.
Ford GTs do that. I first noticed that at Daytona with the onboards there. 3 or 4 years ago, and braking into turn 1 at Daytona when you come off the banking and onto the and then you get accelerating again, and then into the first horseshoe, exactly the same noise. And yes, I seem to remember it was all alternator related, as power systems either power down or power up.
Max Markard Grimes says, even after hearing you talk for almost 11 hours about this race, hearing 16 minutes in the pits, 2 laps then, you still have to recalibrate. I mean, all right, the Glingenhaus is not going to win the race now unless something extraordinary happens, but they're only 2 laps off the lead. And there'd have to be an awful lot of cars. You know, there's, 17 cars between them and the leader. So there'd have to be an awful lot of attrition and problems. But even so, Mercedes 3rd place, Marciello in the pit lane. This is the 48-man filters car with the very flashy, very blue lights. It flashes blue, then it gives you the position, then it gives you the driver, then it flashes blue again.
Yeah. MAR, so I presume there's a JAN and an FEB and an APR. Get it? No. I'm still not sure about this 3-letter system for the drivers. It can be done better, in my opinion. It certainly keeps me awake at this time of night just to try and work out who's in the car. Marciello's the easy one, but we do have some that just double up, like, for instance, Mauro Engel and Philipp Eng. And you've got to remember...
Roman Dumas and Peter Dumbrek.
And the real difficulty is then when we've got same family names in the same car. So 2 Krolls, for instance, and that's just one of many. That's what's really tricky.
Simon Tibbett spotted a Zorg M4 in the wall next to that Cayman incident. So we'll try and get a handle on which one that was that has been parked up. See it on the ticker, to be honest.
No, I haven't had to come up on my ticker just yet. Just 11 cars on the lead lap, talking of the gaps that have built up as the race has progressed. Goes down to the number 18 car, which is in the pits at the moment, or was in the pits, that is now on his way again. And I think as a result of that pit stop, he'll have fallen off the lead lap, but the leaders will be coming into the pits at the end of the lap that they're currently on, so that will then put him back onto the lead lap again. The Jules Simkowiak Getsby Performance Mercedes number 18, the predominantly white car with the Knaus sponsorship.
Dave Harris and Simon Tibbett saying that sound is the compressor for the pneumatic gearbox for the assisted gear change. But again, it only does it when you're off throttle.
Yes.
It recharges the system when you're off throttle, so that you're not pumping it up and taking power from the engine.
Yeah.
There's a number of GT3 and GT4 cars who did similar things, as I say, with things like electric systems, with the alternator, air conditioning. Air conditioning normally only works when you're off throttle.
Right.
And that can sometimes make a noise when it clunks back in, or depends whether it's electrical or belt driven.
So it's an off-throttle related thing, not an on-the-brakes related thing, but obviously the two tend to coincide.
Smelly Feet said, hello at Smelly, can Rast flash his light like that? Isn't that rather distracting for the driver ahead? And Oz, hello Oz_freak, has just said, yeah, that's the point. There is a reg here for, isn't there, for lights flashing?
I'm not sure there is actually. There are in some other forms of 24-hour racing. I've tried to scan the rules here, but won't guarantee that I've hit every single one of them. No, I think certainly you can have a single button that does a strobe effect type of here, but I don't think you can do more than 10. And then having done your 10, you can't do another one.
Right. Is our number 19 Lexus overdue?
Yes, that's Dominic Farnbacher car. 10:48. It's due any second now.
Right. Well, it's not going to come through any second now because no, it's 3 minutes still to go. Right. Okay. That's fine. Just checking reports coming in from our Twitter sphere.
And just looking out for the progress being made by the race leader, Raffaele Marciello, the number 48 car, staying behind the wheel, back out on the circuit after a routine stop for the number 48 car.
And the 16 in as well, Renger van der Zande staying in the bright red.
René Rast is in as well, as is Nico Bastian, so that whole little clump of cars are going to come in at the same time, go out at the same time, and probably go and do to each other what they did last time out on the circuit again.
Yeah, they'll be elbowing each other in the back of the paddock as they head towards the Wurst stand.
Although, yeah, Van der Zande should be getting out because he's done a double stint already, but I think René Rast is going to stay in for the second, unless René is going to do a triple rather.
Renger van der Zande is, I think, is still... No, that's not Renger. It's not Renger's helmet. Not Renger's eyes either.
No. There's another code 60 in place, by the way.
I'll buy that. Yeah, good spot.
Well, he's not Kenneth Heyer either, and I don't think it was Jan Seyfarth. So yes, process of elimination says Vautier back in the car, and it's almost as if Van der Zande and Vautier are on the night shift. Because was Vautier in fairly recently? Of course, it feels recently to me, but I've been away for 3 hours, so they may well have gone through all four drivers.
Both Seyfarth and Van der Zande have done double stints since Vautier was last in the car.
Okay.
The driver that's not been in the car has been Kenneth Heyer, and I don't think Kenneth's actually been in it all day. No, number 16. It is number 16 that's supposed to have Kenneth Heyer in, isn't it?
Should be, yeah.
Hasn't had Kenneth Heyer in it at all.
Okay.
So far today. Regulations state that he has to do 15 laps if he's going to be counted. Although this is not a championship round or anything, there is still a minimum driving time, and you have to do 15 laps if you're going to be counted amongst the drivers of the winning car. If you wish to denominate yourself from the drivers of the winning car, then you can do so up to 4 hours before the end of the race, and then you just count it as a 3-driver car.
Yeah.
But if you do nominate and then don't do the 15, it can lead to exclusion of the car because you haven't done the proper driving time.
Well, his dad's here.
We've seen hands.
I know. So there's no reason why Kenneth shouldn't be. I'm just looking to see other championships he might be involved with, maybe on a Saturday, but no, that wouldn't fit. So maybe the plan always was to to rear-load his stints during this race, and we're going to see him maybe for daybreak. There is another Code 60 in place, together with now the Foxhole. Flansgarten, clearly the scene of an incident, and a Code 60 in place then at Marshall Post 174, which is Flansgarten itself.
Number of people asking about the man filter mechanics tightening the wheel nuts with a wrench at every pit stop. I swear they're the only ones doing this, says Max. Or does every team do something similar? It's probably a torque wrench, and they're just checking the torque on the nuts. And I'd be surprised if other teams don't do it, although you can get wheel wrenches that have a sort of a built-in torque sensor on them. But if you've got the big centre lock rims, some teams just prefer that single wheel nut just to put a big wrench on it, a torque wrench on it. That's a front disc change for the 911. That's the second one, I think, for that car. We had one about 4 hours ago now, maybe a little bit longer. Lexus with a problem with the rear deck.
56 on Bridgestone tyres.
Yes.
I think just about the only car in the race that's on Bridgestone. Certainly in the SP9/SP Pro class. This car is a pro car, SP Pro car, and technically the only car in that division, but it is really racing the SP9s and the SPX car. Down in 104th position though, so they've not had a good run of late. And the driver that brought that car in, Yuichi Nakayama, it's an all-Japanese lineup in the Lexus run by Toyota Gazoo Racing.
Renger van der Zande speaking on German television. There were little touches with Rast. It was a tough fight, but everything was fair and okay. Thank you, Tobias, for that.
Well, certainly the flashing of the lights didn't intimidate Renger at all. Some of the back markers proved more difficult to get by than others, and very grassy moments at times. I think a couple of touches between the 16 and the 29, but they have left the pit lane in the same order. Tristan Vautier taking over the 16 Get Speed Performance Mercedes, but Rene Rast staying at the wheel of number 29. I'm going to assume, Paul, that we haven't yet seen Rene Rast in the other car that he was due to be in, the number 14.
No, that's right. And we haven't had Christopher Haase in the number 29 either.
Okay.
So they've stuck to 3 driver lineups for both cars, and I think they probably will do that as long as the cars continue to run, because otherwise it all gets a bit too complicated trying to arrange for swaps and getting sufficient rest time to come back into their car when they need to, sort of thing.
So you think that was always just a sort of insurance policy in case one car retired early on, then the driver from the retired car could just jump across 29 to 14 or 14 to 29?
Yes, but I just realised that Christopher Haase is currently in the number 14
he
car.
Is.
But
I thought that's what you said. Rast in the 29 and Haase in the 14?
No, we had Haase in the number 29 at the beginning of the race. So Haase has driven both cars.
Make a note of that.
Yeah, so he's done... How many laps has he done? Because he has to do his 15, doesn't he? So he's done 16 laps in the 29, so he's qualified as a driver of that one. And in the 14, Haase has now done 14 laps. So by the time he gets to the end of the stint, he'll have qualified both of them. But Rene Rast has yet to drive. No, Rast has been in the 29.
He's been in the 29. He is in the 29.
He is in the 29, and he has been in the 14.
So, so they've both been in both
so they're both swapped. So that's fair, as long as they're both swapped.
The second and third place cars in the pits, 31 from Jaminet, Vantour in the 4 Audi, and a question from the crotch belt.
Dries Vantour.
Sorry, yes, yeah. Dries Vantour. The 31 car looks ready to go once they are happy that he's on time to get to the end of the pit lane. That looks like he used a scrubbed set of Michelins there rather than a brand new set. Interesting. The crotch belt asking how Marcus Baltala is doing in the Get Speed GT3 Mercedes. He is 21st overall, in the car now actually, and okay, no position in class.
20th position in class, I think.
Where's that on the timing screen? It's
Good
not on
question.
the main timing screen, position in class.
No, but he is an SP9 car that gets people at Mercedes, so he's only really behind the
the very
SPX car.
right-hand column is positioning class.
Right, okay. Sorry, I have that covered over. I wondered, well, that space was empty earlier on today, so something's been spread out. Stints and laps, maybe? Right, I wondered why they had a gap down there. Class position is 20th then, because there's one SPX car in the top 20. So crotch belt, there you go. 112 Crossbow stopped out on Flansgarden, according to the live timing mark.
Class leader in Cup X, 112, did you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the class leader. And Bjorn Hansen currently driving that car. Christian Bjorn Hansen, Norwegian driver. So another nationality to tick off there. Although I realise we got Dennis Olsen in the number 12 car as well. Rene Rast, well, sort of resuming the battle from earlier on with the 16 car. And now finally through. So that was a move on Tristan Vautier a few minutes ago, I reckon. Yeah, Vautier had taken over the car from Renger van der Zande.
Yeah.
Rast stayed at the wheel of the 29. That was at Breitscheid. And he got the move done just before the awkward right-hander as they begin the ascent to the carousel.
Yeah, absolutely agree. William Zadanis, hi Will, how are you? Notice a crewman wearing a Valentino Rossi AGV motorcycle helmet as he was servicing the cars. They're not a call for specific safety equipment for the crew. Helmets aren't mandatory in the pit lane, they're advisory, and this in the regs that I looked at, it said even a skateboard, bicycle or whatever helmet or motorcycle helmet is better than wearing nothing, but I'm pretty certain they're only advisory here. Well, most of the crew seem to be wearing them.
I think there might have been a clarification on that one, John,
really?
But I've got too many other documents open at the moment to
I know
check
certainly for broadcasters they're only advisory. Maybe that was the bit that I saw for that.
There is a facility, a different regulation for people who are permanently on the pit wall. And if they merely go from pit wall to garage, then if that's all they're doing, then there are less regulations for them than there are for people who are spending their time in the pit lane.
Got you.
And anybody can get into the garage provided they have a media pass, which is very useful indeed. As,
but not across the line into the pit lane unless you're wearing fireproofs.
Yeah, but into the pit garage. And although Martin saying that he was getting in the way, it does mean that you can get at various media people relatively easily if you need to.
Now, earlier on we had a couple of Ferraris at the sharp end of the field. That's a challenge that has died away.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, 55 octane car. Rather barbecued itself, but thankfully Alex Prince, the driver, got out.
Ollie Kientz is still running in the number 11 Glockenspiegel Team Monschau car. He is in 15th place is Oliver Kientz, and the 22, Leo Weiss, is also still running, and he is in 20th place overall. So the two Glockenspiegel cars are running, albeit not quite at the front of the field, but they're ahead of any BMWs.
Hello to Hoodie, Fraulein Hoodie actually, who's snagged a couple of the Green Hell t-shirts that Andy Blackmore has just designed for us. Only came out onto the Radio Show Limited store at the start of the race yesterday. www.radio-show.co.uk. Look for the shop button, the store button, and don't forget, if you order before the end of the race, you can get a 10% discount by using Mobile One RLM. Mobile One RLM, and we have fulfillment from the US and from Europe to keep those pesky postage charges down. Check out all of the Radio Show Limited merchandise and clothing. Just click on that store button at radio-show.co.uk. Thank you for all the kind words about the new shirts. Andy Blackmore, take a bow to all his work, and did a lot of the work for that. He's been bouncing designs backwards and forwards in this mega month tour that we're doing to reflect the circuits that we've been to and all going to, which sort of suggests there might be a couple more coming up shortly.
I had heard that. Roman Dumas, Raffaele Marciello still glued together for second and third position. So Fricadelli's Porsche versus the Manfilter Mercedes. They break the timing loop at the end of sector 7, and this time that sector favours very slightly the Italian driver in the yellow and green Mercedes, but I'm sure they're going to launch their way back onto the Grand Prix circuit, still nose to tail. And probably just, well, I don't know actually, Marciello's going to have a cracking opportunity to get by Dumas as they work their way down the Dottinger Höhe. So are we going to get a change for second position in the race before the end of the lap? They are now on that very long sector that completes the lap. So 2.5 minutes or so before they appear at the right-hander, which starts that straight Galgenkopf.
Now, meantime, Tristan Vautier is just sitting there, 60 zone, Rast ahead of him. So opportunity maybe for Vautier to get his own back. Still the Porsche of Manthey Racing leads by how long?
2 minutes 9 seconds, 2 minutes 10 pretty much.
Back to green for this battle between the 8th and 9th position cars. And traffic coming all the time.
There's still a code 60 at Flansgarten, which means that that 7th sector is taking nearer 3.5 minutes rather than the usual 2.5.
Oh, this is real trouble now for the Audi, and he's had to cut down the inside of one of the touring cars. Lots of flashing of the lights. This is where it gets very antsy. Very decisive manoeuvre down the inside of the 123 BMW. And was that the Hyundai Fastback that he went by as well? Meantime, the Falcon BMW, Steph Dusseldorp, has brought the number 33 car in from 13th position into the pit lane for what looks to be regular service. Paul, you happy with the 33?
33 is just done 8 laps, so Steph Dusseldorf has done a single stint. Prior to him, Peter Dumbrek did a single, and prior to him, Alex Imperatori did a single. So likelihood is that Steph will be out and Jens Klingman will be in again, although it's not to say they might not suddenly switch to doing double stints, but at the moment, say the pattern in that team has been single stints only. Interestingly, having said that, we thought Tristan Vautier, oh no, that was a change, wasn't it, in the number 16 car. It is confirmed as Tristan Vautier behind the wheel of it.
And he's lost a place since he came out of the pits, as we said. René Rast getting by for 8th position.
Yes.
I'm fascinated by this battle for second place, though. There's still somewhere in the 7th sector are Roman Dumas and Raffaele Marciello in Porsche and Mercedes, respectively, having to crawl through Flansgarten in that code 60, although now it might be that that's been lifted, that code 60.
Oh my goodness, weaving left and right from Romain Dumas as Marciello was
here we go, right.
Almost rubbing. Now they're coming onto the Dottinger Höhe now.
Well, this is Marciello's chance.
It has to be.
Because it's clear to the end, but the Porsche's pulling away, if anything. Dumas in clear air.
Slightly, but you're right.
Yeah, but Mercedes isn't getting the toe as I thought it might. And there's a slower car further up ahead, but he just can't touch Dumas. Now they're heading for the kink. And not going to be close enough. Dumas actually using the traffic, one of the Caymans, to haul a bit further on. And they're now working their way then through Antonius Bucher Tiergarten ends the lap,
How
and Dumas
fast
will
is
stay
that?
ahead.
How fast is that? It looks even, in some ways, even scarier in the dark, Johnny.
It is. You can't see the road in front of you.
It hasn't
Frightening.
moved, you know, though, since the last time
Well,
you were there.
yeah, that's true. Very good point. And thankfully, some flood lighting illuminates a well-populated grandstand.
I was just
still.
thinking that, Johnny.
Yeah.
We've seen times when we were looking straight across at that grandstand when it was cleared out by probably, what, 11:30 or midnight. And now coming up to 2:45, 3 in the morning here at the Nürburgring. We're in the Aston Martin Racing Lounge, which is just quieting down nicely. The last of the guests, I think, have left. Have we got any of the... In fact, the staff are going as well. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Just leave us
From
the
the
keys.
Dorrans. No, we've got the keys. That's fine.
Good, good.
Wir haben die Schlüssel. Thank you. The very hard-working Dorrant staff who man the hospitality areas here from the Dorrant at the circuit and running these lounges and the hospitality boxes up and down pit lane. There's a squadron of them who've been working hard. They were in round about 8:30, 8 o'clock this morning, and they are leaving at 2:45 in the morning to be back in probably somewhere in the region of 4 or 5 hours time.
Yeah.
First in, last out normally. Excellent stuff. Well done, the catering staff.
Back on the move from the pit lane is the Iron Force Porsche, I notice, and that's car number 8. So it has now got at the wheel Steve Jantz, I reckon, and the other drivers Jan-Erik Schluten, Lucas Luhr and Adrian Delina.
Ah, Adrian Delina.
But it is the Luxembourg driver, Steve Jantz, now to take over for a night stint.
Clarko1 has asked, and I don't know this, but Johnny, you might, because this is the sort of fact you dig up. Is Takeshi Tsuchiya in the 56 Toyota GR any relation to the Drift King Keiichi Tsuchiya? Does anybody know that?
Not sure.
At RSL_studio, hashtag N24RSL, if you know.
What's the first name of Takeshi Tsuchiya in this race? The Drift King?
Keiichi.
Keiichi Tsuchiya.
So that's
okay.
Keiichi.
All right. I'll do some digging and
thank you.
Thoughts welcome elsewhere as well.
50 car. This is the last generation BMW. The engine has been changed.
Right. It's taken them a wee while to do it because it's a 10-hour. What are we on?
Oh!
Yes, yeah, a 10-hour job there for that to get its new engine.
Slow zones again, closing up this battle between Romain Dumas and Raffaele Marciello. Porsche and AMG. This is all in the same place, isn't it? That we've seen before. And I think there's some barrier repairs going on now. Yes, there are. In at least a couple of the places where that Porsche and the BMW through. That was just after we decided that was just after the. Well, just heading up towards Adenauer Force, just the end of the foxhole kind of area.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, because I reckon there's a code 60 at Foxhole, so at the bottom of the hill, just before it climbs up into the opened area at Adenauer Forst. There's a code 60 at Arenberg, which is the right-hander after that super quick left-hander at Schwedenkreuz, just before you dive underneath the road bridge. So that's basically the top of the Foxhole and the bottom of the Foxhole, the two separate code 60s, and this one at Flansgarten, which hasn't yet cleared. So lots of them, and in fact the code 60 at Arenberg has only just kicked in. That's been yellow flags for a fairly long time.
Yeah, and although, I mean, code 60s work because they allow racing to take place on the next bit of circuit, it's inevitable that however cleverly you manage the slow zones, the cars are going to close up again. So what you get is a fast bit and then it closes up again. You can't really establish a margin on the car behind you when there are as many slow zones around the circuit as there are here, because you're just always having to slow down, and the car behind, as I say, it's a fact of life. It just slows you. You get caught up behind a queue of traffic, and that keeps it all nicely bunched together, which is good for us, Johnny, because it gives us lots of good racing.
And now Romain Dumas and Raffaele Marciello are having to lap the number 5 Audi, which is the one running on Dunlop tyres from Phoenix Racing. Might be Vincent Kolb.
Yep.
KOL. It was a stab in the dark, but managed to get it. So yes, they battled for second place. It just lapped the 14th placed car in the race. That battle's now being driven apart to a certain extent, because Dumas managed to clear that car at Exmuller, whereas the Marciello Mercedes just had to wait a little bit longer to get the overtake done, more like at Bergwerk. Climbing up the hill now through the very fast stuff indeed, and approaching the hard right, which then brings the cars into the carousel, and the campsite inside the carousel is still very much alive. Give us a wave as the second place battle thunders its way through the concrete, and these two cars will be spat out now to the right-hander, where I think from about lap 4 we had the tyre carcass, possibly from one of the GT entered cars. We wonder at one point whether it'd come off the number 1 Porsche, which later on in the race suffered a rear right puncture. But I did think that those two were unconnected. Hoher Act is where the second place fight is just reaching now, and about to commence the plummet downhill towards Brunchen and onward. So in a minute or two, we're going to be arriving at the second, or rather the third, code 60 on the lap, which is at Flansgarten. So Brunchen campsite in the distance, through that right-hander, and the scene of many accidents through the years. Through the second bit of Brunchen, ice curve is next for Romain Dumas and Raffaele Marciello, and then probably just over this brow, or soon after it, into Flansgarten. It'll be hard onto the brakes, and into a code 60. Ooh, was it there? Yes. So don't overtake, and Dumas thought about leaping past one of the slower BMWs as they reached the double wave yellow. So we're not actually into the code 60 quite yet, and now we are, and Dumas is more or less level there with the car that he was battling with into the yellow flags. But that perfectly illustrated the fact that you've got, first of all, you're into a single waved yellow, and if you catch a slower car from one of the SP6 or 5 classes or one of the V cars, and you're in an SP9, you cannot overtake. And that allows Raffaele Marciello to close up the 3 or 4 car lengths that he had as a disadvantage before all of this.
That's exactly what I meant about it. You can't establish a margin with code 60s, because you come into the next slow zone and you immediately bunch up again. So, I mean, as I say, it's great because it means that when we do go to full green, you do get some great racing, but it does mean that the field stays perhaps sometimes a little bit artificially bunched up together.
Well, it's just 0.6 of a second. Marciello's going to try around the outside, but Dumas sensibly stuck to the racing line there because he knew there were a couple of slower cars that they needed to both lap. Marciello's got to do the pass now because the Porsche's incredibly strong down the Dottinger Höhe. He tried to the outside. They're heading for the very fast right-hander now at Galgenkopf and onto the Dottinger Höhe. Marciello's got a really good run on the Porsche this time, better than a lap ago. But I reckon Dumas just got the better straight line speed. Even though these Porsches are carrying 20 extra kilos, the Mercedes is well in its draft, but Dumas edging away. It's matters of feet, but the Porsche is very, very quick on this part of the lap. And Marciello, Joe Bradley, good morning to you, just cannot get by.
No, he was not pulling any slipstream whatsoever there. And he was well positioned. He had momentum coming onto the Dottinger Höhe, but as you've just described, Johnny, if anything, we've got Dumas actually pulling out a gap when really he should have been dragging the Mercedes along with him.
Well,
No effect whatsoever.
Remember earlier on when the tables were turned and we had a Porsche behind a Mercedes, albeit with Kevin Estra in the Porsche, but entirely the reverse happened. The Porsche just closed up onto the tail of the Mercedes and then dived past when they got to Antonius Bucher, and that was clearly the opposite way around. So it strikes me that the Porsche, even if it's got a bit more weight, has enough horsepower to drag that weight through the air, and Mercedes doesn't have enough to get it up onto terms.
Which means he's going to have to look for an opportunity out there on the track, like we've just seen when it comes down to making those split-second decisions of how to get through traffic, not just at racing speed, but coming into the slow zones first. And we saw a great indication of how the slow zone works. Firstly, you're into a 120 kilometre zone, and then it goes down again by half to 60. And it's kind of, we go into slow motion, don't we? We're racing hard, and then all of a sudden we go into slow motion. It's quite bizarre to watch, and great discipline from the drivers to be able to do that.
The other thing that's happening for 7th position is that Rene Rast is very close indeed to Hubert Haupt in the number 3 Mercedes. So that's a battle for 7th and 8th. Remember, Rene Rast was battling with Tristan Vautier not very long ago, and the gap has opened up between Rast and Vautier to 17 seconds, and Haupt and Rast separated by just 0.2 now.
Yeah, I had a look at that gap a little while ago and decided it was too big for Rast to close up just yet. Sort of check that I've got my gaps right, and they haven't had a pit stop in the meantime, but I'm sure that gap was about 30 seconds about 3 laps ago. So Rast is, I mean, he took 12 seconds, no, he took 18 seconds, get this right, 8 seconds, sorry. Yeah, he took 8 seconds out of Hubert Haupt on the previous lap, so it's possible. Let me just see what that gap has done.
So this battle for second now back out onto the Nordschleife. The Marcello Mercedes just did not get it done anywhere on the Grand Prix striker. He was going from left to right, trying to kind of intimidate Dumas and take his attention away from what's in front of him and take his attention and focus to what's in his mirrors. However, Romain Dumas, is there a more experienced driver out there right now? Well, it would be hard to pick one. And the wily old fox continues to just concentrate on his drive and let Marcello think about how he's going to get by this Porsche. It does look like the Mercedes car number 48 does have maybe more speed through the turns, but it's certainly not as slippery as that Porsche. The Fricadelli car into Arnberg now through the right-hander, and then it's downhill through the sweeps left and right into the Foxhole, and the Mercedes moves alongside. But as he does, we've got a slow zone there down through the Foxhole, have we?
The top of the Foxhole, and at the bottom of the Foxhole, yeah.
Right, that was incredible. He was about to make a move, and then he had to back right out of it because there were the yellow flags.
Yeah, and they know all about those by now, and the slow zone at Flansgarten, we're hearing, has now been changed to a code 60. I think that happened a little while ago, actually. We've had a code 60 at Flansgarten, certainly for a few minutes, although it might now involve a further marshal post. Yes, it does at 172. So that code 60 is creeping further and further back towards Brunchen, essentially. Hit the loud pedal again for Romain Dumas and Raffaele Marciello. They're zigzagging their way through Adenauer Forst now, and Metzgersfeld will appear in the distance, and there is possibly one of the rescue units flashing its amber lights as again cutting around the outside. Marciello finally gets it done. There are white flags being displayed for one of the intervention vehicles, but Marciello diving at the very last minute to Romain Dumas. He then had to get to the left side of the track to avoid a back marker and to avoid one of the Audi intervention vehicles, but eventually the change for second place comes, and now the race is on for Marciello to get far enough ahead of Romain Dumas to make sure he's not passed again on the Dottinger Höhe.
Now I think now I'm not sure whether or not Romain Dumas backed out because of that intervention vehicle. He slowed right off. He saw the yellow flashing lights, and it was a real moment of indecision from the Porsche driver, not a moment of indecision from the Mercedes driver, who certainly decided and floored it, didn't he?
Go along with that, Joe. It was not indecision, but different interpretation of the signals in any case.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is what you have to do. You have to know what the signals mean, and I must admit, it is very. There are lots of different rules depending on whether it is a rescue unit, whether it's a single intervention vehicle, whether it's got its yellow lights flashing or not. That has an impact as well, and you need to make those decisions and get it right, otherwise we call in for a penalty. So we'll see whether a penalty is dished out or not, but as I said to John Hindhoff earlier on, there's a fair few of them to be got through, and meanwhile René Rast has dealt with actually I thought he had got past Hubert Hout. He has got past Hubert Hout, yes. Yeah. Hubert Hout in the Mercedes, number 3, and it wasn't actually as much as 40 seconds the gap, but it was certainly at 12, and he pulled that down in 2 laps. And now René Rast looking at the opportunity to catch up with number 14, and then he's going to and that's
his car.
That's his car, yeah. He's going to overtake himself because it's Christopher Haase at the wheel of the 14 car. So having swapped cars, René Rast now wants to prove that he's the faster of the 2 customer-provided Audi drivers.
Now then, gentlemen, when I went for my break, the 705 Glickenhaus was in the top 3 or 4.
Yes.
Now dropped out attention for the overall lead.
I think that probably happened when you were both on your break. There was a bit of damage done to the 705 when Thomas Much was driving it. It didn't look as if it was a huge amount. In fact, when the car first came in, we thought it was just a headlight that needed replacing, front left headlight that needed replacing, but there was clearly more that needed replacing under the skin of that, the front end of that Glickenhaus. And it spent 16, nearly 17 minutes in the pits at its last pit stop, and that equates to about 2 laps. That's why the 705 is now down to 18th place, and this is again a pit stop that car shouldn't be having just yet, because it hasn't been out on the circuit for that long. It had done it has done a full stint of 8 laps since its last pit stop, so it is an hour since those front end bodywork repairs, but some more bodywork activity certainly going on there.
We're live from the Aston Martin Racing Lounge. You're tuned to the Nürburgring 24 hours on RS1 and on RS3, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We're in sound and vision at www.radio-show.co.uk. Thank you for joining us. It's 3 o'clock in the morning now at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. That means we're just half an hour away from half distance, and it is time for another Hyundai race update. So let's give you a rundown of the top 10 positions. They're all SP9 cars, and then I'll hand over to Monsieur Bradley for or Herr Bradley, as I probably should say in this country, for the latest round of the classes. Remember, we're doing a certain set of classes on the even hours and a different set on the odd hours. This is how we stand then, with 12 and a half hours still to go. The 911 Laurent Vantor-driven Manthey Racing Porsche leads the way, and the gap is about 2 3/4 minutes, 2:46.1 to be exact, back to the new second place car of Raffaele Marciello in the yellow Manfilter HDP Mercedes, the AMG GT3 car 48. Third position's the 31 Romain Dumas driven Fricadelli Racing Porsche, very strong down the straight. The fourth car is car number 4, Dries Vantor in his Audi R8 from Team Phoenix, and in 5th place Nico Bastian in the Mercedes AMG number 6, which is another Black Falcon entry. Christopher Haase and René Rast separated by about 50 seconds for 6th and 7th places, but bear in mind Chris Haase at the wheel of the 14 car right now, car collection, has driven the car behind him so far in the race, just one stint, possibly 2 stints, and René Rast likewise has been in the 14 earlier on in the race, and he's now in the 29. So hopefully they'll get nice and close, and we'll have a scrap between those two machines, one for Car Collection and one for Team Lant. In 8th position is the number 3 Hubert Hout Mercedes. That is another Black Falcon car. 9th place for the 16 Tristan Vautier driven Mercedes from Get Speed Performance. And to complete the 10, Matteo Cairoli in the other Manthey Racing Porsche. That's the red and white car, number 12. So that's the top 10, and here are the classes.
Classes look like this. V3T is being led by car number 718, which happens to be a Porsche 718. Michael Coker at the wheel, currently in 84th place overall. V2T is being led by the number 162 in 99th place overall. That's the Manella Racing BMW F30. V4 is being led by the Team Aviasorg Rennsport BMW. It's got a lead of 31 seconds, just over 31 seconds. Torsten Kratz at the wheel of car 155 in 85th place overall. V6 is being led by the Porsche Carrera of Black Falcon Team Techstar. Carlos Rivas at the wheel of car 133 in 60th place overall. Class Cup 5, and just locating that. That car has got an almost 3-minute lead. It's the Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport BMW M240i. Oscar Sandberg in that car 240, aptly numbered, in 43rd place overall. The Cup X KTM, it's our crossbow class. It's the Teichmann Racing car 110, currently in 72nd place overall. And our alternate fuels class, which is further up the sheet, it's the Team Care for Climate Porsche GT3, and it's Thomas von Lewis of Menard, car 320 in 29th place.
Not necessarily, because my driver signature doesn't work on that car, so you need to check with another screen to check that.
Right, are we happy with that, Paul?
Yep.
Right.
Good stuff. So we'll do another one of those in just less than an hour's time. That's the Hyundai race update. Don't forget, you can continue to get in touch with us here in the Aston Martin Racing Lounge, a somewhat quieter, more sedate Aston Martin Racing Lounge at RSL_studio. And make sure you use the hashtag N24RSL. N24RSL. Yeah, just going back to the point about the 320 car, I still have Duffner driving that car, and that's been the way for quite some time now. So maybe a glitchy driver ID switch on the class leading machine. Axel Duffner is certainly part of the driving lineup for Team Care for Climate, and that's one of a couple of cars from that team that was due to start. And the other one is still running, 420, isn't it? Second place in AT, so it's actually a 1-2 right now for Team Care for Climate.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Just get myself over to AT. And yeah, the other one is, 65 laps completed. So it's 3 laps behind the class leader, and I think those two are probably the only two left in AT, because we lost the Viper some time ago, and I don't know that the Mustang, which was the other car, which was the in AT, no, the Mustang, you don't put it on, maybe it is still going, the Mustang. In fact, there it goes across the line now. Car number 109 is the two Mustangs in the race. One's in SP8, but the alternatively fueled Mustang is 109. That's just gone across the line now, so that is still running. So there are 3 cars still running in the AT class, but the Viper hasn't gone for about an hour now, the number 13 car.
Always brave when you take on the race number 13. Although you've run it before, haven't you, Joe?
Yeah. I used to race 13 in 100 national karts.
Is that right? So that was your race number?
Yes. So you carried your race number wherever you raced.
And how was the luck, generally?
I don't know whether it was luck or just lack of talent. It's hard to judge. Engine seized regularly.
Right.
Damage, contact. but that was 100cc karting, and that's what
that's just what happens.
Pretty standard.
Okay.
I know we didn't cover the sporting classes in that last update, but just want to make the point while we can. SP8T is still being led by the number 37 AMR Performance Centre Aston Martin Vantage. Jamie Chadwick still behind the wheel of the car, and she's leading her class, so a good performance from her. We heard David King earlier on talking about the whole of the AMR Performance team and relating the various activities that were going on, but fingers crossed for Aston's.
I did win 3 heats in the final one weekend. It felt...
That's good.
It was in the novice class when it was my 5th race.
So 3 heats, were they all the heats you did?
3 heats, and then that sorted the grid for the final.
Yeah,
started on
but every
4.
heat you were in, you won?
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty good.
One from the back as well.
So did you have a frontish start, a middle start, and a back
front,
start?
middle, back, and then you gathered points or lack of points. The higher you placed, the less points you had, and the less points started you further up the grid.
Oh,
if that
I
makes
see.
Sense.
That way round.
Yeah.
So a bit like golf then. The lower you score, the better it is.
Yes. So, yeah.
Clever stuff. Well, sort of inverted stuff.
That was
but
a
yeah,
good
I understand that. Very good fight at the moment. Now, is this for position? No, because it's the 6th Mercedes of Nico Bastian being pursued by the Luxembourgish driver Steve Jans. He's trying to hang on to the coattails of... It's Dries Vanthoor, isn't it, and Bastian. That is for position. They're 4th and 5th. And sadly for Steve Jans, he's 19th in the number 8 car. But got a grandstand seat to this battle for 4th position. Now heading up the hill out of Exmuller and on towards the right-hander at Bergwerk. And then this long, lingering climb up through Kesselchen and Klostertal before you leap on the brakes again and head for the carousel. So Dries Vanthoor got his hands full with Nico Bastian wanting to get by. Actually, last time around, the lap time, well, actually massively favoured Bastian. Took 4 seconds out of Vanthoor, and that's got to be, again, going into these Code 60s, where SP9 cars concertina up, and the lead car in maybe a duo or a trio gets caught behind a slower class car and just cannot overtake as the steady slowing incremental route into the Code 60 is the same everywhere. The good news is some of those Code 60s are starting to clear, although we had a yellow flag at Bergwerk. That's now gone. I think the one at the bottom of the foxhole, though, is still proving to be tricky to clear. The cars have been recovered, 2 of them, but the Armco barriers still needing to be replaced.
And we're still having lap times of over a minute slower than they ought to be. I reckon, isn't that the Lexus in the pits, which was the Lexus that got dumped out on the circuit? It hit the barrier out on the circuit. And I thought it was when you were last here, Johnny, when we had the discussion about, maybe it was when Hindhoff was here actually, because we had a misidentification of the 2 Lexus RCFs between the 19 and the 20 car.
I was around then.
And we ended up deciding it was the number 20 car.
That's right.
And I believe that's the car that is in the pit lane at the moment.
Well, Farnbacher's in the pit lane in the 19, and the 20 cars being shown out on track, although a long, long way down. Azuma driving the 20, and it's a long, long way down because it had a pretty major off into Tiergarten.
Yes, but they got it back clearly and have got it going again.
That is the 19.
But it is, that's not a routine stop for the 19.
Okay.
It's already been there for nearly 5 minutes. And
well,
it should be going out in 3 and a bit.
Fairly substantial damage to the right side sill of that car, and therefore the whole undersection is potentially affected by damage, and they might be just trying to make sure that the exhaust on that side is still open to allow gases to escape. It's almost showing signs of maybe a lick of flame, and significant flame down that side of the car. It's being fueled up on the dolly jacks and may well be rotated to the 90 degrees that we see these cars twitched because when it gets very, very busy down in the pit lane, you want them pointing vaguely at the fast lane. But they're mopping fluids up, and much of the wrap down that right side looks like it's been singed in some way, trying to cool the driver down as well. So that Lexus was brought in by Dominic Farnbacher, and I think there's now a new driver going into that car. All of this down towards the sill area of the...
That's the exhaust, Johnny.
I know.
They've got a fire blanket there as they put fuel in, and I think that's just heat coming off the exhaust, the way the exhaust is maybe blowing, blasting out of that side panel, and then the aero of the car is just taking all that hot gas and melting the right rear wheel arch.
Yeah,
That's
maybe
what
it
it
is
looked
just
like
that.
to me.
But it also looked like maybe a bit of damage to the side of the car, and if the exhaust manifold's been crushed in any way.
It did look like the end of the exhaust pipe had been slightly bent.
Yeah,
and so
or even just
maybe
snapped off.
the exhaust gas has been redirected because of that dent. The way that the right on the exhaust end. Calvin Williams is asking, why did they miss out the loop off the first corner on the Grand Prix track? I think that's called the Mercedes loop.
Mercedes Arena, yeah.
The Mercedes Arena. And that's because that is the Grand Prix track. This is the Nürburgring 24-hour configuration.
Yeah, but do you know why they don't use it? Because there's not space, because of all the support vehicles for the WTCR cars occupy the space where the Mercedes Arena is, so they can't use it because there's cars on it. So it's not that they don't use it just because they don't want to, it's there isn't space in the paddock. It makes the paddock bigger by just using the hook rather than the full arena.
It's a bit like when we
practical
invade...
reasons, Paul.
Yeah, it's a bit
rather
like
than romantic reasons.
It's a bit like at Le Mans when we invade the Bugatti circuit, and you can't run cars around there because it's a stonking great TV compound on the last few corners. When you get support categories coming to the Nordschleife to enjoy the festivities. I haven't been down there this weekend, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a number of the cars from the Seyfarth Audi R8 Cup occupying that part of the track, and as Paul says, many trailers relating to the World TCR Championship, TCR Cup.
You were spot on with that Lexus, Johnny. Graham Goodwin lets me know that the Lexus had a significant fuel flash fire before the cameras went to that shot. So Graham was probably in the pit lane getting his eyebrows singed. He does like that, however.
I'm pleased that he's sending messages to you as well as me, because
all right.
Earlier on in the broadcast at about 8 o'clock, he sent me about 7 in a row, and I didn't ignore them, I just actually didn't see them. But you paid far more attention to your phone than I do, particularly in the middle of the race. So that's the reason why I just explained to Gigi, send them to Joe, will you? Because they're far more likely to be picked up. Frankly, I get distracted very easily.
Well, you have got several screens to monitor there, John.
The gap first to second is creeping inexorably upwards. I thought at one point we might have a situation where it was coming down, but the leader still with the number 48 car, Raffaele Barciello, in second place, and then Romain Dumas in third. But Romain Dumas, at least, is losing touch with Rafael Marciello, and Marciello losing a little bit of touch with Lawrence Van Tour, who's going great guns in the 911 Manti Porsche.
They've got a slightly toasted Skippy, apparently. Skippy
Oh,
being
really?
one of Gigi's Daily Sports Cars photographers who was down there getting singed off the Lexus. So that's why, Johnny.
Okay.
A little bit more than just exhaust gases over the course of this event.
Yes, indeed.
A flash fire.
Well, Skippy enjoying his time at the Nürburgring 24 in this part of the world. You might have guessed originally from Australia, still lives there, but was over for Le Mans and now enjoying his second 24-hour race in the space of 8 days, as we all are. Good to have Skippy with us in Germany.
It's only a side that Graham tells me that there is no injury to Skippy.
That's good. That's good.
How are the cameras?
That wasn't in his first message, though.
Do we know how the cameras
Yeah, what about
are?
Andrew's cameras? They're the most pricey things, frankly.
Well, he probably
are replaceables.
He would have sacrificed himself for his cameras, wouldn't he?
Yeah, without a doubt. The TCR
This is
class
TCR
leader is in, and in doubly so because the car's being wheeled into the garage. So this is not part of the script.
And remember, as somebody told us earlier on, only the SP9 and SP10 cars are subject to this idea of minimum pit stop time. So this isn't just taking advantage of the fact you've got time to do things. In a TCR class car, it's fast as you can in the pits, please. Now, I just wondered, Johnny, whether this is just routine brake changing. We're coming up to half distance, and I know there are different theories on when you do change the brakes in a 24-hour race. If you know you can get through with just one brake change, and the TCRs don't use their brakes as hungrily as GT3 cars do, it may be that the TCR is just coming in for its routine brake change and they're pushing it into the garage so they can get all hands on deck to do it.
Well, Marcus Österreich, who has brought that car in from the lead of the TCR class, running the risk here of having son Moritz overtake him, because Moritz is in the second placed TCR class car, which is that the sister machine?
No, they're in different teams.
And they're in different cars as well.
The Honda Civic and the Hyundai, which Moritz Österreich is driving. He's only a minute and 20 seconds behind.
I think that change has happened.
Changed, yes, because the Castrol Honda Civic has already been in the pits for where's it gone? 2.5, nearly 3 minutes.
Did you mention, guys, the talking of TCR, the number 170 Hyundai and the repairs, the 6-hour repair job on that car?
I don't know whether we mentioned it or not. I know it's a long old job for the Hyundai team.
James has sent me a list. New front left suspension, front subframe, rear left suspension, radiator gearbox and drive shaft, and the team, of course, had to pull the engine out and then put it back in.
Are there any parts, do you know, Joe, on the Hyundai i30 which are in common with the Santa Fe?
Are we going to find it on stilts when we get back to the car park?
Well, that's just my concern, yeah.
Yes. Maybe it's front subframe, rear left suspension. I doubt it.
You don't think
the Santa
so?
Fe is a huge SUV, isn't it?
Yeah, but you know how cars sometimes share.
Yes.
platforms.
Oh, absolutely. Share platforms, certainly.
Yeah.
I'll be surprised if it shares the platform. James might be able to tell us.
About being surprised, I'll be distinctly concerned about how we get home, Joe.
and you,
It'll
Joe,
be all right.
Of course it will.
That's Paul's motto. It'll be all right. But Paul, it'll be all right.
You've only got to drive from here back to the northeast of England, Joe. It'll be all right.
As long as we get to walking, that's all Trustwell's worried about.
True enough.
He's not bothered about the further 300 miles.
Looking
that
after
you and I
number
have
one,
to.
as usual. Yeah, the 170, if you weren't around earlier on in the race, massive crash for the 170 and the 42 Schnitzer BMW. Timo Scheider, and it was Goulden, wasn't it, driving Andreas Goulden driving the 170 car. Amazingly, both drivers out very, very quickly, and although visibly they were shocked and possibly a bit winded, both were okay. And the Schnitzer BMW, I mean, for Timo Scheider, that would have been a huge shock, because it seemed like the 170, for whatever reason, just could not get the thing stopped to a suitable speed into Brunchen and nailed the back of the BMW, and the contact then with the barrier for the 42 BMW ripped off one of the front wheels.
The good news for the 170 is that it's only made 3 pit stops.
Well, that's trying to find a very thin lining and silver lining on a very, very dark cloud. But I like your thinking, Paul. Try and keep it out of the pits for as long as possible. It's been in the pits for a long, long time, but only 3 stops.
Shout out to Anne-Marie Russell, who's working the night shift on looking after elderly patients up in Sunderland. Good friend of ours. She once said to me, "What's it all about? It's just cars going round and round." And then she came to a touring car round and she was hooked. Complete Billy.
There you go.
Yeah. Ask her at any point on a Saturday afternoon of a Grand Prix weekend and she'll be able to tell you, give you a rundown of the grid.
Really?
Yeah.
And you
Total
are
Billy.
entirely responsible for that, aren't
I am.
you?
Yeah. I take full responsibility.
Losing many hours of her life after meeting you.
And now she's working night shift, listening into the Nürburgring 24
Excellent.
hours.
Well,
that
good for
is
you.
a super fan, isn't it?
Indeed so. This is a stonking race so far.
Fairly,
And we're not even halfway through yet, boys.
Not quite, no, 11:52 on the clock and time elapsed, which I had to take down because it was confusing, Martin, so if you want the time elapsed back, I might give you that later. 11:52, it is time elapsed. Raffaele Marciello, I accused him of having fallen away a little bit from Lawrence Van Tor. That spurred him into action because the last 2 laps he's been taking time off the race leader once again. And it's coming down now to 2.5 minutes, coming down towards 2.5 minutes. But as I say, that's still a comfortable lead for the Bantai Porsche.
Now in the pits is the number 302. Cup 3 Porsche Cayman. They're all Cayman GT4 Club Sports in the Cup 3 division. Now it is one of the Friedhofs that brought that car in, either Max or Axel, but this is where, unfortunately, my timing system lets me down a little bit. We've got 2 of the same surname, or indeed sometimes 3 of the same surname, due to drive the same car.
On which car, Johnny?
Car 302
is in the hands of Axel Friedhof.
Thank you. So if there's to be a driver change, it may be Max Friedhof, it may be Jan Kasperlik, or it might be Andres Serrano to step on board that car. The 15 car collection Audi is also being serviced in the pit lane. Car collection are regular entries into the 24H series, and clearly a big customer program of the Audi R8 LMS. Stefan Aust has brought that car in, and that's the Christian Bollrath and Oliver Bender car as well. So the sister car to the 14, which runs in 6th position. Christopher Haase also in the pit lane. So busy time in this part of the race for car collection. Both cars in together. They'll be stopping, well, virtually door handle to door handle because they're run from the same garage. And there is a brake change taking place on, now which Porsche is that? We're not going to narrow it down because it's not a
Mercedes.
It's a Mercedes. It's better when you see the badge, and it's a Black Falcon Mercedes.
Yeah, I
as
think
well.
it's the GT4 car, number 70, which is in the pits at the moment. That's the...
is that its first set of new pads? Do we know?
GT4 car, I think probably it is, yes.
Because we're 5 minutes away from half distance. So
that's the class leader in SP10.
Yannick Mettler.
We sometimes need another set when the sun comes up tomorrow. We've got a lot of running in the higher temperatures of daylight, and tomorrow's going to be the warmest day that we've seen all week. Highs of 30 degrees. So
I think that's true for I think that's true for the GT3 cars, but I think
not the GT4.
I think the GT4s should be able to survive because they're slightly lighter on their brakes, I think.
There's the number 14 in the pits, currently 9th place. Christopher Haase showing at the wheel of the car. Now remember, that car missed out on the qualifying session on Friday night and started the race, wasn't able to run a qualifying lap, so had to start the race behind all the other qualifiers. Started in 29th place, and that car being up as high as inside the top 10, well inside the top 10. And you cannot discount it even at this stage. I don't think you can discount any of the top 30 still, Johnny.
No,
Well,
it's very tricky to work out the next stage of this very complicated narrative. Some of the...
I think we've got a driver change in that 14, by the way.
Some of the caution areas are starting to clear. Bergwerk is back to green, but the long code 60 at the foxhole appears still to be in place, and we are still lapping, the cars are still lapping over a minute slower than they would be if it was green all the way around the track. So lengthy repair work to barriers continues. One of the 2 Ford Mustangs is now being wheeled backwards into the garage as well. And
I I think that's the alternative fuel one.
No, I
Is it
reckon
not?
it's the 777 from
Okay.
SP8. Third position, so on for a potential podium, that car. And it is Stefan Wulflik who has brought that car in. Yeah, it is the 777. And immediate attention now, again, to the underside of the car. There is there's a big old jack that's been put underneath the car, and they're also trying to cool that area as well, I think, so that the mechanic can work comfortably underneath the Montoplast backed machine. Montoplast obviously a regular backer to the Lant Audi as well. But yeah, this 777 car in SP8, so a non-turbocharged Ford Mustang GT, that car was running third in class in SP8, and is set to possibly,
Well, it is
actually,
it's 15 laps off the next car ahead. It's 2 laps ahead of the car that's behind it.
yeah.
Wasn't it Stefan Wulflik that we spoke to last year in front of that Mustang, Johnny? It's casting your mind back to conversations that we had. And he described to us how he decided on the car livery. And I think even the sponsorship from Montoplast was largely because he was using their products. Yes.
Oh, I see. I was about to say that's the third-placed SP8 car, and there aren't other cars that could potentially overtake it, but there are, because it's a 6-car class.
49 is, as I say, 2 laps behind it.
Yeah.
And it's already been in the pits for 5 minutes, so that's going to be one of its laps very nearly gone. And then there's another car behind that. No, there isn't. The car behind that is the Lexus RCF number 20, which we don't think is running anymore.
But the class is led by the GT Tyre Motorsport Audi R8 LMS BE, car number 148, as Sally, as the car's presumably known to the team and to Wulflik, is pushed back into the fast lane. And fingers crossed that has solved the issue. I just wonder whether that was some telemetry that was causing the team some concern, being beamed back from the Ford. The number 12 Manthey Porsche is in the pit lane. That's Matteo Cairoli, bringing the car in then from 11th position, maybe 10th. It's been there or thereabouts, that car, actually.
Well, he's still on the lead lap. That's the crucial thing. Came in from 10th place and is due to leave about now. If he's not rolling now, then it's not a routine stop.
Okay.
But you can't tell us whether he's rolling now or not. He should leave the pits. Okay, if he hasn't... This is a slightly longer stop for the number 12 Manthey Porsche. Maybe he's still in the pits.
The car wasn't in the garage. However, the BMW Z4 from Speedline Racing is...
Ah, this is the one that's got its new engine nicely fitted. They've taken it to its garage, which is a tent behind.
There goes Cairoli.
Okay, good. So he'll be about 30 seconds longer than he should have been on that pit stop.
Okay.
But if they've done the brakes or something like that, that's nothing to be ashamed of.
And the perfect time to do it, because we are now 12 hours in to the 47th edition of the ADAC 24 Hours of Nürburgring. 11 hours, 59 minutes and 20 seconds still to do. And it's 3:30 in the morning. You're tuned to RS1 and RS3, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's Johnny Palmer, Joe Bradley and Paul Truswell live from the Aston Martin Racing Lounge. A very good morning to you.
This part of any 24-hour race, Johnny, makes me think of the saying, how far into a forest, very apt here as well.
Yes.
How far into a forest can you walk?
That well-known phrase.
It's not even a phrase, it's something.
Is that a bit like where if a tree falls down in the forest and there's no one around to hear it?
No, it's got an answer. How far into a forest can you walk?
Halfway.
Exactly, because the next bit you're walking out.
There you go.
I'm here all week.
Well, he's here for the next few hours.
TV, we're going to lose it.
Are we?
It's on a timer.
Oh, you're right.
We need to press buttons. I'll talk amongst yourselves while I press buttons.
Okay.
I still didn't
You've got
find the
50
button
seconds.
to press.
Come on, Joe, do it before the TV.
I still didn't find the button to press.
Off.
Let's go to... No.
Paul, you can answer a question of mine, which has been bugging me for a little while, and I was reminded, oh, blimey, he's taking us into menus now, as Joe Bradley, changing channels
That should do.
Oh, Netflix. Anyway,
He's not kidding.
When I was last on shift, the number 2 Mercedes was going very nicely indeed.
Yes.
And I remember being shown earlier on in our Aston Martin Racing Lounge a summary of the race, and the number 2 car was in the garage, Adam Christodoulou thumping the steering wheel. So what on earth happened there?
He bumped into another car at the first corner at the Howard Hook on his third or fourth flying lap. It was a typical Nordschleife or Grand Prix corner, faster car going up, had the damage as the other car turned in. The two of them had it coming together. Adam brought the car in through the back entrance of the pits. It was a steering arm which had broken.
Right.
And the team initially said it was going to be a long repair, and so they probably wouldn't repair it. But then we had one message to say the car had come out of the pits, but then it didn't even complete the lap. It came just straight back in to the back entrance of the pits again. And so we didn't actually see it again. So that car has been withdrawn from the race, having completed 50 laps only. And that was around nearly 4 hours ago. But it was in the lead of the race. In fact, it had jumped into the lead of the race as a result of a canny move to pit it a little bit earlier when there was the big accident on the Dottinger Hoa, and so Renault Dufour, the team manager, decided to bring it into the pits a little bit early, and it jumped the car into the lead. But then, as I say, Adam Christodoulou had a misunderstanding with another car, and it wasn't able to make it into the pits.
Okay, well,
at least wasn't able to be repaired, I should say.
Yes. Black Falcon still have cars that are reasonably well placed. The number 6 machine, which is being driven by Nico Bastian, is in 5th place, and the Hubert Haupt car, number 3, 7th position for that car. And as I say that, Hubert Haupt dives into the pit lane at the end of lap 77, and he wasn't very far away from René Rast, or being caught by René. Let's have a look. Yeah, Bastian and Rast. Actually, no, Vantor and Rast. Dries Vantor in the number 4 and Nico Bastian in the number 6 car were very closely bunched indeed. Or are still very closely bunched indeed. Hubert Haupt out of, or into the pit lane for a brief spell then for a scheduled pit stop. Is the work still going on the GT Tyres Golf with a full engine change for this car? All female engineering crew, all female driver lineup as well. Number 89, they deserve several medals at the end of this. Clearly the target is to get the car back into the race, much like what's happening with the Opel Manta, and they're desperate to get the car at least out for the final lap, because remember, if you complete that final lap and the car gets across the line under its own power, then you will be classified.
Oh, I'm not sure if that's entirely true. I'll have to check. I think there's a 50% of the race that you have to complete, but the GT Tyres car hasn't been out. Went out in the first 2 hours of the race, so they're. You're absolutely right. They're still working on it, but I need to check what the classification minimum is, and I'll do that now. Now you've got TV pictures back. It was all done by me controlling the remote controller.
Being Joe. Okay, so a two-winded process.
But it got there.
Indeed, we did. And thank you for your efforts.
It's probably a thing to take that timer thing off it.
Well, very sensibly, you see, our equipment thinks it's 3:30 in the morning. Why do you still need me to be awake?
Exactly.
And the television just decided in the next 50 seconds it was going to turn itself off. So it was a race against time, a bit like disarming a bomb in a James Bond film. But Joe managed to complete the task. And we got 11 hours and 53 minutes to go. I think there was a bit of tweetage earlier on to suggest that the Opel Manta would be able to be classified as long as it hadn't done certainly 50% of the race, and I read 2 laps, but you would have thought more than 2 laps would be required, especially if you want all your drivers classified, because they've got to do, I think it's 2 stints, isn't it? 15 laps, certainly for the SP9 drivers. The 4 car on to an impressive lap here for Dries van Tor, because at the very start of his lap on the Grand Prix Strecker, doing a personal best for that car. The difficulty is, I reckon we've still got, yes, we have still got code 60s out on the lap. So still cars circulating at just under 9.5 minute laps. The best one offered by the race leader, in fact, a 9:24, 9:25 when you round it up for Laurens van Tor. Raffaele Marciello's just done a 9:27.5. And over the line goes the race leader now. So in just over 2.5 minutes' time, Raffaele Marciello will appear at the end of the lap. But that takes into account the whole of the Dottinger Höhe and the long Sector 7, which is basically from Klostertal all the way through to Galgenkopf. Paul's got his hand in the air. That suggests he's got an answer for us.
Yes, in order to be classified in the overall and class classifications, cars must have covered at least 50% of the number of laps covered by the overall winner.
Ah.
And the driver must have completed at least 15 race laps. We talked about the 15 race laps that each driver must complete.
Yes.
But you...
does that mean you only need... Well, to get your car classified, but not necessarily all your drivers, do you just need one driver to have done 15 laps then?
No, the car must complete 50% of the overall winner.
Yes.
But in order to be counted as one of the people who can go up on the podium and be amongst the winning drivers, you have to complete 15 laps.
Yeah.
So you can't just do one lap and say, I won the Nürburgring 24 hours. You have to do 15 laps, and then you can say, I won the Nürburgring 24 hours.
Okay. And we may be in a situation at the end of, well, the end of the race where a car's done 51% of the race, let's say, but it hasn't cycled through all of its drivers sufficiently, and therefore the drivers that have done 15 laps can stand on a podium, but the others can't.
Yeah.
And you would be classified if you'd done 50% of it. Right, so it's not looking quite as bright as some suggested on Twitter earlier on for the Opel Manta then. I mean, it had done a fair few hours before that horrible collision that involved, I still think, 3 class leaders, because the Manta was leading its class, Knuffy was out front and leading its class, and the Speedline BMW that was also involved in that crunch at the start of the lap was out front as well. The Pirelli shod Speedline BMW, the M4.
Yep, the Manta had its accident just before 5 hours into the race. It has completed 26 laps, and the race leader's already completed 78, so it's going to have to do something to get classified, although of course there's nothing to stop you, and of course this is what the GT Tyres team is hoping to do, driving the car across the line at the end of 24 hours, but then having your name in the results as not classified.
True, yes, so your name would be there, but it wouldn't technically be a race finish. I mean, what are we looking at in terms of total distance for the SP9 leader at this stage?
At 147 laps.
Okay.
So here we are at half distance, and they've done 78, so that's round about half distance. Remember, at 6 hours, I think you and Joe were in at the 6 hour mark as well, weren't you, when we tried to do the multiplying by 4 business of the number of laps that were completed after 6 hours.
Yeah.
So we now do the multiplying by 2 business at half distance, which is 78 laps completed, which, as I say, suggests that we're going to be doing 156 laps. If we get less slow zones in the second half, we'll get up to 158, but I can't see us getting to 160, which is what we need to break the record.
Luke Stockwell is wanting to nominate the 89. That's the GT Tyres Golf for the engine change. Nominate an early nomination for Spirit of the Race. I'm just going to turn around and ask, do we do Spirit of the Race for the N24? We do. So there's an early nomination. So
but not the drivers. I don't think the drivers have done much for the Spirit of the Race.
apart from blow the engine.
The drivers of the 89, no, certainly not. The crew of the 89 are working hard in the middle of the night to put the final touches to that Golf engine change.
They've provided the platform, the opportunity to win the spirit of the race, you see. We'll blow the engine, and then you can win the spirit of the race by fixing it.
By fixing it, yeah.
And getting it out before the checker flag.
Yeah.
There you go, girls.
And then we'll go and do it again. Knowing drivers. Well, that's what drivers do. Permaculturist wants to, he's just wanting to say, halfway through the best race I've ever seen. It's been a different kind of race, gentlemen. But then again, it's been a different kind of race to the Nürburgring 24 hours of last year and the year before and the year before that.
Yes.
It's got a unique character. When I think about in a few months' time or in a few years' time, when we talk about next year when we're here and we talk about 2019 and we start talking about the incidents that we've seen, you know, in previous years we've had weather, we've had snow, we've had hail, but this year's going to be all about the incidents that we've seen.
And of course we'll be talking about the place change for the lead in the final hour from 2019. Might still happen.
It might indeed. And, you know, at half distance, there's all kinds of things that can still happen. I think the fact that it is dry, Joe, I think one of the drivers came up here and said that because it is dry, people have been pushing on that much harder, and that's why the accidents have happened. And if you think about it, most of the retirements we've had have been accident-induced, but that is often the way at the Nürburgring.
Do you think GT3 spec is getting a little bit too quick for this race?
I'm not going to comment on that.
We've got all night. I'll wait till
no
chance.
Yeah,
I'll kick Haven off with that one.
There's no such. Yeah, get him. We have a discussion with him on that.
How about the Code
Bastian.
60s? Can I just tell you that at Arenberg and at the bottom of the foxhole, the Code 60s have gone. So we are going to start to see lap times tumble. There is still a Code 60, it would appear, at Flansgarten, though. That's got to be for barrier repair again, because it's been there for so long. But at least racing speeds will resume at the top of the foxhole at Arenberg and then right at the bottom of that tumble downhill section.
Tumbled downhill at the Nürburgring.
I've just created it.
We've had René Rast in the pits at the end of which was a pretty good double stint for him in the Land Motorsport Audi, number 29. Nico Bastian at the end of a double stint in the Black Falcon Mercedes, number 6. And Dries van Toor finishing his stint in the number 4 Phoenix Audi, but after only 7 laps rather than 8. Which one would expect for him to have done 8, but he's come in after 7. So whether that was scheduled, whether the tyres were going off, not sure. But we're getting to that stage where the leading group will be coming into the pits. And next time around, the 911 leading car, Lawrence Vantor, will be coming in for his routine stop, as will Raffaele Marcello. No, Marcello's already done his stop, I think.
Yeah, he's just been in.
Yeah, so Marcello's done his. Romain Dumas will be in. So Vantor and Dumas already in. And Raffaele Marcello isn't Raffaele Marcello anymore, is he? He's Maxi Gotts. So Maxi Gotts now at the wheel of the 48.
Do you have your little head torch, Paul?
No, I didn't read it because I thought we'll be in the lounge and they'll leave the lights on, but they'll turn it off.
Just a shame, because Matt G spotted the same as I did. I was going to suggest you pop down to the 89 pit, because we saw that crew, those girls, using their iPhone torches.
Oh, they need head
torches. They need head torches.
Well, maybe they thought the garages were going to be lit more than
clearly.
It's these things, though, and you know, before you start actually working on a task, you're right in the middle of it and you think, oh, wouldn't it be good if we'd brought this or that? And I mean, Hindhoff and I were talking about binoculars that would have been useful as we watch the cars appear out of Hohenrhein. Got a cracking view from the Aston Martin Racing Lounge of the exit of the final sequence of corners and also the uphill run into the last bit of the Grand Prix track and the approach to Hatzenbach too. But yeah, when you're trying to pick out cars on the end of tow ropes, if they're being retrieved from the Dottinger Höhe, that would have been useful. It'll go on a list, and I'll then lose the list in the ensuing 12 months. Ferrari number 22 is in the pit lane.
Waiting to be released to get out of the pits on time.
So that's one of the 2 Wochenspiegel team, Monschau, entries, and
Both still running.
they are both still running, aren't they?
Ollie Kint's in 16th place, and number 22 having been released from the pits. I have in 20th, but your screen might show him further down than that because he will have been overtaken by some other people around. Yes, 21st place because he's already been overtaken by some cars who have gone past. And as I say, the 22 now in the hands of Leo Weiss.
And Kelvin van der Linde in the 29 car, just escaping out of the right-left flick at the start of the Grand Prix lap.
That's on his out lap.
Yeah, so coming out of the pit lane to begin lap 79.
And the leader in the pits, 9-11, Lawrence Van Toor, has completed his stint now and will be, who's he going to be handing over to? Manthey, having done double stints pretty much from the start of the race. It'll be Kevin Estray's turn again, I think. No, Earl Bamber. Forgot about Earl. It's a 4-driver team. So Earl Bamber. Yeah, the 4 Manthey drivers doing single stints for the first 4 stints and then going into the double mode. And Kevin Estray then will be having his his second double stint, because he did a stint at the very start of the race, then took it over again to do the double stint, and now he's taking it over for his 3rd go behind the wheel.
Earl Bamber yet to win this race. Teammate Laurent Vantour did win, but that was for Audi in 2015 when he shared the win with Christopher Mies and Edward Sandstrom and Nico Muller. The WRT entered Audi R8. Not got a WRT car this year. Maybe focusing on other things with Spa 24 coming up at the end of next month. But many other Audi cars, Audi R8 LMSs in the entry, including the 2 customer cars, 6th and 7th. So Marcus Winkelhock taking over the number 14, and as I say, Van der Linde of the Kelvin variety in 7th position.
Yes, and car collection you were referring to a little while ago, Johnny, will, I'm quite sure, be at the Spa 24 hours as well as this 24 hours, as well as the various Creventic 24 hours that they have to do. So it is one of the customer, Audi's best customers.
Different drivers, though, usually, isn't it? Different teams of drivers doing
and
different series.
Different teams of mechanics as well. I mean, because you can't do all of that with one team. They'll be using different teams of people to do those things.
Where's it get its name from? Do you have any idea? Car collection.
It is a dealership, as far as I know.
All right.
And that just happens to be what they call the dealership.
Right.
Johnny will confirm because he's quick on his.
His Google.
He's quick on his Googling.
We were just going to speculate for 10 minutes, weren't we?
Oh, you can.
It won't take us that long, or it won't take Johnny that long.
No.
In fact, I bet that Johnny's found out the answer before the leader's back in the race.
No. See, car collection and Audi just pulls up loads of stuff about motor racing, and I agree with you that that is their dealership, but and they're a German team, so you would think the dealership or dealerships are based in this country, but I'll work on that.
Yes,
I've got some great news, guys.
Go on.
The coffee machine's being fired back up in the Aston Martin lounge.
Oh, brilliant. Why? Was it looking bleak?
Well, I think they've heard us talking about walking in and out of forests, and they thought those boys need a bit of a kick. So they fired
They're probably
it back
scraping
up.
the barrel on material.
I'll tell you what, the potato soup has really sorted me out.
Oh, did I miss that?
The potato soup's going to keep me going all night, thank you very much. That was very good indeed.
Mitternacht snack, I think it was called.
Oh, excellent stuff it was. Third place car, or the erstwhile third place car, now the second place car is in the pits. Romain Dumas bringing the 31 Bradley Hart car, the Fricadelli entered car for the Aberlin. What is the official entry of the 31? It's a Fricadelli racing team, isn't it? The team which Klaus Aberlin runs and which has that very strong driver lineup. Romain Dumas, I'm guessing, is going to stay in the car to do a double stint. And He is still being refueled whilst the race leader is on his way round the Grand Prix circuit. And it is indeed Earl Bamber who's taken over behind the wheel of that car. Never won this race, Johnny, you said.
That's right.
Winner of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And he has won various other long-distance races. And he's now taking the car out into the night.
Yeah, I don't think we've got many previous winners in that car, actually, because Kevin Est's still waiting for his first win at the Nordschleife. Michael Christensen...
No, he hasn't either.
Hasn't either. So it's only Vantor in the 911 car that has previously won it, and never for Porsche. So it would be a first for a lot of people, and I'm sure engineering staff that look after that 911 Porsche as well, depending on how sort of strict Manthey are. You know, you're on the 911, you're on the 912, or the number one as it's numbered this weekend. There may be quite a bit of switching and changing, actually.
Yes, and I would think with the number one car now being out, there is quite a lot of staff that will be... they won't just be going home. They'll be just called upon to relieve some of the 911 staff at various points.
They'll be closing ranks, won't they, and pooling that stuff. It also means quite a bit more rest. If you can double up the engineering staff and the mechanics, it means quite a bit more rest.
The Manthey team, now owned and run by the Raider brothers, Nicky and his brother, whose name I always forget. I'll remember it eventually. But they are very much the driving force, and Olaf Manthey, although he is here, or at least he was here yesterday, largely just a kind of father figure, doesn't really take any part in telling the team what to do. That's done by the Raider brothers. Still the car waiting to be given the sign to go, and of course the difficulty with that is you've held the car there for 20 seconds while you've not been doing anything to it, and then when the moment comes to release it, to get it out at exactly the minimum pit stop time, you find somebody else coming down the pit lane, and so you can't release it at the moment you want to release it. You don't want to release it early, because then you'll get a penalty for coming out of the pits too early, so you end up having to release it a little bit late and swallow a little bit more of the pit stop that you didn't necessarily want to. That pit stop for the number 31 was a 3 minutes and 33 seconds. Yeah, so it was 2 seconds longer than it needed to be, just because there was another car coming down the pit lane at the moment they wanted to come out.
Yeah. And the danger is with such a wide pit lane, such a very busy pit lane, you don't want an unsafe release, which will result in damage and potentially penalties as well. So better to just swallow that extra time and hope it doesn't affect your race too badly. The thing is, with the cautions that we've had for a long, long period of time, and there's still a code 60 at Flansgarten, there's every chance that you might actually get that time back again if you can get behind a fellow SP9 car and close up the gaps. We've seen that happening many times already. Looking at the gaps now, though, the closest is probably down in 11th and 12th positions between the Steph Dusseldorp BMW and the Philip Ellis Mercedes number 18. So they are battling over 11th and 12th positions. There's about 14 seconds between them, and the same distance then back to the number Lions.
Depends a bit what your criteria is, doesn't it, Johnny? Less than 30 seconds separating Fred Leviche from Gabriele Piana, 4 and 6, the Phoenix and Black Falcon team, Phoenix Audi and the Black Falcon team Mercedes, and less than 30 seconds as well separating Michael Lyons from Hubert Haupt. The Lamborghini, Michael Lyons going very well still. The Conrad car, number 7 in 9th place. Except he's just had a pit stop, hasn't he? So as a result of the pit stop, he's sit down. Yes, Michael Lyons just taking that car out, in fact. He's still on his out lap, which is why I've got him higher up the field than your screen has him.
Yes, the timing this year, which I assume is the official Vega feed actually switches the positions of cars at every sector. So rather than doing it at the end of the lap, which is the more conventional way of timing a motor race, or is it about 50-50 thing now?
It's a subject of some debate amongst timekeepers and purists.
It seems to be a very modern way of altering the order.
It's a good way of doing it because it gives you the positions as they currently are, and therefore it is a good thing.
Yeah.
It is a bad way of doing it if you're trying to keep a lap chart from the timing screen, because the positions you see on the screen are not the positions at the start-finish line.
Yeah.
And if you're keeping a lap chart, then to my way of thinking, the positions that are important are the positions at the end of each lap. But as I say, as long as you know what it's doing, then it's fine. The drawback with doing it the way that this screen is doing it is if a car has a transponder issue and it doesn't set the trigger when it goes across the sector times, then you can get an arbitrary change of position, which didn't even happen, which we did see earlier on in the race when I think it was the 911
yes, it was.
car.
Yeah, we lost it completely after around a lap.
Suddenly stopped sending sector times, and the screen showed a position change, which of course never happened. So that's why, as I say, where you have to be careful with these things.
Yeah, and I'm used to commentating on VLN races where you call the cars through the sectors and alerted by the fact that a car further down the field all of a sudden goes through a sector earlier than a car
which is on the screen ahead of it.
Above on the screen, and then you think, okay, place change there, and potentially 3 cars that haven't reached the end of sector 4 when the car in 5th position has. So it's just about getting your mind set for the way that a race is timed, I suppose. And I do understand the advantages and disadvantages of doing that. So if you're catching a lot of the online timing, that will probably flip positions at each of the splits, if indeed place changes are happening at the end of any of those 9 sectors that this lap is split into. The Code 60 that was covering Flantsgarten has possibly now been extended to Schwabenschwanz, although that's a reasonably long distance. Marshall Post 170. No, sorry, 179, 178 as well. And the Code 60 at Flantsgarten's been there for, probably best part of an hour now. So Arenberg and the Foxhole looking a lot better. However, there are still 9 zones, Code 60 zones, around Flantsgarten and Schwabenschwanz. And it could be that it's going to take a little while to get all that back up to racing speed. So the best lap recently, lap 79 for Matt Campbell in the 3rd place number 31 car, doing a 9:17. However, Maxi Goertz taking 12 minutes and 40 seconds to complete his last lap in the Manfilter Mercedes. It is 4 o'clock in the morning at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. You are tuned to RS1 and RS3, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and in sound and vision on www.radio-show.co.uk. So the end of another half hour, technically speaking, in the race, but on the hour, we're doing the Hyundai race update. It's 12 and a half hours into this race then, and therefore 11 and a half still to go. And the 911 Earl Bamber driven Porsche leads the way. 80 laps just ticked off by the Kiwi, in fact, and the 911 Manthey Porsche streams back onto the Grand Prix Strecke to commence lap 81. Maxi Goertz is 2 minutes and 20 seconds adrift in the Manfilter and HTP prepared Mercedes AMG. 3rd position for Matt Campbell, as I mentioned, in the number 31 car. Now, last time around he did a 9:17. I'm expecting this lap to be a 12.5 minute lap, though, because of the extended Code 60 at Flantsgarten and Schwalbenschwanz. So the 31 car, though, circulating in third position ahead of an Audi and a Mercedes. The Audi's being driven by Fred Vervisch now, who has had a very busy weekend. 3 World TCR Cup races and then getting stuck into a 24-hour race on Saturday and Sunday. So Fred Vervisch, the Belgian, in the 4th placed Audi, car number 4 on the Michelin tyres. 5th position is the number 6 Black Falcon Mercedes of Gabriele Piana, the Italian. 6th place Marcus Winkelhock, driving the number 14 Car Collection Audi. 7th spot is Kelvin van der Linde in the 29 Lant Motorsport Audi. 8th place for still Hubert Haupt in the number 3 Mercedes from Black Falcon. 9th position is the 16 Get Speed Performance Mercedes of Tristan Vautier. And in 10th place, it's Lars Kern in the other Manthey Racing Porsche. I can say that now that the one car has retired, but Manthey still have 2 cars in the race, the 911 and the 12, and that Porsche is in 10th position.
It's our even-numbered class rundown. So you've mentioned SP9 being our overall leaders, Johnny. SPX has only 1 car in it. It's the number 705. It's the Glickenhaus. It's currently in 17th place overall. SP7 is being led by the Molnar Motorsport Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. Moritz Kranz in that car, 62. It's 22nd overall. SP10. Car number 70 has a 2 minutes and 19 second. That's the Black Falcon Team Identica Mercedes. Car 70 in 26th place overall. The next on the list, SP3T, and that's the Subaru WRX. And that car's just disappeared there just when I went to look at it. It's the Subaru Technica International, car 88, 31st overall. SP8. He's got a 48 minute 13 second lead for the Audi R8 LMS of the GT Tyres Motorsport by Race Logic. Is that, Paul?
It's Racing, which is short for engineering in Germany.
Right. Okay. Racing. Right. Frank Schmeckler is at the wheel of car 148 in 32nd place overall. SP6, they are the car 80, 37th place overall for the Michael Grass driven Porsche Cayman. TCR, that's on the list for the even numbers. It's the number 171, currently in 40th place overall. It's the Hyundai Motorsport N. It's the Velostar. And then we've got the SP8T, Aston Martin Vantage. Jamie Chadwick now at the wheel of the 37 in 42nd place overall. And then getting down the bottom of the list, SP3 being led by the Toyota GT86 car 115, currently 79th overall. SP5, it's the BMW 1M Coupe of the Theuser Racing and Events. Uwe Legerman at the wheel of the 84 car in 93rd place overall. And then SP Pro, the Lexus of Toyota Gazoo Racing, car 56 is 94th overall. And then SP4 currently with a 1 hour and 52 minute lead in that class. Paul Martin Dorsey in the BMW E90, car 325 is 107th overall. SP4T is the Porsche Cayman that's out of the race, but it's showing as class leader. And SP9LG, Team Speedline Racing's BMW Z4 GT3, that's also out of the race.
It's actually not out of the race. It's done 15 laps, and it's just gone back out with its new engine.
All right, so it's still in the race, Paul.
So it's still in the race,
excellent.
but it's, as I say, it's just done its first lap.
Right.
So it's something like 8 hours, 10 hours behind the rest of the field.
It's 148th in the race overall.
Well, we only had 154 starters, so...
Yes. Well, the only way is up for that particular car. That's the Hyundai race update. Johnny Palmer, Joe Bradley and Paul Trustwell looking after things on RS1 and RS3 on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Joe's found something on social media.
Tobias Kirsch has translated an interview from René Rast, having just got out the car. He wasn't very happy with the driving from Renger van der Zande, but he says he will stay friends And Rast also saying that he thinks the accidents happen because the top cars are slowed down with BOP on the straights, so they're having to take bigger risks in the braking zones to pass the slow cars. Johnny, Paul, remind me, who were we talking to who was saying that their car was Peter Kidd? He was telling us that the Aston is quicker than the GT3 cars down the straights. But then that means that the GT3 cars are then all over the back of it in the twisty bits, and then, as we've seen, that is a very good analysis of why potentially we've had the issues we've had with cars diving down and creating gaps.
This is exactly the reason why the Wochenspiegel team, Monschau team, is not doing the VLN.
That's correct. Yes.
Because they didn't like the regulation changes. And they felt that it was a recipe for accidents, because the only place to overtake is going into the corners, because you can't do it on the straights. You have to wait and do it under braking.
Because the GT3 has a better braking capability, and that's where so giving them an advantage in the braking areas is asking for trouble, in my view.
Exactly, and that's exactly what happened with the regulation changes at the beginning of this year, and there really was quite an outcry from a lot of the VLN competitors, and hence the N24 competitors.
I'm remembering back to VLN 1 where Christopher Meese decided not to take part for the very same reason as well. He said the latest developments left us exposed effectively to having to really force the issue to overtake, and before you could rely on a greater speed differential and the SP9 cars being better on the brakes as well. But I think possibly it was restricted engine, so it's more of an acceleration thing, and being able to power out of corners and pick off those lower class cars. But it's just not possible now.
I would suggest, I don't know if you can find Google Translate to do so, but Bianca Leppert is the GT correspondent for Sport Auto magazine, and she's done an awful lot of analysis of this kind of stuff, and has done various articles which are, I'm sure, as I say, you'll be able to find them online and get them translated by Google. But she speaks to a lot of the drivers as well to find out what their opinions are. But it's a valid point which we haven't really brought into focus up until this point, but there may well be some comments afterwards, and Rene Rast then certainly making that point, which, as I say, in a sense, there's a bit of I told you so, but there's nothing like moving from the actually telling you so to getting into the reality of the matter.
Rene Rast is the current DTM championship leader after 6 races. We caught up with Philip Eng day before last, who's second in that championship. DTM yet to come to the Nürburgring this year, but there's a big poster outside on the exterior of the building by the main entrance advertising that race meeting. And I think it's actually in September of this year, after the visit to the UK and Brands Hatch. Yes, 14th and 15th of September. Rene Rast will be back again in very different machinery, and of course restricted only to the Grand Prix track here at the Nürburgring, but quick in most things, I think it's fair to say. An impressive stint, couple of stints from Rene Rast to side his way up the order. Some very good overtakes as well, but the Audi driver forced to do some daring stuff on Tristan Vautier's Mercedes. Because the Audi, again, I don't think it's got quite the straight line speed than the Porsches have.
Matt G's just been has just tweeted to us that he's been watching Rast on one of his screens, on his second screen, for at least an hour from the in-car, and he was dishing it out as much as he was receiving it. But again, that's what he's kind of admitted to, isn't it? He's saying he's having to take massive chances to overcome the BOP of the straight line speed of his car.
I mean, I think, they all have to a certain extent. I just wanted to pick up again on the number 50 BMW Z4 that we were saying was back in the race. It has been out, but it's not out at the moment. And nor can I find it in my list of pit callers. But as I say, if it comes in through the back entrance of the pits, then I won't get it. But the number 50 having had its new engine, we saw a brief shot of it in the pits, being ready to go out again.
Yes.
But having been out again, it seems to have got stuck somewhere out on the circuit. And as I say, unless it's coming to the pits through the back entrance, maybe that they've just done a lap of the GP circuit and come back into the garage to check the engine installation. I mean, that would be
exactly what they do, Paul.
But they did that 40 minutes ago. So how long does it take to do the secondary checks?
Shouldn't take that long.
Not 40 minutes.
You're just looking for leaks and things,
Yes.
aren't you?
Right, okay, so maybe the engine installation hasn't quite gone to plan. However, there is a car which is 149th on the list, which is also circulating and is circulating at the moment, and that is the number 54 Team Avia Sorg Rennsport BMW. It's a BMW 335, and it's in the SP8T class. So that car still fancies its chances. We'll try and keep track on it and see where it ends up.
I have some very good news, chaps.
No.
Go on.
The number of code 60 zones,
Yes.
0. So it's green all around now. And the key thing is, who's just been through the code 60, and the car behind that didn't need to go through the code 60, we're potentially going to get some gaps closing rapidly now. Just trying to make sense of the sector times. And do you know what? Kelvin van der Linde, is eating time now. And Marcus Winkelhock are going to be very close indeed to reeling in potentially Gabriele Piana for 5th position. That gap was timed at 30 seconds. Actually, that will adjust as well, won't it? Piana's closed in to Verviche within 15 seconds now of the 4th placed car. So we're going to get a slightly different complexion to the 4th, 5th and maybe 6th place battle. We'll call them across the line. As Piana goes through now. And
Winkelhock's just gone through 31 seconds
1.5 seconds.
Piana. But what's interesting is that lap time from Winkelhock, because 8 minutes 30 is what I would call a proper lap time, Johnny, and that's the first proper lap time we've had, it feels like for 3 hours.
And 5 seconds quicker than that, Kelvin van der Linde in the number 29 Audi. So he really did catch the code 60 at the right time, has found a further 5 seconds on the car collection Audi.
And that's his best lap of the race, or Victor's, I should say. That's the Lant Audi's best lap of the race, 8:25.7.
Yeah, so quicker than anything René Rast managed earlier on in the race. The 68 Aston Martin is being pushed into the back of the garage, I'm afraid.
Overeating, I would say.
Overeating?
Overeating. Overheating.
That's us in this race.
Yes.
Being sat in the Aston Martin Racing Lounge, certainly guilty of overeating. But the Aston Martin is letting off some steam. This is, what did Heinhoff say, the away kit version for the 68.
That's been in and out the pits quite a lot, I would think. Paul will be able to tell us exactly when he gets it up. But I'm wondering if that overheating has been caused by an airlock in the cooling system. I'm just speculating.
It's possible. So this is Pro Sport Performance, who went on to win the 2018 24H series, didn't they?
Right, yeah, with Charles Espinal, Putman, Joe Foster.
They've been running this year in the GT4 European Series, as well as selected preventing rounds. And I think the Nürburgring 24 very much their local race. They haven't actually, just checking their pit stops, they've had 2 extra pit stops than everybody else, but none of them have been particularly long. So they've kind of got to where they are by keeping out of trouble.
I was sure I saw that car in the pits with a prop in the garage, not just on the pit apron, but in the garage with a problem.
Yes, we see the problem. The difficulty I have is that if it comes into the pits either on the end of a tow rope or through the Grand Prix entrance, I don't get it as a pit stop, you see.
Right.
So they may well have done that.
Right.
And that, where are the 2 Aston Martins, I should say? 68 is in 6th place in SP10, 48th overall, and the other one is number 76, is in 5th place in SP10, and is 38th place overall. So they're 5th and 6th in SP10, a class that's currently being led by the number 70 Black Falcon Mercedes. But we've got some good variety in SP10 actually, because it's being led by the Mercedes, the Black Falcon car, number 70. Second, and you mentioned the gap wasn't very big, less than a lap, 2 minutes just over, to the Hoffa Racing BMW. Third in SP10 is
Pixum Team Adrenaline M4.
Thank you.
And that is the car of the current VLN champions.
Nürburgring and Co, yes.
Yeah, they didn't win the championship in an SP10 car, so that's a step out of a 3 Series BMW to now run at the M4. Danny Brink currently at the wheel of that car.
And then another M4 in 4th place in the SP10 class, ahead of the 2 Pro Sport Performance Aston Martins, which are 5th and 6th. But behind them, there's still a Ginetta, an Audi, and a probably retired BMW.
So it might be the case that Charlie Robinson's Ginetta now splits the 2 Pro Sport Performance Aston Martins.
Okay, they've all completed the same number of laps, and Charlie Martin is certainly lapping very rapidly with the car in the pits of the number 68. Yes, that car in the pits, yes, with Charlie Robinson will have got past.
Paul, are you aware of a penalty that's been given to the number 48 Mercedes, a 32-second penalty for not respecting flag signals? Have we had anything on the screen?
There's been lots of those. The trouble is that there's so many messages coming through that I've missed that one.
Tobias Kirch didn't miss it. Thanks, Tobias. We'll check that one out. But that's going to affect the battle for the lead, because the number 48 Mercedes is in 2nd place.
Yes,
certainly the battle for 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, 32-second is the stop-and-go penalty for the number 48, just coming through just now.
I also assume, regarding the race leader, that nothing ever came of the alleged overtaking under yellow flags for Kevin Estre, I think it was, catching, well, he was catching back markers, but there was also a car that was being towed on the grass on the run through Flansgarten and approaching the Kleiner Carousel. And John Heinhoff and I interrogated that footage many times over.
I didn't see a penalty, but as I say, the ticker has so many messages coming through.
You can't keep up.
Promising I didn't miss one.
The key thing is, I think it would have been enforced by now. It was going to come.
Yeah.
Although the race stewards are incredibly busy and work their way through these penalties or potential penalties gradually, but the 911 is still leading, and by 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
What I can tell you about the 911 is it's done 10 pit stops, the longest of which was a 3 minutes 33, and the shortest of which was a 3 minutes 30. Does that tell you anything about its pit stops?
Yeah, yes.
But he got 10 of them, and there's just 3 seconds separating the longest from the shortest.
Yeah, phenomenal consistency from Manthey Racing, but we've come to expect that over the years. Black Falcon can turn a car around very quickly indeed, as can HTP Motorsports. Pleased to see Fricadelli Racing, though, represented in the podium positions as we speak, with Matt Campbell back at the wheel, despite that very scary off-track moment in the daylight hours when he had to go the wrong side of an intervention vehicle at Schwedenkreuz, and I thought that could have been certainly a visit to the pit lane because of the damage done to the right side of the car, but he stayed out, and the car so far showing no ill effects from that connection with the Armco barrier at very high speed.
You mentioned daylight hours, Johnny. The nighttime hours are coming to a close. The sky beginning to light up. Dawn is just on the horizon.
Yeah, certainly there is a hint of blue now.
Sunrise still an hour away, but you're right, Joe. There is a little bit of light in the sky. The sun comes up.
Dawn of a new day, Paul.
Yeah,
are you trying to be?
No, I'm trying to work out what
poetic.
it is. When you're further, no, not to be poetic at all. When you're closer to the equator, then the effect of the sun happens more gradually, and it comes up with it takes longer to come up when you're away from the equator, or when it's at when the sun is being extremes of the solstice, so at the winter and the summer solstices, that's when it kind of just like turning the lights on.
I thought it was the other way around.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think that. That's why I was pausing.
I think it's the other way around.
But we can still see light here.
Yeah, I think the closer you come to the equator, it's like a switch. If you think about when we're in Dubai in the Middle East, the sun just comes.
But that's January.
Yeah, it is January, yes, but.
That's what I was going to say. Think about Dubai.
But, anyway, Janos is an expert on all of that.
Instead I've shoveled a few sweets into my mouth because it's far more pleasing.
I was going to talk for you there when I saw that, Johnny. Tom Reynolds is asking any news on the Manta comeback. Well, I've got my feelers out, and as yet my sources are my source tree is fruitless. But I've got people looking for it down there. Making inquiries, and I'm pretty sure that as soon as that Manta is being ready. Now remember, the Manta, car 122, the Foxtail, their aim was to repair the car and do the final lap. However, you never know, they might just want to drive round and round for a few more hours. We've still got just coming up to 11 hours of this race remaining, so there's plenty of time to enjoy the Nordschleife.
They've completed 26 laps, which they did in the first 5 hours of the race. Now, if they would get the car out, then they would stand a chance within the next couple of hours, at least. Then they would stand a chance of completing enough laps to be qualified.
The aim's got to be 75 laps, I reckon. If you think the leader's going to get to 150, or maybe just a bit fewer than 150.
Yeah, 75 at the very least you've got to get to.
So they're going to need 10 hours. If they did 25 laps in 5 hours, so get it out in the next hour,
exactly,
and they might be all right.
Yeah, but if the aim is just to get the car across the line and then be a not classified, then they
send it out whenever.
They just send it out whenever.
5 minutes to go. Yeah. But I'm sure it'd be much more of a kick for those guys working on the car, and they've been working on it all night, and not just that particular team, but the FEV racing crew highly involved as well, running their Seat Cupra TCR, second place in the TCR category. But those mechanics, when not servicing the number 173 Seat, are in the garage of the 122, making sure that can at least make another appearance.
Car 17, which is currently running down in 20th place, Marcus Paltala. This is from Get Speed Performance, so thanks for the update. Words are from Marcus Paltala. I mean, just coming in refueled. He's now handed the car to Jay Schaffner, and I tried not to take too much risk and get a good rhythm ASAP, and that's what I did. So the double stint was good, and we are back in the top 20. So there's a Marcus Paltala taking things a little bit easy, is what I infer from those words.
So John,
not taking risk, I should say.
John Schaffner taking that car back over again, the man from Fairbanks in Alaska, United States. And John Schaffner regularly racing with Janine Hill, although not, from memory, at GT3 level. So this is a relatively new experience for...
Feeling this year they might have been actually...
In VLN?
In VLN, yes.
Okay.
But I wouldn't swear to that, but I think they have been using, because Get Speed themselves have been running far more GT3 cars in GT3 than they have been in previous years.
I remember Janine and John in the 57 Porsche from last year, which rings a bell as being a cup car.
It was either a cup car, an SP7 car.
Yes, it was an SP7 car, yes. Yeah. But that was with the Get Speed team again, yes, so that's the connection.
Yes.
Duncan Houseman, part of the driving lineup, actually in last year's race for those two. But yeah, okay, I've only done one VLN, and that was many, many weeks ago, so you may well be right that the GT3 is their regular mount for 2019.
Scott, Third Wheel Racing, is asking, he's curious as to when was the last time an open cockpit car participated in the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. The answer to that's simple, isn't it? Never.
Certainly not never, because...
Well, we're going way back though, are we?
Well, you'd have to go... How long is way back? In the 1970s and possibly the 1980s, the car to have to win the Nürburgring 24 hours was a Caterham 7 or a Lotus 7. and that's an open top one.
Yeah, good
When,
point.
when did the KTMs become clamshell cars? Because we've had open top KTMs.
Yes,
good point, Johnny.
but I don't think they would have been eligible for the Nürburgring 24 hours. But it's a good suggestion.
Somebody will know.
Yeah.
At RSL_studio.
Yeah, tell us. Show us photographic evidence. Grab it.
Certainly, as I say, 1970s Nürburgring 24 hours. The car, and obviously it wasn't a GT race in those days. The car to have was a Caterham 7. And I do believe people have run things like Triumph TRs and things.
You know what? When we said open top, I would immediately thought kind of a radical sports racer type. I'm not sure they've been eligible, but that makes a lot of sense because road-based production cars like the Lotus 7 Caterhams and Triumph TR, whatever.
Lotus 7s, I'd say. I think it was even possibly before the Caterham 7 existed. It was the Lotus 7.
But then onward, into the Caterham type machines, Westfields possibly, I don't know, and low costs, maybe not low costs,
not
but
low costs because they.
No, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
There's.
I mean, the point being that the Nürburgring 24 hours, a bit like the Spa 24 hours, has a history of longer than what the current format is. The current format of the Nürburgring 24 hours is GT3 machinery, and you tend to just say, oh well, in the GT3 era. But there was a rather nice press release which the organisers put out, which kind of recognised the fact that GT3 cars now represented the Nürburgring 24 hours, but it wasn't always thus. 2009 there were 23. When you just say, the introduction of the international GT class at the Nürburgring was in 2009, and prior to that, there were still GT cars at the Nürburgring, but they've only been racing here for the last 10 years.
Quite a few people telling us, Paul, we got that round the wrong way. Nearer the equator, the sun's like a switch. Think of the light that you get in the northern hemisphere, Alaska and places where the sun doesn't go down.
It takes all day for a sunrise.
All day for the sun to rise, yeah.
So I suppose we're actually quite a long way away from
the equator
here, as in relative terms.
I wouldn't like to drive it, although the Hyundai Santa Fe would be the chosen car for me to do it.
To get to the equator.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Just dragging us back onto on track. What's happened? We've got an inquiry from Robert Hoyland, who's asking about the number 7. That's the Franz Conrad Lamborghini Huracan.
I can't talk about it. It's going too well. I don't want to talk about it.
All right, well, let's not mention it. It's still there. He just hasn't picked it up on the stream.
No, it's there. It's just
yeah.
It's going great guns, but I don't want to say anything.
Where is it?
It's 12th.
So it is, yeah. Just picked it up. Michael Lyons at the wheel of the Lamborghini.
Michael,
in 12th.
I was going to say just at the beginning of this stint, but he's probably been out there for a little while now. 4 laps. He's halfway into this stint, and I'm guessing he's going to be allowed a double. Axel Jeffries, from whom he has just taken the car over, did a double.
And then the first car off the lead lap as well, Paul, is that right?
Yes, it is. That's right. So, no, the car is going very well, and thanks to Gabrielli for giving us some information earlier on from Lamborghini. I'm sure he won't be listening.
Obviously, they had to they did have to replace the rear wing on that car relatively early on in the race. We think it maybe made contact with another car or possibly a bit of the Nordschleife scenery, but otherwise been going very nicely.
I think it was just that Franz Conrad's been watching Toyotas at Le Mans and thought, do you know what, we've got time to put a new rear wing on in the 3 minutes 30 that we can do, we'll do it.
In the same way that Toyota was continuously changed their nose and their rear deck sections.
Yeah, and Franz Conrad was looking at that, and that pit stop where they changed the rear wing cost him 3 minutes and 44 seconds instead of 3 minutes and 30 seconds, so it cost 14 seconds to change the rear wing.
With a view to just maintenance? Just keep it on top
I'm being slightly facetious.
I know you are. But
the point
I think it was damaged. I mean, I thought it was just an adjustment initially, but
I think there was some damage done to it. But the point being that with the regulations mandating a minimum pit stop time, you can undertake pits of work that. And I was discussing with one of my journal with somebody down in the press room before we came up here. the problem with the way that the rules work here, you can't tell the pit stop on which cars make a brake change, because they make the brake change within the minimum pit stop time. So you can't look at the pit stops and say, oh yes, that was the stop where they made the brake change, or they've changed the brakes twice. You just can't work it out.
Yeah. Yeah, we need a pit lane reporter.
11 hours to go, so we've ticked around past another race hour. Remember, this started on the half hour at 3:30 yesterday afternoon. I can't believe the speed that some of the SP9s catch maybe a V5, a V4 BMW at the Michael Schumacher S. I mean, a moment or two ago, Kelvin van der Linde charging his way through that high-speed left and right chicane out of the Dunlop hairpin, and I thought he was just going to smack the back of that BMW, somehow dodged out of the way. Going to have to do it again here as well, under braking onto the Hatzenbach proper. Kelvin van der Linde probably thinks nothing of this because he's having to do it every 3 or 4 corners. But on the odd occasion that you and I get the treatment, the pure treat of being on board with Kelvin van der Linde, it's just horrible. I just want to close my eyes all the time. And amazingly, the Lamp Motorsport Audi comes out in one piece. Had to spend a bit longer behind that BMW, halfway along the Hatzenbach, now reaching the right and the left, which is so important to then optimise your full speed out of Hoogeichen and on towards Kittelbacher Hoor, which is the rise before the double right-hander at Flugplatz.
And as you say, Earl Bamber is in the lead at this point in the race where we're just over 13 hours in. And I'm minded just to look back. That car, the 911 car, has been leading continuously since 10 past 11 last night. Doesn't seem like long ago, but that's a good 5 hours of the last part of the race that has been in the lead through pit stops and all other of the through the pit stop cycles.
Just as that sunset was stunning last night, I think we're set for a real magic part of the morning now as the sun is creeping up. I mean, nothing like appearing on the horizon yet. Shepherd's warning. And I hope that's not an indication of
what does that even mean?
High drama to come.
Sheep's going to be a bit annoyed or something.
No, it generally tends to mean that there's
wet
weather on the way, but having trusted the meteo forecast for the last couple of days, it was only the first day when it was completely wrong.
The forecast is, Paul, to be sunny and dry and the hottest we've seen all week, 30-degree highs by midday and into the afternoon, just when we are at our most tired and weary.
Yeah. Calm weather is the way I'd rather like to see it. Kelvin van der Linde there coming down into Veerseifen. Unbelievably quick reactions to deal with the traffic that he comes up against.
I know. Well, this is what I'm saying about the start of this lap. It just seems like you get past about 4 BMWs and there's another one waiting in the next corner. And this time at Brightshide, he has to react like a cat on a hot tin roof. He does so incredibly well, though. And the South African driver darting past that BMW. And now, very important indeed, through the next right-hander, which is Bergwerk, to get a good exit. Another BMW to overtake. But the Bergwerk exit is so important because this is now a charge up the hill towards Hohe Acht, effectively, with the carousel, the mere question of the carousel halfway up the incline.
He's closing in on Marcus Winkelhock, who's not very far up the road behind him. And of course, this is the battle between the two. I'll call them teammate cars. They're not, because one's Lant and one's Car Collection, but they are sharing 2 of their drivers. Although at the moment you've got 2 of the non-sharing drivers, Kelvin van der Linde against Marcus Winkelhock, whereas previously we had René Rast at the wheel, and he was closing in on himself because he's driving both cars.
2.5 seconds is the gap, Paul.
Yeah,
and it's getting to the point where you don't really need a stopwatch to see those cars.
Absolutely, Kelvin will be able to see the Car Collection car up ahead, number 14.
The number 30 Fricadelli Porsche in the pits Or is that looking like it's just about to come out of the pits after work?
Is
that just a regular pit stop?
It's still within regular pit stop time. They could have pushed it back into the garage to change the brakes.
Yes.
Because you are allowed to do that, and there's certainly time to do that. So that's the number 30 Avalon Porsche, which is the one that Joe Bradley doesn't love, down in 33rd place at the moment.
And some good news as far as the BMW Z4 is concerned, because that's just swung across the nose of the 30 car coming in from a stint, and Peter Pozovac, I reckon, has just brought that back in again. Well, the car's now labelled as doing 16 laps. I think it was 15 the last time I looked. So at least that's one lap done, and maybe Peter Pozovac is heading back to Speedline Racing to just check that all is well, and then he may go for a 6 or 7 lap stint next time around.
Yes. Yep, no, I'll go along with that. He's certainly come across start finish again and clicked up another lap. The lap time, though, was 1 minute and 6 seconds, which makes me think that it wasn't a proper lap.
Me too.
That would have been...
Unless that new engine is ridiculously quick in the Z4 GT3. That's the only SP9 last generation car in the entry, by the way.
No, it's because I'm reading it wrong. Their last lap time was 1 hour, 6 minutes and 36 seconds.
Ah, right. Well, that suggests he did go round the Nordschleife then.
Yes. Yep.
Just obviously the engine change and all the other work that was taking place, and probably had a Grand Prix lap taken off it as well, because we reckon there was maybe just a test lap, effectively, on the Grand Prix Strecke. The first sequence of corners at the Mercedes Arena now glowing because of the that incredible light, which is steadily increasing for Sunday morning, and it's just that sort of rich orange colour which is covering the asphalt at the Haug Hook.
Seeing as I'm down at the bottom end of the list, Johnny, I'm not sure if you are as well. I've just noticed that the car immediately ahead of Peter Pozovac is Wayne Moore. Remember, we saw Wayne Moore right at the beginning of the race as well, off the circuit with what looked like a broken BMW. I think that was on the way up to the carousel. Well, he's back out again as well.
Excellent.
And is circulating, and he's just done 17 laps. So there really is a battle to be last of the tail end Charlies there between Wayne Moore with the BMW, a driver having his 25th anniversary race, and who knows how much more he's going to come along to the race, and the BMW Z4, which is having its last race for sure, and the team really struggling to get that car out in order to have a happy end to the weekend rather than a disappointing one.
The number 29 Audi of Van der Linde has gotten ahead of Winkelhock by...
Because Winkelhock's in the pits.
Yes, by the number 14 Audi into the pits.
Yes, so that's a routine stop for Marcus in the car collection car. And I'm not sure if Kelvin actually got past on the track or whether he got past as they came out of the Tiergarten into the pit lane. But anyway, you're absolutely right, and that kind of heralds that we need to start watching out for other cars coming in. There'll be about another 10 minutes and we'll have Maxi Gotts into the pits with the 48-man filter Mercedes.
The Z4's having more work done on it because they're taking the wheels off now at Speedline Racing, and they're checking brakes, but also the bonnet has come off that car, so it might have done an hour lap. I'm just trying to work out whether it's actually been around the Nordschleife or whether it was sort of 58 minutes in the pits and then a 2-minute Grand Prix lap. But that lap then therefore shouldn't count.
That's right, shouldn't have been added to the list.
No.
So...
but those are the... I'm taking away all the cars I think that have retired. So 54 Wayne Moore and 50 Peter Pozovac are the guys, as you say, competing to be not last in the race. Am I right with that?
Yes, absolutely. That's absolutely right, yeah. Just looking at the pit stops for the number 50, and bearing in mind I only get it as a pit stop if it comes off the Nordschleife. I haven't had a pit stop from the number 50, so all of its stops have been into or around the Grand Prix loop.
Okay.
So I think we might have those laps being knocked off again at some point. But yeah, it's very difficult when you've got this, isn't it? You've kind of worked through it. You want to get a good, just have good memories of the car, and sadly the car isn't playing ball with you.
They're not giving up though.
No, indeed not, and that's what this race is all about.
Glowing red hot brakes for the number 16 Get Speed Performance Mercedes as that slows at the Dunlop hairpin. Car 16, that's Tristan Vautier. The exhausts as well, as you say, are red hot, and the way that the front end of that car is illuminated, it looks like all the grille is on fire as well, but that's just a little bit of amber lighting which allows the car to look very dramatic indeed in what remains of the darkness hours.
Really aesthetic touch, isn't it?
Yeah.
It sets the front of the car off. And especially at this time of day when you've got the daylight breaking in, we can see beyond the headlights of the cars. And I've noticed that the Mercs running different coloured grills for each of the teams. Not everyone's running the orange glow as the 16 car. I wonder
whether that actually matches the door mirrors then, because the 16 has yellow door mirrors and a yellow grille at night. The 17 has green door mirrors, and it might well be has a green grille as well, which will look very smart in the forest sections. Tristan Vautier, 8th position, and only 25 seconds behind Hubert Haupt. Last time around, it was a slightly quicker lap for the Frenchman. I'd expect those Mercedes to be similarly paced. One from the Black Falcon outfit and the other one from Get Speed. And that's the best placed Get Speed Performance Mercedes, although the 18 car is in 11th position, so not very far away. It's the 17 that's had the bigger dramas. 20th position for the Rooster Rojo car then, and John Schaffner currently at the wheel of that in 20th position.
I've got a question for Paul. Paul, just tell me if you haven't got this kind of data available. Scott Third Wheel Racing's asking, in the last 20 years, what's the fewest amount of laps that has been run? And while we're at it, he's thinking, due to this the attrition of this year's race, what's the fewest cars running?
The fewest laps completed was in 2013, which was 88. So we're nearly at that. We're at 85 laps at the moment. So that's not bad, but bear in mind that there was a red flag period in 2013 for 9 hours. So you can't really count it as a 24-hour race. So 88 is the fewest. What's the highest rate of attrition? And that is these spreadsheets. I might have to come back to, oh, I know where it is. It's over here.
I'm amazed that you so quickly to answer the 2013, and yet I do remember it well. It was certainly an odd one, that.
Yeah, because not only did it stop, but I remember we went back to the hotel in the middle of the night, didn't we? Because we knew that it was going to be a long period of stoppage. It was heavy rain was the main reason for the stoppage, and the forecast was for heavy rain all night, and it was not safe to continue. Excel is opening. Here we are. So the fewest number of finishers in recent years. Interestingly, I couldn't find a race where we've had less than 100 finishers. 101 was in 2016, but that still represents a finishing rate of over 60%. So, you know, it's generally the sort of race, because you can bring the car back to the garage and work on it and then get out again, even if it is a race of attrition, it's a race that you can recover from if you have high attrition.
Hence the Manta looking like it's about to make an appearance potentially.
That's only a rumour that you've started, Jay.
Actually, Gigi has posted a picture of the car looking like the front end. It's completed. It's got the bumper on, putting finishing touches, and I'm thinking maybe they are just going to run that car around at the end. We'll wait and see. I think Gigi's gone to bed because he did say I'll get back to you, and he hasn't.
No commitment, that man.
No, terrible. They're probably avoiding flame-licking Lexus in all
Yeah,
truth.
they're patting down Skippy, which is not a thing I should really envisage.
No.
Some things you just can't unsee, Johnny.
Indeed.
Looking at 156 laps is my current scheduled distance. And again, that's assuming an average lap time of 8 minutes 30. Now, with code 60s, we're drifting out to 8 minutes 40. And in fact, some of the last couple of hours, we've been over 9 minutes in average lap time. So that's why the possibility of a race record has disappeared.
The flashing blue Lumirank numbers might start to be able to be seen now by some of the slower class cars. I know there's been a complaint from lower class competitors that actually the headlights on the SB9 cars far outshine the flashing blue of the positional numbers that appear as you look at the car in the top left corner of the windscreens. But obviously as it gets lighter and more ambient light, it's going to be easy to tell what sort of car is right behind you, and therefore what you do to react to it.
Yeah, I mean, a good clue to what the driver sees during the night. You and I, Johnny, we've been looking out to our right where we can see the cars coming up out of Tiergarten, and I was attempting to pick out cars but just identify them, and basically it's just how bright their lights are. If they're really, really bright, it's probably a Manthey car or a Mercedes, but that's all you can do.
Yeah.
And the comment is absolutely right. You can't see the blue flashing light at all.
Ginetta lapped there by Maxi Goertz, who runs in second place in the Manfilter Mercedes. The Ginetta, which is an SP10 or GT4 car, is now being driven by Colin White, the driver from Glastonbury and regular in the 24h series, of course regular in Ginettas, whether it be in sprint race format or indeed in the longer races. That car is 6th in SP10 then. Charlie Robertson managed in the previous stint to split the two Pro Sport Performance Aston Martins. It's still the behind in 7th place, actually Car Collection Audi R8 now in SP10. And the 68 car that got wheeled into the garage, the Pro Sport Performance Aston Vantage in the white livery, is still in the pit lane, I reckon. So Lapalainen bringing that in a long time ago.
That was overheating, remember?
Yes.
Just over half an hour ago, that car, the 68 car.
It's never a quick fix for overheating.
True.
And you've got the cause of the overheating can potentially be race ending, can't it?
Have you ever had one of those overheating cars that you thought, oh, I'll just stop in the motorway service station and let it cool down, and you have a cup of tea and you think, oh, I'll have a sandwich, and then you go and turn it on, and within a mile it's back up into the red again.
You kind of got to leave it overnight for it to dissipate all the heat, haven't you? Yeah, that's the thing. That's why it's never a workable moment. Get the thing cooled down enough for you to then have a go at fixing it.
Kelvin van der Linde, remember a little while ago we said he'd just done his fastest lap of the race. That was an 8 minutes 25. His next time around was an 8 minutes 22. He's just done an 8 minutes 20. So he's getting closer and closer to the fastest lap of the race, in fact, which was a Frank Maillot lap, you may remember, back at 6:30 yesterday evening. Frank did an 8 minutes 19.670, but Kelvin van der Linde in the number 29 Land Motorsport, unfortunately, this lap that he's on at the moment, he's going to have to come into the pits because he's going to run out of fuel otherwise. So Kelvin van der Linde, this has been a great stint for him, aided by the fact that he's got a green racetrack to play with, but it certainly has been a good stint for him, and he can be fairly. He's probably going to do a double, actually, isn't he? So he'll stay behind the wheel for a second stint. As I say, this one is not going to be an improvement for him.
Are we also at the end of this lap going to see Fred Vervish and Gabriele Piana come in from 4th and 5th positions? Because that gap's coming down as well, I noticed. 9 seconds now between the Audi and the Mercedes for 4th and 5th.
Yeah, that's been a good performance from Piana, because I must admit, I'd normally probably put my money on Fred Vervish against Gabriele Piana, but Gabriele's done a good job, and you're absolutely right, John. He has been bringing the gap down, but they are going to be coming in, so they will probably be coming in the order: first Vervish, then Piana, then Kelvin van der Linde, and then
Das ist 24-Stunden-Rennen, da gibt es Applaus von allen, die mit der Box sind.
because Maxi is also on his 8th lap at the moment.
Is that one who'll take the 32-second penalty?
I'd forgotten that. Yes, he will have to take that, and he will do that in the next pit stop.
Paul, big news. The
Huge
Manta
news.
is fixed and is running down the pit lane to go back out on track. So a big, massive round of applause for the stride check team. The Foxtail lives. What a job. It looks immaculate as well.
It does, doesn't it? Well, it's almost been rebuilt from the ground up. They've been working on that car so hard to get it out again. The key thing for me is that there's still 10 hours and 38 minutes to go. It's beautifully polished as well. Remember,
just a little bit of panel damage on the rear left quarter.
You're being very, very harsh there, Joe.
I could only see it in a certain light.
Yes, in the increasing light, but the rear end damage has virtually been ironed out completely. The front left wheel, remember, was barely hanging on by a thread when it was crashed at the first corner. So this is the outlap for the Opel Manta. The Foxtail is waving rapidly in the wind, and
it's
the
like a happy dog,
isn't it? Just like a nodding dog. And the 122 down at the Dunlop hairpin now, climbing back up the Grand Prix track. I wonder whether it'll actually sneak in the back door just to report back to the team and then be brave enough to go out onto the Nordschleife. But if it can keep going for the remaining 10 and a bit hours, they should be able to get a further 50 laps under their belt and therefore get to within the region of 75 laps, and that would be 50% distance of the race leader stroke winner.
Absolutely. Peter Haas, it is who's brought the car out. Remember, it was, he said, trying to remind himself who it was who was driving it. It was Olaf Beckman, yeah, who was driving the car when it had its accident at about 8:30 last night. And as I say, Peter Haas then going on his way, and every chance for that car to be able to be a qualified finisher, provided it can keep going for the mere matter of 10.5 hours that we have still remaining, but at least most of it's going to be in daylight. Foxes prefer the night time, don't they?
They do.
Hunting.
Nocturnal.
Yes, they do.
Yes. Right, so swinging left and right through the Vidal chicane, and it is a trip into the pit lane. I thought that might be the case, but I don't think there's anything to fear regarding this. This is merely just a venture out for the Flying Fox, report back to the team, wait for a gap in the traffic for anyone coming down pit lane on the conventional route, and then I think they're going to send it out and out into the country for the really brave stuff.
That was a one-lap shakedown there, Johnny.
Pretty much.
To bring it back in and give it a bit of a spanner check and get it back out in the race proper.
Calvin van der Linde, meanwhile, is heading towards the Kleiner Carousel with traffic ahead. Van der Linde just 25 seconds off the back of the Gabriele Piana and Fred Vervish battle. Maxi Goertz in the pit lane, as predicted by Paul Truswell. And the time penalty, 32 seconds, now appearing on the graphic on our television screen. So is that, yeah, that was being served, I think.
Yes, in the penalty box. So time penalties in Nürburgring 24 hours. It's always different in every series, but in this series, served in the penalty box, but during a normal pit stop. So you don't have to come in and do a stop and go, as it were, but it will be extra time, which the team now has to calculate and factor in to the pit stop that is the normal pit stop then for the 48. And it should be Maxi Goertz staying at the wheel of the car.
Looks like it.
But fuel and tyres and a full service apart from the driver change.
Do you know whose responsibility it is to time that penalty stop? Is it one of the team from HTP?
I don't know who it is.
No,
in terms of which member of the HTP team it is.
But rather than an official.
No, it is absolutely the team's responsibility. And if they release the car and it comes out of the pits too early, then the team has to serve the penalty. The officials wisely saying, we're not going to get involved in that because all you'll say was, well, we were waved out. So it becomes the team's responsibility.
Just to give the listeners an idea of the process of the pit stops here in the Nürburgring 24 hours, the cars come in and pull into adjacent to their pit garage, where they then take on fuel. While the fueling is going on, the car's jacked up, the car's then put on dollies. Because of the tight confines, basically, the reason it's so tight is because of the huge entry that we have here in this race. The car's then put onto dollies and then swiveled round to about 45 degrees, so it's kind of like herringbone fashion with the rear end towards the garage door, in readiness for it to come down off the jacks after it's been serviced and then leave. So it's not like we have the car at 90 degrees to the pit garage. It's actually swiveled around at 45 degrees to assist in getting the car out, because there just would not be any room, would there?
No, and it means that there is space then for the car to go straight out into the pit lane without, as happens at Le Mans very often, you have to push the car backwards to enable it to go out. Vervish in the Phoenix Audi, number 4, into the pits. Gabriele Piana in the number 6 Black Falcon Mercedes into the pits. Kelvin van der Linde in the number 29 Lant Audi into the pits. So those 3 cars in 4th, 5th and 6th places, all taking their pit stop at the same time as the man filter car was there, with Maxi Goertz behind the wheel, and just looking around to see whereabouts the 911 car is, just coming up to the carousel at the moment, and that will be coming into the pits at the end of this lap as well, for Earl Bamber to presumably stay in the car to do a double stint.
Some good speed being offered on that lap by Thomas Jaeger, and remember there are 2 Thomas Jaegers in this race, as it's normally the case in a VLN or the Nürburgring 24, but that's the BMW second position in SP10, so the M4 GT4 of Hoffa Racing by Bonk Motorsport motoring on. And remember, trying to haul in the Black Falcon Mercedes AMG GT4 of Marek Bockmann, number 70. So Thomas Jaeger, the 24-year-old Austrian driver, one to look out for, as opposed to the other Thomas Jaeger in this race, who is German and driving the number 3 car, sharing the number 3 car with Hubert Haupt. Although it is Lucas Stoltz back at the wheel of that car now, number 3 currently in 9th position. Down the hill then to the Dunlop hairpin, or very shortly the Dunlop hairpin, Maxi Goertz, as Paul quite rightly said, staying on board the now 3rd placed man filter Mercedes. Race is being led by Earl Bamber in the 911 Porsche from another Porsche Fricadelli Racing. But that Mercedes number 48 well in the hunt, and then the best Audi still in 4th position, Fred Vervish piloting that Phoenix Racing Audi on the Michelin tyres. The Dunlop sister car with your own Bleekemolen now at the wheel is in 15th position. Remember, Dutchman Bleekemolen called into the team fairly late on because of Jamie Green's appendicitis.
Kelvin van der Linde back out on his way again, as is Gabriele Piani. Faultless pit stops from both of them. The pit stop from Maxi Goertz, instead of being 3.5 minutes, was 4 minutes and 2 seconds, which is exactly 32 seconds longer than it ought to have been. So whoever it was operating the stopwatch in the HTP team knew what he was doing, and released the car exactly at the right time for Maxi Goertz to be able to carry on his way. A frustrated 32 seconds to have to lose, because towards the end of that stint he was beginning to close in a little bit on Earl Bamber's Porsche, although I suspect that was largely just due to the way that Earl was continuing on his way. And Earl Bamber now coming up to Tiergarten and looking across to my right to see the car coming into sight. I have to stand up because there's a new body joining to my right, as well as Earl Bamber coming into the pits. Hello, Martin.
Morning, everybody.
Martin Haven.
And with the return of me is the return of the banter. Has it come back out of the pit lane?
Yes,
yet?
it has.
No, but has it come back out of the pit lane?
For the second time, having done the Grand Prix lap, and then dived back into the route from the Grand Prix Strecker into the pit lane. We'll wait and see, but it's exactly 5 o'clock. You're listening to RS1 and RS3, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It is time for the Hyundai race update. So, time for me to disappear for a few hours. I'll leave you in the capable hands for this race update of Martin Haven.
We'll start as ever with the top 10. Earl Bamber is leading in the Porsche, but he is in the pits now in 911. In second place is the 31 Porsche, Matt Campbell at the wheel of that, and that was about 2 minutes 45 behind, as the other group behind him have all pitted. In third place, Maxi Goetz in the 48. That's the Man Filters Mercedes. In fourth place, Fredrik Vervisch in the number 4 Audi. In fifth position is the number 6 Mercedes. Sixth place, the number 29 Audi. Seventh is the number 14 Audi. In eighth place, the number 3 Mercedes. Ninth, the number 16 Mercedes. And in 10th place, the number 7 Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. One BMW on page 1 of the timing screen, i.e. the top 20, and that is the number 33 car, BMW, suffering the slings and arrows of rotten outrageous fortune. In the classes that we deal with on the odd hours, and 5 o'clock is an odd hour, no matter which way you slice it, V3T being led by Michael Kirker in car number 718, that's a Porsche 718, that car shown in 108th, now 109th position, because it is currently undergoing a pit stop. In class V2T, Marcus Fischer in the Manheller Racing BMW F30 is the class leader. That car, number 162, is currently in 94th position. It's an hour, a minute and 2 seconds ahead of its teammate. There was rather more digits there when I was anticipating its teammate, its closest rival, than I was anticipating. V4 class, and that is being led by Team Arvia, or Arvia possibly. It's Saul Grensport, the BMW 325i, Joseph Moore at the wheel of car number 155, so there's at least one BMW still going in our group of leaders. That car is in 78th position. In class V6, it's still the Black Falcon Team Techstar Porsche Carrera, car number 133. Ronnie Letmata perhaps, is at the wheel of that car in 58th position. And as dawn breaks in the Klasse Cup 5, we have the Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport BMW 240i, car number 240. Daniel Zils in the pits and possibly still at the wheel, possibly handing it over in 42nd place. So within a smidge of going on to page 2 of the timing screen. In the Cup X class for KTM Crossbows, Cup Cross perhaps, Teichmann Racing, KTM GT4, Robert Schroeder at the wheel of car number 110, that's in 67th place. And in the AT class, lost it, there it is, Alex Dufner in the Team Care for Climate Porsche GT3, that's a Cup 2 class car, that is in 30th place, car number 320. So that is your roundup at the top of the hour at 5 a.m.
The Manta back into the pits for some brake bleeding, thanks to Graham Goodwin. GG there reporting on that one. He's down there keeping an eye on that. So that car will be back out, I would think. And Fox Glove, who I believe is the team, something like 9 hours of repairs later. And a big thank you to Fev Racing.
Klingelt jetzt der Motor wieder. Jetzt macht man hier nochmal Platz, auch wenn man schon bei den anderen Teams bereit ist für den Stopp.
The Manta just about to be pushed back out onto the pit apron.
Well, in fact, this is recorded highlights of the race, so the Manta makes recorded highlights of the race at every juncture, particularly when it has been as tumultuous a race as it has so far.
Teams of mechanics coming out onto the pit apron to applaud the reappearance of the number 122 Manta.
It is a little talisman of the spirit of the race, really, isn't it? It's almost as if we have a mandatory WR at Le Mans every year.
I mean, and in different forms. And whilst on the subject of cars with problems, the BMW Z4 GT3, the car number 50, you remember that's had another car that's had an engine change. That is now back out again, but he's down in 149th place. Quite sure how it got lost another place, but it did lose another place. Well, I know what it lost another place. It's because Wayne Moore's car, which is the other car which has had problems. Remember, I don't know if you do remember, Martin, but he was the car that ground to a halt very early on in the first couple of hours of the race. Well, that car has been repaired and is on its way again now as well. And for a while when Johnny and Joe were together, they were squabbling over last place of the running cars. Well, Wayne Moore's car, the Zorg Rennsport car, has now done 20 laps.
Has that had an engine change, or was that more bodywork?
I don't know, because we don't know why it stopped out on the circuit, but hopefully at some point during the morning, once Wayne's finished driving it, he'll come up and talk to us, because he normally does come and find us one way or another. And especially this year, being his 25th Nürburgring 24 hours. And as I say, he's certainly getting his money's worth at the moment. And the car is clocking up some laps at least. This is number 54 I'm talking about. And then, as I say, it's now done 2 laps more than the Z4 GT3, and but those two cars both very troubled indeed in terms of positions. 146th for the BMW of Wayne Moore, 149th for the BMW Z4, and that pales into insignificance beside the 122 car, because that's in, this is the Opel Manta, is in 141st place and has completed 26 laps. And just a reminder again, we have established that you do need to complete 50% of the overall winners' completed total of laps, which we're looking at being around about 147 laps or so. But Johnny's kind of talisman number was to, if you can complete 75, then you're in with a chance of being classified. Now the Manta can certainly do that, because it ran for about 5 hours, but for the for the Wayne Moore car and for the GT3 Z4, it's going to be more difficult, and it's going to be even more difficult for the GT Racing car number 89, which needed a new engine after about an hour and a half of the race, and is still being worked on. At least as far as we know, it's still being worked on. This is the number 89 all-female driver and crew team, and I don't think that is going to be able to complete 50% of the leader's laps in the remaining 10 hours, because you can't really produce 50% of the laps of the leader when you've got a car that hasn't even been out for 50% of the race.
Yes, and how many hours have we got left? 10.
10, yeah.
So we haven't even got 50% of the race left.
Precisely.
If you were at leader's pace, you wouldn't be.
Yes, even if you're at the leader's pace, you wouldn't be able to do it.
And a Golf's not going to be quite.
But an opportunity, nevertheless, for the team to work on the car.
Yeah.
And learn how to put an engine in.
Yeah, I think so. Are they students, do you know?
I have no clue.
They look young enough to be students.
Yeah.
Or engineering
recently
students.
qualified students.
I think most people look young enough to be students when you get to our age.
That's a point, Paul.
I mean, look at policemen. I mean, aren't all policemen students these days?
He's one.
Well, I'm an old one. I'm a former one.
You're a retired policeman.
Yeah, I'm an
Twice
old one.
retired. That's how old he is.
Yeah.
So what have you broken while I've been away then?
I can't remember what we'd broken. You haven't been away that long, have you?
No, I know. No, well, an hour and a quarter in bed.
No,
what with commuting time?
I don't think we've actually.
I just spent more time in a car than I did lying down.
I don't think we've broken anything in the last hour and a quarter.
Well, 3 hours since I last was.
We've got a good battle for second place. Let's talk about what we do have rather than what we don't have.
Yes, good point.
Battle for second place between Matt Campbell and Maxi Gertz, which at the moment is in the hands of Maxi Gertz in the 48 car. But there's 2 big arrows on this screen here, which will show you where they are. So they're not that far apart, separated by what's the gap?
The beginning of the lap was 19.9, and then from Campbell back to Fred Vervish, only 9 seconds, and from Vervish back to Piano, only 9 seconds as well.
Yeah, so enough of a gap between them so that they're all kind of visible to one another.
Yeah.
And then just behind that is Kelvin van der Linde in the 29 Audi, who, before his last stop, they've just all done their most recent pit stops 2 laps ago. And Kelvin van der Linde was by far the fastest car out on the circuit, getting to within half a second of the overall fastest lap of the race thus far.
Yeah, he is also only 16 seconds ahead of the number 14 Audi. So all of those groups, all of those cars in that group from second on down are potentially visible to each other. The Manta lives again, and is heading back out on track. So a little
Brakes
bit more
are bled.
flap from the foxtail.
Brakes are bled. They're happy with the rebuild job, and it's back out on track.
Yeah,
good to see. Looks pretty immaculate apart from that little crease in the rear left quarter.
You mentioned that twice now, Joe.
Yeah. Harsh. That's all I'm saying.
I suppose the most significant thing we did have was a 32-second penalty for the number 48 man filter Mercedes, which had to be taken by Maxi Gertz when he came into the pits that time. That was for not observing the yellow flag signals.
Yeah.
And so that last pit stop, although Maxi came into the pits in second place, he's now dropped to third place. And that battle that you were just going through has kind of, because it's so close, even a 30-second addition to his pit stop time meant that he's lost second place and is now in third.
Although, in fact, he's got back in front of Matt Campbell as Campbell has stopped, so Maxi Gertz currently be shown in second place. So Earl Bamber is, I think, irrefutably, indisputably at the moment, the leader. Gertz is shown as back up in second, ahead of Campbell, so that's the Mercedes in second, the Porsche in third. Fred Vervish makes it 4 different marks in the top 4 with the number 4 Audi, and then you have Piano's Mercedes, Van der Linde's Audi, Winkelhock's Audi, Stoltz in the Mercedes, isn't he? And then Seyfarth in Mercedes, and the number 12 Porsche. I'm not sure I've actually really spent much time talking about them. They're in 10th place.
Lars Kern, and that's the other Manthey Porsche.
Aha, the other.
There are 2 Manthey Porsches which are bright yellow and green.
Yes.
And then there's the other one,
yes.
Which isn't even allowed to share the same garage as the 911 and the number 1 Porsche. Although now that we've lost number 1, it may be allowed in the main Manthey garage. But Manthey have kind of split their garages, and so the number 12 is that in one garage, and the 911 and the 1 were in the other.
So 12 is really the customer car.
Yes, but Lars Kern, very much a Nürburgring specialist, and
Dennis Olsen and Caroli are Porsche drivers, aren't they?
Yeah, both junior drivers. Yeah,
but that car is always driven very conservatively, and I say always at the Nürburgring 24 hours and during the VLN races, but tends to be there at the end. And we heard from Richard Leitz, driving the number 1 car, accident damage. He described it as a typical Nürburgring accident, and one which, if he would have had his time again, he would have done the same thing again. He said if you don't take those risks, you end up being slow, and that's the only way to get a fast lap around the Nürburgring in the 24 hours.
Yeah, that's all part of being the most of the time it works well for you. The one time when it doesn't is the time that the car ends up in the barriers and you're done. Jamie Chadwick just brought the 37 Aston Martin into the pit lane.
She's just done a very long stint, actually. That's, I think she's probably done a double in the 37 Aston Martin, which leads SB18, doesn't it?
Yeah. It does. Well, it certainly did when it came in.
It was a double stint.
It did when I went to bed as well, actually.
It was a double stint from Jamie Chadwick. The unfortunate thing for the SP8T class car, because it's running all this extra power, it tends to use its fuel quickly, so they're only managing 7 laps on a tank full of fuel. They strive to get 8, which is what the GT3 cars are able to do, but because they're in a different configuration, that's easier for them. Whereas the Aston can only do 7 laps on a stint. But nevertheless, it was a double stint from Jamie, which means that she's been out in the car for the best part of 2 hours. And I'm sure she's had a great time out there driving through the night, judging by her reaction when we had her coming up into the lounge last year after she's had her first experience of the Nürburgring. I'm sure she's much more happy with the situation now.
The situation being the difference in weather, Paul. It was appalling weather last year, wasn't it?
Well, it was a bit of everything last year, because we had dry, we had mixed, we had drying.
Yeah, which Jamie was out in, if I remember rightly. She was out in the middle of the night when we had a track conditions that were coming back to her, and then down came the rain again.
Yeah, that's where
she'd have been on the wrong tyres.
Yeah.
Yeah, that car, 37 Aston, is currently 3 laps ahead of its closest rival, which is the number 90 Toyota Supra. That's the car that was involved with Adam Christodoulou's number 2 Mercedes, number 6 Mercedes, number 2 Mercedes that was running in the lead battle at the time, and basically broke the steering arm on the Mercedes. By the time he got it back to the pits and they'd seen what it was, they just said, okay, well, that's it, that's done. And that was the end of that. Now, the Supra survived, and after some work continues, it is 3 laps down in SP8T, but its next rival is a BMW M4 run by Team Speedline, and that is a further lap back in 3rd place in the class.
Yeah, in fact, the 2 Speedline cars are 3rd and 4th,
yes,
aren't
they? Are, yeah.
Running on the same lap, separated by just over a minute and a half, the 2 Speedline cars.
4th place car number 52 is currently in the pit lane, and Hans-Martin Gass was the driver who brought it in. So the lead, let's take a look again. Now that Campbell has done his pit stop, what are the gaps? First to second is 2 minutes 31. 2 minutes 31. Second to third, 19 seconds. Third to fourth, 3.4. Fourth to fifth, 13. Fifth to sixth, 17. Sixth to seventh, 17. Then a minute and 25 back to Lukas Stolzen, 8th. 40 seconds back to Jan Seifert in 9th. And then further 2 minutes back to the 10th place Porsche. So as we've had all the way through the race, sort of 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, all very close together. Now it's been a different changing cast, some of which remain, some of whom we have lost to instant accident and misfortune. But still, I mean, frankly, Earl Bamber's, all that top 10 and more are still on the lead lap, Paul. So one miscue and you're out of it, totally.
Yeah, the top 12 still on the lead lap, with the 12th placed car, Luca Ludwig, in the Get Speed Performance Mercedes number 18, the Knaus-sponsored car, is the last car on the lead lap, and the Conrad Lamborghini is the first car not to be on the lead lap. But you're right, there isn't much to choose between any of them. And as dawn breaks, so we see best lap times from, this is best lap of the race for their individual car, personal best from Fred Vervisch in the Phoenix Audi number 4, and also from Marcus Winkelhock in the Audi Sport Team Car Collection car number 14. So people pushing on and being rewarded with fast lap times.
In fact, we are 1 minute away now exactly from official sunup, but because it's been so clear and cloud-free, when my alarm went off at 4, it was already quite light outside. So never mind the rosy fingers of dawn, we're in proper blue light territory. And certainly if you've got any kind of lights on the car, this is as good as full daylight. Visibility is extremely good.
Did you drive all the way back to Düsseldorf for your sleep or something?
No, I drove, it's a 30-minute drive to Hillersheim.
Do you not just sleep in the car like the rest of us?
No, because I don't fit in the car like the rest of you.
Yeah, he's unfeasibly tall, isn't he? Too tall racing,
I contemplated resting here and then going back for a shower later, but I needed a shower rather more than I needed not to be driving for an hour in my 3 hours off. So I did a double stint there.
Well done. All credit to you. Great commitment.
Peter Kate has left the pits in the car that he took over from Jamie Cherry, the 37 car. Falcon Motorsport Porsche, which is still going, although on page 2 of the timing screen, that has coming into the pits as well. Which ilk of Werner, again, a car I have not talked about at all. It's Dirk Werner, okay, that's fair enough. With Klaus Bascher, Jörg Bergmeister, Martin Raggett. Well, that's a pretty second-hand driving lineup, isn't it?
Yes.
You know, really, you'd think they could.
Where's the weak link there?
I don't know. Well, if they get onto the podium, Jörg Bergmeister, who was first to the cork and last to open his champagne last weekend, he definitely needs a refresher course at the Tom Coronel School of Champagne Spraying. There's a definite art to it, and despite all of his many successes, Jörg was very much on the receiving end of a lot of champagne from his teammates on the podium last weekend. So,
for GTE AM.
Yes.
Just in case there are listeners who weren't paying attention to Le Mans last week.
And in fact, he has become more successful in GTE-AM since he left Le Mans last week.
That's right.
In the interim. No slow zones, no code 60s on the track at the moment, according to the timing screen, although last time round with Maxi Goetz we did run into some yellow flags.
Yes, because his lap time, I don't know if it's a yellow flag or just lots of traffic, just going through to complete the lap at 8 minutes 27, Earl Bamber at 8 minutes 32. So the pit stop, cycle and opening laps from Earl Bamber and Maxi Goetz, enabling the gaps to be increased.
And as you said, Frederick Verbisch last time round, the fourth placed Audi. Fred did an 8:29.84. That's the car's fastest lap of the race so far. And there will be a few more of those coming in the next hour before it all starts to get a bit warmer.
Yes, Maxi Goetz was within 2 minutes of Earl Bamber before the pit stop, but of course that 30-second or 32-second penalty that he had to soak up in the pit stop means that the gap has gone up, although, as Martin said a moment ago, Goetz still does have second place, although he has the disadvantage of having to pit a lap earlier. No, it's far too early really to be looking forward to the end of the race to work out whether that's going to be a penalty or not.
Just the 10 hours and 7 minutes remain.
But one lap can make all the difference, as we saw a few years ago when the leading Mercedes had to come into the pits for an extra splash of fuel because it was going to get to the end of the race after it ran out of fuel, so that wasn't going to work for it.
I follow your logic entirely, although I would strike it with a blue pencil.
Yes,
he was going to get to the race after he ran, end of the race after he ran out of fuel.
Yeah, quite. Well, the point being that however much although he was leading the race, however much he slowed down, the 24 hours was going to come
still out
up,
of reach.
And the second place car was catching him at a rate that he couldn't slow down too much, otherwise he'd have just lost the lead.
And your point about if somebody needs to stop a lap early is absolutely valid, because from Maxi Goetz in second down to Kelvin van der Linde, down to Winkelhock in seventh, those 6 cars are covered by less than 60 seconds, fewer than 60 seconds, possibly. So that's never mind the 3 minutes, whatever, 2 minutes, whatever that it'll cost you in the pits. That won't even cover that gap.
No, I mean.
However, it would be a shorter stop, so
exactly
fewer litres, which means a much shorter stop.
Yes, I mean it's not a case of fewer litres as such making it the shorter stop. It's that when you get to the last 70 minutes of the race, your last pit stop from 70 minutes to the end of the race is a function of how much time there is to the end of the race. So if there are 68 minutes to go to the end of the race, you have to do a 3 minute and 30-second pit stop. If there are 58 minutes to the end of the race, then you can get away with a 2 minutes and 40 pit stop. So and that's the minimum pit stop time. So by making your last stop later, automatically your last stop is shorter.
Am I confusing my 24-hour series rules with my N24 rules? Was there not a relation between length of stint and length of pit stop?
In the normal part of the race, you're absolutely right. There are 3 tables.
In the final hour.
There are 3 tables within Appendix 6, if you want to have a look at the Appendix 6 of the regulation.
You know, I can barely control my excitement.
Which I know you don't. So, exactly, which is why I'm explaining it to Martin. So the first table gives you the length of the first stint, because that is a shorter stint, because you've had the pace lap. Then you have all the laps after the second. After the first stint, so from the second stint onwards, up to minute number 71 before the end of the race. And then you have a third table which takes you from minute 70 before the end of the race down to minute 0 before the end of the race.
So, yes.
Did you get all that, Joe?
Yes, absolutely. I'm taking notes.
Joe,
lovely sunrise to our right.
Yes, look over your right-hand shoulder.
Look at that.
Well, we had picture-perfect sunset. We absolutely have picture-perfect. it's an orange globe coming up over the horizon. I think people have possibly seen a sunset, or at least a picture of one.
That's a sunrise over there.
A sunrise even before now.
Can I mention the Glickenhaus? That's just had a
should.
bit of a harmless spin on the Grand Prix Strecker. It looked like we had one of our Renault Clio runners just went off in synchronised spinning, just in sympathy for it, but it frightened my ear, losing time. He's down in 17th overall, and he's got a gap of 34 seconds to make up to the number 45 in 16th. Number 45 being, let me just get that car up. Who is that?
Tomonobu Fuji in the Kondo Racing Nissan 45.
That's the Nissan GTR.
And it's worth, maybe people may have wondered what's been happening to the Glickenhaus, because, as you say, it was running very strongly. It was up in second place a little while ago. Had some front end damage though, and spent 20 minutes in the pits having the damage seen to, and lost at least a lap on the rest of the field.
Did we find out who he'd hit, what he'd hit?
No, we didn't.
No. Okay.
No, it was just a collision.
I didn't get a chance to ask anybody at the pointy end of the car, because the pointy end of the car was the one that had sustained damage. New fastest race lap, 7:46.313.
Eh? No.
No,
you're making it up. 8:18.799.
So what's that then?
8:18.
Oh, that's how far behind he is.
799.
My screen didn't scroll across enough. Yes.
The Glickenhaus hit a car in the rear end.
What car?
That information I haven't got, but it did hit
Yes.
smacked a car up the rear end.
No,
Yes,
I knew that.
we said that.
Right.
And yeah, but what
right,
we didn't know was which car it hit.
And not asynchronously, the number 1 Porsche had been tagged into a spin. Now, I'm not even remotely inferring that the two were related. I think the Glickenhaus came in rather too late for that to have been the case. But it had certainly hit somebody, and I'm not sure whom.
Yeah, so I think it's worth dwelling on that time from Hendrik Still in the 22 Wochenspiegel Ferrari. So I gave you a stat earlier on about 3 different manufacturers of car having set the fastest laps of the race. We now have 4 different manufacturers of car having set the fastest lap of the race, because Patrick Pilet set the first fastest lap in the Porsche, then Mauro Engels set his fastest lap, which became the new fastest lap of the race in the Mercedes. Then we had Frank Mayer in the Glickenhaus, and now we've got Hendrik Still in a Ferrari. And I can't think of any long distance race where we've had 4 different manufacturers' cars setting a fastest lap.
I would think the only other form of long distance racing where that's even remotely likely would be in the 24-hour series. But again, yeah.
Normally there is one car which is the quickest car.
Yeah.
Quite remarkable.
No, it really is actually, and it may not have stopped at that. So, what manufacturer has not yet set the fastest lap?
Audi.
An Audi, yeah. So, Frederik Vervisch, our money's on you.
I'm going to put my money on Kelvin van der Linde then.
Well, that's a very good shout as well, or a Winkelhock.
I'm leaving it with van der Linde.
All right, go. That's no. I'm more than happy with that. We won't be hearing from Joe Bradley for a moment. He's gone all over Bathe It Daily. 10 hours to go here at, I nearly said the LM word there, at the Nordschleife. And funnily enough, when Joe was just mentioning that somebody had a harmless spin on the GP circuit, you think, okay, GP circuit, Grosser Preis von Deutschland is the German for German Grand Prix, because Grand Prix in French obviously is big prize, Grosser Preis, same thing. But the track is called the Grand Prix Strecker, and I'm not quite sure why they decided to call it that, but that is officially its name. So it's not us just not being able to pronounce it in German or being Ponzi. That is actually the proper name of the shortest part of the Gesamte Strecke. Sunrise at 5:20, and it is looking absolutely stunning out. There is a tiny little bit of mist in the trees, but really the track is in as perfect condition as it was at the start of the race. Air temperature when I came in an hour ago was already 21 degrees.
Was it really?
Yeah, so the overnight low was not particularly low. The overnight low is warmer than has been most daytimes in the UK for the last couple of weeks, and I think the temperature is going to possibly rise up towards 30. Unless we get a lot of cloud coming, the track itself is really going to start to soar in terms of temperature. because the sun on it from 5:30 in the morning, by 10, 11, never mind 2 in the afternoon, the temperature is going to be right up there, and that might start to play havoc with a few teams' tyre imaginings.
We've got highs of 30 degrees forecast, Mark.
I can perfectly imagine. Well, 5 a.m. is already 21. It's like being on holiday, isn't it?
Yeah.
About which you know plenty, obviously. The Glickenhaus is back in the pit lane, and bits that were not necessarily that damaged earlier are being gaffered.
The gap as well coming down between Matt Campbell and was coming down anyway, between the two of them, heading down onto the Dottinger Hoa now. Certainly Campbell can see Max Gertz up ahead of him, and 15 seconds I'm showing as they come down there. And
Vervish 4.7 behind him.
Yeah, so in fact, it's Matt Campbell kind of been encouraged on with Fred Vervish very close behind.
In fact, that gap's opened up a little bit. Vervish on the last lap was just over 5 seconds slower than Matt Campbell, so he must have been really close behind him. Coming down Dottinger Hoa, all you're going to see in your mirrors is the glare of the very low early morning sun, which is absolutely slap dab behind you.
Which means that you're going to get it straight in your face as you're going into the foxhole.
Yes.
Which is not necessarily where you want to be
Which is not bad going downhill, because basically you'll be hidden from that by your windscreen visor. But yes, as soon as you hit the compression and start coming back up, you'll be driving into a big orange glow for the next couple of hours. Kelvin van der Linde, fastest Sector 1 and Sector 2 for that car, the number 29 Audi on the last lap. Purple Sector 1 for the number 7 Conrad Mappelli, Conrad Lamborghini. So that's Marco Mappelli, yes it is, in the wheel, at the wheel, in the Lamborghini Huracan. So 43.6, that's the second part of the Grand Prix circuit. That's not a personal best. 105.5 in Sector 3, that's not a personal best either. But actually it's as quick as the leader's going. Earl Bamber just going through Sector 3 at 105.0, 105.4 in the number 18 Mercedes for Luca Ludwig. So there are a number of cars, 105.1 for Jan Seifert in that sector, 105.8 for the number 14 Audi. So there's an awful lot of cars going very, very close to the leader's pace. Earl Bamber's not escaping any, but he's not being reeled in any either.
Yeah, except his last lap wasn't that quick at 8 minutes 29, whilst those around him were doing 8 minutes 20 somethings, and in the case of Kelvin van der Linde, an 8 minutes 19.655, which would have been the fastest lap of the race. So it was faster than Frank Maillot's SCG time, but not as quick as Hendrik Still's Ferrari time, the number 22 Wochenspiegel car still out there, and the two Wochenspiegel cars running nose to tail at the moment on the Dottinger Hoa, although they are a lap apart. The number 11 car in the hands of Jochen Krumbach. I just wonder if that was how Hendrik managed to do the fastest lap on the previous time around as well, because he
with a toe,
with his having the nice toe down the Dottinger Hoa. They're coming through again now to complete another lap.
He hasn't gone purple on any of the sectors of that lap, Hendrik Still, so it's not going to be a new fastest race lap, but he has gone it's gone acceptably quick and gone green in a couple of sectors, so better. This lap should be better. Well, not all better than this previous best, otherwise it would be purple everywhere, wouldn't it?
Quite. I know what you're trying to say though, yes. It's just going through now. It is a much slower time, that time from Hendrik, an 8:25, so probability of traffic around that lap. But personal best times popping up all the way down the list, not just in the SP9 class, but also in SP8T, a new personal best from Sven Schindler in the BMW M4, number 51, and for Andre Krumbach in the V5 Porsche Cayman, number 145. So personal bests being put in by a lot of drivers in these now ideal conditions.
Good's not taking any prisoners. Came upon a gaggle of slower traffic last time through Ardenau Force. He's down now into Callenharden up towards Ardenau, but he almost had a coming together, dove down the inside, and he's proving by what I would say body language, you know what I mean?
Yep.
The way that he moved through that traffic, he wasn't, perhaps the sensible approach would have been to just hang back and wait until they cleared the that tightening left-hander and then followed immediately by the right, but he didn't. He went diving down the inside and he's cleared that traffic, chasing down Bamber in the lead.
Well, and that's how they're putting in all these really quick laps. There's an awful lot of sub 8-minute 25 lappery going on at the moment in the top 10. What did you do to our TCR leader, by the way, while I was away? Because he's now down in third place,
yeah,
the
Castrol,
Honda.
The Castrol car. We put it into the garage. We wheeled it back into the garage and they started working on it.
Was it their turn to rebuild the car from the ground up? Because that seems to be the way of TCR, doesn't it?
Yes, possibly. Yeah, we never got to the bottom of what was wrong with it, but it got pushed back into the garage, and that was what allowed the son's car, Morris Österreich, in the 171 Hyundai, to take over the lead of the TCR class, and the car now in second place in the class is a Seat Cupra, and that's being driven by Lucas Thiele in the FEV racing car, number 173, and that has completed 80 laps compared to the Hyundai's 82 laps.
Moritz Österreich just about at the end of his hour stint in that car that leads the class. The sister car 170, I'm sure you detailed this earlier, but for anybody who may not have received it, the information was that the i30N TCR, which is the 5-door hatchback version, the sort of like the touring car version, had about a 6-hour surgery after being returned to the team on a flatbed. Repairs included new front left suspension, front subframe, rear left suspension, radiator, gearbox and drive shaft, for which the team had to pull the engine, and then once they'd repaired lots of bits, put the engine back in. So that was 6 greasy, grimy, and you've still got 14 hours to go, hours of work. So that's a long old stint to get that car back out on track.
That's a good nomination for Spirit of the Race, just to keep on going. You know, that job list was huge.
And that was after the car had been nerfed up the back by another car as it went into a code 60 area, and as a result of that went into the barriers in the front, which is why there was so much damage done to it.
Now, having said all of that, it is running in 131st place and has completed 46 laps and is 45 laps behind the leader. It, should it suffer no more problems, should be able to make it through to the end of the classified finish, shouldn't it? Even after 6 hours.
We're talking about number
170.
Yes. Just do a quick
I know you will.
Just to make sure what sort of chances it is.
It's got Andreas Goulden at the wheel at the moment, also being driven by Harold Projik, who is son of, isn't he? Peter Terting, former touring car driver, and Manuel Lauk. So, yeah, that car a long way down the order, but still 4th in TCR. So should one of the others strike even more unfortunate misfortune, in 6 hours from now, they might move up the order, but it will have to be obviously a very substantial off and loss of places.
Maxi Goat's not really gaining anything on Bamber. The gap's been around about the 2 minutes 20 mark. It's just eked out to 2:21 just as he came onto the Dottinger horn, clipped by another sector. He's coming to the end of the lap. He'll be completing 91 laps as he crosses the line.
And Matt Campbell behind him in third, not really closing in the Fricadelli Porsche, still 14 seconds back. Fred Vervish was much closer to the back of Campbell a couple of laps ago. He's now 5.2 seconds back from the Fricadelli car. In 4th place, Fred Vervisch in the Team Phoenix Audi. In 5th, the Black Falcon Mercedes, the unwanted child, the number 6 car, or unwanted by the garage at least at the moment, because it's staying out on track. That car is in the middle of a update. It is 15 seconds back and 10 seconds ahead of Kelvin van der Linde's Audi. Van der Linde's last lap, 8:19.6. That's not hanging around territory, but he needs to have a little bit more of a break with traffic if he's going to be able to set an outright fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, that 8:19.6, his previous lap, he's just gone through now and completed another one, and that was an 8:26.4, which suggests traffic rather than yellow flag zones, because just behind him, Marcus Winkelhock has set his personal best at 8:21.0, so there are fast laps to be got. So I don't think there are yellow flags out, but I think you only get a good lap if you get a clear lap, and that's why we have top 30 or top qualifying to give the guys a clear lap to try and set a good quali lap. Just to go back to the question I was answering about the 170 Hyundai, every chance that that car should be able to complete enough laps if it has a trouble-free run for the rest of the race, and that will get it to 50% of the overall race leader. Joe Bradley, tell us about GT tyres.
The 89 car is out of the garage. The girls have completed their engine swap, and a big round of applause.
They do look, you see, we've still got how many hours to go? 10 hours to go, and they look absolutely emotionally wrung out already. They're delighted to have got the Golf back out on track.
Good work in motorsport, they said. It's all very glamorous, they said.
Yeah.
They've done a night shift. Permaculturist has mentioned that the 122, the Manta, has gone missing out on track. He can't find it on any timing screen. And he's suspecting that it may have returned to the pit. We'll try and confirm that. But the big news
there's only one way to do that, and that's to schlep off down to the pit lane and find it.
It probably is. The 89 is back on track. That's the GT Tyre Motorsport Volkswagen Golf. And not sure who's in the car.
The 89 car is Ronja Assmann.
There you go.
And she is still on the Grand Prix circuit, so we'll see whether or not she turns right into the garage. The Manta, I can tell you, it is in the pits, but because my screen doesn't tell you whether it's coming into the pits, if it comes in through the back entrance, then I can tell you that Peter Haas, who took the car out, has brought it back into the pits after a full lap of the Nordschleife. So an extra lap counted there, but having said that, the Manta has been in the pits for 20 minutes, but it may well be the case that they've just decided, well, we know it works, we'll just leave it where it is and then bring it in and take it out for the last lap of the race as we want to do in the first place.
It's an engine fire.
Early morning barbecue out on the circuit. I'm trying to guess from a roof line 2/3 of the way up the windows exactly what has set fire to itself. You're looking at a funnily mounted rear wing.
Yes.
It's a 2-door coupe.
It's got a stride check in it, but it's not the Manta. What's the younger stride check in, Paul?
Robin.
Yes.
Yeah, what's he in?
Oh, he's in Opel Astra.
That could be Opel Astra, roofline. We've got the car pulled off somewhere on the circuit, and the bonnet is up, and the engine bay is smoking very, very badly. We've got an extinguisher being deployed.
I have to say, looking at the driver, now that you say stride check, seeing him sideways, I can actually see a family resemblance. I think that might even be him. What's the number of the car? Let's see if we can find it. Is this on the Grand Prix circuit? It is.
Yes, it is. Yeah. It's definitely on the Grand
Prix.
Prix
It's a 94 car. So
there you go. Well spotted, Bob. 94.
It is, yeah. He's gone into the hook, and it's then decided, and it is Strycek Jr. who's driving it as well. He really does look like he's got a fire underneath. Yes.
That's an oil fire, isn't it?
Yeah, it's blown an oil line or a fuel line, probably an oil line because it wasn't an immediate conflagration, and he's just sort of rolled off into no man's land, off the circuit. So his hands on his head. There is foam underneath the car. The fire is out, but so too, I think, is the number 94 car. Yeah. The problem, the GT Golf has come back into the pit lane just for a quick laptop download and wash and brush. In fact, it's had the wash and brush up. It looks absolutely ready to start the race afresh, doesn't it? But I think the Astra, although you could tow it back in from there, the problem with the fire is not so much that something caught light, but that it melts everything that's covered in plastic, i.e. the entire wiring loom. So even if you can replace the fuel line, the oil line, the engine, the gearbox, you also have to replace the loom, and that's really not very much fun with 10 hours to go.
Struggling with the bonnet clips on the 89 to get the bonnet up for a bit of a systems check.
It seems like they're struggling to get it down, actually, to close the bonnet
pushing
at the
it down
lead-in
to get
edge.
it up, I think, to release the pin.
Aha.
You've got to push on it to slacken the pin.
Now, this is how you know they're modern engineers, is that nobody's gone straight for a lump hammer.
It's going back in the garage, the 89 Golf.
Yep.
So they're going to carry out their installation check in the comfort of the garage rather than on the pit apron.
They're going to take it nearer to the lump hammer.
I think actually the regulations don't allow you to do any work on the pit apron because of the density of usage in the pit lane.
It depends what the work is. I think if it's something like changing some body work, then you can ask the man who's looking after that garage, we're going to change the bodywork, is that okay? But if anything else is required, then they want you to push it back into the garage so that it is out of everybody else's way.
Yeah, they started dismantling the Glickenhaus on the pit apron, didn't they? And they went, right, no, okay, do you know what, let's just push it back in the garage and get this done properly where we're not in each other's way and everybody else's. So, yeah, it's not quite as hard and fast to rule as at Le Mans, but it makes a lot more sense to be in a garage where nobody's going to come in and run you over or drop stuff on your feet.
Yes, I mean, it is as much of a hard and fast rule as Le Mans is with the number of mechanics that are allowed to work on the car, and that's another reason for taking it back into the garage. A potential problem for our AT class leader, only in the sense that it's got a 1 minute 32 penalty to take at its next pit stop for not obeying the flag signals. Now, it's not a 32-second pit stop as we saw for the 48 car. It's 1 minute and 32 seconds for the AT class car. But I think, just looking down at the second place car in AT, which has completed 80 laps compared to the leading car, which has completed 85. That's about nearly an hour's worth of an advantage, so an extra minute isn't going to make that much difference.
He's really going to have to
there's going to have to be some
disregard some yellow flags, yes.
But it's you know, it's sort of thing that as class leader you shouldn't be falling for.
No, especially when you've got that 5-lap lead, then there's absolutely no need. But then people don't tend to deliberately infringe yellow flag or code 60 zones. They tend to do it accidentally. So there we go. That's the way. Still, as you say, when you're in the lead, when you've got that comfortable lead, you don't want to be doing anything silly. Earl Bamber is a paragon of that. 2 minutes 24 ahead of Maxi Gertz in the Yellow Man Filter Mercedes. The 911 Grello Porsche remains out front. Matt Campbell in third, the number 31 Fricadelli Porsche, that's the red and white car. Frederick Vervisch in fourth in the Audi, closing about only half a second on Matt Campbell last time. It came down to 9 seconds the gap from third to fourth. And in fifth position is the number 6 Mercedes, 18.3 seconds back. And in sixth position, Kelvin van der Linde's Audi. 2 green sectors out of 9, not enough to make it a better lap for him. He is 4.5 seconds behind, and then the car that's in 7th place, Marcus Winkelhock, has just pitted the number 14 Audi. In fact, when I came on air nearly an hour ago, set up the fact that 2nd to 7th were covered by a minute, they're now covered by something closer to 4 minutes, 3 minutes.
I think that's just due to the fact that the number 14 car is on this different schedule on its pit stops, Martin, and Marcus Winkelhock comes in for a normal scheduled pit stop, but does so some 3 laps before the race leader does, and 2 laps before the combination of the HTP Mann-Filter Mercedes, the Phoenix Audi and the Lant Audi all come in for their respective stops.
It was more the gaps that were sort of 4, 7, 5 are now out to 15, 18, 19, and have been what has been usually a compressing top 10 appears in this stint to have stretched out a bit, or been stretched out a bit.
I think that's right, but I thought you said 4 minutes, and that is only if you discount the Marcus Winkelhock car, I think.
Quite possibly. Narrow miss, the cameras have just picked up out on the Nordschleife for the number 11 Ferrari, the Wochenspiegel car, diving through on the inside of a KTM crossbow that didn't really see him coming, or possibly didn't quite appreciate the rate of closing, and the Ferrari had to have 2 wheels up the curb and onto the grass, and there was the tiniest of brushes, but they got through otherwise fairly unscathed. But again, with 10 hours to go, or 9.5 hours to go, it's incidents like those that can put you in the pit lane or in the barriers for a very long time. Bonnet pins not having quite worked the way bonnet pins should, 2 extra for good luck bits of gaffer tape are being applied to the leading edge. 3, 4 in fact. What was an absolutely pristine, fresh out of the paint shop looking GT Golf is now covered in gaffer tape at the front as they try and hold the bonnet down. I would spend more time getting the bonnet pins fixed than put my trust in gaffer tape. Even at the high speed that a Golf is going, never mind the high speed that the GT3 car is going, that bonnet is going to end up smashing the windscreen as it gets torn off.
Bonnet pins are there.
The bonnet pins are there. It's the right front one, good morning, John.
Yes, I see you see.
That they've actually gaffed over, because I think, first of all, they were shoving the bonnet down to try and get the pin to go through the hole in the upright, if you like. And it didn't seem to be doing that. So I think they've forced it in somehow and then put a sealing bit of gaffer over it, and then just good luck gaffer everywhere, really.
If the pin is through the bonnet, if the pin, it's like a little ring pull on the top of the pin, isn't there? If they can get that to stay down, it should be all right, and I think that's what they've gaffed down.
Yes, I think that's exactly right, to keep it locked over, to keep everything in place. However, the car looked absolutely pristine. With the bit of gaffer over the bonnet pin, not so bad, but all the other random bits, it looks like I'd fixed it, which is not how it looked when it went out on its exploratory lap of the Grand Prix circuit after a very substantial rebuild. So it is 5 to 6 in the morning, Central European summertime.
Thanks for that.
No, that's good, because we're starting to get into Sunday morning. It's really nice.
Bradley's birthday.
We're going to go through a point at some point where the time to go crosses the time of day again.
Oh, again, and I'll miss it again. I'll be looking. I'll be asking 20 minutes before and 20 minutes after, and then I'll realise. But
we are having, and this is having watched as many 24-hour races as I have done over the years. We've kind of not had happy hours recently, but we are having a happy hour now. Nice dry morning, nice clear air. Best lap of his race, personal best for Earl Bamber at 8 minutes 19.8. A personal best for Lucas Stoltz in the number 3 Black Falcon Mercedes at 8 minutes 21. Personal bests for both the number 18 Get Speed Performance Mercedes and the number 7 Marco Mappelli Conrad Lamborghini. not quite as quick as the cars that I just mentioned, but nevertheless personal bests for those individual cars, but none of them yet quicker than the time that was set about half an hour ago now by Hendrik Still in the number 22 Wochenspiegel Team Monschau, who has done the fastest lap of the race altogether at 8 minutes 18.799, and that is only a second and a half slower than last year's fastest lap when the cars were running about 10% more brake horsepower.
That's the sort of lap then that he will be dreaming of probably for the rest of his career here, because everything fell into place. There was one of those laps where there seemed to be nothing in the way.
And he got a tow from his teammate down the Dottinger Höhe.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yes, almost like he was in top 30 qualifying. Was I just going with that? Pit stop for the number 5 car and a driver change. Haven't spoken much about that car, so that's another of the Phoenix Racing Audis.
That's the Phoenix Audi, which is running on Dunlops. Phoenix hedging their bets with tyres, and the number 5 car is on Dunlop tyres. Jeroen Blekemolen has just done a double stint in it, so we'll be handing it over, I guess,
to Kim Louis Schramm.
Yeah.
Now, again, not a name I know. Did he race the car before?
Yes, he's been in the car this race. In fact, he was the start driver in the number 5 Phoenix Audi, and I seem to remember he raced the car here last year as well.
Paul, while you're talking about tyres, William Zadanis, who's over in Florida, Daytona area, asks how many tyre manufacturers we have represented this year. And I saw that on a piece of paper somewhere. Now I can't find it.
Yeah, it's on one of these little notepads here. We just find the right notepad, and now I can.
Okay. Michelin, Dunlop. Have we got Goodyears?
No, we've got Bridgestone. I found the list. Bridgestone, Hankook, GT, Michelin, Dunlop, Pirelli, Falcon, Yokohama, which is 8.
Yeah.
So, it's about where we've been in the years past.
I wouldn't have guessed Bridgestone, but I might possibly got to the others.
GT is the one that people won't know.
The one I just need to check, you might have a Nexon tired car. There is certainly a Nexon sponsored car.
Yes.
And I have a feeling, I've got a list here, which once the sun shines on an area which isn't on my screen.
Shall I sit upright and try and cast a shadow?
Oh,
Paul
do
couldn't
that.
see the sun earlier because I was in the way, but now he should be able to see the screen because I'm in the way of the sun.
You are causing a minor eclipse, are you?
No, I'm not blocking the sun from everyone. I'm just blocking the sun from his screen.
Well, that's a minor eclipse, isn't
it would be if I was in it. Ronja Assmann is back out of the pit lane in the GT VW Golf GTI after its 6-hour rebuild, or appropriate. Go ahead.
Sorry, so the other one is Hoosier.
Oh yes, I did see a Hoosier man with a stack of tyres.
Yes,
which is now owned by Continental, of course.
The Hoosier supplied car is the number 146 FK Performance Porsche Cayman.
Yes, as I say, that Hoosier was acquired a year or so ago by Continental. The GT competition tyres number 89 Golf is out with gaffer tape.
Tentative, I have to say. Actually, I thought they looked a little.
Is that the one that's had the engine change?
Thought Thought she looked a little more confident coming out on the first lap. Is that the Ginetta behind it? Is that still going?
Yes, Ginetta's still going.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean that to sound like quite so much of a surprise, but I've not actually seen the Ginetta. I just recognised the rear lights.
And the 50s had a new engine, which I knew they were trying to, and that's out and running as well.
Yes, again. Sure. Well, we've just sighted it.
No, on the Grand Prix tracker now.
Yeah, with the Mark 1 human eyeball, it has been eyeballed.
Okay. Other cars, especially for John, who's just returned to the fray, for
Here's
him
a clue.
To keep an eye on.
Flap.
Yeah, we've got the 122 car, which was out but has now come back into the pits. It's done an exploratory lap of the whole Nordschleife, so they proved the car runs all the way around the Nordschleife, but they brought it back in.
I think that was very canny by Volker Strycek and the guys. What they did was they got the Cooper team to rebuild the car. Now they've even put the decals on the new panels and things like that. Now they'll put it back in the trailer and take it home. It's much less work for them to do.
Well,
so the 50 car, as I say, doing its laps. The other car, which we thought we might have seen the last of, Wayne Moore's mount, the number 54 BMW. Wayne has now done a full stint and brought the car 23 laps under its belt, and it's now in the hands of Niels Borum. So the 54 car, say that's the car that Wayne Moore, if you remember, ground to a halt right at the beginning of the race, somewhere in the area of the foxhole, I think.
In that list of tyres, did you mention Falcon?
Yes.
All right, okay. That car's back on the track as well, the BMW M6, the Lovejoy Klingman car, Jens Klingman.
that hasn't gone far though, because that's in 13th place. So it wasn't the BMW that had a problem, was it the Porsche that had a problem? Meanwhile, but to just backtrack very slightly to Strycek family, the win-lose balance was fairly well equated, because as the Manta went out, the Manta went out, did an exploratory lap, came back in, was patted, given a bowl of water and sent back out again, and went out onto the Nordschleife, at which stage the Astra Coupe caught light on the Grand Prix track and burned out.
Yeah.
So,
well, not excellent at all. Sorry.
No,
yeah, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. So to every silver lining, there is a cloud, and that, I'm afraid, was the Strycek family cloud. It was a cloud of smoke from an underbonnet fire on the Astra Coupe. So the Astra Coupe, you have to think, is done and dusted, because replacing the burned wiring loom, never mind everything else, is just absolutely not what you want to do with 6 hours remaining. 6 a.m.
6 a.m., 9.5 hours remaining. We're live from the Aston Martin Racing Lounge. It's Paul Trustwell, Martin Haven and me, John Hindhuff. Good morning from the Nürburgring. Time for an update.
We'll start our hourly update with the overall top 10 positions. Our race leader, as it has been since before dark, is the number 911, the Grello Manthey Racing Porsche. Earl Bamber currently in the second part of a double stint at the wheel of that car. It leads by 2.5 minutes, which equates at the moment to about a quarter of a lap from Maxi Goertz in the number 48 Mercedes, and in third place Matt Campbell in the 31 Fricadelli Porsche. Fourth place is car number 4, Frederick Verbisch at the wheel of the Audi, and the number 6 Mercedes is in 5th position. All these cars on the same lap and all covered by gaps between 5 and about 20 seconds. Number 29 Audi, Kelvin van der Linde in 6th position, and Paul is still poking him with a stick to make him set a faster race lap than the Ferrari did a few minutes ago. That hasn't yet happened. 7th place is the number 16 Mercedes. In 8th place, the number 14 Audi, which now has Marcel Fester at the wheel. 9th place, the number 12 Porsche, and rounding out the top 10 is the number 3 Mercedes, because the number 18 car, which was giving chase, has just pitted, and the Lamborghini has dropped down to 12th because of its odd fuel strategy and should bounce back up. So those cars are all GT3 cars. That is the SP9 class, which the leader of which is Earl Bamber. In the SPX class, the leader is still the SCG Glickenhaus, and Andreas Simonsen is driving that car. Now, that was in the top 3 very firmly as we headed in tonight. For anybody who's been asleep and is maybe now contemplating putting the kettle on, white no sugar please, the number 705 cars dropped down to 17th place after making impact on the back of we know not whom, but damaging the front of the car and requiring a longish pit stop to sort that out. Paul, how long-ish was long-ish? They lost a lap, basically, didn't they?
No, I think it was 2 laps. They lost 13 minutes.
Right, OK. Yes, they go by very quickly, don't they, when you've got a problem. They basically had to rebuild all the front bodywork. So they're still leading in SPX, which isn't hard. As long as they're running, they will win it. SP8, the class leader, is the GT Tyre Motorsport Audi. Pavel Lefterov is driving that car. It's in 29th place, car number 148. SP8T, the leader of which is the AMR Performance Centre Aston Martin Vantage. Peter Kate has taken that over. He is towards the end of the first stint, having taken over from Jamie Chadwick, the 37 car, and that is in 42nd place overall. And that was the one of the AMRs that had minor early travails and has recovered from them to overtake the rest of the field who have had less minor travails. SP7 class leader is in the pits in 22nd place, Mark Thomas in the Mullner Motorsport Porsche GT3 Cup car. That's car number 62. Its lead is getting on for half a lap, a little over half a lap, 5 minutes 38, or was, when it came into the pit lane over its closest rival in class. So that's the SP7 category. SP4, leader in that class, is the 325i BMW, car number 325. Twas ever thus, it seems. They are in 99th place, and Sebastian Shaman is at the wheel of that car. SP4T is the 718, Porsche 718, but car number 159. There are two Porsche 718s. This is a Cayman 718 GTS. The 718 numbered 718 is in V3T. This is SP40, the arcane difference between which Paul will explain once I've tried in vain to pronounce the driver's name. Franco Archidiacono.
Yeah, I had a problem with him as
yeah,
well.
okay, no, I'm going with that. He's in 126th position in the pit lane, and with a 4 hour and 43 minute advantage over their closest class rival. If it's not a standard fuel and pit stop, they're not going to lose that lead before I finish this hourly update. The TCR class lead, we talked about them a little while ago. It's still Österreich, but it's Moritz Österreich, so Marcus Österreich's son. The Honda, having struck trouble, has dropped to third in class, and the now repaired and hopefully trouble-free 171 Hyundai N Velostar is in 39th place and leads the TCR class by 2 laps, I think we thought. SP3 category, there's quite a few, this has not been evenly divided. The SP3 category, Toyota's GT86, that's the TMG car, and car number 115 is in 75th position. I'm giving you all the details that I can more easily pronounce because the driver Finn Unterober-Dorster.
Very good.
Unterober-Dorster. Yeah,
Under-over-end.
Yes, very good, very good. Yes, you've had all the details. That's 75th place. John's still waving, but I'm still 4 classes away, John. Keep waving unless it's really important.
No, carry on. I wasn't waving. I was shaking hands with someone.
All right, okay. We've done SP3T. We've done SP3. That was the Toyota SP6, which is the number 80 Porsche Cayman Club Sport, the Schmickler performance car. Still, Michael Grassler's at wheel of that car. Car number 80 is in 36th position. I don't know how many times that car has been in the lead of the class on our hourly updates on even hours. So every 2 hours we get to it and it's still in the lead. 42 minutes is their advantage. So that is a handy 5 laps or so. SP10, hooray, we're getting to the end of the list. The GT4 class being led by still Black Falcon team Identica's GT4 Mercedes AMG car number 70. Yannick Mettler at the wheel, 25th position. Martin Haven, Paul Trustwell, John Hindhoff busy tweeting back to people as the man filters Mercedes with Maxi Gertz apparently still at the wheel comes out of the pit lane and still in 3rd place. Is that part 2 of a double, or is Maximilian starting part 3 of a treble?
Well, he's going on to a triple, but I'm just wondering whether the
Has
driver
not
ID
caught up.
hasn't quite caught up with the world yet. But he could do a triple. He's allowed to do 3 hours driving, from which the pit stop time can be removed. So as long as his 3 stints are less than an hour, then that works. But the screen now corrects himself to Christian Hohenadel.
Okay.
It is Hohenadel driving the 48 car. We've also had pit stops from Fred Vervisch in the number 4 car, who's handed it over to Pierre Caffer, and from the number 6 car, Gabriele Piano, who's handed it over to Patrick Assenheimer.
Yes, I was wondering how the Mercedes hadn't lost a place by stopping to the Phoenix Audi, and the answer is the Phoenix Audi also stopped, so there we go.
And we've also had a stop for Kelvin van der Linde in the number 29 car, which has been handed over to Christopher Mies, and the other one that's been in the pits is the 16 car from the Getspeed Performance team. Jan Seifert has, I think, probably stayed in that car to do a double stint. Yes, he has.
Right. Yes, he has. In well, that car's still in the pit.
It hasn't left the pit lane yet.
Right. Okay.
So he may not have.
But
that shuffled Marcel Fessler up ahead of them in
Yeah.
the number 14 car collection Audi, but does he owe us a stop?
Yes and no. He's currently on his 3rd lap of a stint, whereas clearly Jan, when he comes out, will still be on the 1st. So that 14 car is the one that's out of kilter by about 2/3 of a stint. But the reason I said Jan Seifert would stay at the wheel is just that he's not yet done his double stint, whereas the other drivers had come to the end of their double.
Got a guest, and it's a special one.
Oh, Wayne!
Right, Martin and I will step out and Paul can have a word with our special guest who's celebrating 20 years here at the Nürburgring 24. Are they special 20th anniversary? Oh, look, yes, they are.
25th anniversary.
Yeah, 25th anniversary, yeah. Right, that's going straight on there. Right, we're live from the Aston Martin Racing Lounge, and I think that, I think, but I'm not sure, that pretty much we started here, Wayne will remember, in 2007, and I think you came to see us the first year that we were here, if I'm brutally honest.
There is a fan of yours who, in fact, there are many fans of yours who live in Germany and countries all around the world, and this one sent me a text in that first year and said, Stefan Spies, come and talk to Radio Le Mans. I tell you, I've had 2 huge challenges this weekend.
Finding us?
The first has been finding you guys. I've texted folks all around the world.
Well, you had to do was listen. We could have.
You shouldn't hide. You're all good looking. You shouldn't hide.
We're very good looking on radio. We're as good looking as we want to be. I'm going to go and fix Martin a quick cup of coffee and leave you to talk to Paul Trustwell here.
How long have we got, John?
Oh, well, I've got to grind the beans and everything first. Grow the coffee. Good to see you, mate.
Good to see you guys.
Let's hear the story of some trials and tribulations here, I think, Paul.
Well, yes. I mean, let's. Tell us about the race, because what were you on? You were about the 3rd or 4th lap. You started the car first of all. 3rd or 4th lap. What happened?
No, I wasn't even there, Paul. It was on the warm-up lap, and the car started to fill with smoke, and then just cut out. So there was a small electrical fire. So I was towed to Flansgarten, where a very friendly, very kindly marshal gave me a bottle of water. I mentioned that point because the next time I jumped in the car, which was about 5 laps later, it stopped again with another electrical gremlin, and I was again towed to Flansgarten and met the same marshal. I just recently said to him then, I don't ever want to see you again, and I meant that in the nicest way.
In the nicest possible
way.
way.
Other than driving past you a little bit quicker. But we're still having challenges. This car's as well prepared as it always has been by Sorg, with a scan grip BMW 335. Well, we just had a whole lot of stuff thrown at us. So we had a little fire. We've had electrical gremlins. We had to replace fuel pump. After, I think, around 8 hours, we completed 1 lap. And I've just done a stint of 8. And now we've dropped from 6 to 5 cylinders. So it sounds like a tractor. And it doesn't go much faster. Still doing 200 kilometres an hour and dotting Hoa, but that's not what we planned.
That's a real test of your endurance, isn't it? Because in some ways, if the car is running and it's running strongly and you're at the front of the field, then the motivation just follows it along. And I say it's easy, it's never easy to do 24 hours, but it's like being up here. When the systems are working and all the microphones are working and the links are working, we're all happy and we can get through the 24 hours easily. It's when things start to go wrong that you think, oh, what are we going to do now?
And sometimes things do start to go wrong, don't they, despite the best laid plans.
Oh, don't they?
And
but, I mean...
sorry, mate.
No, go on. I was going to say, let's talk about the other races you've done. I mean, this is your 25th Nürburgring 24 hours, which in itself is something of a record, but it wouldn't make you come back if every one of those 25 years had been easy, would it? You wouldn't have come back.
That's exactly right. I don't think the Nordschleife, 20.4 kilometres, and what do they say, 178 curves or something? Whatever, I don't know.
There's a T-shirt you can buy which is 88.
88.
So, yeah.
But I don't think that would ever be boring, but if everything was going right, where's the attraction? Where's the challenge?
Exactly.
And you know, as much as you can, I guess, tip over the other side and have too many curveballs thrown at you, the big challenge, I guess, is to keep the team motivated. So this has been a 24-hour marathon. Well, we're not there yet, of course, for definitely for our pit crew and our technicians and mechanics, because they've worked their blooming hearts out, pulling different parts off this car, finding pieces they require, and then rebuilding it. For us to go out and do, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, and now just 8 laps, and another blooming problem comes up. I was saying to Neil Sporer, who owns the car, it's time to sell it. In fact, I said to that marshal at Flansgarden, do you want to buy the car?
And I'm guessing he didn't have he didn't know. So 25 years of coming to the Nürburgring every year, and you live and work, and the rest of your year is spent back home in New Zealand, isn't it?
It is. So I live in New Zealand. When I first started coming here, I lived in Australia, so a lot of people think I'm Australian, and maybe I still speak a bit strange too. So I was giving people little koalas then, and then the transition back to New Zealand with little kiwis, and this year it's little sheep, because I couldn't find kiwis, so there's no real symbol for 25 years. But, you know, I think the race has grown immensely. And, OK, there's a lot of factory teams at the front of the field now, and they're very competitive. But doesn't it add an element of magic that maybe wasn't there when it was the Zac Speed Viper and one of 2 BMWs that could have won? And Porsches were banned, remember, in the early years? So my first year was 1994. English was hardly a spoken language. There were very few overseas drivers. You were just a celebrity in your own right because you didn't speak Deutsch. And the race has evolved, and I guess the attraction for me is become an important part of who I am. In fact, I joke that the N in my DNA stands for Nürburgring.
So when you come over here to do the 24 hours, how long do you spend here?
So I've been here for 2 weeks. This is my second week, because I like, and particularly it was important this year because of the work that happened on the surface during winter. Some major work. In fact, I joked to friends in the team that they've turned the Nordschleife into a racetrack. It is so smooth and so fast. Are there record times this year? I'd be surprised if they were.
They're not quite record times, but that's largely because the GT3 cars have had their BHP pegged back by about 10%. Yeah. So, you know, they're not producing as much power, but they're only a second off the fastest lap time. So we're very close, but not quite.
So if they didn't have that restriction, they would be way certainly. And you know, that's the nature of the places here. So I like to see it first. So this is a forested racetrack. Many of your listeners will know that. And if trees have been cut down, all of a sudden a corner that maybe was a little bit damp is faster. Or conversely, if trees have grown, a corner that once upon a time was flat to the floor might now be a little bit shaded and a little bit cautious.
So every year you have to come back and learn the circuit again?
I like to reacquaint it. Look, I know the circuit, of course I do.
And I was just thinking about it. So 25 years, you're here 2 weeks of the year every 25 years. You've actually been here 52 weeks. So you've been here for a year.
And in fact, it's 3 weeks. I stay for one more, so I have a little holiday after the race.
And how's your German now?
Oh, kleiner. That's small. But I've had it too well. It was fascinating. So Florian Schmidt, who was a German who first created a connection for me, the invitation to come here. And that of course is by snail mail because there's no internet in 1994. It sounds funny when we talk about that. But Florian joined the team for many, many years and was the conduit for me with the German Volkswagen team that I drove with for 17 years. They talked for 45 minutes. Florian would give me a 1-minute version, and I'd say, what did they say for the rest of it? He just sort of shrug his shoulders and shake his hand. So in some ways I've never needed really to learn, guys.
Yeah, okay.
How many laps do you reckon you've done round here now?
I have done 1,188, so I've just clocked over 30,000 kilometres, which is not bad for somebody who lives on the other side of the world, flies for 30 hours and visits once a year.
That's a third of what that Manta's done. They reckon that's done 100,000 Ks round here, and it's back out and going round again. And does it still have the same? Does this place still have the same draw-in as when you first came here?
I honestly think that it does. In many years I've had the privilege, and not so now because it's tough for distant foreign drivers to become eligible for this race. Unless you've got a very rich dad or unless you live in Europe, you need to do 2 VLN events, the driving academy plus the e-learning. So that's 3 trips before you even apply for your gold card to do this event. So so for many years I've trained Aussies and Kiwis when there were larger numbers. There were years when there were 20, 24 from each of those 2 countries, and other more distant people too. More recently though, I've been bringing little groups of friends. This year it's a couple are staying in the same pension, just sharing the place.
Yes.
And people hear the stories, but they still cannot believe it.
Did you have
come
to
here, sit in the car, come round?
No. Did you have to do your permit then?
No, not at all.
So you were grandfathered in, if you'll pardon the phrase.
That's exactly right. No, not and I tell you, it was horrible. In fact, the race probably that's least memorable for me was my first one because of it's almost terrifying aspect of it. The fact that I couldn't get my head around the place. So Florian I mentioned, he entered the race in a Suzuki Swift 1994. He recruited 2 German brothers, Eberhard and Norbert Rotunda, and they then led the Volkswagen team for 17 years. Eberhard and Norbert did a driver training school here which involved walking the Nordschleife and plotting things on A3 drawings. When I arrived from Frankfurt Airport, they sat me down in a bloomin' cafe down the road, and for 3 hours with Florian interpreting, we went through these A3 drawings. Here is a colour you stay away from. You must hit this mark on this corner. You must miss that one there. There is a blue fence post. Of course, that wasn't there at night time. It was just formidable.
Yeah. And of course, in those days, you wouldn't have had the simulators. I mean, we've had little simulators here that we've been playing on. I'd say playing on.
That was work. That was familiarising ourselves with the circuit.
Exactly.
I even did some darkness laps last night.
How do you apply for one of these jobs?
Yes.
But the point being, in when you first started, the only way to learn the circuit was to walk around the circuit and then drive around the circuit. You couldn't use computer technology to do it because it didn't exist to do it.
Well, even if it did, it didn't look anything like it does now.
The computer was not a simulator.
The 4K vision that we've got even on console games now, even before you go to things like base performance, Darren Turner's company, when I go and do a new car or a different track, because I don't drive enough, I go and see Darren and have an hour in there. So when I did Quarter 24 a couple of years ago, that's exactly what I did. And the technology, it's like being there.
Oh, it's incredible.
And when they show you the replays and you go, oh yeah, when did they shoot this then with that car? No, that's what you've just done. Really? It's extraordinary, but none of that, of course.
But I wonder how often those technology providers update the software. It must be very frequent, eh?
Has to be, because...
Every year. There's a new circuit every year.
Yeah.
Because it maps the trees, it maps where the new barriers are put in.
Well, and also the change of tarmac, because there used to be, just over the bridge at Brideshite, there used to be a change of surface, which was pretty much where you dabbed the brakes and turned in. Yeah. And when they resurfaced that went.
Yeah. But you can do that just by sending a car around with one of these little clever cameras on the top, and it'll remap it all for you.
Once you've got the actual terrain data, which is down even on console games, so whether you're on Xbox or one of the other ones, that's
Wait, no, come on. we're talking about you, 25th anniversary race. You've not been without your success here. You've had some success here, haven't you?
I've had successes, so we've won the class twice.
Exactly. So
been on the podium, again, class podium a few times, taken home a lot of trophies. But it's
do you get them in your hand luggage, or do you?
No, I do. I bring bubble wrap every single year. That's part of my positive sort of a focus on and I've got bubble wrap this year. I don't think we're going to win a trophy in our class, but never mind.
Might get a Spirit of the Race award from some of our listeners and viewers.
You can always buy some wine and use the rubber wrap to wrap some wine.
How long will you continue to do this, man?
I don't know, mate. It's really interesting. I'm 67. Someone on the grid yesterday came up to me. He's a very English-sounding gentleman, mature age, but 10 years younger than me. He said, "What age are you?" And I said, 67. He said, "Oh, you're an inspiration. I was rallying when I was 40, and I've been wondering if I should get back into motorsport."
There you go.
So how long am I going to keep doing it?
As long as you're an inspiration.
Well, as long as I'm still not slowing the team down.
Yeah.
As long as I'm still positively contribute. As long as I can get off my Zimmer frame and into the car without sort of holding up the pit stop. Why stop? I've just bought a helmet this year, a new helmet.
Well, that's another 5 years, absolutely.
And so Nürburgring 24, obviously the highlight of your year. I know you've raced at Bathurst. And you've done Dubai.
Yes.
Are there other races that go into your calendar, or is
Not
it just
now.
the Nürburgring?
There were.
Yeah.
So I was doing 2-litre touring cars in New Zealand. I had Nissan Sentra, which was a turnkey race car in that series. But I find short sprint races too aggressive. And that, again, might be a little bit of maturity. You know, if you pay for your own damage, you have a different mentality than if Dad's paying. So the endurance thing, you don't have to be first to the first corner, is what has really appealed for me. This year, I had the privilege to drive a track day at Manfield, which is a short racetrack in New Zealand, and that was in December. But other than that, I haven't driven a race car since this time last year. But, well, not this time, we were here in May. But I visualise it. So I live and breathe this race. I also have the opportunity to talk about it a lot. So I do presentations, and each time I do a presentation about high-performing teams, I feel as though I'm living the game. I'm putting back in my head the Nordschleife and Nürburgring. So it really is part of my
we can tell just from listening to your voice.
Always a pleasure having you.
How much of it is in your DNA.
It's always a pleasure.
So I'm so glad I found you guys.
So are we.
Just don't make it so blooming hard next time.
We've only ever been in 2 different places since we've been coming here.
We left you a trail of crumbs. You found us eventually.
You need a flag. Put a flag up.
The choice is either where we were last year, or here, or in the bar.
This is delightful. Sun's shining in, blue sky. Look at them.
Are you going to be out again before the end of the race?
Absolutely.
On 7 cylinders?
Absolutely.
Perfect.
Thank you guys very, very much. And to all your listeners, enjoy the rest of the 24 hours, Nürburgring.
You too. Come back next year.
For 26. Absolutely.
See you then.
Thanks, man. Great stuff. You're listening to live coverage of the Nürburgring 2019. Well, there's another one of our traditions ticked off, Paul.
I mean,
boundless enthusiasm.
Such enthusiasm and such motivation. I mean, if I were driving for that team, he'd get a second more out of me just because he'd say, "Come on, Paul, you can go a second lap." He just oozes that kind of motivating skill, and I can quite imagine him inspiring youngsters in colleges, whatever, to get involved in motorsport, because you can't talk to him and not be enthralled by the sport. Brilliant.
And that means I've got at least another 10 years before I have to think about packing in race licence. He's 67, he said. Well, that's the same age as Bradley yesterday.
We found a bug in, Johnny Palmer's little driver database, Forex, that he always refers to, had Wayne Moore as 39.
Excellent.
So we kind of adjusted that, or at least I think somebody has been dispatched to Forex to adjust there. He is in the database, but they've just got his age wrong.
There's a number of issues with that database, like that. However, I remember Martin will remember, like I do, when we worked for Autosport, whoever it was who was holding the driver database there for birthdays used to be very well compensated by drivers to make sure that they knocked 2 or 3 years off when they were getting towards their
Well, actually,
late 20s.
when I was at Autosport editorial, Bruce Jones had a box file, and he just used to, you know, pick up information sheets at every race. Everybody picked up information sheets on drivers, and he compiled it all. So every week, the birthdays and all of that all came out of one big box folder. And yeah, you know, before there were computers with that sort of stuff on and algorithms, you know, the only algorithm we had there was actually a logarithm, so it didn't count.
In the race, meanwove, whilst you've been getting yourself coffee, tell us what's been happening, or am I piecing it back
Well,
together?
no, we've been getting coffee. You've been holding the fort.
You explained that really well there, I thought. Kevin Estra still leads.
But we have had a change for second place because
Yes,
Christian
we have.
Hohenadel has got past the Jaminet Porsche. Now, Jaminet having taken over the 31 car from Matt Campbell. And Christian Hohenadel, as we said, took over the 48 car and he's sneaked past.
And has gone out to 4 seconds near enough.
Is that the undercut? Because Jaminet came in a lap earlier, or Maxi Götz came in a lap earlier to hand over. And I'm never quite sure whether it's an undercut or an overcut if you come in earlier.
It's neither, because I hate both of
this
those
is quite-
expressions.
I
It's
used to
taking advantage of having better
earlier-
performance in the tyres.
An earlier pit stop anyway for the number 48 car, which will work out eventually whether it works or not. As Martin and I were saying, the main difference it's going to make is that the final pit stop for the 48 car is going to have to be around about 15 seconds, 13 seconds longer, because it will be sooner. But that's assuming all other things remain equal and they get to the end of the race without any further changes having happened.
Exactly so. And they don't manage somehow to save a lap under us. But then if they save a lap under us,
then probably everybody
will as well. So yeah.
it's probably a lap that they're not going to get back unless something very unlikely happens.
Well, there only has to be one unlikelihood ahead of them and one behind, and suddenly then they're sort of back in the ball game. Earlier on, just as the sun was rising when I came back in, you were talking about Wayne Moore's car. You mentioned Wayne Moore's mount, and I had this sort of view of sort of mountain range sweeping down to the sea somewhere in the North Island of New Zealand, and this promontory that had been named after an early explorer. Where do you live? Oh, I just passed Wayne Moore's mount. I thought that was just a very nice geographical sounding reference. Of course, it's his BMW, so quite as geographical as that. And in this race, not necessarily as permanent. It was a BMW either. Not that I wish it on anybody.
The 3 odd 4 seconds is now down to barely a couple of seconds, as we've just had a little moment in the Hatzenbach, and that is a BMW as well.
Oh, another BMW. 2 cars going off there.
The Chopard sponsored one. So what is that one?
That's a very good question.
I think that was a 320. No, I think it was a 340 maybe.
Hang on.
One of the Class 5 Cup cars, I think.
240.
Let me close in. Car 81, quite possibly.
Car 81, where are you?
Well, it's according to the tracker, it's stationary in the Hatzenbach at exactly the right place.
Hoffer Racing car, the number 81 car.
Yeah, red, white, and black. The Hoffer colours. And that's the Kroll. That's the Martin Kroll car. Roland Eggemann, Christian Tieser, and Gustav Engleringer.
Engeljeringer.
Engeljeringer, yes. So in fact, that was an out. Yeah, you see, it was an M3 CSL.
Outlaps the most dangerous lap.
Engeljeringer, in the car at the time, wheelchair user, and so if they do need to get that car. Or get Gustav out of the car without him being in the pit with his normal support crew. That might be awkward for them, but I'm sure that the marshals have been well briefed about wheelchair users.
This battle for second place has been turned up to gas mark 5 again, and whatever ailed the Porsche has cleared now, because Mathieu Jaminet has got the target acquired, and that target is the bright yellow Man Filters number 48 of Christian Hohenadel. Makes me feel very old to remember him doing his first races in Formula BMW in the UK.
Yep.
Back in Nürburgring. Brands Hatch was the first round of that, and Simon Hill and I watched a huge kerfuffle at
I remember
the first
him.
corner.
Hugh Kerfuffle.
Hugh
Yeah,
Kerfuffle,
he was good.
And being the first race of a brand new championship, when we were live on national television in the days when it was on ITV1 for the whole day, we ran through all of our publicity materials. We couldn't talk about championship positions because there weren't any. Couldn't talk about last year because there hadn't been any. So Nick Damon saved us by defying, as the rest of the field had come round and parked up on the grid in Parc Fermé, of course, because of the red flag. Nick defied the officials and went onto the grid and basically started at the front and interviewed every single.
Interview from the front to back.
But they were all. So, did you say anything of the? Accident? No, I didn't. It was all happened behind because it was all underneath helmets. You know.
Should have started at the back and worked his way forward.
Yes, absolutely.
So
here we have Mathieu Jaminet now on the Grand Prix circuit, coming downhill to the fourth corner, which saw Lucas Stoltz spin off in the single car qualifying on Friday night, and it's Hohenadel and Jaminet. Second position is the prize at the moment, but just under 9 hours still to go. So how hard will these guys push? Well, if you're joining us for the first time and you haven't seen the coverage, that's a question that doesn't need much answering if you watch any of the highlights reels.
Mathieu Jaminet has just set the fastest lap for that car in the race so far. So
there's your
that's
answer.
An indication of how hard he's trying. 3 minutes 20.617. Not the fastest lap of the race, but the fastest lap for the Fricadelli Porsche.
Just a slight assistance from a fellow Porsche driver. I'm sure it wasn't deliberate, but just held up the AMG GT4 as they were coming out and down the hill through that kink. Down the inside, has a go. The Supra's right in front of them and in the Toyota Gazoo colours, and there's 3 cars in the space where really there shouldn't be that many cars, turning left through the hairpin onto the Nordschleife, and surely, Martin Haven, it can't be long before Jaminet goes through. If you're Hohenadel, how hard do you fight?
Well, you don't have to overdo it because Jaminet has to find a way through. We're now into the yellow flag zone on the Nordschleife, so back down to 120 kilometers an hour, no overtaking. The 81 BMW has been moved off the apex of the left to right swerve, but not moved very far. It's just been towed off the apex and along the grass.
Again, isn't it, that?
I would refer you to my previous remarks about this man filter car. It is the only car that has been driven as if it's in a 24-hour race. So I think if there is any funny business from Mathieu Jaminet, Hohenadel will just let him go. He's not going to just wave him past after you, Claude, but what he is going to do, as I say, is offer no resistance should Jaminet put his nose up where it's not wanted.
And Jaminet almost had an opportunity on the Grand Prix circuit. He's going to have to be brave to try and make a pass here, or the Mercedes will get held up badly by traffic,
and it will just be a fumble,
a come and go. Yes, exactly.
Else. But I think for the moment, at least, as I say, the way that man filter car has been driven has been, I'd say, conservative, and that's not to say they've not been pushing it hard, because John's already been expressing that. But they just always seem to have had not as much as 80%. They've not been sitting on a huge cushion, but they've just been taking things a little bit more circumspectly.
But you don't have to back off much here before it starts to affect your times quite significantly. And 20 seconds on a lap can disappear so easily. I'm talking to a few of the Aston Martin drivers, and one of the things that Alex Brundle was saying to me was it's really hard here to do your lap times and do your fuel numbers. Because and fuel numbers are crucial here, because part of a lap is really no good here. It's not really any good anywhere, but part of a lap here is a very long way for you to get a tour back.
But it's a lot more important to the Aston Martins here at the Nürburgring, because they are on 7 3/4 of a lap on a tank full of fuel. So if they get a quarter of a lap, they get a whole lap.
Yeah,
right.
Good point. So what you're saying.
Whereas the GT3 cars are on 8 laps and not very much. So it is very difficult and almost impossible for a GT3 car to do 9 laps, whereas it is normal for the Aston to do 7. So for Alex, he's very much eyeing the fuel all the time.
Absolutely nothing between these two on the splits, by the way. There was time taken out, about Hohenadel has picked his pace up, and what he's been able to do, Martin, in the clear parts of the Nordschleife is just keep that gap back to Jaminet. It does seem to be when he gets to traffic that underlines what Paul was saying, that the risk versus reward meter has been turned down a little bit for that Mann-Filters car.
Well, you've got to be there in the final hour to have any chance of a good result, haven't you? But
got to be in it to win it.
But the problem is, if you give away a 1/10 of a second on every corner on the lap, there are an enormous number of opportunities to get it wrong.
Here comes Jaminet, he's closing in again now.
He is again, but what's going to be interesting, I think, and I'm sure the director will follow this because it is the battle in the top 10 at the moment, is when they get onto Dottinger Höhe, how close Mathieu Jaminet manages to push in the run into Dottinger Höhe. Looking at the number 7 Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini.
Right up behind Martin Ragginger in the 44 Falcon Porsche.
But that's
not a battle.
No, because Ragginger's a lap behind.
Correct, it's about to go 2 laps down here.
Did notice actually that the battle for second went whistling by the ears of Rahel Frey in the GT tyres Audi, which is currently in the, somewhere I've just lost it, she was in the top 31st place, and that car has now gone 8 laps down.
It's Marco Mappelli in the Huracan, and there is barely a phone book between them at the moment. In fact, actually, there's only the A to J part of the phone book between them at the moment. For younger listeners, go and look up what a phone book used to be.
Ask your grandfather.
And that's for the Isle of Skye.
Yeah, very good. On to Dottinger Höhe. Mappelli is in behind Ragginger, although it'd be difficult to tell that because you can barely see the Huracan. It's a little bit wider maybe than the Porsche, but it's certainly a bit lower as well. Pokes out to the left-hand side as they come down towards the Bilstein Bridge. We've already had the pass of the race. You can stop phoning, calling, or making any nominations, because that was Kevin Estre with 2 of his Michelin tyres on the grass at 170 plus miles an hour. Mappelli could not get the pass done there behind the Porsche. That Porsche, all of the Porsches have been very quick, Martin, in a straight line.
He's perfectly placed. He was in the slipstream. He drafted right up behind, didn't pull out. He could not get an extra RPM out of the Lamborghini, which seems to have a slightly loose front bodywork panel. However, now, being in the slipstream up the straight has kept him where he needed to be. He dives down the inside in the hook, and through he goes.
And fair play to Ragginger there. He knows he's already a lap back. Didn't really defend that. There was no point in ruining his lap as well, Paul.
Just want to pick up on something going back to the update. Martin was talking about how long the 911 car has led for, and you kind of struggled on and said, I think whilst it was still daylight last night, he actually took the lead at 23:10, 10 past 11 last night. So it was dark by then, but it had only just gone dark.
Was that the last time somebody else led, or was that the very first time that car led?
No, that was not the very first time that car led.
No.
But it was
the last time
that
somebody else, yes.
That car has led the race continuously since 10 past 11 last night. The other thing which we've said in the past is that the number 13 Viper we thought was out of the race. Well, it's come back into the race now, the alternative fuel Viper.
There's a lot of Lazarus going on, isn't there? Mathieu Jaminet, clearly spurred on by John, saying, don't bother, we're not going to see a better pass than that. Nearly put in a better pass than that. 2 wheels on the grass, trying to go by Christian Hohenadel. In Tiergarten, if you don't mind, thank you very much. None of you are in a straight line nonsense.
What, actually going round a corner?
Yes.
What number car is Wayne's car that was with
Moore's Mount?
Moore's Mount.
And a change for second place. Christian Hohenadel fights back on the inside, out of the hook. He's got a little run going, but there's traffic in the way. There is a change for second place. Mathieu Jaminet, again, exactly the same as we just saw Martin Ragginger giving away the place in the Porsche to the Lamborghini behind. This time it was a battle for position and a change for position, and down the inside went the Porsche. Mathieu Jaminet stayed out wide into the hard right hand and left hand sector and allowed the Mercedes to getting a little deep in the first part, and then it had to come out wide in the second part, and that was always the counter-attack plan for Mathieu Jaminet. He knew the Mercedes was in too deep, was going to drift out very wide in the second element of Haugshoek, and through he went. But the Mercedes had enough of a wide line that he could get the throttle on just about early enough and kept the momentum up. Jaminet then with the inside line to the left-hander and traffic in the way, and that sealed the deal for him. So Mathieu Jaminet in the Fricadelli Porsche up to second, Christian Hernadel in the MAN Filters Mercedes. Second time out of three, third time is not a charm. Down to third place, but again, still nose to tail, Paul, and no real difference in the pace of either car.
Yeah, but a fan favourite, nevertheless, the MAN Filter car, and Christian Hernadel then having to give best, and in a way that's not a surprise, and I don't think it's necessarily going to be an upset for him, because it's as we were saying, it's a long way to go still in the race, and for the moment I think he'll be quite content just to allow the Fricadelli Porsche to not disappear into the distance, but he'll be holding station, still sticking to his schedule, and of course the 48 car in any case does have this lap of a disadvantage.
Good morning and welcome along to the team director of Hyundai Motorsport, Andrea Adamo. How are you? Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, this is fun, isn't it?
Well, long one, let me say, yes.
You're no stranger, though, at Hyundai to long races. You've been doing rallying for plenty of time, 24 hours. We've seen you with your TCR cars doing some of the 24-hour races in the Hankook Championship as well. How does the Nürburgring compare in that big pyramid of motorsport?
It's a very unique event, of course. It's just adding another Hyundai sport image to the background that we are having. As you said perfectly before, we are involved with the works team in WRC. We have presence in WTCR with TCR, of course. We have a national championships. We are doing long distance races in IMSA in US, we have Brian Herta team with the Veloster, that by the way is the very same that is now running here. And of course Nürburgring 24 hour for us is a very special event. We are preparing it until January, February, preparing the car. We are participating at some VLN races in order to check if everything was up and running for this very specific event. But of course 24 hours, so still 9 hours to go. It seems that it's lasting for already forever, and it's still long to wait.
The race has barely started. Yeah, you mentioned Brian Herta Autosports. They have already won a championship in the States with the i30, now bringing the Veloster on through the Michelin Pilot Challenge in the IMSA competition. What was the thinking behind effectively bringing a second version of what is the same platform?
It's very dedicated to the market, let me say, no? Because in the US, the i30 is not really sold as i30. It's called Hyundai GT. It's a very niche car, let me say. While Veloster is something that, in its N version, is something that is very dedicated to this kind of market. US, could be in Russia, in Asia, in Korea, of course. And for us to have the race version of it is very important to enhance, especially in this country, using a local product, the sport image of Hyundai. So this car is specifically being developed for those countries. In US, we are working very well with Brian Herta, and of course with Hyundai US that is supporting the program. And
it's caused a stir, I'll tell you that. There's a lot of people who want to talk about it, want to look at it. We've had some of the street cars, as the Americans would say, coming over, and all of a sudden Hyundai owners are coming to the races. We have the car corrals over there, and when I'm part of the IMSA radio team that we look after as well, in fact we're there next week, aren't we, for Watkins Glen International. The cars will be racing. That's another race that you can see and hear on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. People want to talk about the cars, and more importantly, Hyundai owners want to be part of what's going on. That they've got a real passion for the sport.
It's something good, something that We are, of course, building up, pushing up. We cannot forget also that the customer racing, that is department that is caring about TCR, and okay, R5 is a very, very young department in Hyundai Motorsport. Basically, it started on the 1st December 2015, and in 3 years, my people have done a huge and amazing job, and I'm very proud of them. So far, we have sold 68 TCR cars, of which 7 are Velosters. Yeah. And in 3 years, no, for something that everyone maybe starts to consider for granted, but there are departments that are running in customer racing for much more, and we are fighting in a very hard fight.
Now, N, of course, is the performance brand, and that has really concentrated people's thoughts. A great development for Hyundai. What other N cars are we likely to see then? We've seen Velocity. We've got the i30 Fastback N now, which is sitting on display outside of the Nürburgring here in that dark grey colour. It looks absolutely gorgeous. Are we going to see some more N cars from Hyundai? Come on, tell us a secret.
Well, honestly, to tell a secret, you have to know a secret, no? Because if not, it's just
it's
some
just
shades.
a rumour.
Yeah, it's like of whispers. No, I don't know. Well, you have to ask my bosses that are more than motorsport, they are production line. Of course, when I'm in Namyang, time to time, the development center, the research center of Hyundai, you may see some, let me say, some interesting cars, some bodybuilding.
I see. Yeah, you're pumping them up a bit, getting the cars into the gym.
You see some normal cars that are noising in a strange way that anyhow it's quite familiar for me, and I can wonder what is going on. But for sure, in the next future, I will have a meeting with my bosses to understand which are the future cars, also to adapt motorsport strategies up to it. Of course, it's an important thing because, as you say properly, we are using motorsport to enhance the image of Hyundai, no? To keep up the interest on N, and as you say, to let also have our customers attracted for what we are doing on racing. Here we have something like 500 guests.
Really?
Yeah, something like that, from all over the world. And
I noticed the guys from GB, UK rather, they're all camped up on the Nürburgring am Ring camping, which, you know, they've got their set up there. We had some pictures that were tweeted in earlier on. They're having a wild old time down there, keeping it real, mind, down there. No fancy hotels. They're really getting into the spirit of it.
Yeah, definitely. We are living the spirit of motorsport, of living with us this experience. Of course, we are quite better treated than us that in the night. Maybe we have to rebuild the cars, but we are living a very special emotion, living the race in this way, and very nice.
Let's talk about this race. Mixed fortunes for the car. Very unfortunate incident early on when the 170 car, which had been leading its class, had an incident, and some heavy contact as well there. First of all, is everybody that was involved in the incidents, are they okay?
Everything is fine. Everyone is okay. The car has been repaired and is running again. Of course, it's not in the position that we were aiming for, but since it's called motorsport, and in every badge passes is written motorsport is dangerous, no?
It's called motor racing, not motor winning. You've got to get out there.
Yeah. Exactly. And okay, for sure, it's not the way we hope to have the battle between Veloster and i30N each other. But it was also good for us to show that we are here not just for winning, and but to show the Hyundai image, that never surrender, to show that we are here to be present and enjoy the event. Also to respect our guests, as I said before, that we are here. So for us, it's good to let them see the car up and running and having some performance, some show going on.
Hyundai Motorsport, as you said, quite a new organisation, just 4 years old or thereabouts, coming up to 4 years old. What other motorsports would you like to be involved in, and do you think would fit with Hyundai's vision going forward? We've just come from Le Mans. Could there be a time when Hyundai did some kind of Le Mans car, whether it was a GT or something, this new prototype at the front of the field, what some people are calling hypercar, a halo product maybe?
But you know, only the sky can limit the dreams, no? And in this moment, I'm very, very focused to settle down well the organization in customer racing and in motorsport itself. Because to do the things properly, first of all, you have to have a proper organization that can support you. Because just to do the things for the sake of doing is not something that can really reinforce the image, no? So because it's easy to make a wrong step and destroy all what you have done in a hard way, with hard work. So far we are evolving in WRC, we are doing well from already some years. We'll see what the future will bring, also with the new rules. We are doing TCR from, basically this is the second year. And in the second year already we have quite a spread around our presence from Asia, Australia. We sold already 7 cars, we are leading the championship. We have to reinforce, we have to reinforce especially our presence in China and in Asia. This is something important that we are also working with WSC, that is the owner of TCR, and we want to have a strong championship there, and even in the US we want to reinforce it.
I've been very impressed with how the TCR cars have run in endurance races. As I said, we see them in the Hankook 24 hours and the 12-hour races that Krevennik, the Dutch guys, organised, Dutch organisation. Spa 500 later this year, which is going to be probably a 24-hour race. Are you having your customer team go there again that we're used to seeing in Krevennik?
Yeah, of course, we are working on it.
That's a challenge, isn't it?
Yeah, my way of doing things is always a bit like, I read a nice way of saying that I use time to time to repeat in a book. They say that in Africa, they say that the only way to eat an elephant is slice by slice. No? So there are many elephants coming up and running, and let me slice them. So for me, the important thing now is to do well the 24-hour Nürburgring.
Mm-hmm.
See the result, get the experience, and for sure I strongly want to be there in Spa 500 because it's something that I lived in the past when it was the proper touring car race. That is where my heart is beating at the most in Spa. And I'm trying to work also with the current team with which we are doing the Nürburgring 24 hour to be present there. Hopefully still with one Veloster and one Lifer, because I think it's the best mix for us.
Hope to see you there. Thank you for coming to see us.
Thank you for you. Thank you for support me, even if time is running by and my age is not so young. So I start to feel the time passing by.
I think we all do that, particularly when we're sitting in 24-hour race. Andrea Adamo, from the team director from Hyundai Motorsport. Come back and see us, let us know how things are going, and say hi to all your 500 guests.
enjoy the race.
Thank you,
very
sir.
much, Steve.
Absolute gentleman, thank you. You're listening to live coverage of the Nürburgring 24 from the Aston Martin Lounge, and thanks to James Broomhead for setting up the interview there with a new voice to us here, and good to hear a new manufacturer interested, Paul, in all things endurance there. That was very interesting what Andrea was saying, and how he's building that from the bottom up. But you've got to have that base before you can push on.
Yes, I mean, I think a number of people in motorsport see motorsport as one series only. The Formula One pinnacle of the pyramid, as you might call it, and just jump into that with high hopes and lots of money and end up with dashed hopes and no money. And 20 years later, everybody's forgotten their name. There are other ways of coming into motorsport, which is at the bottom end of the pyramid with a lot more support and probably initially less money, but if you can build on that, then you can build something which isn't going to fall down. You know, I'm thinking of the man who built his house on the rock. You know, and listening to that interview, Hyundai are very much in that direction. They want to have something that they can build upon, rather than necessarily waving the flag at the top of the pyramid.
We'll talk to Martin about that, because he's had experience with them, of course, in the WTCR series, coming up to 8.5 hours to go, which means in about a minute's time it's time for one of the Hyundai updates. Martin's got his piece of paper ready.
Off you again.
And he's standing up.
I will continue to have the updates, the performance of Hyundai Enfield, the feeling right throughout the race at the top of the hour. Don't forget, you can get in touch with us here in the Aston Martin Racing Lounge at RSL_studio, hashtag N24RSL, and getting a lot of very complimentary notes about our new merchandise line. Annie Blackmore has designed a range of t-shirts, and there's a mug as well, by the way. Our new shirt available from the start of this race. It's been available since yesterday afternoon, inspired by the challenge of the Nürburgring. It's called the Green Hell shirt. We have a Lassart shirt as well. Can you imagine, can you guess rather what that is commemorating? It's part of our mega month. Maybe it's the mad month, I'm not sure. Mad couple of months. I think we've got 7 races in 8 weekends, or 8 races in 9 weekends. It's all starting to blur a little bit. Go to www.radio-show.co.uk and there is a store button on that. It is 7 o'clock in the morning. The sun is well up. It's moved around so it's not cooking us through the glass, which is a real benefit of being on this side of the building rather than straight out the front. That means it is time for one of our updates, and Martin Haven will give you all the details.
At 7 o'clock in the morning in the Nordschleife, we will have a look at our overall driver of Porsche number 911, that car leading the field, and the battle for second position continues to rage on. 3 laps ago, so some 15 minutes ago, before we heard from Andrea Adamo, Christian Hohenadel had just been passed after several laps of trying by Mathieu Jaminet in the 31 Porsche. The Fricadelli car is currently 4 car lengths ahead of Hohenadel. Paul Truswell was singing the praises of the crew of the 48 car for driving with a degree of circumspection that suggests they're hoping to be around at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, ready to go into the final half hour with a tilt at the podium. However, he was all 4 wheels off going through traffic a couple of laps ago, and Hohenadel has not allowed Jaminet to escape by 1 metre, and certainly not even by a second. In 4th place, Pierre Caffer's Audi 32 seconds back, that's the number 4 car. Another Audi in 5th position, 3 seconds behind Caffer, is Christopher Mies in the number 29 car, and then in 6th position is the number 6 Mercedes, that's 18 seconds back. Dropping back away now is the number 4, that's why, because it's in the pit lane, it's the number 14 Audi, which has now gone to 45 seconds behind as it sits stationary. Number 3 Mercedes is in 8th, the 16 Mercedes is in 9th, and rounding out the top 10, the first car not on the lead lap currently is the number 12 Porsche. We're currently with Porsche Junior driver Dennis Olsen at the wheel. Let's get into some of our class leaders then. In class V3T, Edgar Salaveshki in the 718, Porsche 718. That is in the pit lane in 119th place. That would seem to me that has lost some places since the last hour, although I didn't talk about that car.
It stopped going round is basically the problem.
And
there is no longer a V3T class, because without that we don't have a V3T
right.
class.
So unless he resumes, V3T is defunct. However, we will keep looking at him every 2 hours. We'll give him that look, and hopefully he will respond to that look and rejoin the race, and therefore reinvigorate the class.
Can you look over the top of your glasses at him, Martin? That always, yeah, that's the one.
That one.
Spot on.
I'm giving V2T, the leader is Yutaka Seki. Okay, so he is back in that. Yutaka, I beg his pardon. Yutaka Seki is back in the Manhella Racing BMW F30. What is an F30?
BMW.
Just sounds like a sort of short-change Ferrari. I don't know what an F30 is, though. I know what a 325 is, but that's not leading this class. Car number 162 is in 92nd place overall. I'm just going to have to go to my observer's book of British cars and look in the German page. V4 leader is Filip Kowalski in the Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport BMW E90 325i. That is car number 150, and that is in 80th place, and that has been the class leader for some while. In V6, our class leader is the Porsche Carrera run by Black Falcon Team Techstar. Ditto for a long-time class leader, Alexandra Akimenkov, car number 133, inside the top 60 now. They are in 59th position. And does green on it mean that's just at its fastest race lap?
Whereabouts is it green?
Around the number?
No, that just means it's improved its position because it's overtaken somebody.
Excellent, okie dokie. Learning something about Paul's multifarious screens with every update. Class Cup 5, which is always the there we go. Again, Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport with a BMW 240i, and that is car number 240, Norbert Fischer. And if that hasn't led from the start of the race, I'll want to know who. Right, okay. I want to know who else. It's in 43rd place, but every time I've gone to that class, stop laughing at the back there, or there'll be no breakfast for you.
247 has led the class.
Oh, has it? Not for long though. Well, it's certainly not on the odd numbered hours for much of the race. In the KTM class, you'll be unsurprised to hear that KTM Crossbow is leading. It's car number 110 again. That has been in the lead a long while. That's the Teichmann racing car. 62nd place overall. And Daniel Boer is at the wheel of that car. And in Class AT, the Team Care for Climate Porsche GT3 Cup 2 car, car number 320. Alex Duffner is at the wheel, and that is in 30th place. And the driver is the only change in the lead of that class, because the Team Care for Climate car has been in the lead again since since Saturday.
I think that car has led for the whole race, to be honest.
Okie dokie. More green laps coming in. Just as has somebody woken up here because the Wi-Fi's just fallen over again. Tom Coronel has just set his fastest race lap, and he's not alone. There's quite a few green laps coming in.
And that's the hourly update. More in 55 minutes. Just want to pick up on having Andrea Adamo here from Hyundai Motorsport, Martin. Obviously, you've seen that nascent company coming through in WTCR.
Yeah, most recently now he's been at Hyundai, but he was at Yas Motorsport for years and years and years.
I was going to ask you about that.
So through Super 2000 era and so on, and before that, you know, he's
what
been...
a smart hire.
Yeah.
A really good pickup by that new organisation.
And a lovely guy, very urbane, talks the talk, walks the walk, and he's just got racing drilled all the way through him. And again, you know, some of his turns of phrase, the only way to eat an elephant is slice by slice. I mean, you just can't make stuff like that up. It's a great turn of phrase.
He's Oz Freak said, listen, I think put the jokes aside, because it's too easy to knock these new manufacturers, and Hyundai in motor racing, relatively speaking, particularly in 24-hour racing, still a new manufacturer. But I think it's fantastic, he says, that Hyundai are building foundations for a long-term vision. It's great for the sport. Hyundai and Kia are huge. They are massive, not just in the automotive sector, but as an industrial powerhouse. And the way they build, go and look it up if you haven't seen it. Go and look up about their mega factory in South Korea, where literally raw materials go in one end. They've got a foundry. They're doing everything themselves. They control the quality on everything. So basically, they have raw materials going in one end and cars getting fired out the other. It's absolutely extraordinary.
And a thing particularly with Hyundai is that cars is one of the very smallest things that they do. Yes. And yet, of course, because we are car guys, it's what we know them for, and it's what almost everybody knows them for. But it's like Fuji heavy industry. Building cars is the tiny, if you like, I suppose, a little bit of a kind of cherry on the cake compared to the vast quantity of stuff that they build in other fields.
But Martin and I have both owned Hyundai Santa Fe's down through the years, and the new Santa Fe takes that model to a whole new level, and they've developed their models down through the years, and they've got a real chance of making it with their luxury brand as well, which is Genesis, and that is probably got the best opportunity to do that since Lexus came and broke the mold. The Infinity line kind of didn't work for Nissan, and there's some talk about whether that will continue, particularly with the trials and tribulations that the Nissan Renault partnership are having at the moment. But Genesis, I really think's got a chance, and they've done that slowly. They haven't just hit it and then said, "Oh, it hasn't worked, let's go." They've built that properly.
I was going to say the opposite, because in a period of 10 years, maybe 15 at a stretch, they've gone from being cars that nobody knew very much about to, I mean, with each generation, the cars have just changed, matured in at such a phenomenal pace. You know, they basically had half a century of sort of design innovation in 3 generations of cars over a 10-year period, and what we see here, having been to Korea for the Olympics last year and the pre-Olympics the year before, what we see here again is a tiny amount of the array of models and some really fabulous looking cars you see on the streets.
And they've changed the landscape in Europe with 5 and 7 year warranties, which we'd never had before, Hyundai and Kia.
Well, and again, when they first arrived, that was how they got the audience hooked. Yeah, who are these? We don't know how to pronounce. Kia wasn't, a hard pronunciation, but we don't even know how to say the name. But look at what you get. Look at the value for money and all of that. And that's how the Japanese motor industry started making inroads into the global car market. And this again, the Japanese car industry took sort of 30 years to get real maturity, whereas the Korean industry has taken not even half of that, a third of that, and is on a par with anything you can buy anywhere.
And the Santa Fe is now a premium product. There was a the first generation one that you guys had, that was a utilitarian product. It did exactly what it said on the tin. You couldn't break it. It just kept on going.
You still see them around all the time, and they're still, you still actually pay reasonable money.
Yeah, well, because they just keep going.
Yeah.
The
and they're comfortable, and they're loaded, and they're reliable.
Well, this new one we've got is 41 grand UK, which is that's competitive, particularly up against the cars that when you look at the spec of. But that isn't a bargain basement car, but it absolutely, totally and utterly is worth that investment, because and there's a touch.
Yes.
Hohenadel got a touch as he was just coming up to the end of the foxhole, chasing down Mathieu Jaminet, who was held up by traffic. There's not really very many places that traffic can go there, and as Hohenadel tried to follow him through
it was the Viper. It was the alternative. Yeah, the alternative fuel Viper competition coupe, and they were also going by a 325, and there was the tiniest of touches with Hohenadel.
All it needed. How close to the barrier on the right-hand side there?
Just a little sideways touch from Christian Hohenadel, and suddenly, and that's the second time the car's been on the grass.
And they're ready for a brake change on that car.
Yes, they may have a little damage to deal with as well.
Left rear if they're going to have it. Just to finish off on the Hyundai thing, I think it's great that they're here. They go about the motorsport the way they've gone about their automotive, then they won't be doing too many things wrong. And when they're hiring people like Andrea to push that thing forward, more power to the elbow. And another manufacturer now, in IMSA competition with Brian Herter with that Veloster in the Michelin Pilot Challenge. And they're broadening their outlook, and it was interesting. I mean, obviously, we've just come from Le Mans. Very interesting what he said about Le Mans and how they'll look at it and they will evaluate it, and if they think they can go there and get something out of it, then they'll do it. Yeah. And I think that's great.
Yeah.
So, Paul, are we due a pit stop at the end of this lap? So
yes, we're due a pit stop, not for Jaminet, but for Hohenadel, Pierre Caffer, who's in the number 4 Audi, the Phoenix Audi, the Lant Audi, Christopher Mies at the wheel of the 29 car, and Patrick Assenheimer at the wheel of the number 6 Black Falcon Mercedes. All of those cars will be in at the end of this lap.
And Jan Seifert as well, who's in 7th place. So only the top 2, Kevin Escher and Mathieu Jaminet, have 1 lap in hand over those guys.
Yes, both Porsches as well. Paul Andrew has tweeted in using the hashtag N24RSL. It's a BOP question. He said, does the BOP in the N24 come from the VLN series, and is it carried over back to the VLN series in the second half of their season, or are they completely separate from a BOP perspective?
They come from the same committee, but they are separate BOPs for VLN and which is why there isn't a VLN between the Nürburgring qualifying race and Nürburgring race itself, because that would be too confusing for the BOP people.
And they're not part of the this is not part of the championship.
VLN series.
Yeah.
No, this is the only major 24-hour race which is not part of another series, which I actually quite like.
Me too.
I wouldn't want them all to be like that, because then there'd be a series of non-series. Anyway, just picking up on the Christian Hohenadel brake change may be going to happen. Exactly the same thing happened to the race leader when Earl Bamber brought the car in for its last pit stop. Kevin Estra took it over. There were brake discs there lying next to the car ready to put on. They had a look, said, nope, don't need them, we can do at least another stint. So the fact that we saw the brake pads, brake discs being prepared for Hohenadel isn't necessarily a sign that they'll go on. It's just a sign that they're ready to go on if they're needed.
A lot of people reacting to that visit from Andrea Adamo. Is that
Adamo, yeah.
Adamo, yeah. Tom Firth, hello Tom, good morning. N24 RSL, enjoyed the interview. Nice to hear the approach. Is customer racing the future of the sport rather than direct factory teams? It does work in rallying with R5, with GT3 and TCR. He said, I've just got back from the beach.
Well, hang on a minute. We've got a huge race here at the Nordschleife, and this is all customer racing. It is definitely a very. I mean,
some teams are slightly more works than others.
Think about the Group C era of sports car racing. Lancia only had a factory team, so they wouldn't sell their cars to anybody else. But Porsche made hay out of factory team and lots of customer teams winning on. Across the globe.
Yeah, Ferrari still don't have a customer don't have a works GT program.
No, exactly right.
It's AF Corsair. They are a customer team. And Mike Sinclair says, is it time for another 24-hour race at Bathurst? I think TCR Australia GT form production cars could be an interesting mix. Mark Mathot agreeing with that, but does like the GT3s over longer distance. He says, I'm currently watching this pitched battle for second. Flat strap, inches apart, and more than 8 hours to go. For me, and this might be unpopular, I don't think Bathurst needs 24 hours. I really don't. I think the 12-hour that we have, the Liquid Moly 12 hours, is different enough to keep it like that. And unless it's going to be something that brings in a completely different set of cars, I'm not sure it's worthwhile. Into the pit lane comes one of the two cars battling for
the Mercedes comes in.
Yep.
Hohenadel.
Well,
going to get a brake change.
Porsche has one more lap to go.
Yes, it does. I did say it would have. I just forgotten that's what I said.
You did.
Paul doesn't listen to himself, shocker.
Don't
start that this early in the game. There's still over 8 hours to go.
So this is going to be well. Let's see how quickly they can do these brake changes. The dollies are underneath. The fuel is going in, and they haven't yet taken off the. Look how.
Let's have a look along the left-hand side, cameraman, please, because that's the side that's swiped. There's barely a touch on it.
No, but the Michelin is rubbed off the side of the tyre, Martin.
Yeah.
On the front tyres, at least. And on the back.
But I wonder whether, to a degree, some of that is running up and down the big curbs that we have here.
Could be.
Christian Hohenadel is out, at any rate. The number 6 Mercedes is also in the pit lane. So too is the 26 Audi, so too is the 4 Audi.
And the 29 Audi, which might have been what you meant when you said 26 Audi.
I did, yes. So 29 and 6, yes, sorry.
It's and way up.
Yes.
So
16 Mercedes will be in shortly too.
Pad spreaders going into that car, Paul. A tiny little bit of gaffer tape fix on the left front of that car. That's been on there for a long time. This is the Manfilters car we're talking about.
Interesting that you said Hohenadel was having the change of driver because he's only done a single stint.
Yes. Yeah,
Has he?
Yeah, and he's out. He is
but
out.
maybe he could smell breakfast in the forest. Went, you know what? My stomach is now telling me I'm going for breakfast.
Well, no, hang on a second. Is he out?
Yes, well, he did get out of the car, yes.
Oh, yes, there he is.
Because whoever has a black and white striped helmet got in.
Correct.
Gertz did a double previous to Hohenadel, having got into the car. So my thought...
Brilliant. Look at this.
Well, it's 8 in the morning. Now everybody's had their sleep.
7.
7:30 in the morning. Now everybody's had their sleep. I wonder if they're now going, OK, we'll single stint.
How many litres are you allowed to put in, Paul?
I hope it's more than 100.
10.
Right.
Yeah, there we go.
5.
Yeah.
Well, they were just going past 105 there.
The Land Audi is also receiving service. That's also... oh! Hey, whoa. Now, was that a breaker bar or was that a strut? Do they have a strut at the front of the front of the Audi?
I don't think so. They've got the big torque wrench on. Pump the brakes. Make sure you've got pressure. That's the driver being told.
It is a brake change on the 29 car as well.
118 litres.
Thank you.
Yeah, he was clicking up well there. And what's the price for here? The price on the petrol station I came in, I was horrified. It's about like 165 or 175 a litre.
Super.
It cost me a lot to fill up my car then on the way to the airport.
It is 105 octane, isn't it?
Oh, is it?
I think.
Oh, it's only 98.
No, I think it's 105.
Right, okay.
I'm not sure about that.
I've got to put 98 in the Porsche Cayenne, and that I think is about, if you're off the motorway, it's about 130 per litre. So off goes the man-filter Mercedes, still showing us Hohenadel in that car, and
We've got Marcello in it.
It is, yes, it is.
So Raffaele Marcello.
I thought I'd say Hohenadel.
There definitely was a driver change.
Yeah,
I just didn't know whose helmet it was. So Raffaele Marcello is the answer.
It just hasn't changed on the flashing.
Car stopped crawling up the hill out of Exmüller is the number 76 car. We've got code 60 there, and 76 will be, I'm getting there. Pro Sport Performance, Aston Martin Vantage GT4.
Problem for the 91 GT Golf, GT Golf, with a right front issue. Now, that looks like there's been a little bit of rubbing, and very slow.
There's air
forward.
in the tyre.
There is. I think
is
that's
smoking
suspension.
Heavily. Yes.
Loose wheel or a sideways bang with something else, and as soon as any lock is put in,
it's been off.
It's David,
it's both sides.
It's David Drinkwater at the wheel of that car.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
That was at that was
Arnberg.
right at the top of the foxhole at Arnberg. Well, it's shown as Rabenstein.
Yeah, that's a different car. That's the 92 car.
That is the so there's two Golfs.
Both GT Golfs are.
No way.
Was that the 92 we saw on the straight smoking?
No, that was the. I'm sure that was the 91.
No, there's there's a 91, a 92, and an 89. They're all VW Golfs, and they're all run by GT Tyre Motorsport. So there's 3 potentials. The 91 car is the one with David Drinkwater in, the 89 is the one with the girls in, and the 92 is the other one.
Well, 92 definitely was in the gravel at Arnberg.
Right, okay, so we don't need to worry for David Drinkwater, it was the 92.
Well, no, because one car was coming back very slowly smoky tyres. So
I see, you think there might have been 2 GT Tyre simultaneous problems?
Either that or it took them it's possible it took them a long while to find the incident that possibly caused the smoky tyre. It could well be the same car, and I'm not going to say that it's not.
Okay, so Fritz Rabensteiner is the driver of the 92 car, and he is...
Oh, I just heard a bit of very important info about the Drinkwater car, and one of the great motorsport photographers, Well Irish Kevin's just been in. Look him up, he is really Well Irish Kevin, that's his Twitter handle. And that car's just had new discs on that car, and on the Golf, I think I'm right in saying that the wheel, when you torque the wheel nuts up, that locates the disc, and I wonder then if that car that we saw had a disc that wasn't quite located.
that's possible. That might explain the off. I mean, Arenberg's not a long way round the lap. It's a you would have thought it would have gone off at the Dunlop hairpin, frankly.
It's the first big break as you go out onto that, onto the Grand Prix loop, onto the Nordschleife. Although you've had a couple of big stops coming into on the Grand Prix loop first, but
by the way, we started something here with Kieran Hyundai. Wayland's has just tweeted in Australia. It says, Kia Stinger, GT3, GT4, tell the man, yes please for me. $50,000 sports car in Australia with a 7-year warranty, unheard of. So doing the same thing in Australia as they did a few years ago. And James Hazen says, and it is James in Sacramento, we heard it from him earlier, he says, Uber Lyft update. I've had the commentary on in the car all night. Most passengers think it's a bicycle race at first. Most shocked to learn that A, 24-hour races exist, and B, they have left and right turns. Well, if you're listening now with James, you're in very good hands. We've known him for a long time, and you're in very good hands with James if you're having a trip with him at the moment.
What's the time in Sacramento? 9 p.m.?
Yeah, probably something like that.
Leader Kevin Estre into the pits in the Porsche. Just before he came into the pits, it's worth just giving him credit because he just set the new fastest lap for that car. Again, not quite as fast as Hendrik Still's time in the Ferrari, but it was a 8:19.4. Which would have been the fastest lap of the race had Hendrik still not set his fastest lap. So some very fast laps coming in from people, and Hendrik Kevin then into the pits for his routine stop. The time ticking away, and the second and third place battle is coming through now. Out of the Tiergarten, and that's a lot closer than I thought it was going to be actually to the race leader. There he goes on his way. No, he doesn't, not yet. The 911 car could end up. No, he's already completed that lap, hasn't he? So he's already completed 103 laps.
Jaminet's coming anyway.
Yeah, Jaminet had to come into the pits because he's at the end of lap 8.
And
so
Hohenadel is that's right. Okay, so Hohenadel is no longer with him, is he?
No, he's dropped back. So it's the Mercedes 48 that if he's going to come round, but that's
yes, and that's still in sector 7.
Correct.
And that's now Raffaele Marcello. This is his out lap, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Shane Kelly says, hello, N24RSL, long time listener, first time tweeter. Well, that's got you on straight away. Can you tell me what the alarm noise in the pit lane is? That's the pit lane alarm. That's Shane. I'm sorry, that's the only way I can describe it. It goes off when we haven't got that effects feed, but I know what you mean. It goes off when there's a car coming into the pit lane to warn everybody that there's a car in the pit lane.
Basically, a bloke with a hooter every time a car comes
sits
into
at the end of the pit lane.
Beep, or not beep, but
it goes.
Yeah,
here, I think.
Exactly so. Exactly so. Live timing keeps falling over. Paul's is doing the same as well, so it's not my shonky laptop. It's live timing is just falling over. So I'm going to my alternate live timing.
Okay.
I draw your attention to the small print at the bottom of what you regard as live timing.
Yes. Max says, does Jan Seyfarth have any relation to the Audi Sports Seyfarth R8 LMS Cup?
Yes.
In what respect?
Well, they're named the R8 Jan Seyfarth, and so yes, he does clearly because they can't just nick his name. So he must have been doing some development work on the car, or developed the car, or what have you.
Or is there a family company that does something? Because I don't know.
Oh, you mean like Apt? No, not that I'm aware of.
I was thinking exactly like Apt.
Yeah.
Actually, my son Henry, following live timing through the night in the morning, number 911 Porsche, had around about 2.5 minutes. Wonder if the last 8 hours second place can close up and give them a fight. Yes is the answer to that, because Nürburgring 24. Strange things happening.
In the last 8 minutes, that could happen.
I mean, the gap first to second is still only it's under 3 minutes, although it was under 2 minutes a little while ago, but partly as a result of the penalty that number 48 Mercedes had to take, an extra 30 seconds at its last pit stop, and also the pace of Kevin Estre, because that was very quick indeed.
But as we've seen, Paul and Martin, all you've got to do is get caught on, like, you go through a long code 60 or double yellows, and then it clears just as you're getting out of it, and the second place car that was 3 minutes behind is all of a sudden 8 seconds behind. 151. Was that BMW off?
Gosh, is it?
It's the E90 325i.
Yeah.
And he's got a bit of forward momentum in the gravel. Go on, get it up in the second. Rev it, man, rev it.
Yes. Yeah,
he's gone straight on it the first corner.
Hook. Yeah.
Did he hit the wall? Oh, yes, he did.
Yeah, but he failed to negotiate the right-handy bit of the right-left.
Big moment for the man filter car as
third
well.
Time this hour it's been on the grass, twice on its own.
Can't be doing that, Martin.
And once hitting the Viper, which it is coming up behind again. So at least we know that the Viper suffered no ill effects.
Yeah. Eric Tegler says, agreed on Bathurst. Doesn't need a 24. 12-hour has its own personality based in part on its length. And the other thing I like about Eric, it starts at 5:45 in the morning in the dark, running for 12 hours, of course. There's no dark practice.
Right.
So if you start the race, it's the first time you've been out there in the dark, which is brilliant. The BMW 151.
It's dug itself in
hasn't
further,
quite
I'm
got
afraid.
out.
No, it hasn't.
It's Ben Lyons at the wheel of the car at the moment.
Oh, is it?
Fourth placed car in its class, although it's a Pixum Team Adrenaline car, but it's in V4. It's not one of the Cup of Class 5 cars. It's a V4 BMW because it's a 325i rather than the 240i.
Well, their sister number 150 car is the car that leads that class. Philip Kowalski at the wheel of 150, which is another of those E90 325i's.
Paul, people coming back to the race all the time. Good morning to Pierre Panigaya.
Good morning, Pierre.
Morning, Pierre. Yes. Where are you in the world? Is there a minimum pit stop time? There is, but it's not exactly fixed. There is a sliding scale, isn't there?
There are 3 tables of minimum pit stop times.
Yes, because, as I said before, because Nürburgring 24 hours.
If you can, Pierre, if you can find the Nürburgring website, which is 24h-rennen.de, look on there for information, and you can find the regulations online. Go to Appendix 6, and you can read it for yourself. But it is a sliding scale, minimum pit stop time, depending on the length of the stint that you have just completed, unless you were
in laps.
Unless you are in the last hour and 10 minutes of the race, in which case it depends on the length of time in minutes to the end of the race.
Or the first stint, where the previous rules don't apply
it's
either.
just a different table.
Yeah.
But we're through the first stint now, so we don't need to worry about
Final thoughts on Bathurst. This morning, since the sun has come up...
It won't be the final thought.
No. Since the sun has come up, half the camera shots here, you go, oh, they're on the mountain.
Yeah.
It's really, really... I know it's greener and all of that, and they're not gum trees, but it really puts me in mind of the mountain.
But when you go there for Easter, as I've done for the 6-hour race, and it is a bit greener, which I've not been used to seeing, you're absolutely right. But that 12-hour race is a work of genius because of the start time in the morning. Everybody shuffles in there, and there's nobody complains. It's just great to see the cars, and it's called Mount Panorama for a reason, people, because there's a vista.
Yeah, I would say that only one thing could improve that is to have the 12 hours as 2 6-hour races, or a 4 and an 8, or a 5 and a 7, with a good night's sleep and plenty of tinnies, blow the froth off a few in between.
No, I disagree.
No, mate.
I completely...
Preventing 12 hours of battle.
Listen, you get up at half an hour before you've gone to bed, you go in there, the race rolls off at 5:45, and the moment it rolls off, the clock starts counting down. You watch the sun come up, you can grab a bit of a bacon sarnie in the morning, obviously no bread for me, and then by the time you finish, just before the 6 o'clock news on Sunday night, Mark Beretta, who is our host for that, he does the morning breakfast show on national television on Channel 7. And he's away back. He's in Sydney before the pubs close. So it's a brilliant concept. It really is.
TCR leader nearly ran into the back of our all-Audi battle for 4th place. Frank Stippler and Christopher Haase were 0.9 of a second apart. They are now 0.9 of an inch apart as they go through a code 60. And
TCR leader is currently Nico Verdonk at the wheel of the number 171.
That Hyundai. Now I think it was the Veloster. It's the it might have been the i30 actually, so that would not have been the TCR class leader. But boy, he came stonking up behind them, and that was almost a big moment. Because the GT3 cars had stopped.
For the
Stippler
car. Frank loves this place, and he's been successful here in the past as well. Dr. Daniil offers this summary. Black Ferraris are flammable, BMWs are unlucky, late braking into slow zones is stupid, and the Manta died. Neighbourly teamwork made the dream work, and the Manta was miraculously resurrected. There is a God, and he waves a foxtail.
Temporarily.
Yeah.
But
I like it. I like it.
No, very nice.
For the pros.
The foxtail's been combing his whiskers in the pits for the last 2 hours, because having done the lap, it was a full lap of the Nordschleife. It wasn't a silly lap in the Grand Prix loop only. It did a full lap, but they've now brought it back in, and I suspect they realise that although Johnny and I did a quick calculation on the back of an envelope and worked out that it could probably get to the 50% qualification, I think they've decided that it's not worth the risk of trying to get that far. So the Foxtail is still in the pits, and it's been there for about 2 hours.
Hello to Get Speed Performance, who've just fired us in a time-lapse video for the 18 Knaus AMG GT3 Get Speed using the N24 RSL hashtag. I've just retweeted that. And Marty Walker offers this with his...
What was the video of? Or do we have to check out the Twitter to find it?
Oh yeah, no, it was a pit stop. It was a time lapse. It's pretty cool. Very good. I like it. Marty Walker, whose avatar is the Gilles Rimet trophy. No, it's not the Gilles Rimet trophy. It's the one that replaced Gilles Rimet. World Cup, anyway. It says Seyfarth Cup is run by Jan Seyfarth's father.
Who presumably is also called Jan Seyfarth.
Well,
we've just seen a car being craned onto a flatbed, but on the GPS I can't find a stationary car anywhere on the track. And because we had the sun in our eyes, I couldn't identify the car either. We have, well again, according to GPS, we have one code 60, which is, they're always at Exmüller. This one's been at Exmüller for several laps. But the onboard cameras are showing us that there are 2 or 3 other 120 to, or there is at least one other 120 to 60 section on the track, which is not shown on the tracker as well. So don't know who we've lost to a truck, and I don't know what the other interruption in play is for either.
Okay.
One thing I do know is it's not yet for rain.
No.
Our battle for 4th place drops into the carousel. Frank Stippler still just ahead of Christopher Haase. It's shown as a whole 1/10 of a second. It may be that actually on parts of the track. Ahead of him, Raffaele Marcello in 3rd. 8.2 seconds now behind Mathieu Jaminet. So Jaminet, I think they gained a little in the pit stop. I wonder, did the Porsche not have brakes done that the Mercedes did? It didn't have a driver change, but that wouldn't make the stop longer, because the stops are longer than a driver change anyway, Paul.
No, the Fricadelli car was slightly quicker in the pits, and the sun. I think that might have been a marginally too quick pit stop for the Fricadelli car. Just need to go back to Appendix 6 to find out exactly how much of a margin they are allowed. And I have a feeling there is no margin.
Absolute offence, I think, Paul.
And as I say, in other series there is a margin for being slightly under, but I think on this one there is none.
So there's no sliding scale for sun in our eyes and also the Mantas in the garage, so we must all be allowed another 10 seconds.
Well, we're not talking 10 seconds, we're talking tenths of seconds, but it was a 3:28.8 pit stop time for Fricadelli, and that is why they managed to get the Porsche out ahead of the Mann-Filter Mercedes.
This Audi internecine battle, although 2 different teams, the Frank Stippler.
Confusingly, both
car.
Predominantly green cars,
Yeah,
the Land Motorsport car and the green Phoenix car.
Yeah, the Phoenix car with Stippler, he is really hanging that car out. It looks at the moment through this, are they both on the same pit stop rotation? Are they right? Because at the moment it does look as though Christopher Haase has a slightly better car underneath him. Not much, but Frank is absolutely ragging that car.
And the thing of this is they've been together for laps and laps and laps and laps, these cars. And the thing is, when you are Christopher Haase sitting here, you're picking up a tiny toe on any half-decent bit of straight.
That's a good point.
We're on Dottinger now, on board with him, and we are barely
We're not in
getting
the Aston Martin lane.
any closer at all.
A slight bit of damage to the right rear of the Phoenix car.
Interesting again down the straight.
She's moving around.
Yeah, the Phoenix car is bouncing around all over the place, and that's because the turbulent air behind, that laminar airflow in the wind tunnel, you work it so that the car is balanced with that turbulence behind. But when the other car comes up behind and removes some of that turbulence, the back of the car gets light and it starts to bounce around. It's not being held down at 175 miles an hour.
And the
so
pass
it
is
does
made, by the
move.
way.
And the pass was made, yes. And again, he hoovered him up down the straight. And now Christopher Haase is ahead of Frank Stippler, and he'll be spending the next couple of laps with the weight being taken off the back of his car by Stippler's Phoenix Audi.
Live from the Aston Martin Racing Lounge, Nürburgring 24 hours on RS1 and RS3. And that's 2 of our 3 channels. Next weekend, from Thursday, we'll be firing up IMSA Radio. Actually, it's there already. It's there 24 hours a day, already playing IMSA content. Jeremy Shaw, Shea Adam joining me at Watkins Glen for the 6 hours of the Glen, with all of the sessions of the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship coming to you live, free and uninterrupted, with the development series as well supporting that championship, also being covered for all of the races at the very least, and pretty much all of them in sound and vision as well. Join us then for another tranche of our mad couple of months that we're having with a race weekend every weekend. James Whittaker asks Paul, what happened to the Glickenhaus? 17th? Any last look?
Drove into the back of something.
Yeah.
Not quite sure what it drove into the back of, but it did quite a lot of damage to the front of the car. In fact, that was when you spotted it and you said, oh, it's just a headlight, they'll replace
yeah, that's right.
And there turned out to be quite a lot of things that needed replacing at the front. It came in again for a second pit stop to finish the job of doing more work. And
Still only 2 laps off the lead.
2 laps off the lead lap, but that's it was actually 16 minutes in the pits, which is 13 minutes longer than it ought to have been, which is your 2 laps.
I remember having that conversation now, absolutely. And Jack Martin he asks, how's the Subaru going in the field? And whilst Paul looks for that, I'll read the rest of his tweet. He says he doesn't really think there needs to be a 24-hour race at Bathurst. I've enjoyed the 12 for what it is and the pinnacle of endurance racing within Australia.
The Subaru is leading class SP3T. It's in 30th place overall. Hideki Yamauchi is at the wheel of the number 88 car. There you go.
Aston 76, ex-Mueller.
Frank Stippler almost in the barriers in the number 4 Audi from Team Phoenix.
Aston 76, ex-Mueller, crash. That's just beyond Breitscheid, isn't it? Or,
right. Yeah, well, ex-Mueller is where we had our code 60, which now appears to have been rescinded. And there was a car going on a flatbed, and I couldn't see what it was, and there was no stationary car on the tracker. But a long while ago, half an hour ago, maybe more, in fact, before Andrea came in, we were talking about 76, which I had spotted stationary at ex-Mueller. So yes, that adds up.
Okay.
There's somebody with a good memory, or a notebook and a pen and pencil.
Kay Van Berlo at the wheel of the 76 car, currently 5th in SP10. This the 76 car and the 68 car being the 2 GT4 Aston Martins, as opposed to the SP8T Aston Martins, which are run by the Aston Martin Racing Performance
I have
Centre.
another problem. I have another problem at ex-Mueller.
Do you?
Oh, no, I don't. There was a 92 car there shown doing no miles an hour, which has now vanished entirely off the screen.
That'd be impressive.
Very odd.
That'd be impressive, because the 92 is a BMW that's been out for hours, hasn't it?
No, 92 is the GT tyre.
Of course it is. Yes, I knew I'd seen it moving slowly.
Which we had Fritz Rabensteiner off, as I remember, at Arenberg.
Coming back on the public roads on
It's
the back
now
of the...
reappeared, going very slowly, and then disappeared again. So
I wonder if it's on the public road.
Oh, I don't know. Yes.
Flatbed. Matt G, brilliant stuff. Said, talking about the pit lane siren, there is a download for that if you want to have it as your message tone. He says it's a fun way to pick out other nerdy race fans when you get a message in a public place. Retweeted, Matt. Thank you for that.
Just on the subject of pit stop times rather than pit sirens, I've double checked, and the last Frickadelli pit stop was 0.14 of a second too quick. Now, I just need to double check, but I'm fairly sure there was a clarification which said there is no half a second grace or anything, as there are in some other championships that have minimum pit stop times.
And there are no jokers to burn either, are there?
No.
So
just check the frequently asked questions.
0.14 of a second.
Pierre in Chicago, USA. His name is pronounced Paniagua. Pierre, thank you for coming back to us. Says, I've got a sinus infection at the moment, but I'm still enjoying the sound and vision from the RSL team, as always. Pierre, good to have your company.
And presumably where he lives is pronounced Chicago.
Chicago. Andrew Fawcett is in Virginia, where it's quarter to 2 in the morning.
Already?
Yeah, it's today already. Do like Virginia. Hope you're coming down to VIR, Andrew, when we're there for the Michelin GT Festival as part of the IMSA Championship later on in the year. Virginia International Raceway, always one of my favourite places to go. And Ozfreak says, if you come to Bathurst, an added bonus, you get to meet us, the Aussie Collective, for another annual migration. You're a good lot, and thank you for all your support. It's much appreciated. Well,
GT Golf moving on our screens with no damage.
Which one?
Yes. What are the choices? One's 92.
91 and 92, both of which we thought.
I was going to say, is there an 80-something?
There's
It's
an 89.
Yeah,
What's
that
on the
was
back?
89.
89 will be an absolute disaster, because that's the car that has spent the whole night having the girls replace its engine.
All right.
And they worked so hard and they were so emotional when they got the car back out, and they thought, we'll never see that again. Well, sadly,
the good news is it was going there at speed.
On the back of a flatbed.
No,
that was another car.
That was the flatbed, but unfortunately we cut away from that before we saw what was on it.
Okay, I was listening to you and putting the pictures together, and I didn't quite coordinate them
No, the
correctly.
GT Golf was the battle for third place, fourth, fifth. The Audi battle went by the GT Golf, obviously, like it was stood still, but it was not standing still.
Excellent. Okay.
It was running, and it looked actually altogether of one piece.
That is good news for that car. As I say, having been worked on throughout the night, I think it took them about 14 hours to change the engine.
Yeah, the blood, sweat and tears they've expended on that car, if it dares stop now, then I think everybody will beat it.
Yeah, set a delight. Chris Aurelio is on the graveyard shift on the east coast of the United States, hoping that Audi will get closer to the Porsches. He says, is this the first year without full course safety cars, or am I mixing this race up with the Spa 24? No and yes. In that case, very seldom have full course safety cars around here, unless the race has been stopped and they're intervention vehicles. It's all dealt with.
It's never had a
no
full course safety car.
No.
You have one at the start to pace the field for the pace start and for the pace lap, and that's it.
You have three pacers, don't you? Because you have one for each group.
Exactly.
Yeah. James Hall is ready to head to Donington for British GT. Says thanks for the coverage. And what was that huge accident I saw in the summary on the really long straight?
Oh yes.
Yes, that was a nasty one, wasn't it? That was much earlier on and took out, I think, 3 cars. We had one car barrel rolling there, didn't we?
It was two.
Right.
And
essentially, it was a code 60 at a place where they're normally doing more than 160 miles an hour, and there was one of the 2 KCMG Nissans had responded to code 60, was going very slowly, and unfortunately a Porsche Cayman hadn't spotted that everybody in front was doing code 60 and was going very slowly, and at speed unabated slammed into the back of the effectively stationary Nissan and took off in a very big accident.
Yeah, Roberto Falcon, who was flying literally perfectly okay. Both drivers were out of the cars.
Perfectly okay.
Well, I say perfectly okay. They both got out of the cars and were taken off to the medical centre for checks.
But were on their feet and were walking away. And in fact, the driver of the Nissan was busy trying to stretch out his quads and his hamstrings and lower back. Paul,
well, that was a Golf on the Flatberg at Arenberg. Oh, no, that was the car that would have got into the...
At Arenberg.
At Arenberg,
yeah. It was. There was definitely a GT car moving on the track. Paul, how much under was the Fricadelli Porsche on its pit stop?
0.14.
0.14. Do you know what the penalty for being 0.14 under is?
Looking up Article 27.9, which will tell me it's a 32-second.
It is a
plus
32-second.
the time difference to the minimum pit stop time. So it is actually 32.14 if they were to be accurate.
I can tell that. I was asking a rhetorical question because it actually told us on the screen already what the penalty was. Yes.
I knew. I was just referring the user to the to the article in the regulations. 27.9.
Paul, have we had a new fastest lap?
I've just looked at that. Indy Donchi has
18.788.
Wochenspiegel Team Monschau 22.
18.799 is what that screen says, and it's not Indy Dontia. That's the screen telling you it's Indy Dontia.
So that is
so
that is the time that was set by Steele, but Dontia is now in the car, so it's reflecting that somehow. Okay, good. All right. So
and when was that set?
That was set at 5:30 this morning.
Right. Yes. Okay.
On lap 86 for Henrik
in the witching hour. Okay. Do for her.
That was Henrik Still who set that lap.
Yes.
Very
there
good.
is a 120 on Dottinger Höhe.
You got a benefit of a bit of a tow from the number 11 Wochenspiegel Ferrari, who happened to just be ahead of him on the Dottinger Höhe, and I think they kind of worked together a little bit to get the
number 50.
To get the.
It isn't. It's not the Z4. It is the Z4.
I'm telling you now, it's number 50. That's the
right
car
in the middle of the Dottinger Höhe. This is going to be very dangerous with cars coming up very quickly. And just over the top of the rise as well.
The yellows aren't going far back enough round the corner, are they? Again, this is always the problem with Dottinger Höhe, is that you have to send the yellows basically all the way round to Schwalbenschwanz to protect anybody on Dottinger Höhe.
Yeah.
And in fact,
already
the cars
an
are
intervention
now
vehicle
coming.
There.
Cars are coming round the corner onto Dottinger Höhe much slower than they were. So I think the double yellows are further back round the corner. It's code 60 as you hit Dottinger Höhe, and it's double waved yellow, so 120 around the corner.
And it's another BMW.
Yeah. It's the Z4.
Which is the car that's had a new engine.
Yeah. It's well out of it, but they didn't want the Z4 to bow out in the garage, and they've replaced the engine. This is the last run for this car, running under last generation regulations, which gives them a little bit of performance boost.
Trying to think where it's come to rest from, because it is down on the left front corner. The right rear looks damaged. Bits are hanging off it basically on all four corners.
I think it's lost. It's just put wheels maybe on the grass coming out of the left-hander, the last part of the left-hander. There was some tyre marks around that area, but it's been into the guardrail hard.
With the WTCR cars, that was quite a frequent place for cars to go off in free practice and qualifying, because it's so critical for speed on the Dottinger Höhe. And I'm not sure whether the resurfacing there or something has changed the nature of the turn.
While we've got already being dragged away by one of the intervention vehicles.
Most of it's being dragged off the track.
Almost all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's obviously got no steering because it was dragged off the track, but it's steered itself into the barriers.
Yeah, that's going to need a flatbed. Quick update on a couple of cars, please. Lexus, as people are getting up and coming
Which
back.
One?
Any?
There is a Lexus LC, car number 56, leading in the SP Pro class.
Oh, good.
That's the Toyota Gazoo racing car.
It's the only SP
That's the only
Pro
one going
class
now, is it?
It is in a class of its own.
Yeah.
But it is still going. That's the important thing. Then there are two RCFs, which are both also still going, which are one of them is an SP8 class car and is fourth in SP8. The other is an SP9 class car, and that is 19th in SP9.
John Hepburn, using the hashtag N24RSL, says, Hi, team. Hi, John. Why are there no Ferraris at the Nürburgring 24? Well, we did start with some.
We started with 3, and we've got 2 left. That's not too bad of a percentage.
15th position for the number 11.
They're both in the top 20, 15th and 19th, and the fastest lap of the race, bar none, has been done by the number 22 Ferrari.
There you go, John, just for you.
And in fact, in terms of survival, in percentage terms, they're doing an awful lot better than BMW at the front of the field, because 2/3 of the entry are still there, whereas probably only 1/8 of the BMWs that were entered are still running. Almost every accident seems to involve a BMW of some ilk.
It's been. I cannot remember a race like this where one manufacturer. Now, all right, there's always a lot of BMWs in the race because they've got such a racing heritage and they're so popular and they do this type of race very well. But I can't remember any manufacturer dominating so much in terms of, oh, there's another.
Yeah, look at the number of Porsches that are here, look at the number of Audis that are here, and they're not suffering those slings and arrows.
No. And it's not been through any fundamental fault of BMWs.
No.
It's not been because they've replaced their conrods with titanium or something.
Chocolate.
You know, it's been a series of unfortunate incidents. The SP9 BMWs have had a bit of a weight break, but that shouldn't be any reason for anything to happen to them, but it's just been outrageous misfortune.
Slings and arrows is exactly right.
One of the statistics that we were given, BMW is the brand with the biggest number of competitors. If you go back to 1970, BMW have entered 1,622 cars in the 48 years since 1970. Wow. They've had 185 class wins, 19 overall wins. They are by far the most successful brand at the Nürburgring 24 Hours up till 2019.
I was going to say until this year. and now they're going to have the undoubted start that they are the manufacturer who's had the most retirements.
In a single race.
In a single race. They're going to set a record. I mean, that says an awful lot about how good BMW cars are of all eras, doesn't it? Already we're getting nominations for Spirit of the Race, and the 50 car was one of them. They'd replaced the engine early on, but Oz Freak says Spirit of the Race already going to the number 89 team. Passion, talent, commitment, and a spirit of teamwork and competition. What they have achieved far outshines the small-minded people who've made inappropriate comments. I'm proud of them, as are thousands across the world.
I think the thing that has affected me about that is the learning curve that they've all been on.
Massive.
Because, I mean, I think Joe Bradley picked out and suggested that it might all be students at one point.
Yes.
But even if they are not students in the sense of them attending full-time education, they have certainly all learnt an awful lot. And they've thrown their weight into this.
And Driven Women magazine, Jackie, Driven Women magazine, tweeted in, watching the N24 RSL streaming laptop on the TV, can't believe how clear it is. At Miss Jax, loving your work as always. And Carmine saying, what did BMW do to anger the Nürburgring gods this year? Well, they're the most successful manufacturer. They've got to get slapped down once in a while.
Also, they came into WC for a year, had a car homologated that wasn't really strictly supposed to be there, and then left. So,
no, that was a GTE car. I'll give it the GTE.
No, they had to petition all the other manufacturers to have it allowed.
No, but don't forget, on this show a couple of years ago, we had Jens Marquardt telling the story about that, and they were so far down the line with the car that was lower because they chopped a whole lot out above the wheel line, and then the manufacturers, there were 2 manufacturers who vetoed that car, and it put them back nearly 8 months in development whilst they had to develop the other car.
Another shout for Spirit of the Race, I would say, is a man who's in his 25th 24 hours as an amateur racer, Wayne Moore. The other thing, by the way, he was saying he reckons he's done how many? 1,100 laps here in 25 years?
Yeah, he had the exact number, 1,188 at that time. He'll be adding to that, just over 30,000 kilometres.
Now, in comparison, Benny Loister, 24 years old, who drives one of the Volkswagen Golfs in WTCR. He's a test and development driver. He's done all the work on the last couple of generations of VW Golfs. In 2013, he stopped counting when he got to 1,000 laps. He says, I wish I kept going because I reckon by now I've done 3 times that number. He says he must
competition.
Drive in race cars and in road cars and laps the circuit. So he was, because he's done development of the road cars, he said, the thing with that is you're driving a road car, so it's not as quick as a race car, but every single feeling of the car still tells you. So he said every lap you do here tells you something about the track, about the changing nature and everything else. And he said when you're doing the road car development, because you're the one who's leading the development, you have to be so sensitive to everything on the car. And he said,
and so consistent,
lap
to lap to lap.
And so well over 3,000 laps, and he is younger than Wayne Moore's career as a driver, as a race driver here.
That BMW number 50 has been pulled to the side of the road. I think have we still got yellows there, or are we waiting for a flatbed? Not sure. Whelan says, if I had $1 for every time I'd lost a car on Forza Motorsport on the graph coming out of Galamkov, like the Beamer, I could actually fund my own N24 entry. How annoying is that when you've got through all of the bit coming down and you've actually nailed Flansgaard and you've done that flat in 6th and you're hanging on and then you drop it. Just try to get on the power too early on that last bit and you get all, and I'm in the barriers. Swear words abound.
Yeah, or getting it wrong at Tiergarten.
Oh.
Yeah, with three-quarters of an inch left in the lap.
Daniel Hensel, hello Daniel. Nice to hear from you. Haven't heard you for a little while. I'm going to retweet this. Surprise announcement this weekend from the Nürburgring N24 as off goes the number 6.
That's Nico Bastian. 6th position. He's under pressure. He was trying to catch Franz Stippler and drops the car off the road. No, did not. He was.
Did he hit the barrier? Did he run along the barrier there?
Not quite. He was getting perilously close, but these barriers have little magnets on them that repel cars coming towards them.
I'm not sure.
Except
BMW.
We're all there.
They've just mounted the north to south wrong way around.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Surprise announcement this weekend, says Daniel Hounsell.
Bastian catching a much slower, is that an Astra?
Yeah.
Did he hit? Yeah, it is an Astra.
He didn't hit the barrier. He was about a foot, maybe 18 inches away.
It may have scared the barrier into stepping back a little, I think, the speed
is that
with which
just a standard road-going Astra that sneaked on? Oh, where's that coming down to?
Arenberg, I think.
That's fast.
That's very fast. And
how's he got away with that? He doesn't even end up in the gravel.
He didn't actually lose a wing mirror either. He wasn't quite as close from overhead as it looked from on board, but
are you all right?
Might have cost him 10 years. Yeah, just give me a minute.
I'll tell you in a bit.
Get back to you on that.
Let me get back to Dan Hounsell. Surprise announcement this weekend. The Opel Manta Foxdale team who plan to adapt their car for the new hypercar class at Le Mans, taking full advantage of the decision to allow road-based chassis. And Dan is a very, very talented artist, and he's actually done a rendering of this. I'm going to retweet that, Dan. That is brilliant. At Specutainment, that's just gone up. Long time no see for Dan. Brilliant stuff.
That would immediately be in the Le Mans prototype hyper-aged class.
Yeah. Hey, well, there's nothing that says it has to be, the Mantica doesn't say it has to. It's like GT3, like I said last night, whenever it was. You can take a car from the 1970s and turn it into a GT3 car. There's nothing to stop you.
Hello, is that the Beast of Turin?
Yeah, exactly right. I like that idea. Is it about time for you to go and do something? It is just after 8 o'clock in the morning. You're listening to live action from the Nürburgring 2017, the 47th running, an Aston Martin Racing Lounge studio that is luxurious and salubrious. And Martin Haven has the update.
So at, checks watch, 8 o'clock in the morning, Central European summertime. Quick look down our classes, and we'll start with SP9. The overall leader is Michael Christensen in the 911 Porsche, Matteo Jaminet second in the 31 Porsche, and third is Raffaele Marciello in the 48 Mercedes. Battle for fourth has recently been settled in favour of the 29 Audi. Christopher Haase getting ahead of Frank Stippler's number 4 Audi, and the Land Motorsport car is now creeping ever so slowly away from the number 4 Phoenix car. Nico Bastian had a brush with disaster, almost clattering the barriers on this current lap in the number 6 Mercedes, which lies 6th. The number 14 Audi, Marcel Fessler, is 7th. The number 3 Mercedes lies in 8th position, and the number 16 Mercedes lies in 9th place, and that is the last car on the lead lap, because in 10th place the number 12 Porsche is 1 lap behind the leader. So that is SP9, our overall class. Those are the fastest cars, the GT3 cars. Leading in SPX still is the Glickenhaus. That car, that's dropped now down to 17th overall, so that's lost another 5 spots in the last hour or so. Car number 705. Felipe Fernandez-Lazer is at the wheel of that car. That is the only car in its class, so it's still leading the category. SP8 category is being led by Frank Schmickler in the GT Tyres Audi R8. That car in 30th place overall, car number 148, and Schmickler taking the car over recently from Rahel Frey. Leading Class 8T. Pause as he finds Class 8T on the numerous screens. Oh, Paul has found it for me. Good news for Aston Martin fans, because it is the Aston Martin number 37 car, the AMR Performance Centre Vantage GT. Alex Brundle at the helm, that car in 39th place, and still going strongly with more than a lap in hand over its I think 2 laps in hand over its nearest rival. And in SP7, it is Sebastian von Gartzen, who's in the Müllner Motorsport Porsche GT3 Cup car. That number 62 machine is in 22nd overall, and again with more than a lap advantage over its closest neighbour. In the SP4 category, the leader is Daniel Neerman in BMW 325i number 325. That car is in 95th place overall, with a 2-hour lead over its closest rival. In SP4T, the class leader is Federico Braga. Now this is a change. The MSC Sinsing EV im ADAC VW Golf 5R Line GTI. Car number 85 in 123rd place. That has been the leader previously. Don't think it was 2 hours ago. Paul may know different, but it is back in the lead of the class. In the TCR category, the leader is the early delayed 171 Hyundai Motorsport N Veloster, and that car being driven by Nico Verdonk is in 36th place overall, and that has, if memory serves, a 2-lap lead over its closest rival. In SP3, long way away from SP3T. The GT86 Toyota Motorsport TMG have entered that car. Alexander Fielenbach is at the wheel of 115. That car's in 74th place overall. SP3T, that is the STI Subaru Technica International Subaru WRX STI, and Hideki Yamauchi back at the wheel of that car, number 88, and he is in 29th place with his teammates. And they have a 30-minute gap over the nearest car in that class, which at the pace that they're doing will be 4 laps. So he is leading SP3T. The SP6 leader is the Schmickler Performance Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport.
That's a Porsche Cup class, isn't it? Bradley Williams was asking about that.
Yeah, Akin Vava is at the wheel of car number 80. That is the leader by 50 minutes in class. 35th place overall. And in SP10, which is for the GT4 cars, the leader is Black Falcon Team Identica. 'Twas ever thus, pretty much, in the GT4 Mercedes AMG. Tristan Vidas at the wheel of car number 70, and that is in 26th position overall.
Can you tell me how the KTM class cars going? That's Cup X?
Nope, can't tell you until the next hour.
Oh, well, that was from Mike Smith.
Well,
all right, well...
You'll have to be patient.
Paul, go ahead.
Because I'm not as picky as Martin. It's the 110 Teichmann Racing Crossbow that's in the lead. It's been in the lead for the best part of the last 6 hours, having taken the lead from the 111, which should be leading, but it had a big problem.
I'm just aware that we're waiting for an outro jingle, yet we're meandering into the next hour
absolutely.
rather randomly.
We will have more on the Hyundai Hourly Update in around about 52 minutes' time. Martin Haven is going to dash off and have a bit of breakfast and then take his long break here. Hello to Johnny M, who says, great to see Toyota Gazoo Racing and Subaru STI in the, what people might call the lower classes. I always think it proves they're true racing enthusiasts in the spirit of endurance racing. Morning, Johnny, how are you? Richard Santos Lopez says, what happened to the #1 Porsche? Can you give an insight? They were doing all right for a while, and then Patrick Pile had an issue which I think gave him a puncture, and then he had an accident as well.
He had 2 punctures, John. He had a puncture in the first hour of the race, I think, or the first 2 hours of the race. Very slow lap back to the pits on the broken tyre, which lost him, I'll say, half to 3/4 of a lap. Got the new tyre on, and off he went on his way again. But then they had another puncture, and that was caused as a result of a collision with another car. Sufficient damage was done in that collision with another car that has rendered the car hors de combat out of the race. That was the story of the #1 car, and it was unfortunate for Manthey. However, having said that, I think the problem was the decision to retire was partly prompted by the fact that the car was the best part of a lap down anyway. It had lost in the very early stages of the race. Very bad luck. Of course, the #1 car carrying all 4 drivers that won this race last year. So we knew pretty early on that we were going to have not necessarily new winners, but certainly different winners from those that we had last year.
Right, that works.
I can do a quick update on SP4T.
Yes, please.
Which may not be one of the most interesting classes in terms of overall positions, but Martin drew attention to it by mentioning we had a new leader in the class when he was doing the update. The number 85 Volkswagen Golf in the hands of Federico Braga. It now does lead the class. It has led the class before, but that is the first time for a long time that it's led the class, because the former leader was the 159 Porsche Cayman, which Franco Ardia, I'm going to trouble this one now, Archipiancone was driving, and he has now fallen back to the tune of 6 laps off the car of Federico Braga, and in fact that 6 laps has been as much as Federico Braga has done. So somewhere the 159 car has either fallen off. I've not had it as coming into the pits, unless it's come into the back of the pit lane entrance, because that's where I can't detect them. But in terms of that car, then I think the 159 Porsche Cayman may be off the circuit somewhere, the former leader of the SP4T class car, and therefore, as I say, that leaves the 85 in the lead of the class, and I don't think we've got another SP4T class car in the race. So if number 85 can keep going, then the SP4T class is theirs.